Fred, no Bosa. We don't have our starting quarterback. You know what? Maybe this just isn't our year. But they haven't played like that at all this season.
No.
They have not played like a team that feels sorry for themselves when it comes to all these injuries. They could have easily rolled over, and they didn't. They were the aggressor. They took their chances. I thought Mac Jones, the box score is not going to indicate how well I thought he played at times in this game. 17-26, buck 52, and just a pick, although that interception was off the hands of Juwan Jennings. We'll get into all of that. But I just thought it was a total team win. And how important, talking about the box score, how freaking important is having George Kittle back to this team? Like, oh my God.
He's unbelievable.
Just the blocking.
He didn't even catch a pass.
Didn't even catch a pass.
But on the biggest play of the night, on 3rd and 13, 3rd and 14, they're in the red zone. You're all thinking the same thing I'm thinking. All right, you're up 3. It's 13-10. You cannot just kick a field goal because they're going to go down and score a touchdown, and they're going to be up 1. And it's 3rd and 14, and Mac just kind of ever so looks at George Kittle in the middle of the field and brings that linebacker over and makes that safety also kind of come over to Kittle and then rips one right in the seam to Christian McCaffrey. And I thought that was the biggest play of the game. And then they kind of push, bully balled their way into the end zone on the run play next.
I saw that, and it was like, you can't pull the player in. Terry McCauley, who's the lead judge analyst, whoever it's called, on NBC Sports, is like, that should have been a 10-yard penalty because you can't pull the runner into the end zone.
Shut up.
So wait. So hold on. Let me get this straight. We have all this bugaboo about the tush push, and we could push players into the end zone, but we can't pull them into the end. I just want to make this clear. The whole thing is stupid.
It's ridiculous.
I'm glad they didn't call it. Let me just say that.
I'm with you. Shanahan called a timeout right before that 1st and goal run. They were going back and forth on timeouts. Atlanta called a timeout, then the Niners called a timeout, and they came out with one of their best plays. To me, it's Christian McCaffrey's going to be the headliner. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Going to be the headliner. He's on the billboard. No doubt about it. But you know what's inside the circus tent? Coaching and culture. Coaching and culture. Shanahan adjusting. All right, we're going to get away from the zone read stuff. We're going to run the ball right up the gut. They know what I want to do. Like, Atlanta has great familiarity. Obviously, Raheem Morris being on the staff of the LA Rams, he knows that they want to run that zone, blocking scheme to the outside. And they kind of switched things up in the middle of the game after a first drive that, quite frankly, was pitiful. Yeah. I mean, how many first drives did the Niners not even get a first down? Very rare.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking, oh, great, they're going to drop back and throw 60 times again in this game. And no. I thought Shanahan adjusted in the middle of this game. He adjusted to losing Jake Brendel. He adjusted to, throwing an interception early in that game with a medicine ball. I mean, let's call it what it was. That was a medicine ball over the middle to Juwan Jennings, who's already compromised. He alligator-armed it, and I don't blame him for that with 5 broken ribs. God knows if those are real or not. And, it's an interception going the other way. But they stuck to it. And to me, there were multiple drives where defensively they bend and didn't break. And then offensively, they just took the air out of the ball. This felt like a Harbaugh-like win from 15 years ago, where you had an 11-play, 6-minute, 66-yard drive to end the game that culminated in a red zone rushing touchdown. Haven't said that too many times this year. And then I think about what they're doing on the defensive side of the ball. You referenced no Warner. You referenced no Bosa. Chase Lucas, 4 years in the league, has barely played. This guy's talking about, I'm studying every single week, safety, corner, and nickel corner, because I'm ready for my opportunity. Chase Lucas, who, if you watch the preseason, looked unreal. Not good. Unreal. Upton Stout was the draft pick. Now, Upton Stout misses this game. Injured, ankle, something's going on there. Chase Lucas looked better than him. There's no other way around it. And on the game's pivotal play on 4th and 1, they're not going to Bijan Robinson. They're going to Drake London, and he runs through the option route and just reads it all away. And he says in the postgame cut, yeah, I knew that was coming because they did a tendencies cut up. Robert Saleh did. I'm talking about all the tendencies of Drake London in this offense. When he's in the slot and it's a big time down, he's going to run an option route. Boy, did it look like Chase Lucas was prepared for the moment.
Absolutely. Well, and Drake London still should have caught it because it went through both their hands.
and then I look at like Sam Okawanu. Who?
I love Sam.
Okay, Bryce Huff, undrafted free agent. Who found him? Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
Got him paid by the Eagles. We all think that Vic Fangio knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Vic Fangio had no spot for him on the team. They gave him away to the Niners for nothing. They're paying half his salary. And Robert Saleh has him looking like the best edge rusher, not named Nick Bosa, since Aldon Smith.
Wow. That's a sentence. No, D Ford?
I think he looks better than D Ford.
Wow.
And I say that with D Ford praise.
Yeah.
He did this without Nick Bosa. He looked unstoppable, bending around the edge. He was in Penix's back hip time and time again. Alfred Collins making plays. Michael Williams, though not an edge rusher, was good in this game as like a eat up double teams type of a guy. Tatum Bethune. Filling in, 7th-round draft pick, second-year player. He's essentially a rookie, completely green. I mean, he comes out of this game. Curtis Robinson goes in there for a short period of time. Bethune comes back onto the field. He looked amazing. D. Winters, look, I think he's been up and down this year. He's a first-year starter. They're doing this with safeties that no one would start. Malik Mustafa,
who absolutely destroyed Algier last night.
Exactly. Sorry, I know I'm going on and on here.
Good.
But, I am so blown away by what Robert Saleh did on defense. Let me read some of these names. Sam Okwanu. How about Jake Elliott? Anyone even know who he is?
I think he's a producer for NBC Sports.
He's also making plays as a D tackle for the San Francisco 49ers in the Lord's year of 2025. I think it's
Jordan Elliott.
How about Darrell Luter Jr. going in for Renardo Green, who was getting, quite frankly, picked on? All right? This Niner team on both sides of the ball looks so well coached, and I think it's a testament to not only Saleh and Kyle Shanahan, but the culture that they have built over a 9-year period in Santa Clara. Kyle Shanahan, look, he drives me nuts with the 3rd and 1 handoff to Kyle Juszczyk. I mean, it doesn't work. Those plays drive me nuts.
I feel like he does it just to piss off the fan base sometimes. It almost feels like that, just to let you know that I'm still here.
But Joe, one thing I cannot say enough about Kyle Shanahan, he builds a culture of guys who play their ass off and are ready to contribute when their number is called. How many guys in the history of the Niners coach, their entire history of coaches, would have this team 5-2? They have won 4 games with their backup quarterback. They have won how many games with a Kendrick Bourne play, a Jake Tonjes play, a Darrell Luter Jr. play, a Chase Lucas play. This team, what a fun year. I don't know if this team's going to win anything of significance, but this is as fun and as random of a season I can remember in a long, long time.
And we're going to be talking about it all day long, all week long. 888-957-9570 is the number. You can also hit us up on YouTube, where we are streaming on Twitch as well. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance from the dealer.
How about Eddie Pinheiro? How about
Eddie Money?
No, honestly, let's talk about Eddie Pinheiro for just a second.
I told you.
17 of 17. He hasn't just been good. He's been one of the best Niner kickers I've ever seen in my life.
And he's getting the bank shot in there, too. Did you see that? Went off the post and still went in.
Joe.
So he's even getting those.
And he's got celebrations like he's Steph Curry after he hits a long-range 3.
Hey, I like my kicker with some swagger. I know a lot of people feel some type of way about that. Kicker just go to the side. It's got to have some moxie, right? Come on.
Eddie Pinheiro looks amazing. Does he not?
Does.
Amazing. And it's changed the field for them. There was a play late in the first half I thought was a huge sequence for the Niners. Max getting sacked, and he's pushing the ball forward. And they're like, hey, is it going to be a fumble? Or is this going to be off the defender? And then Connor Colby, the rookie, the guard, ends up catching it and fighting for 3 or 4 yards. I don't think if they call that a fumble and he's not allowed to advance the ball forward, I'm not sure you kick that field goal. And instead, you do kick the field goal. You get 3 points. Then they march down Atlanta, and they're about to set up for a field goal with 17 seconds to go. Bryce Huff forces Michael Penix to throw the ball away. He gets intentional grounding as the ball lands right with 10 seconds, and they don't get a field goal attempt. Little tiny details help the Niners win this game.
And we're going to hear from all the people about it today. 888-957-9570. 20-10 the final. Sunday Night Football. The Niners are 5-2 on the season. Somehow, some way. This has been... listen, I know he's coached to teams to 2 Super Bowls. So this might sound insane when I say that I feel like this is the best coaching job I've ever seen from Kyle Shanahan. Just given the circumstances, it's up there. It's got to be in the top 3 seasons that I've seen. What, Joe... Not the players that they've lost are Hall of Famers. You don't replace these guys And somehow, some way, I got Chris Collinsworth on the broadcast waxing poetically about Darrell Luter, the guy who was the scapegoat in the Super Bowl because it bounced off his foot and the Chiefs jumped on top of it after that punt. Like, Chase Lucas? Who? Matt Hennessy?
Tatum
Is he
Bethune.
doing an ad with LeBron James? Who is that guy?
How about Tatum Bethune?
10 tackles?
He looked amazing.
I hate the number 48 on linebacker, but he looks great.
Well, that was Fred's rookie.
I know. I
rookie
hate 40s. I can't do it.
I hear you, but like,
Well, not those kind of 40s, but yes.
Yeah. Shout out Mickey's.
Thank you.
Like honestly, Tatum Bethune looked incredible. He didn't look like a guy making his first start, did he?
No. Well, then he came out. Well, I got concerned early because he came out and they were talking about the broadcast. Like, he looked like he was drenched in sweat. They're talking about pouring cold water on his neck. I was like, oh my God, is he like dehydrated or like, is he sick? And they had Curtis Robinson wearing the helmet for a little bit. Then he comes back and he just completely takes over the game. And Chris Collinsworth, even on the broadcast last night for NBC Sports. And by the way, Mike Tirico's still on the top of his game.
He's the GOAT.
He's so good.
Did you see what he's teasing for this week?
Oh, the Michael Jordan, the one-on-one sit down, of course. I was hoping it'd be like an actual like weekly taping with him, not like they taped all of this at the start of the season.
Jordan.
No, it's got to be all about Jordan, right? It's going to be a game with Steph and LeBron, and here's Michael Jordan at halftime. Well, actually, I'm the greatest of all time. Let me tell you why.
Pick him?
But by the way, we do have Lakers Warriors tomorrow. This week's going to be absolutely insane here on 95.7 The Game. We will get to the Warriors. There's plenty of time for them all week, but today is all about the 49ers being 5-2. And Chris Collinsworth on the broadcast saying last night, this guy Tatum Bethune, this guy D. Winters, it's kind of reminiscent of Fred Warner, Trey Greenlaw.
Come on.
What?
One game in.
But I was kind of feeling him during the game, right? The way he was attacking those holes and attacking Bijan Robinson. That is not an easy assignment. One-on-one, you're closing down in the hole right there. You got Bijan Robinson staring you in the face. He is the best running back in football.
Oh, he
is. Yesterday, he's the best running back on the field with Christian McCaffrey, but all season it's been Bijan Robinson.
I thought the defense bottled him up, though.
They did. And he still got me 20 fantasy points, which just speaks to him.
Because he's ridiculous.
He's ridiculous.
But getting back to CMC, the headliner here. I doubted if he still had the same burst. I doubted if he still had the same vision. I doubted if he could still be able to dance and just the feet be able to be as lightning quick as they've been. The power, the ability after contact to spin out and get more yards, to finish runs with authority. He did all of those things, and he did it between the tackles. He did it on the edges. He wasn't just good. He was outstanding, and I owe CMC a huge apology. Now, you want to say, hey, Joe, it's only one game. And I don't care. That was a monster game. This team is now 5-2. You can go 4-4 the rest of the way, and I think you could sneak into the playoffs. Like, that's how big this win was.
I love how you said that. I apologizing for doubting you, Christian McCaffrey.
I did. I was wrong.
Niner fans, are we still doubting this team right now? 5-2? Are you doubting what this squad can do right now? They somehow, some way, with a backup quarterback, with backups everywhere, guys you've never even heard of, offensive linemen, the secondary, the linebacking core. You got Bryce Huff making plays, Sam Okuwanu. You still doubting this squad?
And I'll go a step further. Not only am I not doubting them anymore, I'm telling myself I can't doubt them anymore. I think they have to add to what they've got going.
Ooh.
Every year is its own individual bubble, and I know that you don't want to risk the entire future and all that. I'll get into it in depth, but Joe, you owe it to the guys that are busting their hump on this team to find some additions that can help you make a push. Even if you don't think you can win the Super Bowl, I want to get these young guys an opportunity at a playoff game. I want a playoff game.
Niner fans, guest free. You're the guests. 888-957-9570. We want to hear from you all day long. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And this segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Dubs fans, it's time to score big at Cordelia RV Center. Every new 2025 RV must go before year's end with deals you won't see again. Don't wait. Hit the road in style and save thousands. Located at 680 and I-80 in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. After the match, enjoy Ruby Red and fireworks. Get tickets at OaklandRootsSC.com or watch live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Recovering from an earlier crash.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
And where they're setting up for construction overnight. So
brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. It's time to trade up to the best. Get more for your trade and into a new Honda CR-V at your NorCal Honda dealers.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Jackson knocked the ball out, and in the pile, the Niners have the football. Recovered at the 40-yard line. It was Bryce Huff, their sack leader, off the edge, forcing the turnover and giving the Niners great field position.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibbs coming up at 2 o'clock today, but now back to the morning roast with the Joes. How perfect is it that a guy named Spadonuts is on in the morning?
I can go for some donuts right there. Marky Mark. It's Mark Willard right there. Him and Willard and Dibbs going to be going on at, 2 o'clock, right? That's when their show starts? We'll be live and local all day talking Niners, though. That was Mike Tirico on the call, NBC Sports.
All right, I'm going to do my own little read here. I have a new podcast out, The Butcher Shop. You can find it wherever you find Apple products, podcasts, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. You can check it on the 95.7 The Game YouTube page. Search The Butcher Shop. Download, rate, review, subscribe, bang. I'm doing that. Sam, I'm doing it.
Bang, bang, Niner gang?
I got to say, I wonder if Willard agrees with me on this one.
Well, I don't know.
If I am Jed York, and if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I need to sit down. I need to have a legitimate conversation about how big the blank check is that I give to Robert Saleh for the remainder of his career.
Ooh.
Is this guy going to want to be a head coach? Probably. This guy clearly is ambitious.
He's 46 years old currently.
Clearly ambitious. I will say this about...
He does not look 46, by the way. You can tell me he's 38, and I'd believe
He looks great. For as long as Kyle Shanahan can keep this guy, for whatever it takes financially, it is worth every single penny to not just Kyle Shanahan, not just Jed York, but the 49er franchise as a whole, to be able to plug and play guys off the street and not miss a beat is incredible. If I would have said 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, hey, you're going to lose Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and you're going to hold the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday Night Football to 10 points and bottle up Bijan Robinson pretty well, for the most part, I would have said, yeah, you're insulting my intelligence. Robert Saleh absolutely deserves a blank check for whatever it's going to cost, and even then, it's probably not going to be able to retain him, but I would give him whatever he wants for the remainder of time to be my defensive coordinator. He's that good. He was showing pre-snap disguises on who was going to blitz. He was sending edge rushers. He heated up Michael Penix. He sent 4 sometimes. Sometimes he showed 7 or 8 at the line, dropped back a bunch of guys. He was mixing coverages. I mean, Chase Lucas looked incredible. And the fact that Chase Lucas is telling you, yeah, they cut up tendencies in saying that, Drake London is going to run this specific option route year after year after year, play after play after play, no matter what, because that's what they do with him. And he read it all the way. That's coaching.
20-10 the final. Niners improved to 5-2 on the season. Falcons fall to 3-3. And again, another big win against an NFC opponent that might be there towards the end. You might look back at this game when it's all said and done, and I don't know what the Falcons are going to do, but they've shown that they can beat the big boys. I mean, they beat the Bills last week at home, so this might be a massive win for playoff implications. Yes, playoff implications down the line for this team with all the injuries. Everyone expects them to lay down. No, sir. Now with Robert Saleh, now with Kyle Shanahan. For my money, the 2 best coaching jobs of the year have been what Saleh has done on that defense, what Kyle Shanahan's been able to do on this offense. I want to hear from the people. We got some calls we want to go to. Start off with David in South San Francisco. Dave, what's up, man? You're on the roast.
Oh, hey, good game last night, but my major takeaway on my viewpoint was last time when we played Tampa Bay, Buster Mayfield could have baked some cookies back in the pocket. It was that bad. Such a feeble response, in my opinion, although I'm not out there doing the games. But last night was significantly different. I saw a lot better pass rush, which I feel pressures the offense on the other side and leads to, a lot of victories. So it was just the difference between night and day. But great game. Hats off to the kicker, Cafferty, and all the players like Kittle. But basically the quarterback did great. But, yeah, the pass rush looks significantly better, in my opinion, than the last few weeks. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, David in South San Francisco. I think that's the second time we've had David on in the last 2 weeks, and he's both times called Baker Mayfield Buster Mayfield. And you know what? I don't hate it. For some reason, it made me chuckle. And he called, what do you call McCaffrey right there? Cafferty? It's all right. Maybe he needs some caffeine in him. How about that?
I don't know.
But Dave, the pass rush looked great. Bryce Huff. Sam Okawanu.
How about some of those blitzes?
That's the timely blitzes.
Yeah.
Taking a page out of a guy that does that all the time and has the better end of the stick going up against the Niners. Steve Spagnuolo does that all the time. If he doesn't have the bodies, you've got to get creative. And that's what we talked about heading into this game, Joe. Hey, shut down Bijan Robinson. And for the most part, they did that. They didn't run the ball. Look at the stat. The 49ers defense held the Falcons to 62 rushing yards on the night, the fewest opponent rushing yards allowed since holding the Cowboys to 56 last year. That's the number one leading rushing team. 62 rushing yards for Bijan Robinson? That's incredible. A lot of those were scampers for Michael Penix, too.
Yeah, such a subtle play for me that showed like in-game coaching. They had isolated Kyle Pitts on the bottom of your screen on Renardo Green over and over again. And they finally threw a slant to him, and Renardo he couldn't body him up. But Kyle Pitts is huge, and it was a really nice play design, and they were clearly trying to isolate this matchup. At some point, Renardo Green exited the game with a toe injury.
Yes.
Quite frankly, I think it ended up being in the Niners' favor. Renardo Green's been up and down. Darrell Luter, I thought, looked better than him yesterday. Maybe it's because of the injury. I don't know. But Luter gets isolated on Bijan Robinson, and they try to run the same little power slant. And Darrell Luter just absolutely bodies Bijan Robinson coming out of the break inside the 5-yard line or inside the 5-yard kind of buffer area where you're allowed to bump. And that was in-game coaching. Hey, they are going to throw the power slant here right now. They're going to try to isolate you. They're going to get everybody on one side, open it up on this side of the field. And that's what they're going to do. And I love the way Darrell Luter, the backup, came in there and just bodied Bijan Robinson. It's such a subtle little play. To me, that's in-game coaching.
Joe, they're not winning that game last year with Nick Sorensen as DC. Sorry.
Not even close.
They're not even close.
No.
You lose Fred Warner. You lose Nick Bosa. I'm sorry. Nick Sorensen's not winning you that game. Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan together. Like, again, I keep going back to it. It was the signing of the offseason. You can go, player-oriented if you want, and I get it. If you're an Indianapolis Colts fan waking up this morning, yeah, you'll take Daniel Jones. It looks great. Indiana Jones, they're 6-1. And I get it. Most people are going to say that's the story of the NFL thus far, and that's fine. For me, though, and yeah, I'm biased. We're in the Bay Area. I'm talking to the Bay Area right now, but I'm also talking to the entire world. I don't think we're talking enough about the San Francisco 49ers, quite frankly. This should be the story, or at least 1A or 1B. It's unbelievable what they've been able to do. Dude, they've lost so many players. They don't even have Brandon Ayuk out there. They did George Kittle. Look at the box score. And again, box score watching, fantasy football people. He didn't get involved in the passing game at all.
Has Bryce Huff ever been a Pro Bowler?
I don't think so. Maybe. Well, everyone's a Pro Bowler now.
No, this is where I'm going. Like, I don't even think they have a Pro Bowler out there.
No, I look at his stats. He's second team all ACC twice. So there you go. That's his high water mark from college
Diablo
days.
Lenoir's an excellent player, but I don't think he's very well known around the league.
No.
I'm not even sure if he's super well known amongst Niner fans. Like,
do they even know his nickname? Do you guys know his nickname? What is it, Carter? What's his nickname?
Hyena?
The hyena.
There you go.
Yeah.
Love seeing the hyenas at the Oakland Zoo, by the way.
Demo is another one.
I know, but they go animals now, obviously. Trent's got the silverback tattoo. They call him the silverback gorilla.
I was thinking during the game, I'm like, oh, God, dude, Renardo Green's getting kind of worked here. Do you move Diablo Lenoir into the slot? Like, do you? Because that was something that he excelled at the last couple of years. And now they kind of got him on that bottom left-hand side of the formation. So the defense's left side. And he's done a great job there, but you know how these offenses are in the NFL. They're going to pick on the weak link, whoever that weak link might be. And yesterday I thought that Darrell Luter and Chase Lucas really stepped to the occasion. And it's a testament to being ready when your number's called and coaches putting you in a position to make plays and you going out there and actually making those plays.
Listen, we got just an amazing action-packed, whatever you want to call it, this week is going to be on fire at 95.7 The Game. We're going to be talking Niners all day long, I promise you. 888-957-9570. We will get to all of your calls. We got Warriors-Lakers tomorrow to open up opening night in the NBA. And again, all your Warriors coverage and action and all the games right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. We got the Giants over the weekend. I know. We got the Giants over the weekend. We got some rumblings. Tennessee's Tony Vitello. There's some mutual interest there for the Giants job. Get this. It would be the first time ever, Major League history, that a manager jumps directly from a college program to the big leagues. So to say this is a risk would be an understatement. Be a huge risk It'd be ballsy as hell from Buster Posey. But you know what? I know the Butcher Shop's loving it. I know Sam Lubman's loving it. I wonder how Giants fans are going to be loving it. And again, if any news of that comes out, we will relay it. We'll hit the breaking news sounder, all of it. We're monitoring everything. But today is about
Warriors,
the 49ers.
Lakers tomorrow?
I know, dude.
What a week.
I know.
Warriors, Lakers tomorrow?
And we're talking Mac Jones.
The team projected to not make the playoffs versus the team projected to go to the finals.
Lakers. I know. It's
the Warriors projected to go to the finals. Lakers projected to not make the playoffs.
I know. We'll get into all of that.
In simulation 620.
The standard is the standard.
Thank you, Mike Tomlin. The standard is the standard, and the standard here is Rob and Sam Bruno coming up next. Duke and Sam Bruno coming up next.
How about Mac Jones?
Yep, Mac
we
Jones.
haven't talked enough about him. He's won.
There you go.
He's won 4 freaking games. Can you believe that? 4 games.
5-2 on the year without their $200 million quarterback, basically. And did you hear what Melissa Stark said on the sideline yesterday about that? That big toe? It's very interesting. And we could be seeing a lot more of Mac up close here in the future. We got the Texans, right? Then we got the Giants. Giants, by the way. Oh, my God. How did they lose that game? NFL was on fire yesterday, and it culminated with the Niners win. Plus, we got 2 more games tonight. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Carter, which is here for you and here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You know how much I love Bruce Springsteen? I definitely recommend you go see the new movie in theaters, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, starring Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen. The film chronicles the making of Springsteen's 1982 Nebraska album when he was a young musician on the cusp of global superstardom. There will never be anybody like the boss. For your chance to see for yourself, enter at 957thegame.com to win $100 in movie passes to see Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, now only in theaters.
This is it, your last call clearance event at Lazy Boy. Save up to 50% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Don't miss unbeatable savings on an American icon. The last call clearance event happening now at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime. And it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Playing the slot tonight for the injured Upton Stout. They continue to make plays, all these young players and reserves for the Niners.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
Did you record that into a tomato can?
No, you got to play the one you recorded over the weekend,
Jesus.
Carter. I woke up to a voice memo message on our group chat. What was it, Saturday morning? Because I think Carter and Sam, you guys both went to the Cal UNC game, correct? At Memorial. And shout out Cal getting the job done. And you recorded, was that just a fan that you recorded, Carter?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll play that as a rejoin at some point because it was hilarious. He's a very sad, I think, East Bay sports fan. And you know what? There's a lot of sad East Bay sports fans these days, but that's why you got to jump on the bandwagon. And I don't care if you're jumping on the bandwagon. You know what? It's open. Jump on it. Have some fun. Tonto, jump on it. Niners are 5-2, baby. Vibes are good. It's a victory Monday.
I just can't believe how good this team is this year. And you can make all the schedule arguments that you want.
It's incredible.
Right? You can say, oh, their schedule's soft. And look, by, I guess, the advanced metrics and whatnot, they have had a soft schedule. But you also got to go out there and win games. And as we see every single Sunday in the NFL, there's no layups and there are no easy opponents unless you're the Chiefs against the Raiders. And
stop. We don't need to waste airspace on that today.
But like the fact they're doing this with all these backups, with their backup quarterback, I mean, it's remarkable. And I'm blown away at how fun this season's been, given all the ups and downs of the injury report. I mean, look, they're doing this without Brandon Ayuk. They're doing this without Ricky Pearsall. They're doing this without Brock Purdy. They're doing this without Fred Warner. They're doing this without Nick Bosa. They're doing this without Upton Stout, their 4th-round draft pick. I mean, how many more guys do I need to continue to keep saying? They're doing this with $100 million in dead cap money with guys like Javon Hargrave and Deebo Samuel playing for other teams.
No Brandon Ayuk, a 1st-round draft pick. No Ricky Pearsall, 1st-round draft pick.
That's
DeMarcus
nuts.
Robinson, by the way, can you catch a ball, please, for the love of God? I mean, Jeez, I'm sorry. I had to. We didn't talk about that. When vibes are good. But the skillet hands.
Bill Buckner thinks that DeMarcus Robinson needs to catch that ball.
Rest in peace, Vallejo's own Bill Buckner.
We've got our new skillet hands.
Oh my God. Well, no, you actually have to put the hands on the ball to have the skillet hands. He just has no hands. He's Edward Scissorhands. I don't even know what that was.
Yeah, Vernon Davis thought that he was making, off the pads catches. And Vernon was notorious for catching the ball off the pads. Also, can we just pause for a moment? What an incredible Kyle Pitts performance. Now he will be drafted in the top 2 rounds of every fantasy draft by every Niner fan for the remainder of his career based off of one. That's the best Kyle Pitts game I've ever seen.
And what did he end up?
What do you have?
It wasn't even that incredible. He had 7 catches for 62 yards.
He looked amazing.
What an it's the greatest performance I've ever seen. He's a top 5 draft pick. That's the greatest performance you've ever seen.
That Falcon team, and I know we want to go to the lines. We'll go to the lines.
Rob and Duke, we'll get to you.
That Falcon team reminded me so much of the Mike Singletary era Niners. They have talent everywhere. And there's just nothing. They're just boring.
Right.
So boring.
You have your coach on the sideline, Raheem Morris, looking like he's just seeing ghosts. He does. He just looks like he just doesn't look confident.
What is it you do around here, Raheem?
Well, he should be in charge of the defense.
Was Jalen Walker playing yesterday, their first-round draft pick?
It's a great question. I don't see him listing anything. He didn't have a tackle. So
that was one of the most boring first halves of football I can remember in a long time.
Well, I liked it because it went by really fast. So I was like, great, this game's over at 8 o'clock and go night-night. Well, selfishly, Joe, we're about to get into basketball season. Yeah, we got to count our hours here, all right? Warriors-Lakers tomorrow right here at 95.7 The Game. We'll be locked and loaded for that. But today is all about, as a former host here, I like to say, y'alls and your calls, 888-957-9570. Niners 5-2, 2010 the final last night.
And there was so much stuff that happened over the weekend.
Oh, my God.
But this Niner game has me riding so high, I don't even need to bring up that guy who should be investigated by the FBI, who's waltzing himself right into the World Series.
Oh, you mean the guy that had the greatest postseason performance in the history of baseball?
You're talking about Vlad Jr. right now?
No.
Vlad Jr. never bet on anything.
That's crazy. I didn't know Vlad could pitch 6 shutout innings with 10 strikeouts.
Give him the ball, he probably could.
And have 3 home runs in the same game. It's pretty incredible.
I hate him.
You know who's the Shohei Ohtani of our callers? It's Robin Sambruno, and we'll go to him right now.
What's up, Robbie?
What's up, Rob? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for the compliment. Hey, I gotta give Robin Sala his credit, man. He got these boys playing hard. He's really coaching them up. You know what I'm saying? And with Bosa, I feel like we're back to the wide 9 again. I feel like the last game that they had them defensive ends spread out, and I think that was the reason why Huff got that game-changing sack. I feel like we got faster on the edges. I feel like our run defense has gotten better with Bosa out. That's just my opinion. I think Bosa's good. I think he has one pass rush move, and I think he has a hard time setting the edge. So I think we got more athletic on the edges, with Huff, with Bosa being out. And I think the DBs are fast and they're physical. They like to hit. They're not scared of contact. So Salah's doing a great job right now. Now, Kyle Shanahan, look, you paid a quarterback all this money, and I don't see no diss from him and the guy making $10 million. You know what I'm saying? As of right now, Purdy still got more turnovers than Mac Jones in 3 last games. So at the end of the day, man, I feel like the pressure's back on Kyle Shanahan. If we're 4-2 right now, 5-2. Hey, Super Bowl or bust. The pressure's back on.
Robin Sambruno right
Come
there.
on, Rob. Come on, Rob.
That's a walk-off.
Come on.
He was waiting that whole minute 30. Super Bowl or bust now, guys. You got to.
Look, there's a separate...
That's why this season's fun, though, because we don't have to talk about the Super Bowl right now. We're
just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Just enjoy where it goes. I call this a great inner tube season.
Yeah, there you
Hop
go.
in the inner tube and let the lazy river take you on down.
The river rat? There you go.
Wherever the current takes me.
Love that.
Regarding Purdy, I'm not going to sit here and break down Mac versus Purdy versus Mac versus Purdy. Let's all take a deep breath. I thought Mac was serviceable yesterday. I thought he did a good job. His moxie is clearly there, right? Now, they didn't ask him to do a whole lot. I thought there were a couple of plays that he's going to want back. He's clearly limited in terms of his ability to just evade pressure at times coming from the edges. And he's put the ball on the ground a couple of times. That is a flaw of his. He will turn the ball over on those sacks.
He did have a huge scamper, though, in that game.
No,
for
that
8
was
yards.
nice.
He did what was on the broadcast? He's sneaky sometimes. He's not sneaky. Isn't the word I would describe Mac Jones when he runs, but he could.
He's situational.
He could run. I guess you can call it that.
The interception he had yesterday, to me, it was both. Bad throw by him because it led him over the middle. It was a medicine ball.
We used to crush Jimmy Garoppolo with these things.
That was a medicine ball to Juwan Jennings, who is also hurt. And I kind of get why he alligator armed it, but he did alligator arm it. And then he twisted because he saw the hit coming. So to me, that was a duality. That was Mac throwing him into getting knocked out.
I didn't know how to feel. Like, I hear you on that, but there's also part of me like, dude, Juwan, you were just like yelling at your head coach last week about like targets clearly, and you had a target right there, and you alligator armed it. So like it's like a duality thing. Like, I hear you on that.
To me, it's 50-50 on that play. It's also on Mac. The old Juwan makes that play.
Well, sure.
But the 5 broken ribs, hurt shoulder Juwan, I don't think.
But you can feel like how Niner fans feel about that, where it's like, hey, dude, you're just yelling at our head coach on the sideline last week as he's trying to call plays for the offense because you're clearly frustrated and upset about your role. And then you're getting targeted a bunch and you short-arm that. So, like, I hear what you're saying because he is compromised and he doesn't want to add on to that. But also, you're out there. You're healthy enough to be out there. You got to make the catch.
I know. After seeing Brandon Ayuk have his season and his career altered on one play, like, unless it's a third or fourth quarter catch, like, I kind of get. It
was a business decision.
It's tough for me on my couch to be like, toughen up, Juwan. You got to make that play.
Well, the show behind the show.
It's like, come on, dude.
You were mentioning Jaden Daniels. It's like, man, Jaden, I don't know if this frame can hang up. This is our text thread. I was like, this is me text back. I was like, I know. The frame needs to improve. He definitely needs to put on some muscle in the offseason. I was on like 10 nacho fries deep with my gut hanging out on the couch. Had some spilled nacho cheese on my shirt.
All over your lips.
Hey, those nacho fries hit at Taco Bell. I don't care what you guys say.
You know, like that, Max played really well. Like, there's not a doubt in my mind that they don't win these games with any other backup quarterback they've had over the years.
The box score does not do it justice. I thought Mac played well yesterday.
Exactly. And so, like, on the interception, look, if you want to say it's all JJ, fine. I think you're underestimating how big of a medicine ball that was. I thought it was a poorly thrown, predictable pass over into traffic by Mac Jones. If you're going to throw that ball and he's going to get hit, it's got to be right into the numbers. It's got to be in the breadbasket because he's going to get hit.
I keep looking at this box score from Christian McCaffrey. Again, stop me if you've heard this before this season. Christian McCaffrey, your leading receiver in the game, 7 receptions, 72 yards. On rushing, 24 carries, $129, 200.
He was amazing.
All-purpose yards for CMC.
But like, I want to get back to the quarterback because it comes out during the game where they're doing a report. Now, I've asked for weeks, and we had no clarification. Is it the left or right foot? And then during the game, Sunday Night Football, the NBC, like, breaking news. They're literally just breaking news and letting us know, Brock Purdy, it's actually the right foot, and it's the right toe. And then they give, like, this whole explanation on the injury and if he's going to come back this year. And I was like, are the Niners just, like, slow leaking this during the game? Like, it was bizarre.
So I got it right here. Melissa Stark, sideline reporter, NBC Sports Bay, NBC Sports Bay Area, NBC Sports in general. They did a hell of a job last night. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth. And here's Melissa Stark, sideline on the report on Brock Purdy's turf toe.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
All right, so, wow. I mean, like my immediate reaction, I hate to do this to you, Brock. I think you might need to just get the surgery and get it cleaned up right now. I cannot have this same injury bleeding over into the offseason. Like, it's a lost year for you. It sucks. It's so unfortunate. Like, I honestly, my heart goes out to him because I know he cares so much and he tries so hard. But the reality is, like, his season's cooked. So you're telling me he tore ligaments and it's the right big toe, so it's the plant leg, and then any movement could re-injure it, and there's no timeline for a return? I mean, look, I hate to do this to him, and independent of quarterback controversy, Your franchise quarterback, who you gave $200 million to, has a torn ligament in his toe, and he has no timetable for return. I think you need to get the surgery. I think you need to just call it a wrap and just say it's a freaking unfortunate thing, and it's a lost year, and that sucks, and just be 100% healthy for next year.
I mean, I talked about it with you and Bonte the other week. I was like, man, was that even on the table? I brought it up only because
I know.
In hindsight, they should have just done exactly what Joe Burrow did. And now, clearly, it wasn't as severe as Burrow's, where they were just like, all right, you're getting you under the knife. Let's go.
Maybe it was worse after the Jacksonville Jaguar game.
Correct.
I don't know.
And that's another part of this. If it did get worse and you thought you could have had surgery, you already knew what you had with Mac. You already could see the writing on the wall that Mac, you know what? We could win games with this guy. And if they could have gotten the surgery, they should have. Right now, we don't know. Can he come back this week, next week? But that did not make me feel good.
No.
If you want Brock Purdy to come back sooner rather than later.
And look, like on the list of things like coming out of that game, it's relatively low today. But tomorrow and the rest of the week, we'll definitely be talking about it. So, look, I don't want to lose my mind. It was a great win. The team is 5-2. Yep. I'm a Niner fan. The team is 5-2. It just sucks for Brock, and it sucks for the team. Big picture. All these contracts, it's like hundreds of millions of dollars, and none of them feels like are coming back this year.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Victory Monday here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. You are the guest. The people are the guest today. And let's go out to the phone lines. Duke is in San Bruno.
What's up, Duke?
Duke. What's up, man?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Hands down, Robert Saleh is the best coach in the NFL right now. That's all there is to that. George Kittle and Third and Jennings, there's a boost there. It's not tangible, but it was obvious last night. So great to have them back. We're not talking about Eddie freaking Pinheiro. Are you kidding me? This guy is money.
17 of 17.
Yeah. Okay. So that's another big boost. Now, there was one play last night that I lost my mind. I think it was in the third quarter. It was 3rd and 1. Oh, my God. Juszczyk goes up to a brick wall. I actually thought that play was going to be a turning point in the game. Thankfully, it wasn't. The left side was so open, a guy with a broken leg and street shoes could have picked up 20 yards. I just don't know what happened.
It was such a bad play call.
Thanks, Duke.
How many times, and I love Kyle, how many times are you going to hand the ball off to Kyle Juszczyk on a short yardage situation and not get a damn thing?
You just mentioned 2 Kyles.
Stop.
I'll raise you another Kyle because Kyle Madsen had the tweet of the night from our sister station, ESPN 1320. Kyle, with those fullback dives, is now 0 for the last 9 seasons with that when it comes to Kyle Juszczyk. He's 0 for 9. That's what it feels like. Has he ever succeeded in doing that?
And then Juice tries to bounce it out to the outside and loses more yards.
You don't have that. Hey, you're not that guy.
Go down, dog.
Hey, you're not that guy, pal. You're not. Just don't do that again. I would have rather just seen a long QB sneak. Just do that instead.
Look, Juice made a nice catch. He's a useful player. He actually had some really nice blocks out on the edge. Just the short yardage runs are just, they're not, I'm sorry. No, don't do that. And I actually thought Brian Robinson gave him a couple of really nice runs yesterday. He still runs tentative and upright.
Very upright.
I'm not a lover of Brian Robinson currently.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Spadoni and Shasky, 1 hour down. This show is flying by already. Niners are 5-2. We're reacting to an unbelievable win last night on Sunday Night Football. What?
The Niners are 5-2. That's the 6th time they've been this record or better since 2010. And the other 5 times, they made it to the NFC Championship game at minimum.
Lock it in.
Wow.
Lock it in.
5-2.
NFC. I mean, we had Robin San saying Super Bowl or bust now. I mean, is that where Niner fans are at? Let's pump the brakes just a little bit. You still are playing with the backup. You don't have Fred Warner for the rest of the season. You don't have Nick Bosa for the rest of the season. But hey, you got Tatum Bethune. You got Chase Lucas. You got Bryce Huff making plays. You got Darrell Luter making plays. What was that Super Bowl defense called back in the 70s with the Dolphins?
Steel Curtain?
No,
you're talking about the Dolphins, the no-name defense.
The no-name defense.
Yeah, I thought you meant the Steelers for a second.
I'm kind of feeling like that with the Niners, although we know the names. Yeah. Nationally, no one knows who these people are. No-name defense part 2? I don't hate it.
Well, they're not the Avengers.
They're not. What's the Thunderbolts or whatever? The recent movie where it's like the cast-offs of the Avengers.
Well, they used to be the A-Team, right? I don't know if you guys ever watched Mr. T.
No, I remember. Yeah. But they had like a remake of it with like Liam Neeson and
so
Bradley
this would be
Cooper.
like The C team.
That's just the B team, maybe. The B team? No, because they're playing above average, Joe.
No, they're playing amazing, but like they're not headliners by any stretch.
They're no names. That's all right.
The opening acts?
The opening acts, not bad. We'll workshop it. We'll go to ChatGPT for this. They'll probably be better. Michael's in Concord wants to join the
Third
conversation.
down, fullback. I
know.
I can't.
It's awful. Focus more on the Christian
I
McCaffrey
wanted
2
to
rushing
fire
touchdowns.
my remote through the television.
I know you do. You and LJ both. What's up, Michael? You're on the morning roast.
What's up, fellas? I am feeling good. Bethune's a beast, man.
Yes.
Seems like we just keep pumping out linebackers, and doesn't matter who we get, who we throw out there, they're going to come out and get play to the ball, all that stuff. But real quick with the Atlanta Falcons, I just needed Bijan Robinson to score 5 more points. How do you not put the ball in his hands in that last drive? How? He's your best player.
I
Come
know.
on.
I know.
I feel you on that, Michael. No, I feel you on that. Your phone's cutting out a little bit.
I would be, look, Drake London's a stud, but I would be like, season on the line, game on the line. Not season, but game on the line. And it's 4th and 1. You could have kicked a 53-yard field goal, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I throwing to Drake London on that play. By the way, was Bijan even on the field on that play?
I was just going to say. He wasn't even on the field for that play. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Algier.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid.
Boom Mustafa, absolutely
Only Pete
wrecked.
Carroll thinks that's a good play call, as he has Reggie Bush on the sidelines. And let me hand it off to Lendell White.
I'm really out on that guy. I don't even want to hear his name all week. I don't want to hear the name
I thought
Pete
Chip
Carroll.
was the man.
Pete's not the man. I know that. Who's having a worse final act, him or Belichick? 888-957-9570. I know who's having a great, what is this, the 3rd, 4th act for the Niners? I mean, Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. The move of the offseason was bringing back Robert Saleh.
And signing Mac Jones.
I mean,
let's call it spade a spade.
It is, right? It's not Brian Robinson, but Bryce Huff, another guy. Think about this. If I were to tell you through 7 weeks, Joe.
Bryce Huff would lead your defense. Tatum Bethune would be in the middle.
Christian McCaffrey would have like 1,000 touches, which I think that would be the part that stops you the most. Like, are you serious?
Mac
you
Jones
keep feeding this guy?
is 4-1.
Mac Jones is 4-1.
4-1. And that's kind of crazy.
No Fred Warner. No Nick Bosa.
But speaking of which, Fred Warner at the facility, at the game, in the suite, in the booth, on the field. Does anyone know where Nick Bosa is?
I'm glad you brought that up. Again, I'm not saying like Nick doesn't have to be there. He doesn't. He can go rehab, do his thing.
It would be nice to see him.
But that's the leader of the franchise, man. Fred's the leader. You see what the stadium was lighting up? Just
they're going
seeing
crazy.
His face, seeing his little son right there with his wife, with his foot up, in the tank top, just looking yoked and chiseled. Be like, dude, I'm here. He's doing the pregame. He's on the sidelines. Like, you don't think that means something to the people in that locker room?
Absolutely.
You don't think that means something to Tatum Bethune and D. Winters?
He high-fived every single guy coming through that locker room at the end of the game.
It was inspiring to me, Joe.
I agree.
I wanted to get here at 4 a.m. with Sam. Now I didn't. I slept in, and I got here at 5 and 15-ish. But you know what? I wanted to get in here early. He fired me up there. It did. You were there, right, Carter? You were at the game?
Yeah, I was. It was wonderful.
Oh, you wanted to hop in here. You looked like you had something to say.
Yeah, I was going to play you some sound, actually, of George Kittle talking about Fred Warner's appearance there and how it bothered him, actually.
And we haven't even talked a lot about George Kittle. Play it.
He is the aura farming king, I will say that. How about Fred Warner being shown on the scoreboard, and we almost had to go on a silent count because we couldn't hear a play call? How selfish of Fred Warner. Goodness gracious. No, I'm going to give one speech today. It was fantastic. I'm going to divvy that up. I don't want to give the speech every single time. We have a lot of leaders on this team. We have a lot of voices on this team. And, I'll speak when I need to, but we have a lot of voices on this team that need to be heard and that will inspire people. And so, and also, if you needed inspiration to play football on Sunday Night Football in Levi Stadium, I don't really need you on my team. And
I agree. God, I love Kittle.
Well,
Did you see who was in the building?
Who?
All of the WWE.
Oh, I saw Bailey was there.
Yeah.
CM Punk, I guess, was there too.
CM Punk was there. My brother was probably super fired up.
Well, they're all like posts when I stopped caring about the WWE, which was like ruthless aggression era. So yeah.
While you bring this, we open the door up. Happy birthday to my godson and my nephew George. 5 years
nice.
old. What a big victory! A Sunday night football, Niners over the Falcons, almost like it was when I was 5 years old. That's what I grew up with the Niners beating the Falcons. Pretty easily down the stretch. I love that. Happy birthday, George. I love you.
Is he named after George Kittle? That's the question. Or is it King George?
No, it's named after one of, I believe, Laura's family members.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Laura, obviously your sister-in-law, that is. All right, so there you go.
Yeah.
George Kittle is back, baby. He had the impact on the running game, not on the passing game, but that'll all come in time. Although there was part of me with that fullback dive. I was like, we couldn't just had a play for George Kittle. I don't know, your Hall of Famer. If you just need something, just toss it to him.
Hey, run it again. He wanted to get 40 rushes in.
Hey, you know what?
Run it again.
Are we still talking about the touches, by the way, with Christian McCaffrey? Maybe on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you. Here for good.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Spadoni here, talking about their Oakland roots. And yes, they got their final game at home this Saturday, October 25th, against Lexington SC. And you know where it's at. It's been the home all year long for the Roots, the Oakland Coliseum. That's right. The Collie is back, baby. Come out, show your Oakland pride, and enjoy the energy of an Oakland Roots game. And following game, check this. There's going to be a performance by Ruby Red, so you got to check that out. Plus, fireworks on top of it. And who doesn't love fireworks? Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today. You can also watch the game on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's Fiber-On decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-On decking, on sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not
again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails. Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too. That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area pit stop of the 2025 season at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. It's the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
First and goal for the one. McCaffrey inside, into the end zone. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Mike Tirico on the call. This song just gets me fired up.
Such
baby.
a banger.
For the YouTube audience that doesn't know, it's Gimme Shelter.
Yeah.
Little Rolling Stones action. Yeah. Now they know what the song is. Definitely. I'll give you 2. I'm feeling good today.
Stop!
I wanted to give you a 1, but I feel 2. It's a Victory Monday, Joe.
It's a Victory Monday. I'm feeling so good, yet I'm so conflicted.
Why?
Because Carter's like, I'm so hungry. I'm going to order something at the break. He's like, I think I'm going to go to Wise Sons. And I love their pastrami sandwich. They make a great Reuben. And I'm like, God, at 7:18 in the morning, me ordering a pastrami sandwich with extra coleslaw seems very unhinged.
It's not
But that's how
aggressive.
fired up I am after that victory.
Joe, the people don't know. We've been up for like 4 hours.
Well, I know, but the big boss man's looking at me like I'm an alien. And I'm like, hey, look, dude, you waking up at 5:15 is not the same as waking up at 3:30.
With his weekly
Technically
and
3:25.
His daily extra large cup of 7-Eleven coffee, judging you. Stop it. Yeah, I'm getting after you, big boss man.
Well, I'm trying to lose this belly, and I just...
You're talking about you're working out every day, aren't
I
you? Losing
know,
it?
but I can't be eating Reuben sandwiches every morning.
Maybe you need to get into that locker room with Robert Saleh. He'll get you in shape. I know that. He's gotten all these guys flying around. Chase Lucas, Darrell Luter. Why not Joe Shasky?
It's a great point.
Right? It's the no-name defense part 2, and they're doing it with everyone. There's zero excuses. You know what? Why the 49ers is so freaking refreshing to watch. And just coming off last year, and I brought it up, and I do believe there's just so much more mentally tough than last season. And a lot of that has to do with coaching. And just having an arm around you, being a fiery personality, that stuff matters. As we're, monitoring the Giants and their managerial search for Tony Vitello, apparently, according to some, there might be some mutual interest there. He's the front runner for the Giants managerial job. University of Tennessee baseball coach Tony Vitello. If anything comes down the line, breaking news, we'll relay that to you. I promise. We're monitoring that. Warriors play tomorrow, open up their season against the Lakers. There's a lot happening in the Bay Area right now. But the best story in the Bay, bar none, is this 49ers team and what they've been able to do. And Robert Saleh being a massive part of that. Like, honestly, Joe, like, did you think you were going to get this version of this Niners defense? Like, when Robert Saleh... When you heard that Robert Saleh was coming back to be the defensive coordinator of the 49ers, how did you feel about that?
Initially, I was lukewarm because I was like, we're going to go back down the same road. And like, I'm a big believer in like, I don't want to go backwards, right? And like, whether it's Bruce Bochy, Don Nelson came back to the Warriors and then it just like burned and crashed. I mean, We Believe was great and people all remember that, but I remember them deliberately tanking at the end to keep their picks. And them not suiting up anyone so they could get Harrison Barnes. They were going to lose their lottery pick that year.
Yeah.
So, like, I was very lukewarm, and I was way wrong. He's grown as a defensive coordinator. I'm seeing different things from him, regarding how he's bringing pressure, where he's bringing blitzes. The basically cover 3 zone defense that Pete Carroll ran, which is what he was a disciple of, could not be more different than what they're doing right now. I'm seeing combinations of man and zone. I'm seeing single high. I'm seeing some cover 3. I'm seeing some cover 2. I've seen them bring 6. I've seen them bring edge rushers. I've seen them bring corners. I've seen them bring safeties. Like, he has really mixed it up. And I think that the key for me isn't just what he's calling. It's that whoever's number gets called has the confidence and is prepared to make plays. That's big difference from just a play caller.
Let me just go through the names. You did this earlier. Let me just do it again. Tatum Bethune, not exactly a household name. We know him here. He was laying wood yesterday. Malik Mustafa, back, laying wood yesterday. Hell, even Jair Brown. Yeah, Jair Brown, who had 5 solo tackles yesterday. He had a hard hit in that game. Darrell Luter Jr.
Yep.
Bryce Huff. Malik Turner. Malik Turner had a hit in that game, too. You got Jason Pinnock. You got Diamond Lenore, who not even nationally, I don't think people know who Lenore is. Maybe, but not like Sam Okuwani. The list goes on and on and on of names where you're just like, how is this team that good? They held them to 10 points. Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts. These are top 10 picks in the NFL draft. People, Drake London, first-round talent. Michael Penix, a top 10 pick. Those are household names. They're the ones that are supposed to be doing what the Niners did yesterday. They couldn't do it. Coaching matters, people. Coaching matters. Kyle Shanahan. This is why I take him over most coaches in the NFL. This is why I'm taking Robert Saleh over most DCs in the NFL.
Possibly.
The juice is worth the squeeze with these guys.
Shanahan's been so good.
It's been so good.
Did you see what happened? He got all giddy.
Why?
Because it looked like Kirk Cousins was going to go into the game.
God.
Stop! I'm teasing.
Well, there was some shots Penix took some hits yesterday. I was like, oh my God, for a guy that has no ACLs, right? Does he not have any ACLs? Is that a real thing? Like, does he not have any, or do they?
Who was the guy? DeJuan Blair. Was that the guy's name? The basketball player that was drafted by the Spurs who didn't have ACLs? No, I'm dead serious.
Insane.
Look up DeJuan Blair. I believe he had no ACLs.
You are correct. Yeah,
I am correct.
DeJuan Blair. Yeah,
DeJuan Blair.
DeJuan? I thought it was DeJuan.
No, it was DAGJUAN.
Yeah, now I'm so confused.
I'm a big DeJuan Blair fan.
You're thinking Juwan a Man, the movie.
Was he Purdue? What school did he go to? Big Ten.
We'll effort that.
Pitt. That's what it was.
No ACLs, huh?
You like that?
Well, it's basically Michael Penix yesterday. As he was trying to run around, he just didn't look confident either. Like, this is my little takeaway. We'll get to the calls. J-Dub, Tony, and Bobby. It's all about y'all's in your calls today. 888-957-9570. We are guest free.
I didn't know Rick Tittle was making an appearance today.
Rick Tittle. 888-957-9570. I love you, Rick. That was my 3 of an impression of Rick Tittle. But Michael Penix, like, he's got talent, and you kept hearing it on the broadcast yesterday. He's got, look at that arm every time. And Chris Collinsworth kept saying this every time he throws it. Wow, just the arm talent. I was like, yeah, he's got arm talent. He doesn't look very confident, though.
No,
like,
I don't think he sees the field well.
He wasn't seeing the field, and whether that's what the Niners were doing. But like, I've seen a bunch of Falcons because I feel like they've had like 3 or 4 primetime games this year, and like every time I watch it, I just come away like, okay, I kind of see it. Like, he had some back shoulder throws yesterday.
He had some really nice
impressive
throws.
But like, the middle of the field, they didn't target at all.
No.
It was all outside and on the sidelines. I was just like, man, they have some weapons here. You'd think they'd go to Kyle Pitts in the middle of the field. You'd think they'd go to Drake London in the middle of the field. Darnell Mooney has some speed, and I know he had that Darnell Mooney should have caught that ball he threw late yesterday on that final drive. That was a bomb. But I don't know. I didn't come away super impressed with Michael Penix. But again, part of that is because of the job Robert Saleh was doing defensively. And we talked about it heading into last week, Joe. Hey, make him beat you. Make him a pocket passer. And that's what they did to a T yesterday. and they only got 10 points. Let's go to J-Dub in Union City. He called us last week. What's up, J-Dub?
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Obviously, first and foremost, congrats to y'all on the Niners. Like you said, I called in last week. I told you what I was worried about, and everything I was worried about happened. But, yeah, like y'all said, this game was a total summation of coaching matters, right? Like, you said it, Joe, like we're a very basic, vanilla offense. That's just run on. We're talented than most people. But if you can out-coach the talent, you'll win. And I think that's what, obviously, with Kyle and Saleh running that offense and defense, good luck finding a better tandem of play callers and schemers in the NFL. And then lastly, like this, because obviously I know y'all got Niners fans you got to get to. Nothing is worse to me is like if someone calls you a losing franchise and they get to back it up. It's another thing when it's a kicker that does it and gets to back it up. Because remember when Pinheiro signed, guess who the other team was? And he said, no, I want to go to San Francisco because I want a chance to win. He gets to kick the 56-yarder. We don't trust the kicker. We signed to kick a 52-yarder. So we go for the 4th and 1. Hey, I mean, I don't know what else,
Why was Bijan on the sidelines?
That's enough right there. I couldn't tell you because here's the thing, right? You talked about a 4th and 1, Tyler's in the game. What just happened, 2 plays earlier to Tyler?
He got blasted by Malik Mustafa. Yes.
So do you think that you're, like, even though he's your battering ram of a running back, do you think he's a threat to run the ball in that situation?
No.
Not at all. So, again, that's what I'm talking about with coaching matters. Like, you're not fooling anybody by having Tyler out there with what just happened.
J-Dub, I'm going to tell you this. That Falcon roster, it's different, but in terms of all the talent and no coaching, reminds me so much of the Niners during Singletary's era.
It's the curse of Young Wei Koo is what I'm calling it. Ever since they released Young Wei, it's not been good for them.
Dude, Pinheiro?
Dude, he's got swagger. Dude. Eddie Money, Eddie Pinheiro. Pinheiro bread is what Sam called him last week. I love
Not since Fred Otis Amy have I felt so good about a 49er wearing number 18.
Okay. Wow, that's a deep guy. You feel good about that one.
Fred Otis Amy?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Sac State?
It's pretty good. There we go. Stingers up, baby. Sac State. Let's
Look
go.
it up. Look it up.
I will. I think Eddie Pinheiro spoke post-game. We'll get to some of the sound because he had some really good stuff.
He didn't need to speak. He was celebrating, like throwing the money signs up. He's like the Johnny Manziel of kickers.
You know what? I'm not mad at it. He's got swagger, and you know what? This team needed the swagger. As Jake Moody, say what you want about him as a kicker, didn't have any swag at all.
Hey, I'm rooting for him with the Bears.
He was perfect yesterday.
I'm legitimately rooting for him.
He's been a positive for them. You know what? Could this be a win-win scenario? Maybe, just maybe. But Pinheiro, for as much as we talked about, we even had the Carolina guy on to talk about kicking, which is hilarious. 55 yards plus. I mean, he's been money. He's been with room to spare. They said they don't like him kicking that far. Well, he's got the leg for it. That's all I care about as a fan.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Joe, special teams hasn't been a problem for them. Knock on wood. Well, there was almost a touchdown, but we won't talk about that.
No, they've been much better.
They've been much better. Much more improved.
Although Sky Moore scares the ever-living hell out of me.
Hey, he broke a couple tackles yesterday. You see Sky Moore out there? He had like a 15-yarder.
And then him running out of the way as they down 1 at the 5.
Well, that's called growth right there, right? I don't want him to touch it. If it's inside the 10, just don't touch the ball. That's literally it. Just don't touch it.
Joe.
Bradley Pinion.
I'd rather never put a punter back there, quite frankly, and just let them down it wherever they down it, and everyone just get out of the way. Don't even block. Just wherever they punt it to is where they punt it to. And if they down it the 1, so be it. Like, I'm dead serious on that.
You know who's someone we never punt on? That's Bobby in Los Altos. We're never, if he's calling at our station, we're always going to put him on.
Before you go to him, Belichick has a rule. You do not reach over the goal line when you're in a goal line situation for fear of a touchback, meaning the ball getting fumbled out of your hands and going into the end zone. My rule, I'm dead serious on this. If I know that I don't have any returners that scare anyone and I'm afraid that they can even catch the ball, I don't even put anyone back there. That's what I would do. I'm dead serious on that. That's 30 years, 40 years of Niner football that is ingrained in me, that has ruined me when it comes to punt returns.
Bill Belichick, by the way, 0-1 all time against Cal Berkeley. Let it be known. Tough L for them on Friday night. Was Jordan Hudson on the sideline, Carter? You guys were there. No?
I was looking for a long time. It's been on pretty much the whole game this year.
Well, she might have been taking a class there on campus. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby?
Taking a class.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. Hey, obviously I want to talk about the game, but I wanted to start with this, and I swear this is a compliment, Shasky. This is in all seriousness. My favorite segment is Shasky the morning after a home game. instead of, getting the free press seat with the chicken wings and the celery sticks, right? You sit with the people. And then I was thinking last night, the brother's going to a home game, and he's going to get up at 3:30, so mad respect. And then I was informed you didn't make it. No shade. It's unfortunate. But then mad respect to Carter for going out last night. So I'm sure your wife made you a nice breakfast skillet this morning before you headed out the door.
Did she?
Yeah, of course, Bobby. Thanks.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right, brother. And then, I blessed you and Bonte last year with a little haiku that I had written for Malik Mustafa. So I'd just like to say it again. It was something like heat-seeking missile, get down fast, 6 coming quick, Malik Mustafa. I mean, it's incredible. That guy, didn't he have the same injury as Brendan Ayuk? And then he's out there just throwing his body around like he just don't care. I mean, it's crazy. He's scary. He's a scary man. And I'd like to say this, the most hackneyed expression of football, next man up, whatever. It's just an expression, but my God, this team, it's like you better put a picture of this team in the dictionary. And in recent memory, I don't think I've ever been as proud and as happy. And I swear, I'm still smiling whenever I think about it, is Green Dot for Tatum Bethune. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how much he showed out, the number of tackles he had. And it was interesting, in the press conference, he actually said it hurt him that they didn't give him credit for that sack. And it was funny because he said, I actually care about sacks. I don't care about tackles. In my mind, I'm just like, brother, you're the Green Dot. I care about your tackles, not your sacks. But honestly, I'm on a high. I mean, this to me is like 10 times greater victory than that Rams victory. And I'm not sure why.
Wow.
I'm just so happy for Tatum Bethune. And Malik Mustafa, I mean, oh my God, just welcome back. Please don't injure yourself. And then, yeah, I mean, I guess Party should have gotten the Burrow surgery, right? I mean, it's crazy. But hey, Max, stay upright because I really don't want to see Adrian Martinez.
That's Bobby in Los Altos.
You ended on a Debbie Downer.
Dude, no, but that was that's the happiest I think I've ever heard Bobby in Los Altos on these airwaves. And I kid you not, that story's true, by the way. When he says there's nothing I prefer more, this is Bobby saying, than listening to you, Joe, like reacting after a Niners win.
Yeah.
He literally called last year, and I was producing, and I screened the call, and I was like, hey, what's up, Bobby? It's like Spadoni. He's like, Spadoni, no offense, but when you're filling in for when you're filling in for Shasky, I get a little upset because I miss not hearing Shasky fired up after a big win. I was like, damn, Bobby, just say you don't like me anymore. But he wasn't saying that. He just loves you so much.
I appreciate
that. He misses you when you don't have the reactions. So that means you can't miss a reaction at all this year, all right?
There are 17 games. I live for immediate reactions to Niner games.
And the fans do too.
I live for them.
That's what these are the games we live for. Like it's insane how they are 5-2. Like, take a step back. They have no right to be 5-2. But
no one can take a step back in life. I don't know if you know this. Everything is immediate, like pivoting and screaming and yelling at the top of our lungs. We can never have perspective.
Oh, never. Well,
we're not allowed. Like, for example, there's a moron in the YouTube chat who's just coming, Shasky to CMC look like he did last year. Dude, it's the best game he's had all year. Hands down. It's the best Christian McCaffrey game, not just in a year. In 2 years.
Wait. I'm confused. What are the YouTube chat? What are they complaining
just some
about?
Of the people are saying that I said that Christian McCaffrey was washed, and I'm going to come back and say it over and over and over again. Like, he did look a little tentative as a runner. As a pass catcher, he was very productive. This game yesterday wasn't just his best game in a year. It's his best game in 2 years. He hasn't looked that spry, that explosive. His feet looked unbelievably quick. His ability to maneuver and the vision through the hole and the cutbacks and the finishing runs. The guy looked amazing. It looked like 2023 Christian McCaffrey.
Well, it wasn't Christian McCaffrey being washed. It was the entire running game was washed for the 49ers. They couldn't do anything.
So let me ask you.
That's not a hot take. They couldn't run the ball.
Is it just as simple as Kittle came back?
Well, this is what Christian McCaffrey had to say about it after the game, Joe, about how big of a deal it is to have George Kittle back.
Yeah, it's a different ballgame when he's in there. Even when he doesn't have a big statistical game, the attention that he draws it opens so much up. That's why, football is the biggest team game on the planet. It always has been, it always will be. When you got guys like that on the field, just their presence alone strikes a lot of fear in coordinators, and so you have to keep eyes on them. And, some games it might be me that has these open lanes and has, a good stat line, whatever, and then other times it'll be him or whoever else is, coming to the table. So that's why it's a team game, and having him out there is a big deal.
I don't want to go too deep into this opinion right now, but the fact that the offensive line and the run game is so dependent on George Kittle, look, that is amazing, and it shows how great he is as a player. I also now am a believer of, boy, could you imagine if you actually invested in your offensive line with some draft capital, how good it could be? And then I could use Kittle not only in the run game, I could also use him in the passing game. It's like, wow. I mean, look, they looked amazing yesterday, and I think it was deeper than Kittle, but definitely, clearly Kittle helped. I mean, it was clear and obvious. He didn't catch a pass yesterday.
No.
And it's the most explosive the run games looked, again, in 2 years. Not a year, 2 years.
Here's more from Christian McCaffrey and 888-957-9570. Niner fans, where are you at? You are the guest today on a Victory Monday. The team is 5-2, and how could you doubt the 49ers? If you doubted the Niners at all at any point this season, I get it. You lose all those players, you lose your quarterback, you lose your Hall of Fame stalwarts on defense. You still doubting this team, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. And here's Christian McCaffrey being another leader on that team, talking about it being a team effort running the ball.
But also, I mean, we had guys go down in the O-line too and step up big. We had guys like, I don't know how many rotations we had today, but just everybody who came in and stepped up did such a great job. Kyle always says it takes a whole team to be able to run the ball. It takes receivers, it takes tight ends, obviously it takes O-line, it takes guys like Juice, it takes a quarterback being able to stay on the field on third down, and then it takes a defense stepping up so that you have opportunities to run, you're not super behind. So I've never heard a coach say that, but that makes so much sense to me. To be able to run the ball is a huge team effort, and our guys allowed that to happen today.
And so Matt Hennessy filling in for Jake Brendel. And, do you know where he started his career, Joe? Matt Hennessy?
He was with Atlanta at one point.
He started his career with the Atlanta Falcons. 2020, he was a third-round draft pick out of Temple and played there for a couple seasons, had some knee injuries, was on the practice squad with the Eagles, came back to the Falcons after getting cut from the Eagles. So he's been with Atlanta through 2024. Then last year, the Niners signed him. And he's just kind of been that backup or third stringer at times, if you will. And he was thrust into action yesterday. Didn't skip a beat. Didn't skip a beat at all. Thought he looked great.
Let me ask you this one, though. Did you see the halftime numbers on the Niners run game?
Oh, it was incredible. Joe, they had already 100 yards rushing.
They said, this is what it said on the broadcast. For those that are like, don't know, before contact, Christian McCaffrey had the most yards he's had in over a calendar year. 22 yards. 22 before contact. Not 50, not 75. 22 yards. This is at half. That's the most he's had at any point, any game in 2 years. And then the most between the tackle yards since 2022, 60. So you're telling me his banner year in 2023, he didn't have 60 between the yards, between the tackles yards in the run game? That was shocking to me. It also goes to tell you how dominant they are on the outside zone stuff. And how different last night's game plan was versus what they normally do.
It's pretty incredible because I keep bringing this up. If you're going into this game with no preconceived notions about either of these teams, you would say the team wearing, red was the team that was the better rushing team. That was not the narrative heading into this game.
No.
The Atlanta Falcons are the number one rushing. We're just going by yards per game on the ground. It's the Atlanta Falcons. The Niners are bottom 5. We're one of the worst. And it was totally flipped on its head yesterday. And I think it caught all of us by surprise. But you know what? Nothing the Niners can do this season will surprise me anymore, Joe. I'm just going to say it. Nothing they do this season will surprise me. It won't. How can you be more shocked?
I can always be surprised.
Oh, I guess if Adrian Martinez comes in and they still keep winning, I guess I would be shocked by that. But you know what?
I mean, we didn't know the rules in overtime, so it's
Stop it. Don't give me that today. With good vibes
I can always
only.
be surprised.
No. Hey, he learned from his mistakes, all right? That's what people do. Kyle Shanahan learned from that.
Look, when Colton McKivitz came out and they were doing the opening lineups, they're like, he's the 4th ranked tackle out of PFF, out of 64 or 70 qualifying tackles. I was like, what?
Joe, they started.
That was shocking.
And NBC always does the, Mac Jones, Alabama, or Michael Penix, Washington, right? They always do the
Demo
schools.
said something pretty interesting. He was like, San Francisco Hyenas.
Or something like that.
He said something like
my
that.
My favorite all time was when Jared Allen was like, homeschooled. Hi, Mom. That's the all time. Or body built by Taco Bell, whoever that was. That's great. Cam Jordan always has some funny ones.
Kids
but dude,
weird.
They started saying all the different starters for the Niners on defense. I was like, who are these? Like, people are like, who are these guys? It's just like, that's what makes it so special and how they won that game, because they were going up against Bijan Robinson and Drake London and Kyle Pitts and Michael Penix and all these big names. And by the way, the Falcons did end up starting their left tackle, Jake Matthews. They didn't start their third stringer. I know you were out on Friday. We had Carl Dukes, who covers the Falcons over on our sister station in Atlanta. He's like, yeah, dude, they might have like a fourth stringer as their left tackle. It ended up being Jake Matthews. Their normal.
He ended up playing.
But dude, their offensive line got cooked. They got smoked again. Sam Okuwanu. Guys that aren't household names. Bryce Huff, who was left on the scrap heap. The Eagles are like, nah, we're good. We don't need you. We'll eat the money. We don't need you, Bryce. So you know what? Robert Saleh brings him back over after some success in New York, and he's thrived, man. He's thrived. Marquise Siegel, Renardo Green. You see all these people make it. Jordan Elliott. You called him Jake Elliott earlier. You didn't even know his name. That's the kicker for the Eagles, Joe. Jordan Elliott is the Niners defensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, how did I know? Jordan Elliott. Jordan Elliott, Lakeside Presbyterian Kindergarten.
There you go, right?
Pre-K.
Shout out Splash Cousin.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I always appreciate when they go like the middle school, they shout out their high schools. I think that's kind of cool. But,
Joe Spadoni, Palma
High School, baby. Hey, big win over Salinas, our rivals.
Joe Shasky, St. Gabriel's.
There you go. Reardon, though, right?
Yeah, I know. I was going grammar school.
SF State?
We need to get as low as we possibly can. I actually went to SF State recently. I was doing helping one of the kids who was doing an interview for the, it's called Becca?
Yeah, Broadcasting Electronic Communications Program.
It's honestly a really cool little campus that they have going there.
Yeah, well, they got they literally started building that whole new building that building where it's now like brand new state-of-the-art, radio,
Oh, it's
all
gorgeous.
That. Yeah, I didn't get that. We got like the old school from like the 1970s.
I mean, they had studios that we would envy.
No, seriously.
I'm not joking.
Yeah, it's insane.
And they actually had like a prep room.
Yes,
where like the sales staff wasn't there.
They get any of that.
Unlike ours, where everyone just kind of hangs out in a 10-by-10 cubicle over here.
Well, at least even in the old building for SF State, we had like this like crusty like couch that you would hang on over there, and that thing had been there for like 30 years.
It bothers me.
Don't look at me like that. Tony in San Jose will get to you in a second.
Outside rusty couch. How am I supposed to look at you?
Like, look, there's obviously a Jake Brendel. You want him to be healthy or whatever, and Hennessy filling in was admirable. I mean, outside of the Brock Purdy news last night, was there anything negative to come out of that game? Niner fans should be soaring so high right now. After you're 5-2, you've won 4 games with the backup. He looks great. Shanahan's been amazing. Robert Saleh is just an incredible defensive coordinator.
Your kicker is kicking. Thomas Morstead looks good.
You're developing linebackers at a crazy rate. You're the lineman right now. This guy Bryce Huff. The Eagles are paying half his salary.
I know.
You got him for nothing. Okuwanu looks like he's taking a quantum leap forward. Michael Williams, another step forward. Alfred Collins, another step forward. What is there to be negative about?
Well, there was a negative in the chat. You had something to say about a certain player, for certain 49ers first-round draft pick. You want to talk about that?
Oh, well, Michael's an inside guy, not an outside guy.
Okay.
They're like, I like him. He's a good pick, but like he's not an edge rusher at all.
There was a play there where he just completely gave up when he was rushing the left tackle there, and it was...
He's an edge run stuffer, not an edge pressure guy. Those are two different things. And he's a very useful player, but... like, in terms of edge rushing, that's not his thing. But that's why Bryce Huff's so important, because he's that speed you don't have. Even Nick Martin made a play on special teams. Get him on the field for crying out loud.
You had another negative there, Carter?
I was going to say, there is one negative for me. Mike Kell didn't step up to the bell last night for me. I thought he was actually really good last week. And this week, he just didn't step up.
Yeah, but there were 3 or 4 plays where he ate the space so that the linebacker could fill the gap. And I know that's not sexy.
Yeah, I need a little more.
I know. I'm just saying, if you and I were looking at the film, Bethune gets a lot of tackles because of guys like him.
But even Alfred Collins, he made a big play there at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, so
how about Chase Lucas 2 times in closeout games, the Rams game and now this game? He has been a big part of making big-time plays at the end. I think this guy needs to keep playing.
The Michael Williams one, listen, he's a rookie still. So if this is a problem like a year or 2 from now where it's just run stuffing, sure, I will listen on that, because you don't draft a guy in the top 15 of the first round to be just a run stuffer. You don't. Not
You
at
know
that
my
position.
theory on D tackle.
What?
Well, my theory on D tackle is like if you draft a guy in the first round as a D tackle,
it better be Jalen Carter or Aaron Donald.
Exactly. They better be a 3-down absolute stud who actually can rush the passer.
Right.
Otherwise, like you can get those rotational pieces later on in the draft.
Jalen Carter looked amazing yesterday in that win over the Vikings.
Of course he did.
Tony in San Jose wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's up, Tony? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, Roast. I love you guys, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, absolutely. What you got, man?
Hey, man, I called in on Friday. I said if Kittle played on Sunday, it's going to be McCaffrey's first 100-yard rusher.
Whoa.
Well, I would love to welcome back the CMC show. And I hope the Kittle gives you a good time, guys. Friggin' love it, man. I love this trench warfare style of game that the Niners are playing right now. And it's going to take us to the promised land, man, no matter who's playing and who's starting. We're coming.
Tony, what is the promised land for you? You say the promised land. What is that?
You know, I'd like to see at least second-round playoffs.
Okay. You know what? I don't hate that, the way they're playing. I keep watching this team expecting the wheels to fall off, Joe, and I need to stop watching it like that. No, seriously, I keep watching. I was like, you can't keep getting away with these types of injuries. You can't just keep winning in spite of losing Hall of Fame talent. You can't. That just doesn't happen in this league.
No, but
the
I
league
think
catches up to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, normally, but like one of the more injured teams that I can remember that went on to win it all was the Green Bay Packers with Aaron Rodgers. Team was decimated with injuries. And
that was a long time ago.
What was number 44, the big goofy running back who ran really hard?
Starks?
Yeah, he was running hard. Like they had all these randos that were playing for the Green Bay Packers.
BJ Raji was so sick that run, though. He was so good.
They had a lot of random guys.
He was BJ Raji. I think he had his neck or something. He ended up having to end his career short. And then Seawood
came back and he was good.
AJ Hawk and Clay Matthews obviously in the middle there, and yeah, that's a deep cut right there.
We're talking 15 years ago,
right?
And what was that? 09?
Yeah, there were Rashard Mendenhall Steelers and Ben Roethlisberger. Yeah. He had a fumble in that game, as you remember. Yeah, they lost him the game.
Rashard Mendenhall.
No, I think that was 2010 or 11, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
09.
Because I was in high school for sure. 09 was the Saints. Colts? 888-957-9570.
Yeah, and it was when Peyton threw the interception. Yeah.
Hank Baskett. Yeah, the rest is history. Yeah. But the 49ers, man. Hey, we had someone call. We had Robin San-Bruno saying Super Bowl or bust. I don't know if he actually meant that, but I love Rob.
They're the best.
We had Tony in San Jose saying,
fire the coach. Now it's Super Bowl or bust.
Now we're saying second round of the playoffs. I'll take that.
Brock's the greatest quarterback since Montana. Now it's like, no, actually it's Mac.
It's actually Mac, and before you know it, it'll be Adrian Martinez, and then who else?
CMC's washed.
Right. And now he's
even I thought he lost a step. Now he looks amazing.
200 all-purpose yards yesterday. 201 to be exact.
Kittle's the greatest left tackle tight end of all time.
Do you want to hear from George Kittle?
That even makes sense.
He puts a smile on my face whenever I see him.
He has new ink. Did you notice that?
He always does.
No, like the whole shoulder, bicep, that was a lot of new ink.
Like from the last few weeks is what you're saying?
I think that was all relatively new. Yeah.
You know what?
He got more work done.
You ever going to get a tattoo in your life?
No.
No? Not in your DNA? I'm just asking.
I'm good.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm more likely to visit Tatooine than I am to get a tattoo.
Wow, look at this nerd over here. He's talking Star. Hey, Carl, I don't even know this. That's a Star Wars reference.
Me and my the little guy watched Star Wars on Saturday night. And he was like glued in.
Oh, we're on to Power Rangers right now. Benny's Go Power Rangers.
Oh, nice.
It's like the Mighty Morphin ones, though. So from the 90s, the old school. Oh, yeah. They have them all on Netflix. Hilarious, by the way. Hilarious. The whole thing.
Are you at where the Green Ranger turns into the White Ranger?
Yeah, we haven't got there. So the Green Ranger just turned good. Now we're going to get to the White Ranger, and then we'll watch the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie with Ivan Ooze, of course. Remember that one? That's the throwback.
I remember all of them. My brother was obsessed with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Nora, of course, wants to be the Pink Ranger, and Benny wants to be green/red. He hasn't picked yet.
It was awful. Like, looking back at it, I was like, it's so bad.
Yeah, but the nostalgia's hitting for me. So it's like I'm remembering all this stuff. And I remember the Happy Meal toys you used to get with the Power Rangers. You had the little animals attached to them, the Zords, I think they were called. Yeah, so I'm going all over the place. Brendan SF, get us back on track. What a win last night, Brendan.
Oh, it was incredible. I was trying not to wake my kids up while I'm yelling at the TV. The coaching staff is in their bag. Shanahan is locked in. I was explaining to my girlfriend how Saleh was about to run through a wall in that fourth quarter. He was foaming at the mouth on the sideline. My one criticism is Juwan Jennings is been popping balls in the air instead of catching them lately, and that led to Mac's first interception, which it was not on him at all. It was 100% on Tuesday, popping that ball up instead of grabbing his hands on it. But the one thing I did notice as I was looking at my fantasy team and Kittle was on the bench, he had 0 points last night. And I want to call out Shanahan for getting him back to game speed without giving him a game plan. Get him out there, let him hit people, let him get back into the feel of the game. Kittle's going to have a monster week next week, and that was an amazing call on Shanahan because you know he wants to get Kittle involved, but he wants to slow play it to make sure he's not getting another injury, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from the Niners right now.
I will disagree with you on the Juwan Jennings-Mac thing. I thought it was, whether you want to say 60-40, 50-50, Mac threw a medicine ball, and Juwan Jennings, who's hurt right now, alligator armed it. I thought it was both guys. To me.
Hits you in the hands. That's what they say. You should catch the ball.
But he caught it as he was, knew he was going to get popped. That ball's got to be on the numbers if you're going to throw that dangerously so that he can catch it and protect himself. And then simultaneously, so it was a inaccurate throw, and it led him into traffic. And then simultaneously, like Juwan Jennings, yeah, you got to catch that, but he was about to get popped. And the reality is I'm not trying to see him go into the blue tent again. So I kind of understand his POV on that.
Definitely don't want to see any of the blue tent Niners.
The last thing was with Kittle. I thought I saw Kittle come off the field a lot in the first half. He obviously needs to get conditioning up, but also you got to put the guy on a pitch count. I don't want to see him play 100% of the snaps offensively. No. Work him into game speed.
Joe, how refreshing was it to see it a good running 49ers team yesterday? Seriously, they've been throwing it 40 plus times every single game. You look at the attempts for Mac Jones. Can you even guess? You know how many attempts he had?
25 maybe?
Yeah, 26. There you go. Didn't have to throw it a bunch.
The
nice.
drive of the night was an 11-play, 65-yard, 5-minute and 52-second time of possession where CMC screen, QB sneak, CMC run, B-Rob run, B-Rob again, quarterback sneak, quarterback scramble, 12 defensive players on the field. That was a bad penalty, by the way, for Atlanta. A CMC run, another CMC run, a CMC catch. They threw the ball one time on that entire drive. One time on the 11-play drive.
I'm glad you brought up the bad penalty, the 12 men on the field, the intentional grounding. The attention to details is something you'll see with a young quarterback and a young team. It's not something you're seeing with the 49ers, it being a negative, that is. The attention to details that they've been able to accomplish, whether it's, just not touching the ball and learning from your mistakes if you're Sky Moore in the special teams, whether it's just knowing where to be lined up. And a couple weeks ago, we saw it on full display, right? When no Ricky Pearsall, no Brandon Ayuk, no George Kittle, no all these top receivers are out, Juwan Jennings, and he had a bunch of new faces in there. And it was a learning curve. But you know what? That hasn't killed them in these games. Mac Jones being the leader on that field, knowing where to be, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan putting his team in positions to succeed. Robert Saleh, the same thing. They practice this. This is why practice matters, man. It's why coaching matters in the NFL. I see so much. There was so much bad football yesterday, Joe. I don't need to tell you this. There was so much god-awful football that I had to watch in that morning and afternoon slate. And if you just execute normally, the Giants should have won that game. You're up 18 points. For those of you who missed it, I don't know how you did. If you watch football, you could have missed that game. 33 points. Is that how much was scored in the fourth quarter yesterday? I'm sorry. The Giants coaching staff should be just destroyed and ripped a new one. And I'm sure I don't have to tell the New York media that. It was embarrassing. That is on coaching to me. That's on coaching. Same thing could be said with Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. Leaning on the running game. It's working. Lean on that. I don't need to force anything to George Kittle right now. I don't need to do that. I know he's back. Don't need to force anything. It's fine. They were playing within themselves yesterday, and they won the game because they didn't have the mental errors that the Atlanta Falcons did.
Completely agree. The one time they did try to, quote-unquote, force a play design to George Kittle, it was just kind of a predictable, behind the line of scrimmage. The bad throw, too, by Mac.
It was bad.
And Kittle couldn't come through with it. So, look, all things considered, great win. There's so much to break down. I know we got the injury reports. Let's get to it.
Let's hit it. The 49ers got the win last night, but still lost a couple players to injury. Cornerback Renardo Green went down with a toe injury and was not able to return to the game, and center Jake Brendel had to leave the game as well due to a hamstring strain. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Niner fans, where are you at? Victory Monday. You, the people, are the guests. We're locked and loaded all day long right here on 95.7 The Game, talking 49ers football, 5-2 on the season. If you have any doubts about this team, I don't know how. They keep winning. Mac Jones wasn't his best performance. Doesn't matter. You got the win. Christian McCaffrey, that was his best performance. Tatum Bethune. You got Matt Hennessy filling in. You got players making plays left and right. And I want to hear from the people today. Plus, this week is going to be insane here in the Bay. We've got Warriors-Lakers tomorrow night, opening up the season right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll have all that coverage leading up to the game itself, and then after, we'll have all the reactions on Wednesday. We got Baldy and Bonte in studio tomorrow. Baldy will be on the call. Bonte in studio from 8 to 10, each and every Tuesday. Same thing there. Plus, the Giants, they're going to sign a manager? And it would be historic if they do. Tennessee's Tony Vitello, there is interest and mutual interest in that between the Giants and the Tennessee baseball coach. All that and more on 95.7 The Game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab, or get low APR or up to $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 11/3/25.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
The best running back here, probably McCaffrey. Can you get the gifts? They close it out. And here he is on the run. Inside. Pushing the pile to the goal line. In for the touchdown. Have a day, have a night. CMC. TD.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Can I get a water though?
You really can. Christian freaking McCaffrey. 24 carries, $129 on the ground. CMC is back, baby. He's back. Actually, he's always been here. But the 49ers rushing attack is back, led by Mac. This isn't Dr. Seuss book, but you get what I'm saying. 20-10
Well, I was like, where are you going with this?
5-2 on the season.
Busting raps like Lil Guido.
Let's go.
Sports, man.
I'm just fired up, Joe. How could you not be happy as a Niner fans waking up today? Like, all Niner fans should be ecstatic.
Shout out Little Guido.
Yeah, I love
Chester like Cheeto, sharp as a tuxedo. It's your boy Little Guido.
Hey, I golfed with that guy.
Come on, bro. That is one of the hardest bars you've ever heard.
I golfed with him, and I got to tell you, it was one of the most fun experiences of my life because he is just the most chill individual I've ever met, ever. Not only on that, we had like Lucas, like I think playing with us or like above us.
He's on a fantasy football heater right now, so I think he thinks he's on top of the world.
Me too. I'm about to beat Steven Risotto, Bijan Robinson with 20 points from yesterday. If you had Christian McCaffrey for your fantasy purposes.
How many did he score with his 200 all-purpose yards and 2 touchdowns?
I think Carter, who just left, by the way, I think he had 40, he said. Carter, yeah. 40 points in PPR leagues, that is. Yeah. And if you have him in PPR, which is points per reception for those who don't play fantasy, so you get 1 point for every catch, He had 7 catches also for 72 yards. That would be a great day as well. But on top of that, 24 carries for $129, and not one, Joe, but 2 touchdowns. Still looking for that interception, though.
I will obviously get right back into the Niner game, but I do want to say on the note that you've brought up fantasy, I helped out an elder yesterday.
An elder?
Yeah. You're supposed to really revere the older people in the tribe.
Like your grandpa, you're saying?
Yeah. I gave Steiny a nice victory yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah. I got the news Puka wasn't going to play at 6:22. I rolled over in bed, and I was like, do I want to push my fingers to switch my lineup, yay or nay? And I was like, I'm 1-5. Doesn't matter. And I just, just let it ride. So
it's a little shtick, on your big shtick.
So
you helped the old man out, the AARP Steinmetz.
Yeah, because you know what? I got all of this flack about the integrity of the league, and
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, exactly. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to give Steiny some victories. I want him to go on a heater. I put a little air underneath his wings.
So you're just admitting you're ruining the integrity of the league now.
No,
as the 49ers,
I couldn't be bothered to sub out Puka.
Hold on. As the San Francisco 49ers have nothing but integrity and grit and character and not backing down, you're doing the exact opposite in the 95-7 the game fantasy league. You're laying down. You're crying wolf. You're saying, I don't care. Fine. You know what, Lucas? Just delete his team. Get out of here. Just give us all a win.
I'll take my money
back,
back,
I went to 16 teams to accommodate this team.
Don't be mad.
I'm a back off.
I'm a back off now. You're right, Breeze. Because you know what? He can't bring me down with his ruining of the integrity of the 95-7 league. I'm all in on the Niners right now.
Plus,
where are Niner fans at?
I don't want Willard to feel all alone at the bottom of the standings.
Oh, is he still gonna be winless this week? I think he is. he's gonna be 0-7.
Dan Orlovsky's running out of the end zone.
Oh, no.
It's all right. You know what, Mark? I'm right next to you. Sometimes just because you know a whole lot doesn't mean you're good at fantasy. And you and I clearly aren't good at fantasy.
Well, I think you can't judge someone from a 16-team league because there's just it's ridiculous. One injury, you're correct. I think you had Joe Burrow, Willard, and
yeah, he's done.
Come on, you're done.
It's
you're
like
done.
me. I'm done.
It's all right. Just give me all your good players. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask First NorCal Financing leader. Joe, we're halfway home here. Feels like we're just scratching the surface on this Niners win.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat some calls because I do want to play the Purdy update at some point. It's really one of the only Debbie Downers because I'm flying high right now. Niners are 5-2. They're just rolling. I think they have to make a move at their deadline. Huge momentum, culture, coaching win yesterday. Christian McCaffrey looked like vintage Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle's back on the field saying, let's run it again. Let's run it again. And a bunch of no-namers on defense are all making plays.
And not only are they winning on the field, some of the players are winning off the field. Mac Jones, with that win, $100,000 extra in his pocket. And now, if he starts and wins games going forward, he'll keep getting $100,000.
This is like the reverse Brian Flores.
What's
the reverse Brian Flores?
What's that mean?
Well, because Brian Flores was given $100,000 for each loss.
Oh my God!
Allegedly.
Thank you.
Allegedly.
I don't want to get hurt. Yeah,
allegedly by the owner, Mr. Ross of the Dolphins.
By the way, did you see what Brian Flores tried to do yesterday? Defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings to try to stop the tush push.
I didn't see that.
As the Niners had the pull in, not the push, the pull McCaffrey in for the touchdown, which I guess is illegal, but who cares these days? If you're doing the tush push, you should be able to pull a player in. But Brian Flores is trying to have a player literally lay on the ground to block them from doing it. I kind of respected it, to be honest.
I saw an inbound play one time where there was a girls' game. One of the girls got on the ground and started barking, and all the players turned and looked at her, and then they threw a backdoor pass for a layup. I go, that is one of the most incredible inbound plays I have ever seen in my life.
Are you going to adopt that next season for your girls' team?
I'm not going to pull that play off, but I thought it was Carter. I swear to God, I saw that.
That is brilliant.
It really is. I go, I got to steal that.
They do it all the time. If you ever watch soccer.
Did you see the Mahomes? Mahomes yesterday yelling, this play never works.
Hold on.
As he was faking the hike, and then he handed it off quickly.
I know,
and
but
got a first down.
They were going to get the first down anyways if they wanted to hand it off because the Raiders can't stop a nosebleed. Their defense sucks. Stop. I'm having a good morning. I don't even want to get down.
If you're falling for that you have huge problems.
Exactly. You guys, I'm having a good mood. You're going to ruin my mood. We're not doing it. I'm not talking about that team. I'm talking about a good team. Doug in Wichita.
What's up,
Kick us
Doug?
off. What's up, Dougie Fresh?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Dougie Fresh. No worries, no stress, right?
Ooh, I love that.
Let's get it going.
I like it. No steeds, no stems.
No steeds, no stems, and I just got the win, baby. Let's go. Hey, y'all were talking earlier about a good nickname for our defense, our no-name defense. So I was thinking, y'all are out in California. Let's take it to Hollywood. Shane Falco and his boys. Remember the Replacements?
Yeah.
Let's go with that. Let's go with the Replacements. I think there was another movie called The Other Guys. I liked what's out of that one, too. Because either way, we're going to kick butt on that field, man. On defense, Saleh has got us rolling. Somebody said, write that man a check with an empty number in there. Let's do it.
I mean,
There he goes.
what would their
It's Dougie
record
Fresh.
be?
The
Like,
Replacements isn't bad.
I'm not trying to, like, destroy this guy, but, like, think about this. What would their record be if Nick Sorensen was the DC?
That's what I was telling you. I was like, they
No,
don't
what
have
would it
some
be?
of these
Honestly,
wins.
what would it be?
Oh, they'd probably be 2-5,
3-4?
No, I'll give them a couple because I have a respect for Shanahan's offense still, even with Mac. But let's say 3-4. 3-4.
You could point out in almost every single victory a key moment in the game where the defensive team has stepped to the plate and made a winning play. I can't remember one time last year that the defense stepped up and made a play. Off the top of my head. Think about it. The Rams game to end it, Chase Lucas. Yesterday, Chase Lucas. Bryce Huff before halftime making huge plays. Bosa week 1. Like, just go right down the list. There's been a huge play by a defensive player. It hasn't necessarily meant that the game ended right then and there, but these are pivotal moments to stop the other team.
I mean, to your point, I can't even think of a defensive moment last year outside of Fred Warner's incredible first half against the Minnesota Vikings in week 2, which came in what? A loss.
Yeah, and he caused it. Yeah, he was amazing.
that was about it. As Fred Warner was on the jumbo screen yesterday, they showed him on the broadcast, him with his boot up, just still being there and being the leader. Even just his physical presence, it's got to be bolstering for that unit and for that entire team, quite frankly, right?
God, today's not the day, but it's like, where's Bosa been? It did cross my mind.
Well, remember,
it did. Like, I'm not trying to be a hater. Like, Purdy's on the sidelines. I see Warner up in the booth. I'm thinking, like, all right, where's Bosa been?
Well, they said he had to be there for a couple weeks in LA. Remember that when that first came out? They said he had to be down there for like a while for the rehab process. He might still be down there.
Look, that might be accurate, but I'm not saying I'm mad at him. I'm not saying that he's a bad teammate. I'm not saying. I just asked, where has Bosa been? It crossed my mind.
It's a great question. I can't tell you.
Yeah. I know
Fred is there, though. That's all I'm happy that Fred's there.
No, everyone is. I mean, he's meeting everybody in the locker room, for crying out loud, and I just think he's an unbelievable team player.
It's for the fan base, too. It's nice to see these guys. Like, that's a part of it. As you're kind of saying right there, where's Nick? Like, as a fan, you feel better about seeing these guys be present.
Well, I see Purdy on the sideline, and he's like high-fiving Mac and
tossing his hat into the crowd.
Yeah, dude. Like, you know what? You guys can all, or myself included, can limit Brock Purdy on what he is and isn't as a quarterback. But, like, I know that guy cares, and he wants to be out there. And even though he's not out there, I'm sure it's killing him. But, like, I don't see him not being a great teammate. I see him on the sideline doing exactly what I expect my franchise quarterback to do when it's unfortunate that he can't play.
I saw last Thursday on Thursday Night Football where it was Joe Flacco's the AARP Bowl, a.k.a. the Senior Bowl on Thursday Night Football. And Flacco Flacco was there, and Joe Burrow in his boot. Hey, they were just chopping it up every time he was on the bench. They were just talking about it. It's funny the reaction of when they hit the game-winning field goal. It was Flacco being like, "Nope, there's still 7 seconds left. Rodgers, he's got a cannon. I'm not cheering." And then there was Joe Burrow, the young guy, like, "Yeah, we're gonna win." It was just a funny juxtaposition there. But to your point, Brock being a leader. There's a lot to it. It's not just, if you're not playing in the games, you got to be on the sidelines. You got to be talking to the backup. Hell, if it's Adrian Martinez there too. Hey, Adrian, are you seeing this? Are you seeing it? You never know. Matt could get hurt. Hey,
And listening in as the offensive coordinator, Shanahan, is calling in plays. Like, you got to be locked in. And I don't know. I'm a big believer in that. And then we find out during the game, like, okay, they're going to tell us exactly what the Purdy injury is, how long he might be out, and what he's dealing with. And when I heard all of this, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Melissa Starks, NBC sideline reporter last night on Brock Purdy's turf toe.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying. saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
I mean, it sucks, but we finally got some clarity. He tore the stabilizing ligaments underneath the toe on the right big toe, which would mean it's his planting foot, so same side as his throwing shoulder. Any movement could re-injure it. That is like, wow. And then there's no timeline for his return.
Can I have a question?
How is that the most clarity that we've gotten in months?
Thank you for saying that. Why did it take this long for this information to get out? Why is it that NBC, wow, Melissa Stark, she's so big time, we'll give her the information?
I think the Niners were maybe a little more candid than they've been at the podium. I don't think this is on. Beat reporters have been peppering them with questions, whether it's Purdy, Mack, Shanahan, and they've kind of like dodged them. Somebody gave them something, and maybe they ran with information they shouldn't have ran with. They had the foot graphic on Sunday Night Football to show you where the injury was.
I'm glad you said being candid, because Chris Collinsworth said something last night on the broadcast we'll get to at some point, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but he talked to Kyle Shanahan about that now infamous quarterback draft class where they traded up for Trey Lance. Mac Jones is rumored. Some very interesting comments
he
that
basically
said last night.
Yeah, and I'll paraphrase.
Yeah.
He basically said he originally loved Mac, and that was the guy he wanted to take. And then and again, I'm paraphrasing, he had so much time to think about it, he talked himself into Trey Lance and about what he could do, and he visualized all these things. And then now, with hindsight, he realized that it was a silly decision to talk himself out of it. So, look, I've always been the believer that Kyle Shanahan's the one making these decisions. Doesn't mean he doesn't have influence from other people. But on a quarterback, I think it's him. And so we finally got clarity. No, that was all him.
It was all him. No, for sure.
In terms of the end of the day, it falls on him.
Listen, I never argued that it wasn't his decision at the end of the day. I thought maybe there was someone in his camp that was whispering in his ear or something like that. But for him to come out and basically tell Collinsworth, I got in my own head actually and started to overthink, and we're like, no, Trey Lance is going to be the guy, not Mac. But the fact that he initially traded up for Mac, he said that yesterday. That's set in stone.
He's looked great with Mac. Mac getting a 2-year deal this offseason. As big as Robert Saleh's acquisition's been, there's not a chance in hell they win 4 out of 5 with any other backup they've had at any point.
And Joe, the fact that it is a 2-year deal does make the offseason potentially, we'll have to get there, very interesting on what they're going to do with their quarterbacks.
Back to Brock for just a second.
Back to Brock.
I don't know if either quarterback's going to make it through the entire season healthy. Mac's limited, right? Right now. And there's limits to his skills as well. He's very limited in the pocket in terms of mobility. He's fumbled in the pocket a lot. Yeah. That is something I'm really worried about. As great as some of his throws have been, he threw a couple ducks up in the air that were deep balls. It had just way too much air underneath them. I thought he threw a bad medicine ball to Juwan that got turned over. But he's not being asked to do a whole lot. That being said, there is moxie. I see some winning plays. But the fact that Brock has no timeline for return and has a torn ligament of the stabilizing ligaments underneath his big toe, dude,
should have got the surgery.
I think this is just a lost season for Brock, unfortunately, and they're probably going to have to just get the surgery. At what point do you wait and screw up, jeopardizing his offseason and his health for the training camp and mini camp and all the stuff that you need? You've paid him $180 million or $200 million already. Get him right for next year. If this year's already a lost year, just get the surgery, dude. No one's going to hold it against you. You're not losing your job. I'm sorry. It's kind of ridiculous now.
It sounds awful when I say it like this. I almost wish it was a Joe Burrow level of an injury where they knew immediately to just get the surgery and then he'll be good in 3 months. I wish that kind of happened so it'd be easy. So we don't have to play this this tic-tac-toe, this give me one here, give me back. No. I don't want any of that. I want to just have the surgery, have the timetable. He'll be good to go when he's good to go. Not this, I'm dealing with it all season thing. Because that's basically what it is. I'm dealing with it all season. I'm never going to be comfortable, is what he said to Melissa Starks, basically. I don't like that.
I don't either. I don't see how Mac's going to stay upright all year. He got hit a lot, even yesterday, even though I thought the offensive line had one of their best games of the year. But, Joe, the reality is that having him come back against Jacksonville, Brock Purdy, that is, whether Mac was hurt or not, was dumb.
Yeah.
And that is a move that they should have thrown him on IR. They didn't. I get why they didn't. You can only put so many guys on the slot. But knowing what we know now, They made the wrong decision. And it's easy for me to say that armed with all the information now, looking back in hindsight, but they totally botched this. There's no other way around it. And if I'm Purdy, I'm probably frustrated, and I probably wanted to go play. And I think it's best for all parties. Like, if you need surgery, get the surgery now so that you're 100% participant for the offseason.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Laughing Monk on fire yesterday for the kickoff show. Shout out Evan Giddings and Lone Neal. I was listening. Sounded like they had a great time. And just a lot of good football leading up to that Sunday Night Football game, too. I'm sure everyone was on their hands and knees watching the Broncos ending in Denver, being like, oh, my God, the Giants are actually going to blow this. And they did. And that led into a awesome Sunday Night Football atmosphere. Levi's was popping last night.
It was. If you tore the ligaments and any movement could re-injure it and there's no timeline, why has he been practicing? No, like, what are we doing? We know he's tough. Sometimes you got to put a seatbelt in place to save yourself from just stuff, accidents that come up. Why are you practicing him?
Limitedly, too.
No, it's someone needs to intervene and be like, all right, either you are coming back and you're going to play and we're just going to, at some point, you're going to re-injure yourself and then you get the surgery, or just IR yourself for right now, take a month off, don't even run, don't do anything, or just get the surgery. Like, I don't know. This morning, I don't want to lose my mind about the Brock Purdy thing, but the fact that dropped in the third quarter, my jaw dropped.
888-957-9570. Antonio, Chambry, Jacob, JC, we will get to all of you. It's all about the callers today. Victory Monday. No better phrase in all of sports than that. It was a great win. Fantastic win.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer with the Purdy stuff. I apologize.
You're fine. Like, it
sucks.
Hammers home the importance of keeping Mac Jones upright.
Absolutely.
And I know this was probably his worst performance we've seen all year, all things considered, because he actually has set the bar pretty high. Mac's been playing unbelievable. And I actually kind of look at him a little bit better after this game in a weird way. And I know it's a week-to-week league. You have to judge each individual game differently. But Josh Allen, who is the reigning league MVP, and we all think is one of the top 5, top 2, 3 quarterbacks in the NFL, he struggled against this defense just a couple days ago, Joe.
They moved the ball way better.
He did not look good against that Falcons secondary. He had 2 picks, Josh Allen.
You know what I've been most impressed with Mac Jones? Is that they get lined up and they don't waste timeouts on delay of game penalties. There's only been a handful of motions where, all right, this guy's not lined up, this guy's not, all right, I got to burn a timeout.
Yep.
There's only been a handful of those.
And you saw that with the Falcons on the other side yesterday. Killed them.
Joe, how many starting quarterbacks in the league who are years in have these issues with getting a play call in? None of that. They have limited the pre-snap infractions, and I think that is a testament to the quarterback.
Remember the Harbaugh era, Joe, with the pre-snap, the delay of games. It felt like it always happened in the first quarter too. You just wasted a timeout. I know it drove you nuts.
Trevor Lawrence. Every time I watched him, they were on in the morning. They're like barely getting the play off in time.
Who are the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
They have 15 turnovers as a defense.
Jeez.
That's who they are.
The Rams just absolutely obliterated
Carter,
them yesterday.
what are you eating? Because I'm jealous.
It's so amazing. You should have said yes.
I know. Gosh.
No, but on your point, there was actually one play that Mac really impressed me last night, which was when they had 12 men on the field. We were not set at all, and he snapped the ball immediately. He was so aware of it.
Good point. That was a huge penalty. You know, that's that long drive that they're going. It's like a second long, and they get an automatic, or not a second and whatever, mid. They get an automatic first down. They did a great job. He's really good on the QB sneaks.
He is.
He is.
That's a New England staple, by the way.
Yeah.
They've always been good at doing that. He is big. Chambry's in Arizona wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Chambry?
Long time no hear.
Chambry.
Yeah, man. I had to chime in. I couldn't hold my tongue anymore. I mean, that was an exciting win. I mean, you know, some of the same old stuff may still be there with some of the coaching decisions, but man, it's so refreshing to have youngins out there, you know, and living with the mistakes, but just being excited at what they could be. I want to quickly shout out, I know CMC gets all the love for yesterday, but I want to shout out the 2 pillars and Fred Warner and Kittle. I mean, like you guys already touched on, the guy just being there and pumping up the teammates when he didn't have to be, and Kittle just for being who he is, not just helping out in the run game, but the dude never pouting when he doesn't get the ball or anything like that. And, you know, we all worry about where Bosa's been, but Bosa's been in the same spot that he is every 4th, 5th play, MIA. You know, he's just not there consistently enough. Lucas, man, I was so proud to see him playing. He's actually from over here in Arizona, and I don't know why in the preseason with the performance that he did, he hasn't been getting any reps, because to me, Brown as safety is Cheeks, and he either needs to give up those reps to Siegel or Pinnock or mix in Lucas there, but I don't get it. So everyone's been clamoring, if you can get one player to help out on our defense, I would like to get a vet coverage safety, because most of our safeties are just hard-hitting safeties, and not that we need someone to be starting, but just to mix in there and help calm the nerves and be an extra coach for our youngins over there at safety. Love you guys. Love the show. Appreciate it. Let's go, faithful.
Let's go. It's Chambry in Arizona. I love you too, buddy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Biggest takeaway from that win was what, Niner fans? I mean, for me, it's got to be the running game. I mean, this is a run-first offense for the San Francisco 49ers that has not been able to do that for the first 6 weeks of the season. And then on a nationally televised game, Sunday Night Football, all eyes on you. You have that performance with that running back. Yeah, I think the league's on notice right now. Chris Collinsworth was kind of touching on the broadcast. Like, you can't sleep on the Niners, man. You can't sleep on this team.
No,
if you were, you can't anymore.
I have something to admit on the other side. You've heard of Sunday Scaries?
Yes, I've heard of that.
I did something yesterday that made me super ashamed.
That could go anywhere, and I can't wait. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good, and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn.
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording a commercial without us? Guys, no, I'm just trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops?
Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com? Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice?
As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
All right. I got to admit something. I'm a little ashamed. This is a judgment-free zone, right? Spadoni, Shasky, we're rolling.
I think that's Planet Fitness you're thinking of.
Well, I wonder if Target is a judgment-free zone.
Maybe.
Well, look, we're going to get right back into the Niners. I see all your calls, 888-957-9570. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. We are fired up after that big Niner victory on Sunday Night Football. So I go to church yesterday.
Okay.
All right.
Man of faith.
Me and the little guy. Michelle's not feeling so hot.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Michelle, if you're listening, I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, great. Oh, yeah, thanks. And so, it's a joke. It's a joke. And so, I go out. I'm going to take him to church. We're going to go out, and then we're going to go to Target. We're going to do a quick Target run.
Oh, never a quick Target run, ever, by the way.
Well, I, took LJ to church. He was great. He was freaking great. He was locked in. He was ready to go. We saw Father. He gave him a little high five. We had our Niner gear on. He was like, go Niners. I was like, all right, let's go. Now, I went to go use the restroom at church, but they've got the bathrooms being cleaned because they were having the big festival and everything.
Oh, God.
So I was like, you know what? I'll use the bathroom at Target. They got all these bathrooms. And
oh, boy.
I get to Target, and I'm holding LJ, and I'm like, which bathroom do I want to go into? The family bathroom's open.
So wait, you need to use it? Or
yes.
LJ? Okay.
Yes,
all right.
I do. And I was like, the family bathroom's open. And, when you bring a 2-year-old, essentially, into the bathroom, they're touching everything.
Correct.
Okay? And I'm always like, don't touch that, don't touch that, don't touch that, don't touch that. And he's really, into, when daddy's going to the restroom, he's watching.
Oh, okay.
He's
locked in.
Fascinated with the
what's
waterfall.
going on? That's good. Well, he's got to learn. So
Yeah.
it's fine.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
And,
it is what it
I'm
is.
explaining
the standard is the standard.
PP in the potty. And so anyway, long story short, lock the door into the family bathroom, the big bathroom, and he's standing there. I finish up, and then I go to open it. The door will not open.
Oh, no.
It will not open, and it's locked. No. And I'm like now panicking. Out of nowhere, I start panicking. And I'm having claustrophobia.
He's panicking right now?
I'm like, I'm not going to get back in time
You're
for the
supposed to pivot
game.
in those situations.
Yeah, pivot, no panic, Joe.
It's 11 in the morning, and I'm banging on the metal part of the door, and I'm like, help, help. It's locked. And I'm thinking, no one at Target's going to hear me because the bathroom's kind of off to the side. And I'm banging, and I'm like playing with the lock, and I'm trying to get this bathroom door open, and I'm losing my mind. And now I'm like hyperventilating. This is all in like 30 seconds, by the way. I'm a lunatic. Okay.
Wait. So how's LJ doing this, by the way? What's he? He's just chilling?
He's just standing there looking at me. And I'm like banging on the door, and eventually, like, I'm turning the lock and turning the lock and turning the door.
So what kind of lock is it?
It's like a lock, but the pin button on the door handle part, like it was like spinning.
So wait, it's a door lock or is it like or a handle lock?
There's the lock up top, which is the deadbolt.
Correct.
And then there's the actual door handle lock.
Okay.
And the door handle lock was stuck.
Is it the one where you push in or you turn?
Yes, you push in and then turn.
Got it.
And it was like spinning, and I was like stuck, and I couldn't get the door open. I was freaking out. So eventually, somehow, it ding,
okay,
and the door
hold
opens,
on.
and we come out. And I look like I'm like just getting out of the Revenant, like a bear attacked me. And there's got to be 25 people standing there, and they're looking at me like I was being assaulted in the bathroom, or that I was assaulting my son in the bathroom. And I was so embarrassed, and I start deflecting immediately. The door was locked. The lock was broken. Everything was broken. I just grabbed him, and I just shut up. I put my head down, and I walked away. And I just started shopping.
Whatever George Kittle had to say about Fred Warner, aura, right? That's the opposite of aura, kids. Joe Shasky.
Some friends.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about that.
I was so ashamed. I must have made so much noise. The amount of people that were worried about my well-being as I was stuck in the bathroom for 6 seconds.
You sounded like the people on the streets of San Francisco they have such a problem with. That's kind of like the behavior you were doing at the Target bathroom. Oh, interesting.
I'm embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. I was embarrassed for my son.
I'm embarrassed for you. I'm embarrassed by this. You're on this show right now.
You know what I respect that you didn't do in that situation, Shasky, is you didn't crawl under the door to try and get out. I respect
you
didn't
do that at Target. Yeah.
I don't know if they have the gap there, but I respect that you didn't stoop so low to get out of that situation. So I respect you for that.
I needed Robert Saleh to say next man up, or I needed Mac Jones to fill in and just steady the ship because I panicked hard. I look like Michael Penix right before halftime, panicking as I'm throwing a rainbow ball out of bounds and getting an illegal grounding.
There was 2 character-defining moments in yesterday's Sunday.
You guys.
It was the 49ers win on Sunday Night Football and Joe Shasky's loss at Target. And that's okay.
Now, at this
We're
same
gonna pivot
Target,
and not panic going forward.
At this same Target, you have to remember, I got COVID so bad after the Philadelphia.
Is this the same one you passed out in?
Yeah, same one.
Oh my God!
I passed out at.
You should have your picture up there.
The one in Colma. I passed out at it, and I woke up with no shirt on, and they were like trying to like resuscitate me. I'm like, I gotta stop going to this Target.
What is wrong with you? What is going on?
I felt like Larry David.
What are you doing at Target?
I turned into the Frisco Larry David.
You got to go to Geary Street going forward. You cannot go back to that location.
You cannot go back.
Well, no, it sounds like he has one more strike left there. So one more catastrophe, then he can't go.
Let's go to JC and Sack.
I'm so sorry.
JC and Sack has something to say about that win. And JC, I'm going to start here because it says in the box, I'm going to put you on the spot. It says good win, but let's not overblow it. You think we're overblowing this win last night, 20-10?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely we are. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of 3 weeks ago, everybody, all the sports writers, every content creator had the Niners penciled in for a victory with no problem against Atlanta. It was only because Atlanta beat the inconsistent Buffalo Bills, who are now on a losing streak. Now everybody got, I don't know if we're going to beat Atlanta, this, that, and the third. Like, Michael Penix is good. Does he even have 17 starts? Like, he started midway through last year. He has the experience of a rookie. Like, the offense is inconsistent. Yeah, they have weapons, but the team is playing inconsistent. So I'm like, hey, a good victory, defense play, you know what I'm saying? Well, they showed up and showed out, but let's not overblow this victory. It was a solid victory, Victory Monday. You take the wins as you can get them in the NFL. I'm not, you know what I'm saying, criticizing that. My only critique is from the offensive standpoint. Now, of course, you couldn't have come in and passed the ball 30, 40 times with that pass rush. No, that would have been a recipe for a loss, right? You run the ball because you had, right, consistent, great running yesterday, so you keep up with the running game. My only critique is that because Jawan Jennings complained last week, now you're running the offense through him. And now he's already self-admittedly hurt. He's not more explosive or better, in my opinion, than Kendrick Bourne. Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones has completely saved your season from an offensive standpoint. Yeah. And you say, let me face Kendrick Bourne out because my third wide receiver was complaining, who's hurt.
So let me ask you this question.
Can I ask you a question? Are 15 yards are in.
How many throws do you think they targeted Jawan Jennings with yesterday?
It's probably maybe about like 6, maybe? Like
7.
5 or 6?
7.
Okay. Yeah.
So did you really think they went
a concerted effort though?
I think the offense still goes through CMC in both directions, on the run and in the air. I didn't get the sense, and I'll let you continue. I didn't get the sense that they were force feeding Jawan.
I'm not saying force feeding, but I feel like from a wide receiver standpoint, they wanted to run it through him. That's why he got targets early and kind of got targets often until the running game kind of started churning. I'm just looking at the past weeks and saying, there is no reason why the defense dominated like they did, and it's a 3-point game, 10-13, with 2 minutes left in the game.
Sometimes you got to win ugly. My guy,
Thanks,
we watched Harbaugh. Like, sometimes you got to win ugly. Like, that felt like a Harbaugh-like win for me. And what I mean by Harbaugh is the Niners were known from 2011 through 2014. They just take the air out of the ball, run it down your throat with Kendall Hunter and Frank Gore and their offensive line, and they would do just enough to beat the other team. To me, this is not college football. I don't need to run the score up to be a top 3 seed in the BCS championship voting. I just need to win games. I'm 5-2. It was a great win. All wins are great. Now I just need to go 4-4 the rest of the way. Could probably get into the playoffs.
I know he was saying the Falcons are an inconsistent team, and I understand that. They're 3-3 right now, but they were coming in pretty hot with 2 significant wins. I mean, beating the Commanders, and I know it was a backup Commanders team, and Mariota was playing well for that team. They have studs on that team. They beat them, and then they beat the Bills. And I know he said, the Bills are inconsistent. And we were talking about on the chain last night where it's like, it's a week-to-week league, man. I 1 week you could look really good.
Exactly.
1 week you could lose. Like, it's all matchup-based too. So I look at the Falcons, and I look at them first and foremost, and JC didn't even bring this up. They're the best player in football, maybe in Bijan Robinson.
He's amazing.
We're just going to sleep on that?
He's amazing.
He still had a pretty decent game, but for his standards, the Niners kind of balled him up. And I was actually thinking how JC was feeling after that first half. There was part of me where I was like, man, you kind of low-key dominated that first half, and you're only up 7. But having said that, I was like, wait, only up 7? Who are the Niners to say that, like, you're only up 7? This team has so many losses everywhere. You'll take the lead no matter what.
In a game where George Kittle is returning for the first time in a month and a half, and you have no Ricky Pearsall, you have no Ayuk, you have no Bosa and no Warner, we're scoffing at 10-point victories?
I'm not scoffing at anyone. I'm not scoffing. I'm not sleeping on
this. I think he did say it was a good win, though. I want to give him credit.
He said it was a solid win, but he says we're overblowing it. You can't.
Who says we're going to the Super Bowl?
No one does.
No one. Yeah, exactly. We're going week to week.
Well, there was Rob. I think he might be getting on Rob and San Bruno. Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, that was absurd.
No one ever says that. And then we had Tony in San Jose who said maybe we can get to the second round. And you know what? If you keep winning games like you did yesterday, that hope and belief is only going to go stronger. So let's enjoy the ride. Is that okay to ride the wave here of the 49ers?
It's not even a wave. Just ride the current. Like right now, you're in the inner tube. You're on the lazy river. Let's see where the current takes us.
Absolutely.
The only negative thing that can come out of anyone's mouth is like, God, the Purdy thing sucks. Like, that's it. But other than that, thank God we got Mac Jones.
Absolutely.
Thank God we got Robert Saleh. Thank God that they've got all these youngsters and all these random veterans making unbelievable contributions. Thank God George Kittle's back.
And thank God for Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game, which is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
And the Falcons are a pretty healthy team. That's a great point by Carter as he gets in my ear.
That Diablo loss was big for them yesterday in the middle of that field.
I mean, cry me a river. What? The Niners, any opponent that the Niners go up against saying that they've got some big losses on defense, we're missing. How many all-pro seasons are they missing?
I'm not saying it's the same thing. I said that was a big loss for them, and the Niners took advantage.
We lost our center in the middle of this game.
Did the Falcons take advantage of all those Niner losses on defense? It didn't seem like it.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm giving the Niners credit here. But we could also talk about it and say that was a big loss for them because Diablo had been playing lights out for them the last few weeks.
Yes.
He was flashing on those primetime games. That's a great name. I just like saying Divine Diablo. It's a pretty cool name. Let's go to Alex in San Jose. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Alex? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
What's going on, brother? How we feeling?
We're feeling good. It's a W. You can't ask for more. If it was a loss, I wouldn't be, too happy right now. But still, at the same time, I don't want to be hearing anybody that's not a Niner fan. I know this is, sports talk radio and all that, but, man, it's always this. It's always that. And you know what? We won, and that's it. And go Niners. We're 5-2. I mean, we could be looking more ugly than could be 2-2 and whatever. You know what I mean? But we're on a win streak, and I would call it a win streak now.
There you go. That's Alex San Jose. He doesn't want to hear anyone that's not a Niner fans. I actually think Niner fans are some of the team's biggest critics. Like, that's what we do. We want to nitpick. We want to do that. That's what real sports fans do. So I'm not getting at JC. I'm not being hard on him. Robin San Bruno's. These guys are big Niner fans. Like, they have high expectations.
Rob hasn't missed a game in probably 25 or 30 years.
There you go.
And I might be underrating that.
Exactly. It's okay. All takes are welcome here. I didn't hate JC's take when he thought we were overblowing it. He had his own opinion, and that's fine. I'm not poo-pooing it. I disagree with it. That's okay. Any and all takes are welcome on the roast here, Joe.
I do love.
People are getting so upset.
We win when we throw. Everyone's thrilled. You win when you run. It's like, you got to throw more. You targeted Juwan Jennings a handful of times. We're running the offense through him. No, the offense runs through Shanahan and CMC. Like, how many touches Tremius? I'm going to look at it. He had 8 targets and 24. He had 32 targets yesterday. Touches, if you will.
Yeah.
32.
I keep asking every week, is this sustainable? And I guess it is. It's just going to...
Until it's not.
Well, thanks. Until it's not. Carter's shaking his head. We're all saying, yeah, this is going to end badly. But you know what? We're enjoying it right now with Christian McCaffrey. Well, I'll say this. The burst isn't as much. I saw a little bit more yesterday, and we keep watching and waiting for that breakout performance, and we finally got it on the ground. 24 carries, under 29 yards, out-dueling Bijan Robinson, who is widely considered the best running back in football. Well, not so fast. 2 years ago, it was Christian McCaffrey. And I did love how they kept having that parallel on the broadcast all night. These guys work together in the offseason. Bijan tries to pick Christian McCaffrey's brain a lot, not only in the running game, but in the passing game.
Did you see
that's
the
truly
photo?
What separates them. It was
Did you see the photo that they posted with Luke and Christian McCaffrey's and Bijan? They're all flexing. They look like a bunch of high schoolers that just got their first pads, at football practice freshman year.
That's Shasky at the Olympic Club, and when he looks in the mirrors, he's like, yeah, what's up, bro?
No, I do not do that.
You don't do that?
No.
You don't do the Mac Jones little shoulder shrug?
No.
What's up?
No.
What's up?
He saves that for the bathroom at Target.
Sammy! Got him!
That's pretty good.
Speaking of Mac Jones, you want to hear from the quarterback? We haven't heard from him all morning.
Yeah, let's hear from the $100,000 man.
I know.
Every win, $100,000.
The incentives.
The reverse Brian Flores.
There you go. Mac Jones on the opportunity with the 49ers with Brock Purdy out.
It's meant a lot. I mean, I think everybody on this team's had my back, and Brock included, and he's just been so fun to work with, Brock, and everybody in the quarterback room. So I've been fortunate to have some wins here, and we have been fortunate to have some wins, and that's important. Every win counts early in the year, and all you're trying to do is get to that number so you can get in the playoffs. But got a long way to go there, and we're just taking it 1 week at a time, and my goal is to be prepared whatever role I'm in, and just looking forward to the challenge next week.
It's so funny. He said looking forward to the challenge next week. Sounds like he knows he's going to start next week, but whatever. Maybe he's just cliche talk.
It's definitely going to be a challenge. Texans are a tough defense. They're playing tonight, by the way. It's a big one for the Niner fans if you're watching it Monday Night Football. Texans at Seahawks, so a lot of implications in that
Rooting
one.
for the Texans. Collinsworth said that Mac Jones told him that something to the effect of, it's hard for me to lose my mind on the field when I failed professionally so bad and fallen on my face that now I feel like, a 3rd down and 10 or a 4th down play, it just doesn't it doesn't faze me because of all the things I've been through in my profession in such a short period of time. And I found that to be quite interesting perspective.
Well, it's a guy that has matured before our eyes. I think that's what we're watching with Mac Jones. We've all kind of kept an eye on him since that quarterback class, as I always call it, infamous now, because I think there's a good chance where none of those quarterbacks end up being, elite by any stretch of the imagination or Hall of Fame worthy. I think Trevor Lawrence kind of has that last kind of, class on his back, if you will. But Mac Jones, you're seeing the talent. You're seeing why Kyle Shanahan was enamored with this guy. And we're reacting to a game where, let's be honest, he wasn't, Tom Brady. He wasn't Patrick Mahomes out there. But he had the biggest play of the night on 3rd and 13 after Zach Harrison on the defensive line for the Atlanta Falcons made a hell of a tackle for loss on Christian McCaffrey just prior to that. I was like, man, are they going to settle for a field goal here? Sets up the Falcons. They could have a game-winning drive with the extra point.
Totally.
But they converted it. And it was a huge pass in a huge moment. And I look at that connection he has with Christian McCaffrey. Listen, this is a guy that hasn't had George Kittle all season. He's never played with George Kittle up until yesterday, Joe, in a regular season game.
I know.
He's never played with them. You don't think that connection's going to get better as the weeks go on?
Only played with Pearsall like 1.5 games.
He hasn't played with any of the big boys.
I know.
It's pretty incredible that he's been able to do this.
What did you think of the distribution? I'm looking at the rushing stats right now. CMC, 24 for 129, the 2 touchdowns. Obviously, that's the headliner. Brian Robinson had 9 for 36.
I like that better than whatever happened last week where it was like none.
Well, they couldn't get it going at all.
They couldn't do anything last week.
But 9 for 36 is interesting. And they got to him early in the game, which is what I liked. And they threw like a little toss to the side. And Trent was awesome in this game. Trent and Juice had unbelievable blocks out in the open field.
I like seeing more of Brian Robinson Jr. You have a backup running back. You traded assets for him. Use this guy.
Yeah.
Like that's... We can all joke and laugh about the touches for Christian McCaffrey. Eventually, that's going to come to a head. Like, it just does. I don't care for Saquon. I don't care for Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, Jim Brown. Like, the touches, like, the fatigue factor will become real. And you need to lean on Brian Robinson Jr. at some points. Hell, you saw it yesterday with the Atlanta Falcons. I know Niner fans felt it was a win whenever Tyler Algier was out there instead of Bijan Robinson. But the Falcons understand, like, Bijan's our workhorse. He is our guy. He is the best player in our organization. We have to, protect him from himself at times. And if that means Tyler Algier has to be out there at some points, so be it. Same with Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson, although you wouldn't know it for most of the season because the touches, as you alluded to, are off the charts for CMC. But no, I need to see more of kind of what I saw yesterday, like 9, 10 carries. That would tell me not only are you running the ball effectively, you're running it so well that you can get more touches for Brian Robinson and have CMC get a breather on the sidelines.
And then I'm looking at some of these passing numbers, and they only threw for 152. Sky Moore actually made a play.
He did. Dude, he broke 2 tackles.
I couldn't believe it.
You see that? They couldn't bring Sky down.
And then, he almost fumbled.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. He didn't fumble, though. It's all right. Almost.
I mean, even Connor Colby with that 1-yard reception.
It says like -1, though.
Well,
right?
he gained like 3 yards because it was going to be like -4.
Connor Colby.
Kittle had 2 targets, 0 catches to Marcus Robinson. God, another drop, another week.
Oh, my God.
Can we call basket hands because it's right through the red basket? Yeah,
Skillet hands.
Skillet has to... No, but for Skillet, you actually have to have your hands on the ball and they bounce off. DeMarcus Robinson can't even get his hands on the ball.
Should we call him the mannequin? It's like throwing a football at a mannequin.
There you go. Or like a ghost, right?
Just hits him right in the chest.
Yeah.
They miss Ricky Pearsall big time. They really need to get him back into this lineup. Like the 2 areas as I look at this team that they really need some juice, wide receiver, and I still think either safety or D-line. And it's tough because you're going to have to give up something.
What was more, maybe surprising is not the right word, but more, you can say pleasantly surprised with the D-line or the running game in general?
Yesterday?
Yes.
I actually thought the D-line was more impressive than the run game. As great as CMC in the run game were. The O-line, best game of the year. Kittle was awesome. CMC was amazing. They got after Penix, and they got after him with a variety of looks. Some blitzes, some 4-man fronts. I thought Huff individually had, I think, without Bosa, one of the best pass rushing games I've seen in a decade from the Niners. Since Aaron Lynch.
The speed is real with Bryce Huff. I know they talked about it, but when you see it, and he's a a rush the passer specialist. He's not going to be in there for running plays.
He bends really well.
No, they were talking about the wide 9 yesterday, and you saw him. They were trying to chip block him, and he's still pushing through that. When you're able, as a an edge rusher, Joe, being able to cut through a chip and a block on top of that, that's like special stuff.
And Okwuonu has a really nice bull rush power move. They're a good complement to each other, opposite one end to the other.
Which is, again,
shocking.
We're talking about Sam Okwuonu and Bryce Huff being the dudes right now.
Yeah, but Penix he was getting tagged.
He was, and his confidence was waning. As you kept seeing it, he kept kind of getting happy feet.
He threw a bunch of them away deliberately, too.
Yes. There was actually a lot of ones, yeah.
There was one play that we haven't talked about with Mac Jones. There was a screen that got completely diagnosed by the rookie defensive player for the Atlanta Falcons, and he just skipped it into the ground. And it was a really subtle play. It's like, live to see another down.
Brady-esque right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Those guys were so good at diagnosing. It's like, all right, this play's dead. I'm already way ahead of it. Let's just eat it. But don't hurt anyone. Don't need to get Christian McCaffrey. Don't need to lose yardage. Those are the subtle things that maybe Mac wasn't doing a couple years ago. Maybe he was trying to extend it and he fumbles the ball or takes the sack or dumps it. There's nothing more frustrating, Joe, when I watch it in real time. You all see it coming where the throw is going to get blown up immediately, but the quarterback still throws it to the receiver or running back. It's like, why do you do that? Just throw it at the ground. And he did that perfectly yesterday. A guy that we haven't talked about enough, and callers have, and obviously Christian McCaffrey, it was his game yesterday. It was his day. Hell, it was National Running Back Day, I guess, yesterday, coined by Mike Tirico on the broadcast for NBC Sports. He got the jacket. Brian and Palo Alto, our boy, tweeted at us, Joe. Trent Williams, the fat guy in a little coat. He had the coat on yesterday, little jacket, a la Tommy Boy. But Tatum Bethune, man. I know you've been high on him. I've been high on him ever since I saw him lay wood on Genty in the preseason. Like, he just absolutely obliterated Ashton Genty, the top 10 pick from the Raiders, their running back. And this was a guy yesterday, thrust into action, got taken off the field because maybe he was too amped up. I don't even know.
When Curtis Robinson was in there, we all thought the same thing, right? Niner fans like, oh, boy.
I thought it was another like bad injury. I was like, why is he on the field? What's going on? And then they talked about it on the broadcast saying they need to pour water on his neck. Maybe he was too amped up. I don't know. He ends up going out there, leads the team in total tackles with 10, 4 solo. He had a tackle for loss, laying the wood yesterday. And he had a good game because we get to hear from him after it. This is what he had to say about his night.
Yeah, I've been playing in big games since a little kid, man. And the only thing I thought about was just having Fred back and just make sure I play to the standard, man. That was my biggest thought going into this whole week and my preparation. I didn't want to let my brothers down and be the reason why a big play happened like last week against Tampa. So I feel like my preparation and the whole defense preparation going into this week, we were all locked in. I even went to Mustafa House sometimes and we just watched film, and I'm texting him about play calls and route concepts. It's all new to me sometimes, Yeah, I'm just happy the way we played, and all I can think about now is just ways we could get better. We didn't play a perfect game yet, so.
Hey, Joe, do you know who Johnny Holland is?
Yeah.
Who is he?
He's a defensive guy for the Niners.
He's their linebackers coach. He's been there since 2017. Yeah. He's been the linebackers coach 2017, then he was the outside linebackers run game specialist, but back since 2021, he's been the linebacker coach. It's pretty incredible how this unit and Johnny Holland and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh can just churn out linebackers. I'm not saying Tatum Bethune's going to be the next Fred Warner, but it sure hits every single time I see him, D. Winters, I saw Fred, I've seen Dre Greenlaw, I've seen Azeez Al-Shaair. It goes on. Hell, even the guy that retired once upon a time, Chris Borland, the 49ers organizationally have been able to hit on a position that is notoriously hard to hit on, Joe. Just look in the league right now. How many stud linebackers can you name?
Not many.
You can't.
The guy Lloyd for Jacksonville right now.
Lloyd, and who knew him at practice?
I didn't know him.
Like Roquan, Patrick Queen.
I mean, dude, Bobby Wagner's still a force for Washington. I can't even say that with a straight face.
But that's part of it. He's an old man. It's Fred Warner and everyone else pretty much. But the 49ers have been able to produce these guys all the time. And I had to shout out Johnny Holland because for most Niner fans, they don't know who that is. He's been the linebacker coach from the Kyle Shanahan era for day one. And I got to give him credit, man.
Yeah.
That is not an easy job to just get all these injuries. And you never replace a player like Fred Warner. But man, D. Winters and Tatum Bethune flying yesterday.
Yeah, they absolutely were, and they've gotten so lucky with some of their picks, and they've developed them really well.
I mean, is it luck or is it just talent that they've been able to identify?
It's both. I mean, look, to think that D. Winter would be the player that he's been this year was a stretch. Like, it's got big shoes to fill for Dre Greenlaw. And he's been really good. I don't think he's been as good as maybe he was the first couple of weeks, but what I liked from Bethune specifically yesterday was he played fast, but he didn't over-pursue. So, like, there's a patience you have to where you don't jump into the wrong, gaps. And I thought he was great at it. The first big drive. So Atlanta has the ball. They go 3 and out, give it to the Niners. The Niners go on a little drive. They end up punting from their own 42 in the first quarter. And Falcons get the ball at the 8:34 mark. They run 17 plays and 8.5 minutes off the clock. And they make a couple of stops in the red zone, in the lower red zone area, and they force a field goal. That felt like a huge win for me. And I thought Bethune and the rest of that defense, after that drive, totally buttoned up, and they changed. That was the drive of the game. And if they gave up a touchdown, I think it would have been a totally different game. They only gave up a field goal. And I highlight that one because it's a 17-play drive. They're on the field forever. And the bend, don't break thing, I thought they really grew from that moment on.
I think that's a great point there, growing from this performance. And they're only going to get more confidence going forward, right? We're talking about this being a roller coaster season. And hell, it was nice to have a win that was decided by more than a score, 10-point win. Hasn't happened at all. At any point this season, you have not had a win like that.
When was the last double-digit win?
Oh, against the Jets maybe last year, right?
Yeah.
Week 1?
Wow.
Look into it. No, there might have been. There was no blowouts for them, right?
I'm just thinking. Wow.
What I know about this team, though, Joe, from this season, as I saw a lot of blowouts happen yesterday, specifically the nationally televised game here in the Bay Area where you saw the Chiefs absolutely destroy the Raiders. Like, this team's not getting blown out. They're too mentally tough, and they have too much grit to get blown out. Now, another team might have more talent and depth than you, and that'll happen. There's going to be moments where you miss Fred Warner. There's going to be moments where you miss Nick Bosa, Pearsall if he's still out, Brandon Ayuk. Hell, Brock Purdy. There's going to be moments where you miss these guys and might bite you in the ass and you might lose. But for now, the fact that you're winning these games because of the young players gives me so much more faith and hope for the future of this team that, quite frankly, in the offseason, Joe, there was a lot of question marks. I know that was kind of the bugaboo of this offseason this summer is like, man, yeah, you re-signed Kittle, you re-signed Warner, you re-signed Brock. Like, what's the upside on this team right now? Like, Mykel Williams, what's the upside? There was a lot of unknowns and question marks.
Well, I mean, look at their draft class from the year before.
Yes.
Bernardo Green, like, I know he had the toe injury. I thought Darrell Luter played better than him yesterday.
Right, and that's good, though.
Was
right?
Upton Stout legitimately injured, or did he get, like, the quiet benching?
Ricky Pearsall, there was a lot there.
Chase Lucas was the best player in their secondary in the preseason games, and that really carried over into these games. And I think you got to roll with him. I think right now, as much as I like Upton Stout long term, I think you got to roll with Chase Lucas.
Listen, this is going to be, if this ends up being a developmental year for the Niners, but also a playoff season, like that's a win-win, right? And it already is kind of being that, right?
Well, if Matt gets them into the playoffs,
oh my God,
Matt wins a game. I think he's winning over a lot of people. I don't think he's playing so lights out to where we have to have conversations about it now, but he is playing really well. And I'm look, of all the guys that I didn't think I'd be won over by, Mac Jones is on a very short list of guys that I would have never thought would have won me over, and he has.
At the very least, it's a fun story, and you can root for the guy, right? Absolutely. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGZFM, in HD1 San Francisco. I know it's incredible. An Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Live Among Studios. This is a huge week for 95.7 The Game. We're reacting all day to a Niners win. They're 5-2. Mac Jones, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh. Hey, what's your biggest takeaway from yesterday's win? Is this team is first in the NFC West, 888-957-9570. We got Warriors-Lakers, game 1 of the regular season tomorrow, 7 o'clock tip, right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll react to that on Wednesday. We got Giants managerial news, right? They could be making history, the San Francisco Giants, becoming maybe the first team ever to hire a manager that came directly from a college program. That doesn't happen. Yeah, it happens in basketball. It happens in football. It does not happen in baseball. And that would be a major risk and ballsy move from Buster Posey and Co. So any and all news from that, we will report it when it comes on.
God, I hate to do this. I love just bringing things up that I think about during games and
say it.
Well, like when Jordan Poole got his contract extension, you had to go out, like a year in advance to give him the extension. I remember like every night Warrior fans would tweet at me like, they gave out the extension prematurely. Should have waited till the end of the year. Made him work it out. How much cheaper could they have got him? There is an element, and I don't even know if Brock would have accepted playing on the small deal that he was on. He would have had to have held out, and I don't know. He was under contract. There is a part of me that like goes, boy, had they found a way, and I don't even know if this was even possible, again, to not pay him when they did, what would the contract talks look like this offseason? Been totally different.
Yeah. Hindsight's always 20/20 with these things.
I know. I sound like Mr. Revisionist History. But it crosses my mind when I'm watching Mac play.
The injuries always throw, like, it's the same thing with Brandon Ayuk. Like, it throws a monkey wrench into how we're supposed to talk about it. It would have been easy just to say if Brock had regressed and he wasn't very good, or he wasn't as good as he was a couple years ago and he looks more like last year, where it's kind of up and down. Then we could have had an honest conversation halfway through this year where it's like, yeah, Brock's just not looking right. But we have an injury to talk about.
But he had a down year last year, and we kind of
Yeah, but it wasn't awful. Last year.
No, but we will all agree, compared to before, it was a down year.
Yeah, but I think the Niners as a whole had a down year. It wasn't just Brock.
I think that in general, there was a sentiment that like, he's been doing this for 5 straight years. And it's like, a year and a half of excellence is not 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And I just look around the league right now. It's like CJ Stroud don't look the same. Look at the kid in Washington right now, Jaden Daniels. A year and a half is not 3, 4, 5 straight years of excellence. And I don't know, man, these contracts are tough. Like, I look at the Tua situation in Miami. They clearly regret that deal. Even if he is infinitely better than the backups, like, that's a bad deal. So I look at, like, the only, like, it's like it's just hanging over them. This contract is just hanging over them.
I'm not ready to say it's a bad deal yet.
I didn't say that.
No, you're not.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't say it.
I'm saying, like, what would the contract extensions have looked like? And I know it's easy to say that now, armed with what we know now. It's just, there's a reason why the Niners themselves were arguing till the last minute, and Kyle had to run upstairs to pay Ayuk as they were going to trade him to the Steelers. They were 50-50 on it.
But they were on the
Ayuk deal.
Yeah, on the Ayuk, but they were 100% in on Brock. So that's the difference for me. Like organizationally, owner, GM, head coach, they were 100% in on Brock all along. And that's what they told us. They kept that true the entire time. And they paid him like you pay a franchise quarterback. So, like, I hear you on that, but that's the cost of business when it comes to, and that might sound like a cop-out, but it's the facts. Like, they paid Tua because
you say that it's the cost of business.
It is.
What if I countered with, yeah, that's just bad business. It's how you get into these bad contract situations.
Well, it's not bad business in that it signals to free agents and other players around the NFL that, hey, we pay the guys that come through our ranks when they produce.
I hear that.
That matters, does it not? Or else you're going to be labeled like the Cincinnati Bengals, where they pussyfoot around.
But they paid their guys.
They did. Did they?
They paid Chase. They paid T. Higgins.
Who'd they not pay?
They paid Burrow.
Who'd they not pay?
Yeah, the defensive guy.
The guy that, like, the position they need the most, probably.
I mean, you have to pick and choose on your roster all the time. So I know that the quarterback situation is different. Again, I'm just saying, these are things that cross my mind.
Does this apply to Fred Warner for you? I'm just asking.
In what?
Well, he's out for the year now. He just signed this offseason.
Oh, it sucks as an extension. But Fred, unlike Brock, had 5 straight years of excellence.
Same with Kittle.
Yeah, Kittle too. Like, I do think there's a little difference. Now I also acknowledge, like, quarterback is totally different from middle linebacker. Totally different in terms of leadership, precedent sets, locker room, all that. Like, you can't just play platoon with quarterback. I do understand that. Just saying, like, it does suck.
888-957-9570. Biggest takeaways from that 49ers victory last night was what, Niner fans? We got like one more segment to go.
And look, I'll be the first to admit it. I wanted to give the guy a pay raise. He deserved a pay raise. It's just a lot of money.
If you're just joining us, and maybe you were at the game and you didn't hear this sound, this is what Melissa Starks had to say, sideline reporter for NBC, on the broadcast last night about Brock Purdy's turf toe.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
I mean, you hear that, and it's a cold ice bucket challenge of reality where you're like, should he just get the surgery? And like any movement could set him back. I feel like I now want to do damage control for him on his behalf. And I'd be like, dude, shut it down. Get right for the offseason and come back again next year.
Well, the benefit of doing that is not only does it signal to like your locker room, to the coaching staff, it signals to the fan base, hey, this guy's going to be out a determined amount of time. Could be a couple months, could be a few months, but you'll at least know a timetable then. The fact that there's no timetable is maddening, not only for the player, but for the fan base. Now, they don't care about that. They don't care about what the fans are feeling. But as a fan of football, and if I'm a fan of Brock Purdy, yeah, it's kind of like, did you guys drop the ball in this one? Was surgery on the table, and could you have gotten it?
Or was this unavoidable? Meaning, like, everybody, gave him the thumbs up, the staff, everything, and he just re-aggravated against Jacksonville.
We got a couple calls to get to on the other side. We got Brian and Palo Alto. Ooh, we got Richie in Queens talking some 49ers. I'm sure we'll have some thoughts, though, on the Gigantes as well. Speak now, forever hold your peace. It's a Victory Monday, 888-957-9570. We'll put a bow on the conversation on the other side. Biggest takeaway from the 49ers win last night. And even if any doubts about this 49ers team, what would it be? Maybe it is Brock Purdy going forward and his stability in that toe. By the way, what's coming up the game is brought to you by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Who loves Zinfandel? I do. Don't miss dinner with the winemakers at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay, October 24th. Join Queen of Zinfandel, Carol Shelton, for an unforgettable night of food, wine, and coastal charm. Visit inatthetides.com, and space is limited.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
From 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports, man.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny's excited?
Bro, Steiny.
What's that mean?
It's from the song.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like going something.
Little Wheezy?
We're feeling good. I love some Lil Wayne, always. Oh, is this Lady Cop?
Like a cop car.
What's Lady Cop?
Lady Cop. Fell in love with a lady cop.
Yeah, Mrs. Officer, yeah.
Yeah, but he says it in the thing. Like, Lady Cop.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to get, you guys are going to totally rip that sound and make fun of me and then insert a snort in there.
Yes, to your point, Joe, too.
I brought it up. I'm Joe, too, apparently. Thing one, thing two. Shout out Mia O'Brien and the Jacksonville Jaguars, who got absolutely lambasted It's always a good time to wake up in the morning to watch a stinker in London, and that was yesterday.
No, I woke up to Guru texting me, man, these Rams jerseys are glorious.
Oh, you could have just left it. I woke up to Guru texting me this ... and I wanted to fill in the blank what it could be.
Another trade.
Oh, he did have another one for me.
You trade me Puka Nacua, and I'll give you a kicker.
He tried to give me, I think, DeAndre Hopkins and Jordan Love for like Nick Chubb. I was like, I'm out. That says nothing for me. I'm trying to stack all the quarterbacks, though. I just put in a waiver claim for...
So you're Shanahan now?
Well,
you're the Browns, the Cleveland Browns?
Well, you don't care about the integrity of the 95-7 league anymore.
I don't.
Like the 49ers have character-building wins like last night and integrity. That's what I think about. When I think of integrity in sports, I think of the San Francisco 49ers, what they've been able to do.
No, this is America.
You've bastardized our league, Joe. I'm just telling you. You have. And I don't appreciate it. You've turned us into a laughing stock. All right?
Speaking of people with high integrity, let's go out to the phone lines.
Oh, Brian in Palo Alto, you mean? Speaking of the highest of integrity.
Are you kidding me? Is he waiting on low?
BPA.
Oh, dude, integrity personified. Let's go.
Brian, good morning.
Let's go.
Morning. How you doing?
You all right?
I mean, mostly positive optimism. Yeah, things are good. I mean, Officer Saul has been fantastic. Love a lot of the young guys. Love Matt Hennessy at center. I think hopefully he doesn't leave the starting lineup, to be honest. But yeah, I think that the reality is, and it continues to be the case, is Max playing at a level this year that Brock has not even, in my opinion, remotely approached since the Super Bowl year. And Brock is going to be the starter just as the economics enforce that. But, man, the pressure is going to be on him in his next start. It's going to be immense, and he better ball out, like, out of the gate because, it's got to start happening now for him. Yes, the money is committed and guaranteed and all the rest, but it has to start happening real soon for Brock Purdy here. Anyways, that's my take. Have a great day, guys.
He sounded like he was locked into the Target bathroom, and he couldn't get out.
He sounded like he was like, my wife is in the other room. I got to be really quiet. I really got to get this taken.
He told me to stop calling in the morning roast.
My wife was going through my phone.
Oh, my God. Hey, it's Brian in Palo Alto. There you go. Do you like that?
Oh, that's so good.
But dude, we're laughing and having fun right now. It's 9:20, Victory Monday. How could you not feel great about this team? How could you, seriously, which sounds insane.
Well, no. Let me stop you. There is this element that I hear from people like, who cares if they paid Purdy? Well, if you want to add at the deadline, how much they've budgeted for Brock Purdy this year, next year, and the years going forward, it does factor in. Like this thing of there's this misnomer, like, it's not your money, who cares? Well, I care because I want to be able to spread that money around the rest of the team. And so every dollar I give a middle linebacker is a dollar that I can't give to the rest of the team. Every $400 million that I give to a quarterback, I can't spread around to the rest of the team. So each dollar does matter. And look, he earned the extension, but that is the only little tiny Debbie Downer cloud on this team right now is the Brock injury and the money that's owed to him.
Wait, play that again.
Morning, how you doing?
Did you burp?
Could you imagine rolling over and waking up to that?
Morning, how you doing?
Oh my God.
Oh
my God.
Kyle Shanahan.
Oh my God.
The head coach. On the backup players stepping up.
I've been proud of all the guys just overcoming a lot of stuff. I mean, offense, just what we went through that stretch without Kittle. It's nice to get him back today. Just the wideouts being banged up all year. I mean, this was the first week this year that JJ's been able to practice, and I know those guys are all just battling to get out there, and how Max stepped it up with Brock being out. The amount of defensive guys today who stepped it up. We all know all the eyes were on Tatum and how well he played, and he went out for a series early in the game and was able to come back in and play unbelievable. Luter stepping it up today with Renardo going out. We talked about Chase. Was awesome. Getting Kevin back, too, on the D-line. That helped today. But just real proud of our whole roster and all the guys that stepped up.
How you doing?
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Brian in Palo Alto. You know how there's all these AI videos that are surfacing?
Yeah, you had a soliloquy on how much they upset you last week.
Well, I saw one that had me cracking up.
Oh, wait, hold on. You did like a 10-minute segment about how AI is ruining America.
It is.
And now you're like, I was cracking up about this one.
Okay, they did Abraham Lincoln as a Washington Wizard, and he retired at the end of his career, and it looked like George Murison. on, and he's like, "I've had a great career." It's hilarious. Okay,
No.
Okay, I need the AI. Imagine these two waking up next to each other in AI world or whatever. Bonte the King being woken up by the Jester, BPA.
Morning. How you doing?
Oh my God.
Sassy, I'm just a man.
He's just a man. Brian in Palo Alto.
Oh my God. If ever AI needed to create a video, it's a BPA and Bonte Hill holding hands going to the park together, like about talking sports.
I'm not optimistic. The gifts of sight and common sense.
We were just playing at the same time. I apologize, Carter. Brian's the gift that keeps on giving. Hey, he's high on the Niners right now. If Brian in Palo Alto is high on a team, you just know things are going well because that guy will find things to critique.
He is right. He is right about Purdy, though. Like, the sad part is, I'm defending Purdy here, but the sad part is that if and when he comes back in, if anything goes wrong, everyone's going to blame him, and that's so unfair.
Are they going to blame him or they blame the injury and the coaching staff for rushing him back?
It's going to be both, probably, right? Like, he's in a very, no-win situation.
Well, this is the territory, is it not? NFL quarterbacks. What have you done for me lately?
No,
that's kind of what you sign up for.
When you make a lot of money, you get a lot of scrutiny.
That's exactly what the Mark Schlereths, the Brian Baldingers, the guys that have played the game. Drew Bledsoe, he's like, don't feel too bad for me. I made over $100 million in my career. Like, literally, that's the first thing he said. First and foremost, I lost my job to Tom Brady. Yeah, don't feel bad for the guy that's making this much money. There's people you should actually feel sorry for. I'm not one of them. I'm sure Brock Purdy feels the same way.
But there's also this professional pride where you want to go out there and ball out.
Yeah, absolutely. And that will motivate Brock, hopefully, to do better. But you know what? It could go one or two ways. Brock could come back, look pretty good, and doesn't skip a beat. And now things are rolling. It's like, wow, we got Brock back. We got the running game back. Things are looking good. Or he'll look compromised and not very good and unsure of himself. And it's like, man, is this going to be a mental block that he can get over?
I mean, we're riding so high right now. Like, it's just, I'm thinking hypothetically, like, Brock's 100%. He's ready to go. He's a full participant on Wednesday. You're just going to and I don't think Mac's been so lights out that you can't bench him, but you're just going to go right back to Purdy? I don't.
Again, the report yesterday, if you were at the game, you missed any of this.
Weird.
Melissa Stark, sideline reporter, NBC Sports, Sunday Night Football on Brock Purdy's turf toe.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
And I don't know why it took us this long to hear that information.
Yeah, as candid as him.
Right. I don't know why it took that long to know for sure it's the big toe on the right foot, which, as we know, is the planting foot. So... I did not feel optimistic listening to that last night about him coming back either next week or, quite frankly, the week after that.
I just think his whole year is lost.
Yeah.
It just feels like his whole year is lost, and that sucks. And when she's like, any mobility could, re-trigger. I'm like, this is a quarterback that has to have mobility for him to be the elite player that he is.
And this sounds like lunacy, but if both quarterbacks are obviously compromised with their mobility, I would rather have Mac back there. I know that sounds crazy, but
it doesn't sound that crazy.
Quarterback who can't move, all things considered.
But Mac's not playing at a level. Okay, it's just Mac's playing really well. I want to make sure I let that.
Sure.
He is playing well, but he's not playing so lights out that you just dismiss everything Purdy's done. And you roll with Mac. I think they're in they're in just such a gray area.
Joe, how do you have the performance that you did on Thursday Night Football? And I bring up Thursday night because it was also a primetime game.
Yeah.
Had it just been a standalone performance like that again last night, I think the chatter would be much louder for man, Mac, we just got to stick with this guy. But the fact that it was kind of ho-hum, he had the pick. If you want to blame him.
I thought he managed the game really well yesterday.
He had the play you needed to.
Yes.
3rd and 13, extend the drive, get the touchdown, ice the game, 10-point lead, night, see you later. That was the play that you needed and you got from Mac. He also had a couple scrambles and dump off to Christian McCaffrey and in a scramble for 8 yards running the ball that I thought was needed.
Well, last night was the recipe for what's going to win in December and January. Control the line of scrimmage, short controlled passes, occasional, balls over the top to just stretch the defense and get into the red zone and score touchdowns.
Pretty incredible, Joe. We have like these game notes for the 49ers, and I just have pages and pages full of what Christian McCaffrey did yesterday, and it's literally just labeled McCaffrey Madness, and you could just go to McCaffrey's 2 rushing touchdowns, give him 3 this season, and 55 in his career. Tonight's game marked McCaffrey's 11th career game with 2 or more rushing touchdowns, and his first since recording 2 rushing touchdowns at Seattle back on November of 2023. I think you referenced that one. But with 129 rushing yards last night and 72 receiving yards on the night, McCaffrey has now recorded 465 rushing yards and 516 receiving yards on the season, joining Hall of Famer running back Marshall Faulk in the year 2000 as the only players in NFL history to record 400 or more rushing yards and 450 or more receiving yards through the first 7 games of the season.
Wow.
That's the guy that everyone comps him to, right?
Wow.
Like the guy that Bijan's trying to get comped to right now is Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey was comped to that guy, Marshall Faulk. Hall of Fame talent right there. And I think we all kind of maybe didn't forget about Christian McCaffrey, but the fact that he has these performances still in him on the ground game is my biggest takeaway yesterday. The fact that that could still be a thing and a realistic possibility down the road. Joe, I didn't know if he could have these kind of performances again.
No.
I legitimately didn't know.
Well, I knew he could be productive in the pass game, but to see him run the ball the way that he did yesterday, that was the part. It's like, wow. Is that like a little like taste of what's to come of the second half of the season?
I mean, was it just as it can't be as simple as George Kittle being there, right? It can't
I think it's
be
a
that
huge
simple.
element.
It's an element, but it can't be just that simple.
They all individually played well, too, in this game. Trent Williams played really well. Connor Colby looked better and better as the game went on.
Hennessy coming
Matt
in.
Hennessy looked good.
Henny's undefeated.
Jake Brendel, God.
I know.
Jake Brendel. The internet's so happy that Jake Brendel's down.
That's
and it's
not
so
fair.
Poor guy. You know, I think he's been better than people want to admit. I don't think he's great, but I also don't think he's as bad as everyone thinks he is. And then Dominic Pooney, though he got, kind of blown up early in the game, I thought he finished the game really strong. And I think Cole McKivitz, I'm going to be a stand for him. He's not as bad as everyone thinks he is. I think he's solid.
No, he did have a whiff, and it was almost it was almost the sack fumble recovery from Leonard Floyd. I did have what was that bet? I didn't make you a bet, Carter, but I told you to take the over on the half sack Leonard Floyd. That didn't hit, did it?
No, it didn't.
I'm sorry. You sound really upset. I hope you didn't put a lot of money on
Thanks
that one.
for that tip, though, Spadone.
Yeah.
It's okay. His kid doesn't need to go to college.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Well, the Sierra's still bringing the snacks in the morning, so he's fine. Shanahan on how Hennessy stepped up after the Brindle injury.
I thought Hennessy had a real good offseason with us. Really enjoyed him throughout OTAs and training camp, and I felt I didn't notice anything go bad when Brindle went out. So Hennessy must have been ready for the opportunity. Went in there and allowed the offense to keep going. Made the right calls. I'm sure he blocked well because of the results that we had. So sucks losing Jake. He's been a stud for us. I got a lot of respect for Jake and how much he's helped us. And it's just a hamstring, so I know he'll be back soon. But it always does take some time. But it's nice to have Hennessy step up and play well too.
Hennessy always steps up and plays
I told you,
well.
it's Henny's undefeated right now. When he's in there, they're 1-0. Henny undefeated, baby. 888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaway from yesterday's win, Niner fans.
What was the guy, Mac Minister, used to call it gorilla milk?
Oh, my God. Excuse me?
Yeah, the Hennessy.
What?
Mac Minister had so many different... You never heard of Mac Minister?
Cognac? No, I've heard of Mac Mall.
Well, yeah, Mac Minister would do all of like the ad-libbing and whatnot on E40's songs and things like that. He loved the Henny.
Does Rocky and Vallejo love the Henny? We'll get to him in a second. But before that, we got Richie and Queens.
A little Henny and Coke?
Maybe Richie and Queens enjoyed some Hennessy now and then. What's up, Rich?
It
You're
is
on the
an
Morning
Irish
Roast.
drink.
Hey, boys, how are you? I really enjoyed the game last night. I am a Giant fan. My second team is the Niners, of course, so the baseball team. And I just love watching him. I feel so good for Salah because he got such grief.
Richie, I'm so sorry. Richie, hold on. Rich, I'm so sorry you had to watch that performance in the fourth quarter of Denver. But it was nice to watch the Niners actually win the game on top of that, right?
Yeah, 33 points in one quarter. I mean, I was sitting there 19-0 at Denver saying, well, I've got tickets when the Niners come in 2 weeks. I'll be there for that game. Yeah, it was very disturbing. But, getting back to the Niners, as a football player, you got a lot of football. If you look at the 2023 team, Hargraves and Greenlaw and Armstead, and to see all these guys up there just performing, Huff is a big addition, I think, for you guys. He looks really hungry. Obviously, losing Warner hurts, but Kittle is such a football player. He had no receptions, but I watched him. He must have set 4 or 5 blocks. I think he's the heart and soul of the team. And the last time we spoke after the Giant demise was that I said that Mac Jones would be decent, and he has been. Look, he's 6 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's got a 90 average, but he's done the job. But McCaffrey is just one of my favorite players of all time. And you guys touched on it. I kept saying, like you said, he's going to get his throws out of the backfield, but he looks as quick as ever. He's strong that play down the goal line where his feet keep moving. He's just amazing. And the last thing, guys, is your kicker. I feel so good for that guy. He can't kick over 50. He's like, 5 for 5 over 50? So everything is working, but when Purdy is ready, he will be the guy. I mean, there'll be no question. If he's hurt, you stick with Jones, but Purdy long-term should be there. So, it's always
Mitch,
great talking
you've
to you
lived a
guys.
little. Mitch, you've lived a little.
It's Rich, not Mitch.
Oh, my bad. There was Mitch in New Jersey and then Richie in Queens.
They might be cousins. But
Yeah.
I still don't know yet.
My
But
bad.
that was Rich. Yeah, Rich
My
is
bad.
gone. Yeah.
We are in the juice ball era.
What do you mean?
The kicking, this is insane. The amount of kickers that are hitting from
You think it's a juiced football?
Well,
Really?
they said it's the ball that they get to practice with all throughout the week.
Maybe we've just gotten stronger.
No, it's a totally different football. The ball that they're kicking, it's clearly juiced.
But I guess my question is, wouldn't they?
And I'm not mad at it.
Well, the scoring, obviously, the league wants more scoring. That's why there's all these rules catered to the offense because we're in a fantasy football. We love scoring, right? I get you. But wouldn't you want the balls to not go as far so it'll be more of an incentive to throw and get touchdowns? And no,
it's a totally different football for when they kick. They trot out different balls. There's a kicking bag of balls, and then there's the game ball. You get
wait, hold on. So
you didn't know that you get my team gets to doctor up however many balls that we want before a game. We get them right before the game. We get to kind of play around them, and then the other team has their handful of balls that they're allowed to doctor up or whatever you want to call them, work them in, and then there are specific kicking balls. It's absolutely a thing. You didn't know this?
No, we got mad at Tom Brady for deflating some balls once upon a time. That's all I knew.
Those were the New England balls that they were, their particular game balls.
Yeah, you could work the balls in and break them in and get comfortable with them because some balls, just when you put them in your hand, they don't feel right. Some balls just feel a bit different. Now, where Brady did wrong was letting air out of the football. That you can't do. Feeling them up with your hands and getting comfortable and breaking them in, that you're allowed to do.
But Sam, you're allowed to overinflate them too, not underinflate. You remember that as we're going back to Deflategate? But the game ball is the game ball is what I'm saying, Joe.
No. My team has game balls. You have game balls.
But I'm saying okay, Christian McCaffrey.
I believe that the kicking balls even have a specific mark on the ball. I know it's the Duke, but I believe it has a specific mark. I don't know what that is, an X or I don't know.
So Christian McCaffrey
maybe it
runs,
says kick here. I don't know.
So Christian McCaffrey runs the ball. So it's 4th down. He runs the ball. He gives it to the official. And then the official just gets a new ball?
Yeah, when they flip it over to the sidelines when it's a kicking situation. Yes.
What?
It's a totally different ball.
The game ball isn't a singular ball.
Yeah,
that's
they're using
all
a
game
bunch
long.
of balls. How many is it?
Oh, I can look it up, but it's definitely.
I bet there's a half dozen to a dozen for each side.
I know they do. No, I know it's not the same ball the entire game, but the fact that we could just bring in new balls and you could doctor these things, man.
Yeah.
What?
Here we go. So according to this quick Google search I just did, the home team provides 24 balls for indoor games and 36 balls for outdoor games, while the visiting team can bring 12 to 24 additional balls for outdoor games. Special balls marked for kicking, as Joe said, are also provided by the referee with 6 per game.
Okay.
So is there a number on that?
Makes sense.
Like a letter? Right. What kind of stamp is it?
Let me do a little bit more.
But it's a different kind of ball.
Okay, so that makes more sense. 6 individual for the actual. Okay.
And before they weren't allowed to kind of play with them throughout the week. Now I believe they're the ones actually curating them, getting them ready for a game day. It'd be like the umpires do the mudding of baseballs, for example. It's like you get to kind of play around with your own ball. Shaq, now there's only one ball in a NBA game.
Shaq Diesel.
Shaq used to take the basketball and he'd squeeze it in to try to get some of the air out of the ball.
Well, he
talked about that.
Well, you see all the players in between free throw attempts, they get the ball, they grab it like that, and they go on the ground a bunch to either find dead spots in the floor or to just kind of get a feel for the ball. The more you know. Ball talk on 95.7
If you've ever
The Game.
inflated any kind of, whether it's basketball, football, there will be some, not that the shape is completely different.
Shrinkage,
But like, well, some of the footballs, just the way that they, they fill up, they don't all feel exactly the same. And then you got to put a special mud on them. What's the mud they put on these footballs? Because they're super slick if you don't put that particular grip. I don't even know if it's called mud. It's some sort of like a
grease,
like a
grease the
rub.
balls
Yeah,
or something
it's like a
that.
rub to make it a little more catchable.
Yeah.
Really quick, so kicking balls are marked with a K, not an X. K makes sense. K for
that
kicking.
does make sense.
And so until recently, the K balls were sealed in a box and only prepared for a short window before a game. New rules now allow teams to prepare a set of K balls in advance of game day, giving them more time to condition them to their liking, though there are still limitations on the methods allowed, such as no high heat like microwave. So you can't throw your kicker ball in the microwave before a game.
High heat. Was that Chris Russo? We going to MLB Network, huh? Speaking of which, I won't bring it up. Maybe Fast Five.
I told you, we're in the juice ball era.
Juice ball era? Okay.
100%.
All right.
I love it.
In baseball and football, apparently. Rocky Vallejo. Hey, Rocky. What's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you? Man, I told you guys last week we hit the diamond in the rough. Mac Jones, 4-1 in the NFL. NFL starting quarterback. This is the best free agent signing of the year. John Lynch, executive of the year for Bryce Huff, Mac Jones. He's an asset. You know what I mean? Keep him or don't keep him. That's a lottery ticket. I told you last Monday. That's a lottery ticket right there, man. You want to replace Trent Williams? Right there. You could do it with Brock Purdy or Mac Jones. Whatever you need. You need a receiver? Right there. You want a left tackle? You want another defensive end? Opposite Nick Bosa? Right there. That's your ticket. I tried to explain this to you guys. Last week, you weren't understanding. 4-1 in the NFL. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Playoffs.
Where are you going after this call? Where are you going right now? You're going to hang up. Where are you going?
He just hung up.
He just hung up?
He's gone.
And the world will never know.
He's in Valley Joe, man.
He's in Vallejo?
It's going to be toasty out there today. Yeah, Valley Joe. There you go, Rocky. Hey, Rocky.
Dude, he was fired up.
He sounded like Sylvester Stallone in that first Rocky movie. I don't know where he was going with that.
He's an asset. I was like, whoa.
No. My favorite part
is
is
your finger on the dump button.
You got the lottery ticket. Keep him or don't keep him. I was like, wait, if he's a lottery ticket, aren't you keeping him?
those are your options. He said the lottery ticket. It's like, you need an offensive tackle? There it is. Like, I assume he meant like trade Mac for an offensive tackle, not put one of them at offensive tackle, right? That's.
Trent played well yesterday. I'll say that. Trent played well.
Trent played great.
He bodied some people yesterday. I thought the 49ers, for the first time all season long, it was noticeable how much more physical they were than the other team. Like, they out-physicaled the Atlanta Falcons yesterday, and it was noticeable. It was great. Grandpa Daddy. Hayward.
Grandpa Daddy.
What's up, G-Pa?
G-Pa.
Oh, what's up, Daddy? Hey, you know what? I was ecstatic, but I was thinking about, during that game, I was thinking about Joe. I was thinking about Shasky and Willard, man. I can just picture you guys just like me, rocking Niners gear all over the place. I think you go to the store and see some black folks, right? And they're like, oh, Niners. And they're like, a lot of black people, they like Atlanta, the chocolate city. Well, we're going to shoot both guys. Yeah, I'm like, we're going to see about that. I need to go back to that store today and see if I can see them Negroes and make them But
Grandpa, I don't know what that was. Who's the guy from Waterboy? Big Leo.
That's what I thought of too.
No, Xavier Leggett. No, man. Boom Howard. No, man. No, come on, man. No.
Oh, my God.
I love Grandpa Daddy. 888-957-9570. I don't know where that. He's excited, Joe. Is that how Niner fans are waking up across the bay right now? Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say after that call.
Well, we got about like 5 minutes left.
He said something about a lot of people are Atlanta fans. I was like, whoa.
Any takeaways from yesterday before the Niners game that you saw in the NFL that you're like, oh, maybe I didn't know that was going to happen, or anything surprising? I do want to take a lap, and I do want to say I told you all about the Kansas City Chiefs from year one.
What did you tell us?
Just everyone they're waiting for the Chiefs.
Who came on? Timeout. Who came on from this show? It was like, season's over for the Chiefs.
No, you and Bonte saying it's the Broncos division or the Chargers, and then you thought the Chiefs weren't going to win it.
No, just because they still might not win the division.
Oh, they're going
to get to the playoffs.
Oh, they're going to.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Well, everyone throwing dirt on a team that was in the Super Bowl just a few months ago is insane to me, by the way.
No. Okay, nationally, maybe. In terms of winning the division, I still think the Chargers and the Broncos have a say in it.
No. The card's with me.
That's fine.
It's all right.
I've been offering this bet to people since week one, and no one wants to take it. I wonder why.
They'll make the playoffs.
I think they're going to win the division.
No, they're winning the AFC, guys. They're going back to the Super Bowl.
Can we agree the Chargers are out of the AFC West hunt? I think the Chargers are out.
Yeah,
probably. The injuries are just too much to.
Worst uniforms I've ever seen in my life, by the way. The Savannah Bananas, a.k.a. Los Angeles Chargers yesterday. Awful
Love the pants, hate the top.
It was all of it. Why?
Well, I like the yellow bottoms with the blue, but you have to have the baby blue, the powder blue tops.
They turned yellow because they peed their pants when they witnessed Indiana Jones, a.k.a. Daniel Jones, light them on fire.
You love
yesterday.
that Indiana Jones.
It's a great nickname. It's a great story. Niners a better story, but the Indiana Colts is a great story. Daniel Jones redemption. But we all know how it's going to end. It's going to end like the Vikings season ended last year. They're going to be one and done in the playoffs. It's a fun story. They're winning in the regular season. It's great. They're one and done in the playoffs.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't know. Let's see them win some December games, and we'll go from there.
One and done in the playoffs. Steve, San Francisco. What's up,
did you
Stevie?
have Washington in the NFC Championship game last year? I didn't.
No, but I've seen Dan Quinn-led teams get to a Super Bowl before. So Dan Quinn at least had the skins on the wall as a head coach.
I thought that was Shanahan's team. Thought we were still doing that thing.
Wait, that's Shanahan's team?
Yeah, he's the reason why the Falcons were good, and he's also the reason why the Falcons didn't win the Super Bowl.
Well, we had Carl Dukes on who covers the Falcons for our sister station out in Atlanta, our Odyssey sister station, and he was basically saying that Falcons fans really miss Kyle Shanahan now. So
I'm sure they do.
They really miss him. Yeah. They have a lot of love for Kyle Shanahan, actually.
If you're wearing capri pants on the sidelines, I'm fading you right now as a head coach.
Who's wearing? Oh, who's that?
McDaniels.
Oh, no.
Raheem Morris.
Oh no! Was Raheem? Was he wearing capris? I didn't. I only saw the top up.
And the only guy that right now that can get away with it is McVay.
He wears khakis though.
No, he also wears the capris from time to time.
You think Shanahan?
I don't need to see your ankle bone.
Hold on.
I'm good off that.
Is it ever appropriate for a head coach if they wanted to walk like khaki shorts on the sideline? Could that be acceptable?
I have no problem with the shorts. I think PGA needs to lift the ban on no shorts. Any country club that doesn't allow shorts, I don't even want to go to your place.
Because their legs are too white. Steve, San Francisco. What's up, Stevie?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Wow. First and foremost, I have to say Robert Saleh is turning in a world-class coaching performance. He has a make-a-wish defense, and that is the sole reason this team has more than one win so far. Not to take anything away from Mac Jones, and obviously CMC's just been, the bell cow. I think everybody was happy about and encouraged by his return. I don't think anybody expected this level of performance given what he has. To that point, I know it's a win, and I was thrilled with it, but Kyle Shanahan really does get maddening with the in-game management and the red zone ineptitude.
The 3rd and 1 to juice.
3rd and 1 to juice an off-tackle misdirection. and what was the plan or lack thereof with 1:30 left after the fumble recovery? You've got 1:30 to go into halftime. You're in Atlanta territory. 3 timeouts, not a single timeout. And I don't know if it was just me, but didn't you just feel like it was like he's just going to play for the field goal or he's okay to go into halftime and just run this clock out? It was a complete missed opportunity. That type of stuff, and obviously it goes down a lot easier after a win, but he has to do better. To me, I see so many times in this Kyle Shanahan regime where defensive coaching outperforms Kyle Shanahan's offense, or he leans on it so heavily to the point that, I just can't fathom that. And I mean, they have to score touchdowns if they want to really.
They have no playmakers right now. I mean, I know CMC was a great playmaker yesterday. Kendrick Bourne is like the most explosive guy right now outside of CMC on the team. Now they got Kittle back. I don't know. I'm giving him way more of a pass. Shanahan, that is. I think the offense has been fine. It's been very complimentary. Now, he said a line, and we'll get into it in Fast Five. I've heard some things from some 13, 14, and 15-year-olds in terms of them dissing each other. He said a line that I have to bring up in context here on the other side.
Yeah, he said something there where you're going to bring it up.
It's a little cringe.
Yeah.
But look, again, this is how the kids talk to each other. We're playing in a basketball game last year, and one of my kids was like, one of the kids hit a shot in the basket on the other team. He's like, it's Make-A-Wish, bro. It's Make-A-Wish. Anything's going in for this guy. The way these kids, 13, 14, and 15-year-olds talk to each other is just so wildly disrespectful and so it's maddening. I know you're cringing right now.
Well, no, because
I had to explain to them. I sat them down and I was like, guys, we do not talk like this. We don't say this stuff out loud. Here is why. And this is a teaching moment. This is part of being an adult in the room when you hear horrible language like that. And it's like, this is why this can be offensive to so many other people. I'm telling you, Joe, that phrase that guy used, I hear 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-old boys throwing that around amongst each other all over the place, and it drives me nuts. And this is where I ask all the adults in the room, the parents, the coaches, this is a teaching moment. Sit them down, explain to them why that's offensive, explain to them why you shouldn't diss each other that way, and explain to them, when you guys talk like this to each other, someone's going to get really, really angry, and they're going to punch you. It's going to happen at some point. So,
man.
That's my teaching lesson for them. I know you guys are all cringing because the guy said it. I'm explaining why you need to be a parent in this situation and explain why it's wrong.
Joe Shasky, parent of the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I was just thinking,
no, you don't talk like that for a variety of levels.
Yeah, again, 12, 13, 14-year-olds, they'll learn. They'll learn. Yeah, adults for sure. You would not have been able to hang in the Call of Duty chat circa 2009. You wouldn't be able to hang. That's all I'm going to say on that. It's the things that we used to say, the social media that we had to scrub from our youth, Sam and Carter.
It's true.
You know what you guys all missed out on? Going to the park, all right, and then you have your one like little brother talking all that smack, and somebody's other big brother gets him in a headlock. And you know what your little brother learned? I better not talk smack.
Hey, Joe, I have 5 older brothers.
I better be respectful.
Joe, I have 5 older brothers.
Next question.
Thank you. Carter, Sam. I got beat up
my
a lot.
final thought is the ACC refs are literally the worst in all of existence. And no, it's not really to do with Miami's loss to Louisville, although Malachi Tony did not call for a fair catch. The refs screwed him over there.
I'm so sorry about that loss.
Yeah, you know what? That's what happens when you have Carson Beck as your quarterback. But no, I am talking about what happened at Cal and Stanford on Friday and Saturday night. Oh my God, every third play need to be reviewed, and every single review was upheld. Like, thanks for wasting all of our times here, ACC.
These
refs.
college games have been going on for 4, 5, 6 hours.
We got to uphold all these reviews. We got to stop it and watch and see, yup, he did indeed catch the ball. Let's spend another 10 minutes staring at it because we don't know how to do our stupid jobs. The ACC refs just suck. That's the bottom line here.
The other thing is stopping the clock to mark the ball in certain situations. Like, what are we doing?
What are we doing these 7:30? These 7:30 starts too are just ridiculous.
Awful.
Games ending at like 11:30. Like this is ridiculous. Stop scheduling these games so damn late. No one in Tallahassee, the 5 people who own TVs in that town, were staying up late to watch Florida State Stanford. It's ridiculous. You're ruining your product.
Hey, why do you hate Tallahassee so much?
Because they don't have internet in that town.
I mean, that was just an incredible win by Stanford. I mean, we should celebrate the ACC's own Atlantic Coastal Conference on the Pacific side.
See Kirk Cousins on the sideline on Saturday night?
Was he there?
Yeah.
Wait, why?
I don't know, because he was in town.
From Michigan State. What?
Him and Bonte were on the sideline together.
Maybe Andrew Luck invited him over because Andrew Luck's obviously the general manager there now for Stanford football. Carter, what you got?
And I think you smoking his eye.
What I got for the weekend, or excuse me, from over the weekend, is I'm going to give out a game ball for the defense and the offense. Easy. Defense, Tatum Bethune. What a game, dude. Way to come out and make your name known. First game without Fred Warner, first whole game. Unbelievable play, man. And the offensive one, very obvious. Christian McCaffrey, dude. Let's see how long you can keep this going. I'm praying for you, but it's unbelievable what you're doing. And you know what? That guy is tough as they come. Holy God.
Jassie's going to get mad at my final thought, but I witnessed on Friday the greatest performance in the history of the MLB playoffs. I did, Joe.
Not Don Drysdale. Not Mad Bum.
No.
Literally no one wants to hear about this.
It's my final thought, not your final thoughts.
We don't praise terrorists on this show.
Up 3-0. Up 3-0 in the series. This is the greatest moment in baseball history.
6 innings pitched.
Yeah, really saved them in that series.
10 strikeouts and 3 home runs.
Literally no one cares.
I care.
Literally not a single soul cares.
You know who else cares? Steiny and Goo. They're coming up next, and that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. And I guarantee you the Dodgers are going to go back-to-back, Sammy. Steiny and Goo next.
Don't go there, Spadoni.
For you.
Don't go out.
Don't be going there.
Make sure you put on a safety belt. Don't get too far out on that limb.
You got to wear your Shohei jersey tomorrow or your Luka jersey tomorrow.
Ooh.
Love it. Chill, dog. Well, just.
Hey, wait. Are you wearing Dodger blue right now? You are. On 95.7 The Game.
Warrior blue?
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open 3. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment. And your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers?
eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall, did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Oh, my God.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right.
The best running back here, probably McCaffrey. Can you get the gifts? They close it out. And here he is on the run. Inside. Pushing the pile to the goal line. In for the touchdown. Have a day, have a night. CMC. TD.
Mike Tirico on the call. 49ers.
Yeah.
I blew it already.
I was going to say, if we were on linemen, would that have been a false start?
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's not as though Evan gave me a lot of time. He said 10 seconds before that we're coming in with a highlight.
Let's go.
So I forgot 10 seconds into it. Niners 2010. They're now 5-2.
Man.
Beat the Falcons yesterday. Christian McCaffrey, best game of the season. Mac Jones, another win. Falcons, a A little letdown from 2 big wins before, but hey, Niners. They're 5-2, remain in first place, Scoop.
Yeah, and that's the most important part. Some nuggets on that telecast by NBC yesterday we'll get to in regard to Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. But, Sonny, the bottom line is this team is, it's just been ravaged by injuries. And this is not what I expected because of what Atlanta did to Buffalo. But Buffalo's not the San Francisco 49ers. And to me, the biggest part of this game, and my game ball goes too early, is Robert Saleh without Fred Warner. Just getting after Penix and basically saying, hey, Bijan, you're good. You're not going to beat us. Penix has to do it, and he looked scared all night. But, Stoney, the one nugget we both kind of came to was this anemic running game from the San Francisco 49ers. What's going on? And I'm no Howard Cosell and Greg, nor Baldinger, but the bottom line, Stoney, is the return of George Kittle in the running game. All of a sudden, we're looking at McCaffrey averaging 5 4-point yards a pop. He gets his first 100-yard running game, and now all you're missing is Pearsall and Purdy. But I don't know where this thing could go, especially if this young defense, led by young dogs, Stoney, they're not scared. Don't tell them they can't compete.
Yeah, obviously Kittle's return must have meant something to the running game. He didn't have any catches, and they still managed to have a terrific running game. McCaffrey had 200 yards total. He ran for 129, I think it was. He caught for 75 or 80. So he was
72, yeah.
Yeah, he was the big part of the offense yesterday, and the defense. They did what they had to do, and then the Falcons didn't make the plays that they were going to need to make to win this game. And the last 2 drives the last 2 drives before half, we have a fumble by Penix, and then he commits the intentional grounding that runs out the clock. So they give up a chance for points, and the Niners just kept on top of him in the second half and get the win. And Mac Jones gets another win.
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll get to it, Stotty, but just listening to that Collinsworth report on the broadcast or the telecast, it doesn't seem like Brock is anywhere close. But the bottom line is, man, I'm believing, Stotty. I see terrain or a path. If the Niners just keep this up, 20-10. Mac Jones wasn't bad. He wasn't great either, 5.8 yards per pass attempt, and I felt like he was checking down a lot, rightfully so. But what about, you mentioned McCaffrey, the 3rd and 13. He was coming out the game, and Kyle told him, get back in there, and bam, he's the one that gets the pass to end the game, basically.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners get a win over the Falcons, and what it does, at least to my way of thinking, is we're getting toward the halfway point of the season, and the 49ers, whether they're banged up or whether they're not banged up, they got action. They're tied for first place, and they still have all the tiebreakers. So now they play the Houston Texans, and listen, as long as they keep winning, they're going to be the topic of conversation. And they haven't really skipped a beat. They've been consistent all year. And regardless of who's gone down, they've managed to play hard. They've got chemistry. They're playing together. And Mac Jones is doing just enough. And this team right now is, I get the sense they believe in themselves too, even though they know that they're not going to get Bosa and Warner back at least.
Yeah, and Bethune, Stoney, who's taking over for Warner, another 10 tackles, solo tackles, his second game in a row with double digits in tackles. And again, it just looks like those young kids or young players, Stoney, just need an opportunity. Chase Lucas, not Frank Lucas, shout out to the Denzel fans, but Chase Lucas, with the big pass breakup, Stoney could have went for pick 6, but they just look hungry. Saleh was like, you know what? We're coming after you, Penix. And they came. And when you look at it, again, after that Buffalo performance by Atlanta, Stoney, I thought it was going to be hell to hold this Atlanta offense down. They hold them to 10 points. I mean, damn.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I mean, I pretend to watch the Falcons play all 6 of their first games or 5 of their games, whatever. But I did like the fact that they had their biggest win of the season coming in to last night's game. And I think the 49ers took advantage of that because even Collinsworth was saying, man, Atlanta just doesn't look like they're playing like they played the last 2 weeks. Maybe that had something to do with the way the 49ers were playing. But 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the other thing, Goo, is we're going to have to get used to, or we're going to have to be okay with this team winning some gritty games. I mean, 20-10, you could say the offense wasn't great. It was certainly good enough, but it's complementary football. The offense scores 20, then the defense is great, and that's how you win a game.
Yeah, and they had, receivers last week, the Niners, and a quarterback throwing for over 300 yards, but yet you didn't get the win. Bourne put up big numbers, but this was totally different. And, Stoney, the most important nugget is total points, right? But I got to tell you from a personal standpoint, you haven't asked me, but I think the Niners, and we talked about it last week, they're going to need more offensively in regard to, and they got in the red zone twice, scored 2 touchdowns. But, Stoney, they're going to need more, I believe, and that more is Brock Purdy. I'm kind of over the Mac Jones experiment, and I'm not saying he's playing bad, but for this team to qualify for the postseason, I believe, and do something with this young defense growing right before our eyes, and now you got a guy, Stoney and Bryce Huff, that could come around the edge with the best of them. That doesn't worry me. It's just, when is this offense? Because you got 100 yards on the ground and everything looked good, but you still, that 20 needs to grow as you progress and get further down the season, Stoney, and want to do something.
Well, I mean, I got to tell you, I'm not convinced that putting Brock Purdy back in there will automatically mean the offense is going to grow. I kind of heard you and Evan talking about it. I thought Mac Jones was good.
Yeah, I
thought he was good.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like you're quite there.
Yeah, I thought he was safe. And, I just felt like, man, there was the dynamic part of Mac Jones I think we've seen. And Stoney, I just know Brock Purdy, I think, can do now with this run game where it's at more than Mac Mustard. And I got to tip my cap to Atlanta's defense. They were getting after it. But, man, you got a better showing in the run game. But yet, Stoney, when it comes to total points, that didn't produce. Now, I know Atlanta had a 19-play drive that took 10 minutes and only got a field goal, and you still won time of possession. But wouldn't you say once you get your quarterback back, it's time to take off?
No.
Now, why do you say no?
Because I'm watching the 49ers, and I don't see it doesn't – like, I don't think that you put Brock Purdy under center and all of a sudden this team's going to score 30, 35. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I mean, Mac Jones is just he takes the ball, he drops back, and he throws to McCaffrey for 7 yards. And they get 7 yards every time they do that. So as long as the defenses are going to let him do it, Mac Jones certainly seems to have a feel of what the defense is giving him and what to take. But we can get more into that on the other side.
Mustafa returned to Stoney hitting.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners go to 5-2 with a 2010 victory over the Atlanta Falcons. We'll get into Purdy. There was a report on the telecast. It said there's no timetable for his return. Let's get into it. 49er football. It's a Monday. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Vinay from San Jose. One of the best professional services I have seen. Victor identified the problem and replaced the nylon gear in the opener within minutes. He also fixed the squeaking noise of our garage door. Highly recommend for any garage repair.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is it, your last call clearance event at Lazy Boy. Save up to 50% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Don't miss unbeatable savings on an American icon. The last call clearance event happening now at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy.
On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Listen all week for your chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
throwing. Penix. Incomplete. Trying to get it to London. Chase Lucas playing the slot tonight for the injured Upton Stout. They continue to make plays, all these young players and reserves for the Niners.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Niners with a 2010 victory over the Atlanta Falcons. Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call.
5-2.
They go to 5-2 is right. And Mac Jones got it done again. 17 for 26, 152 yards.
And the pick wasn't on him, but it went on his ledger.
Yeah, I mean, that was Jennings was going to get popped.
Yeah.
If he caught that. That's one thing. But the Niners, they take advantage, to my way of thinking, of a team that just didn't play well enough to come into an opposing stadium and win against a team that's playing like the 49ers. And Mac Jones does enough, and the defense just made play after play after play, and it's guys that we're not really used to accustomed to hearing. Huff,
Chase Lucas,
Luter. These aren't exactly the household names on defense. So 49ers take the win any way you can get it, and the way they got it yesterday was with a great defensive effort.
Yeah, I don't know, 7 games that you mentioned, where this season's going, but Steiny, it's been crazy and bizarre in regard to what the Niners and their coaching staff have been able to do. And many Mondays I've come in here singing the whispering sweet nothings about Kyle, but now Kyle's getting guys back. And the offense is serviceable. But what's happening on the defensive side of the ball that just basically led by Robert Saleh, Steiny, and no shocker, he did this. He took this opportunity last time he was in town to parlay that into a head coaching job. But here he's back, a week after losing Fred Warner, and I'm thinking all Penix and Robinson. But Steiny, these young guys were playing fast. They were playing fearless. They were not scared. It's one game, I get. But I'm tipping my cap to the players, this experience that they're getting, Bethune, and the rest of the gang. Mustafa coming up with hits, but Robert Saleh for making these guys believe that they could play. And I don't know if you caught they kind of brought it up during the telecast, Donnie. Shanahan brought in the linebackers and showed them Fred Warner when he first got drafted with his rookie season or whatnot, and where he's gotten to now. And I don't know if that was the lead in regard to making these dudes feel like they can accomplish anything. But the Niner defense last night was the story to me, along with the run game for the Niners offense. But, man, they got after it. They were fast, man.
Yeah, this is Kyle Shanahan on the defense.
They made a bunch of big plays today. I mean, the strip sack was huge. Chase stopping him on that 4th down. He wanted that pick 6, but it was a hell of a job. Just being ready. Losing Stout late in the week, being ready for his op. And then Huff's been doing it all year, and Chase did it all offseason and got his op today.
Kyle Shanahan talking about the different guys on defense that helped the 49ers get over the hump yesterday, 20-10. Luter, Lucas, Huff.
Yeah.
Really had they're getting a lot of contributions from a lot of different guys, from a lot of guys,
and
no doubt about it.
Yeah, and Saleh's putting him in, just like Shanahan on the offensive side. Saleh's putting him in position to make plays. And you just mentioned the strip sack was big. The 4th and 1, humongous. And damn, Steiny, what a difference a week makes, right? The Niners were still always good from a record standpoint, losing the game, but also Fred Warner last week, and you're 4-2, so you're good there with the record. But to come out on a nationally televised stage and put in this effort and hold Atlanta with the best rushing attack in the game, if not one of them, to hold Robinson to 40 yards, 2.9 a pop, that's impressive as all outdoors.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. What stuck out to you 49er fans about that win yesterday? Wasn't exactly full of highlight reel stuff, but
a professional win.
Yeah, we've been talking about how this team's going to have to win games by playing gritty, and they've been doing that. And I thought yesterday was another indication of that. Saleh had the defense playing terrific yesterday. They only gave up 10 points. Yeah, they got some help from Atlanta. Atlanta, listen, it's a week-to-week league, but they didn't He didn't really show me much.
Right. But the Niner D, to that point, Sonny, the Niners D had something to do with that.
I ain't with Penix.
Oh, come on, man.
No. Penix wasn't doing it for me yesterday.
Yeah. Not one of his best showings.
It reminded me a little bit of that game of Tua's a couple years ago where
he was missing wide open receivers.
Or he'd throw it seven yards out of bounds.
Yeah.
Let's go to
bust pipes down.
Yeah, let's go to Big Case. What's up? Big Case is in the city. Hey, Big Case, how you doing, man?
Doing good, brother. How y'all doing? Good morning.
Hey,
doing well.
Victory Monday.
Hey, man, Victory Monday, man. Just want to call you guys, man, say you guys doing a hell of a job, 95.7 the game, man. But just want to talk about last night's victory, man. We start off with the run game. McCaffrey, he needed a game like that, just great job by him, and just all three phases of the game, man. Just very happy that Niners need this win on a primetime night at home, and great game overall, guys. Pretty much. I'm just really it's happy Monday morning.
Yeah. Thanks, Big Case. Appreciate the call.
I'm gonna try to test you and get you fired up and mad at me, Stoney, early. Let's see if it works. This is my first one. I've been on the side of the street to where I didn't think McCaffrey was slowing down or had lost a step. I'll say that. The run game had been disappointing, and he hadn't had that big McCaffrey type run. But I just felt like it was just hell in there running. But man, with what you saw yesterday with Kittle back, has McCaffrey looked different? Or had you thought he was losing a step regardless? Because, Stoney, the burst is there for me. And now Kittle's back holding his block, and he's holding them longer, and it obviously helped yesterday. But about McCaffrey, where were you at when people were saying he's lost a step?
I don't know if he's lost a step or not, but he hit 200 yards total yards yesterday. So, obviously, when that's his best game of the season by far – and it coincides with George Kittle coming back, there's got to be some kind of connection there. Whether or not it continues to look like it does, I'm not sure. But, he caught the ball like he's been catching the ball all year.
7 for 72.
It's how he ran the ball that obviously was a big difference yesterday. He was finding a lot of room, and he had a lot of big chunky gains, and so. That was McCaffrey's most productive game by far, and now next week we'll see if they can continue to run the ball as effectively with Kittle. Maybe it was that simple.
Yeah, and when you see these plays, Stotty, where he's coming over, he's pulling Kittle, and he's holding his block, I'm like, little stuff like that matters. But Brian Robinson, I talked about how he hadn't really got the rock, but 9 touches for him for 36 yards, so there's that. But, yeah, McCaffrey, Stotty, I just don't understand how opposing defenses – you're looking at the Niners even before Kittle, right? And you're thinking, okay, they're having trouble running the ball. But how do you not look at him in the passing game and account for him to have this big impact that he's had all season long?
Yeah, I don't.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, because on the one hand, it does feel like, I've watched all the Niners game, and it just feels like teams are giving up those little 7 to 10 yard passes to McCaffrey. Anytime the 49ers want them. Then again, the 49ers haven't scored more than 26 points in a game. And even on a night like yesterday, McCaffrey has a monster game. But I think Atlanta's got to figure they can win that game by giving up just 20 points.
Yeah, they weren't horrible on defense by any stretch, so kudos to the Niners. But it's funny, you go to that point production total, and maybe I'll do this for all Niner fans. We saw the drought that came, no interceptions last night, speaking of droughts from the Niners. But, Stanley, we talked about the rushing touchdowns, and that thing was growing. Oh, it's been up in time. They haven't scored. So maybe this, in regard to the running game, break it out and being a staple moving forward, this will be the start to a precursor to that. Because if you get this, type of running activity, you figure the passing game is going to open up and be more lethal than it was yesterday. Not bad, but, man, this was just a straight-up, to me, professional win.
Yeah, to me, if you're going to run the ball as a team for 175 yards, then you don't need to have 300 yards passing.
Right.
And I just feel like they ran the ball so effectively. They were able to keep Mac Jones's attempts at a reasonable number, 27, and they were able to run the football. And that's what they were able to do, so that's what they hung their hat in. That's what they hang their hat on yesterday. But, yeah, again, it's as as let's just say unimpressive as the Falcons were on offense, I mean, I do think they got to come out of that game saying, can our offense score more than 20 points? And we got a shot at that game. But the 49ers defense did their job better than the Falcons defense did theirs.
Yeah, I'm cutting you off. I don't even know if you're aware of this, but the Niners defense as a whole is holding every team under the average in regard to their production. So that's already a big win moving forward, and last night was just another example of that.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Another win for the Niners, 5-2 now with a 2010 victory over the Atlanta Falcons. Let's go to Alex. Alex is in San Francisco, wants to talk about yesterday's game. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing all right. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
It was a great win yesterday, but, the quarterbacks makes me very, very nervous. They made Kyle Pitts and Drake London look like all-stars, in my opinion. And, the pass rush, what Robert Saleh planned for Penix Jr. kind of worked out yesterday, but would that similar game plan work against somebody like C.J. Stroud? That's my concern. I think the cornerback is still a major problem. And, that's something that stuck out to me.
Well, I mean, maybe the game plan will probably be different next week. I mean, that's what Saleh gets paid for.
Yeah.
To defend each quarterback and each offense a little bit differently, to give them, it was like what's against the, what was it? We were saying we can't let Matt Stafford sit back there all day and pick us apart.
Yeah.
And he had all day, but the 49ers were able to win that particular game.
I mean, Kyle Pitts is a beast, Steiny, but, 7 catches for 62 yards and at times was mismatching his dude or whatnot just from a DNA standpoint. But, I mean, you held the Atlanta Falcons to 3 points in the first half. I get what he's saying. The secondary could be, and you had guys out. I mean, guys didn't even – Renardo Green left the game. You know what I'm saying, Steiny? But guys were holding it down. Mustafa didn't get to start, but he was in on tackles. So – to me, this is just experience moving forward for the Niners secondary. But nobody's telling you they got a Deion Sanders. But you got guys like Siegel and the rest of the gang, Steiny, just taking reps. And you hope, when it's go time, and it is now, and every Sunday, I get that they just gain more confidence from this experience. But last night, I don't believe, and he saw what he saw, is the night to call and talk about the secondary. When you hold the Falcons and their running game, which plays off the passing game is a byproduct of it, they only score 10. You got to be happy.
Yeah, and the other thing is I look at last night's game, and you can't tell me that coaching isn't a factor in that game last night. Just Shanahan and Saleh. I'm watching. I think I know what Finneran was talking about, the former tight end of the Atlanta Falcons. We had him on yesterday. We had him on Thursday last week, and we're just asking him about Raheem Morris. I don't know. They showed him an awful lot on the sidelines.
He did get a lot of camera time,
and he's got a headset on, but he's not really interacting much.
So what are you saying? He ain't doing much, Sonny?
I don't know what he's doing over there. Not quite sure.
Yeah, well, they didn't have the answers last night, 20-10. And if you get this type of bend but don't break performance, which you've gotten from the Niners defense all season long, I mean, Steiny, who knows what's going to culminate come the end of this season? Seriously.
Yeah, let's go to Moses in Berkeley. What's up, Moses? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, I mean, look, great win, and we all know that Kyle calls a great game when he's got CMC to play with, but I just think he's gotten too predictable in too many key situations of the game. He is always too safe at the end of a half when he's got the ball, and I don't remember the last time they faked a punt. I don't remember the last time they threw some kind of trick play out there that caught everybody, including the announcers, off guard. It just feels like he plays it too safe. He's too predictable. Everybody knows that they can crowd the box. They know what he's going to do at the end of the half. They know what he's going to do when he's punting the ball. He needs to mix it up a little bit.
All right. I mean, he's still playing with without a lot of his weapons. He's got a backup quarterback. He just got his tight end back. He's missing a couple receivers.
But you just got a big win, and it's not I'll let the callers, but you're calling for a fake punt. I mean, they got the win. That's the bottom line. And then if you want to go, they got the win without who was playing. Your starting quarterback, your middle linebacker, Bosa, but you can't live in the past. You have to be excited about this young defense. That's where I'm at today. And Robert Saleh, Donnie, that was not chopped liver of an offense that they stopped yesterday. That's why I'm just giving this defense the opportunity to grow. And Robert Saleh said, we're going to blitz. We're bringing pressure the house on Penix. We're not going to let Robinson beat us, and that's how it played out.
Yeah, let's see. Looking at Atlanta. I'm fascinated by these, the net points differential.
What do they got?
Well, I'm looking at
one game can skew it, but yeah.
I'm looking at the Niners, and they are coming into this game. They were actually 4-2, but they had a -3 net points.
Okay.
They've been outscored by opponents.
All right.
So right now they're after 7 games, they're +7. So that's
pretty impressive, right?
No. Oh, I mean, yeah.
But go ahead. I know where you're going. Yeah.
It depends how you look at it.
Whatever your theme is from what you gain from this.
The Rams are +58.
Yeah.
And the Seahawks are +50. So yeah, the Niners have won all their close games
and beat the Rams too, ahead of the Rams.
Let's go to Paul and Tracy. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Yeah, so I want to say that was a great win. The Niners are going to be just fine. I want to talk about the Falcons. The Falcons are a fraud. I know many people don't watch Falcons game here. I do because I have Bijan in my fantasy league. And Penix is a fraud. He is a 2 or 2.0. They got beat by the Carolina Panthers 0-30. So that's all I got to say about the Falcons. Great win by the Niners. I hope they keep rolling, and we get Purdy back soon. Thank you, guys.
All right, Paul.
Yeah, they're rolling 5-2. Damn. And you go to Houston, which is, Steiny, shocker, another winnable game. You know what I mean? Not going to be easy.
I know. They've got about 8 more winnable games on their schedule. I mean, again, schedule's favorable, and they've been taking advantage of it, even with a backup quarterback. This was Melissa Starks on the broadcast yesterday talking about what's going on with Brock Purdy. Take a listen.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
Wow. So there's a tear, or do we already know that? But wow, the pain when you're moving in the rough, like, wow.
Yeah, 3 things I heard.
Okay, give it to me.
1, wrong movement could be a setback.
Terrible.
2 is apparently his status is day to day. So,
but there's no timetable.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
I got. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me. That it's day to day, but there's no timetable. Like that does sound concerning to me. How can it be day to day, but there be no timetable? It would seem to be day to day, and we're kind of ramping up and we're getting ready to go. But 49ers may be playing a lot more games, maybe with Mac Jones.
Well, they're in good hands so far.
Yeah, probably be more more information coming out this week about that. But let's talk a little bit about Christian McCaffrey and what Kyle Shanahan is seeing out of him this year.
He's huge. I mean, he's the most consistent player I've been around. I mean, he just allows you to stay on track. He gets every yard in the run game and more. And what he does in the pass game, it's rare you're going to throw the ball to him and not get a completion.
Yeah, he's now on pace for 450 touches.
That's just crazy, man.
Yeah, starting to think he might get there.
Yeah, and one of the biggest plays of the game, he comes out, but the coach tells him you need to go back, and bam, he's part of the play being successful. I mean, I don't even want to do this today, Steiny, but you talk about MVP, this, that, and that's what we do with all these names. but McCaffrey's name is in that hat, man. It ain't all just the numbers. It's what he represents being out there, and now he's got an added duty that is glowing as his running game, and that's him catching the ball, man. He was a big part of that yesterday.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers beat the Falcons 20-10. They're 5-2. They got Houston next week. We got plenty of time to talk about the quarterback situation the rest of the week. What do you think of the play where Colby drug in McCaffrey on the run?
I saw it, and like the tush push, I hate it, but that's just a staple of the game. I don't think it's as glaring as that was last night, but Stoney, they said on the telecast, that's a 10-yard penalty had it been reinforced. And then you're thinking, what? Do you get in or whatnot? But I thought, you know what? Men being men, Stoney. He just pushing this dude in. They didn't call it. Keep moving.
I mean, when I saw it, I thought, I didn't think he could do that. I didn't think he could drag a guy into the end zone from the back.
Because you never see it like that. It's too,
Right, but then they had the referee analyst come on, and he said that should have been a penalty. It would have been a loss of down. It would have been a 10-yard penalty, so they would have been sitting at, 2nd and 12. All water under the bridge, though. Wasn't called. 49ers win the game, 20-10. Simple as that. This is Shanahan on the backups who stepped in.
I've been proud of all the guys just overcoming a lot of stuff. I mean, offense, just what we went through that stretch without Kittle is nice to get him back today. Just the wideouts being banged up all year. I mean, this was the first week this year that JJ's been able to practice, and I know those guys are all just battling to get out there, and how Max stepped it up with Brock being out. The amount of defensive guys today who stepped it up. We all know all the eyes were on Tatum and how well he played, and he went out for the series early in the game and was able to come back in and play unbelievable. Luter stepping it up today with Renardo going out. We talked about Chase. It was awesome getting Kevin back, too, on the D-line. That helped today. But just real proud of our whole roster and all the guys that have stepped up throughout this year so far.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan.
Just seems to be the theme, Stoney.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot of contributions from a lot of different players this year, and they're 5-2. And next week is the Houston Texans in Houston, and I guess we'll find out about Brock Purdy, whether he's going to play or not. But I don't know. After I heard Melissa Starks talking, it feels like maybe he's not as close as we think.
Man, Stoney, I'm with you. Remember, I was like, just sit him. But now, again, it's not Mac Jones playing bad. It's just now I'm appreciating Brock Purdy more. So I'm eager to see him get back. But after hearing that, Stoney, we might go 2, 3, 4 more weeks without him back.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. You heard the report about Brock Purdy. How are you handling it? I mean, at this point, I'm probably just going to roll with Mac Jones if Brock Purdy's not 100%. And listen, the three things were that she said was if he steps on it wrong, he could suffer a setback.
Okay. Tear
day to day, but no timetable. It's sounding more and more like this may be more than him coming back sooner. It may be later, actually.
But Kittle coming back has said it. I mean, you got to be excited about the running game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, 888. Let's get into more of the Niners on the other side. They go to 5-2. The number's 888-957-9570. Best part of yesterday's win, ladies and gentlemen. What was it? 888-957-9570. We'll be back to talk about it on the other side.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Love Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Looking for something spooky to do with the whole family this harvest season? Come to Children's Halloween Haunt at History Park on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy hay rides, carnival games, a mini pumpkin patch, cultural fall crafts, and of course, trick-or-treating at History San Jose's House Museums. History Park is located at the corner of Phelan Avenue and Center Road. Tickets available at the door or online at historysanjose.org. See you at the park.
Throughout history, people have relied on trusted partners to answer the call, sometimes at work, other times when relaxing. And today, it's no different. Only now, a new kind of beast answers back. Meet the Toyota Tacoma, boldly designed, loaded with technology, and built with the power and reliability you'd expect from a Toyota truck. When the call comes, Tacoma is ready to answer. Toyota, let's go places. Visit Toyota.com for details.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
First and goal for the one. McCaffrey inside, into the end zone. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Niners beat the Falcons 20-10.
Victory Monday.
Behind a big game from Christian McCaffrey. The defense was the story. Holding Falcons just 10 points. And 49ers were in control of that game.
Well, I'll tell you when they weren't, and I know you make fun of how I watched. Donnie, I just told you during the break, the game goes to commercial after a scoreless first quarter. Atlanta's got the ball on the Niners' 20 in the midst of a 19-play drive that culminated in a field goal, and after that, it was Saran to me. But I'm thinking to myself, man, 19 plays, they're controlling it. Oh, boy. Assuming the score even sometimes in my head. But the Niners get a sack, hold them to 3, and the rest basically was history, and I feel like they dominated the Atlanta offense. And I am truly shocked at how thorough they were defensively yesterday.
Let's go to Coach. Coach is in Vallejo.
Our man.
Hey, Coach.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing? Glad to talk to you about the 49ers. Glad to talk to you about the 49ers instead of the Warriors for a change. But we want to let's face a few facts there. Number one is Michael Penix is one of the worst quarterbacks in football. Okay.
Wow. Number two, number two, you really thought the 49ers were going to lose when, I don't know why, Raheem Morris, he had third down, 2 yards to go, ran it wide, went for it on fourth down, ran it wide. Wow.
When all they had to do is run Bijan Robinson up the middle. You know the play I'm talking about.
I know exactly. Raheem looked bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It did. So it was lost there. Then I'm with you, Steiny. Raheem looked like a deer in the headlights on the sideline. Like he didn't even know what was going on in the game. I really felt some sympathy for him because it looked like he wasn't even the head coach.
Wow.
And let's not make a mistake that Atlanta is not a great football team. And one thing, too, that I want to add, you can't stand a backup quarterback. Mac Jones is an All-American quarterback. He's a backup because he's on the 49ers, okay? He's a great quarterback, and I think he's getting better. So, and also, too, the 49ers are not the only team that has injuries. Every team had injuries. They were talking about the Bengals the other night. They were on their 7th offensive tackle, okay? So injuries is a part of football, and I hate that to be used as an excuse because every team has injuries, and most teams try to overcome them, and the 49ers are overcome them. So I commend them for that. But let's not think that this is the greatest team in the world, this 49er team.
Nobody's saying that, but I hear you.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, look, just because an NFL team beats a good team doesn't mean they're a good team. Like, that's the thing about there's going to be surprising wins throughout the course of the season, but that doesn't mean the teams that knock off a better team are necessarily a good team. It means they happen to win one week.
Yeah, but nobody said, you or I, Steiny, real quick, to print up the Super Bowl tickets for the Niners. Nobody said that. This was just a win with a young defense without Fred Warner a week after, Coach, and you got to tip your cap. And he doesn't think highly of Penix. He looked bad yesterday. They looked bad. But the bottom line is we just saw them a week ago beat Buffalo, who's supposed to be a good team. So you got to cherish the wins, man, and stack them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Let's go to Jay in San Francisco. Hey, Jay, how you doing, man?
Good, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, so I was watching the game last night, and I've watched every game, this season. I think Mac Jones is the real deal. I think we do have a quarterback controversy on the line here, and we're all denying it. That play that he hit Christian McCaffrey on in the fourth quarter, where I think they were in the red zone, and there was a third down. I mean, that was a serious play right there. He looked off the safety, and I think I forget what it was, but that was a serious throw. Now, I think what we got to ask ourselves is if Brock Purdy didn't get this contract right now, if he didn't have the contract, we absolutely would. This would be a quarterback controversy all the way. I mean, it would be a quarterback controversy all the way. Let's say next 2 weeks we come out 7-2, which we might. These next two teams aren't that good. Mac Jones, he's the real deal. That's all I'm saying, guys. Peace.
Appreciate the call.
Well, I'll say this to that, Stoney. Just off that report last night about Brock Purdy, and I could be off. He could be back in the Lone Star State starting for the Niners this Sunday. I don't think he is. And forget controversy. If this could naturally be a situation to where do you shut Brock down? Do you even have those discussions if it's that bad? And I know I'm being dramatic, but the fact is he may not be healthy enough, Brock, moving down the road here to where there's even a controversy because Mac is the healthier quarterback. I really do see that being on the horizon.
I look at it as though if the 49ers had a healthy Brock Purdy and he'd quarterbacked every game this year, I don't think they'd be better than 5-2. I think they'd be 5-2 probably, maybe around there.
Now, I got to tell you, Stoney, it sounds like you're saying there ain't that much difference between Mac and Purdy to you.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't think they'd be 6-1 under Brock Purdy.
And
I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's a worse quarterback, but I haven't seen games this year where I don't think the quarterback has lost the 49ers a lot of games this year, if any. It's been other aspects of the game.
Well, and Mac turned it over twice last week, but yeah, my whole point to you guys is I stood on business, Donnie. I said Mac Jones coming out of college to the coaches in Vallejo's call was the more talented quarterback. Now, what happened after that? That goes to Brock Purdy. But, man, just me over here on this Victory Monday, Stoney, I'm really thinking about what we're hearing about Brock and how long he's been off when he truly is going to be back. So this is Mac's show right now to that caller's point.
I actually do think we're getting to the point, though, and I'm not saying people don't need to care because, of course, they can care, but wake me when he's ready to play, Brock Purdy. Okay. Like, seriously, I don't really need to hear every week that he's progressing. Just let me know when he's going to play.
Yeah.
Because I'm ready to put him to the side until he can play. Plain and simple. There's no reason to clamor for Brock Purdy if he's, A, not all the way healthy, and B, you're winning games in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're 7 games in, and Mac Jones has a nice little rhythm going. So I'm not messing with Brock Purdy until I'm positively sure that he's 100%.
Yeah, Stoney, and I'm irritated. I just got to tell you this: as much football as you watch, and you know I watch, I don't even know what pass interference is anymore. Lenore was on London. I think it was the second quarter, and they called the flag, and I thought it was great defense. I don't know if you remember the play, but it got Atlanta a first down. But it's like, how do you even play defense nowadays, man?
Yeah, it's tough.
I don't want to say it's a joke. It's tough, but man.
Glenn's in San Anselmo. Hey, Glenn, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey, I love what you're saying today. I'm really excited about the win. I just want to jump into the Brock Purdy thing really quickly,
Sure.
and that is I am a major Brock fan. From the day he set foot in that Miami game, I was like, I love this kid. And I don't agree with callers who are kind of questioning his ability, given I've seen him make that throw that Mac threw last night, 40 times. He's a wildly accurate thrower. But turf toe is a very nasty injury. And from the moment they said he had turf toe, I've been like, you got to either sit him to the point that it's painful for you to sit him, or you got to, I don't know what they do surgically with something like that, but he needs rest. Because that thing, as we saw when he went back in a couple weeks back, it gets injured again. And it's just a nasty injury. I can't remember. There's a Niner in the past, there's a cornerback or someone that had it, and it was like it just took him out. It was serious. So I agree with both of you. Mac is playing very well. We're so fortunate to have this kind of quarterback who's lining well with Kyle, but it's a huge risk if we put Purdy back in and he gets re-injured again. Oh my God! So that's my take on it.
Yeah, no, I'm actually with you 100%. In fact, I feel like even if you're a 49er fan and you love Brock Purdy, doesn't really matter right now because he's not healthy. And if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, you got to love where they're at, considering that Brock Purdy's missed all but 2 games, and Mac Jones is playing well, and there's no need to clamor for Brock Purdy to come back because A, he's not ready, and B, the backup's playing well. Yeah. So let's just roll with Mac Jones and the guys who come back, and when you get around to Purdy or when he gets around to being healthy, then you make that decision. But there's really no decision to be made right now, it doesn't feel like.
Yeah, because organically, one of the guys is not ready to go, and we don't know when he's going to be ready to go. So, I mean, just hearing that report again, I keep going to it, and the part to me was if you move it any type of way, it comes with pain. And I'm like, well, damn, that's the staggering report, part of that report. But I'm going to say this just about Kyle because, Stein, we got to put some respect on the offensive line's name. Brenda went down and Colby steps in and they just keep moving. But the bottom line, they only allowed 1 sack after 6 last Sunday. But Kyle having the foresight to bring in Mac Jones, and had you had the same injury to Brock Purdy with Brandon Allen, I don't think you would be 5-2. You look at Moody and De Niro. He made the move. It might have been too late for some, but you make the move, and now you got a kicker that can't miss. And then the ultimate, again, is Brock Purdy, after you had you moved mountains to get Trey Lance. And my point is just the deodorant or cologne of the safety net that's helping you. And right now, Mac Jones has his team at 5-2 or is a big part of it. Imagine if he's not around and you just got a, doo-doo backup quarterback. Where would this team be offensively?
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This is Kyle Shanahan talking about the goal of getting to 40 rushing attempts, which they ended up doing.
And that was the first time we looked at a game that way this year prior to the game. We just felt, just based off how their team was and stuff, that was just a goal of ours that we thought it would give us the best chance to win. But you just can't just run 40 runs, though, unless everything's going right, as a whole team. Definitely didn't think when I said it last night that all 40 we're going to go to Christian, but he is our starting back, and he doesn't come out that much, so we knew the majority of it would. But I thought Brian had a few big runs today. There's a couple I thought we were going to lose yards on. A few guys unblocked in the backfield. He ended up getting positive gains on it. And I thought Mac made a couple of plays scrambling too.
So they had 39 rushing attempts is what I'm looking at here for 174 yards, 4.5 yards a pop.
That's a commitment, partner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners push their record to 5-2 with a win over the Atlanta Falcons. And Mac Jones gets him another win. Not spectacular, but certainly very, very functional, very, very useful. And Christian McCaffrey has his best game of the season individually for the 49ers. And then the Niners defense collectively had a lot of guys showing up and a lot of guys making big plays.
Yeah, and right now, Stoney, the name of I call him the no-name defense, led by Tatum Bethune, and you got your boy Bryce Huff doing what he did in Philly on a good day, coming off that edge, and you got youngsters in the secondary with Mustafa. I know he didn't start, Stoney, but Jair Brown. I mean, they're just coming at you. Marquise Siegel, they're just coming at you. Michael Williams are all getting this experience, and now you got a mad scientist calling the defense, and I just love that he was like, to coach and whoever's called talking about how bad Penix was or they believe he is. I mean, Stoney, they made him take the SAT test, and that was, we're bringing pressure. You use what's upstairs and get rid of the football and he didn't do a good job of it, and that's why Atlanta had 10. So, I mean, that's the biggest takeaway to me. It was the run game, but it's this defense, man.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland. Hey, Gene, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I always do great after a Niner win.
Yeah.
Hey, first off, Goo, I think you're absolutely right. That PI call on Lenore was a terrible call.
Yeah.
They were both getting handsy. If anything, it might have been offensive.
Right. I thought it might be. Yeah.
Right. So, but in terms of Jones versus Purdy at this point, I'm totally comfortable with Jones right now, especially with the running game taking off. All right, I mean that's less pressure on him, and with Pearsall coming back, I think he can take us far. I really do. Purdy, he's going to have to be 100% absolutely, and he's going to need a few of those critical pieces for him to succeed. Let's not forget he's been 2-6 in his last 8 games, so he's still got something to prove. My last point is about who gets the game ball last night. By far, it should be Robert Saleh, who I've spoken of in glowing terms for years now. I mean, I love this guy since he was first here. Anybody still has any questions about how brilliant this guy is as a coach? Just look at the New York Jets. Look at what they were before he came, and look at the total mess they are now once he left. So I'm feeling really good about the rest of the season, even if Mac Jones has to take us the rest of the way.
Wow. Appreciate it, Gene. Just think about what he said, Stoney. If your starting quarterback is not around, you feel like Allstate that you're in good hands with your backup quarterback. And to Coach and Vallejo, I keep bringing him up, you all right. Mac Jones is not your prototypical backup, but that's what he was. You could have got him for nothing, and the Niners did. But damn, Stoney, how many teams have that fortune of saying we're okay or in good hands with the backup?
Yeah, and
which may be the starter for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, once again,
you don't want to put a nut, but I'm like, man, that's weeks to me.
This is the report from yesterday from Melissa Stark on the broadcast about Brock Purdy.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
All right, that was Melissa Stark talking about Brock Purdy. And, the part about any movement in the wrong direction.
The flex.
Could give me a setback. That's the one where it sounds to me like he's.
Can I say far away?
Close.
Yeah. All right. Far away.
Yeah. I mean, if
hopefully I'm wrong.
If he's saying that if he steps on it wrong or he bends the toe the wrong way, he's going to have a setback, then he's not 100%. And so I almost feel like at this point, 49er fans are ready for Mac Jones to be the quarterback until the 49ers believe they can put Purdy back on the field and he's 100% and not compromised at all. It seems like it's all kind of, it might be playing out in the most simple yet understandable of ways, and that's Purdy can't play right now.
Yeah, and if you're Kyle Shanahan or you're a fan that calls our station on a Victory Monday, 95.7 The Game, and you want that to be the case, I use the word organic, Steiny. It can't be because one of your starting quarterback is not healthy, and it sounds like not close to going. So this is just how you got to play it. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing. I mean, that's become obvious, and I don't know if it's a part of the way people feel about Purdy, or it's because Mac Jones is, is kind of come out of nowhere. But I think when Warner went down, it was devastating. I think when Bosa went down, it was devastating. Mm-hmm. Ayuk not being healthy hurts, but they've got they got a great backup for Brock Purdy, and they don't miss Brock Purdy as much as they miss those other guys. And that's just a function of how well Mac Jones is playing as his backup. There's no doubt about it.
And
he's winning games.
And you said last week, we did a show almost on it. You know, you didn't feel like there were a lot of people or the bosses clamoring for Brock. And I guess it's because, you know, what you're seeing is real. This team stacking wins. And I'm going to just say this, and I'm no doctor, and I'll get off of this, Donnie, but I just feel like when I heard Melissa Stark say ligaments on that NBC broadcast, I'm just starting to say, and Niner fans don't want to hear this, I mean, as we move down the road and this keeps to, like, if there is no progress, who's to say they don't attack this like Joe Burrow did with surgery, you know? But you got Mac Jones, and the bottom line is you won 20-10 yesterday. You go to Houston this week 5-2, and I truly believe from an injury standpoint, you know, people coming down my road, a lot of teams have injuries, Goo, but not to this extreme to me. And the fact that they've compiled a 5-2 record through 7 is damn near amazing, man.
Let's go to David's in Sunnyvale. Hey, David. What's up, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How you doing? You know, I got to tell you, Christian McCaffrey is, I don't want to say a freak of nature, but I remember watching him when he was at Stanford, and he was just a phenom. And he got drafted really high, I think 2017-ish. By Carolina. And my recollection, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, Carolina didn't have anything except for Christian McCaffrey. And I thought, oh, this poor kid, he's going to get run into the ground. He's going to maybe have 4 years in the league. I felt really bad for him. Now, here we are 8 years later, and he's playing at this level. It's incredible. I mean, he's a once-in-a-generation type guy that I've seen in my, watching of football.
I mean, he's one of the best when he's healthy. There's no doubt about it.
And tough.
Can do a little bit of everything, obviously. Can catch the ball out of the backfield, can run it wide, can run it up the middle. And that was his signature game of the year yesterday. 201 total yards.
I'm sorry. And think where they'd be without him. You know, that's what I do. Like last year was that reality, Stoney, 4 games logged. And just think where this team would be without this guy. And you could do that rooting for the Niners because you've suffered every damn injury that you could possibly think of. But the bottom line is that's why I said, Stoney, if there's an MVP list, it's early, whatever. I don't care who's first or second, but his name needs to be on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Just let me get the standings up. Mayfield's got to be up there. Anybody from the Eagles? Probably not. Probably not, because Hurts isn't having a big year.
Well, Patrick Mahomes would be on my list. Yeah. I'm sorry. I know they don't have a record yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, no, there's still there's still a long way to go.
I mean, Stanley, how good is this team or would you say, Goo, I'm not your guy for that. They're 5-2, but I'm feeling good about the 5-2.
I mean, I'm going to stick to kind of the big picture that I kind of thought would be the case, and I kind of feel like it's playing out, even though they are hurt and they're still winning games. But you know, it's hard to get a gauge on how good this team really is. Like you got to just gauge their season for being 5-2. They're 5-2. Do I think they're a great 5-2? Not really, but
I didn't say that.
Who does that? Who cares? Yeah. I mean, they're 5-2, and now
they got the tournament.
Now they got the Houston Texans, and if they go 6-2, then they've got an inside shot to make the postseason. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And get mad at me all you want. Their schedule is super duper favorable, and I look at this team, and if on balance they start to get healthier, then I think they should make the playoffs, given the schedule that they have for the rest of the season and what they're operating with right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they raised their record to 5-2. 2010 victory over the Falcons. Defense was really, really good yesterday. Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan, they're having great years. Let's just put it that way. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
From 20th Century Studios.
October 24th. Discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find something real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
Yes!
and receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
And knocked the ball out, and in the pile, the Niners have the football. Recovered at the 40-yard line. It was Bryce Huff, their sack leader, off the edge, forcing the turnover and giving the Niners great field position.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Niners. They win 20-10. They're now 5-2, and they're looking
Bryce
good,
Huff,
quite frankly.
Yeah, Bryce Huff, Stoney, I saw him beat his man, and then the running back tried to chip him, beat both of them to get to the quarterback. So, I mean, you heard it, the sack leader, if he keeps this up, and he's not a rookie, but, man, you said something that hit me right before the break. You said Kyle Shanahan, offensive coordinator, and Robert Saleh, defensive coordinator, are having good years. And you floored me because of this. You could have certain individuals, because there's 11 guys on defense, right? Let's just say your cornerback's having a good season, but the rest of the D is so-so. Okay, one guy's having a good year and standing out. But when you say the coordinators who are responsible for 11 guys on each side of the ball are having good years, Stoney, these are the results you get, and I would take that over having a certain one or two players having good years and the rest of the guys not playing well. I mean, that's how you want it. The guys responsible for 11, you guys having a good season, because that means everybody's eating.
Yeah, I mean, and we did this, like, I don't know whether it was week 3 or 4, and we took apart all the wins. And if you look down the list of all the guys whose names we've mentioned who have been big factors in wins, and the 49ers have a ton of these guys.
It's just incredible.
They've had so many guys chipping in and, helping them to win these 5 of 7 games. And it's been young guys, it's been old guys, it's been guys that made plays then have gotten hurt. Yeah. It's guys who are coming back from being hurt making plays. So, yes, I do think that when you get a lot of contributions from a lot of players, that does have a connection to coaching.
Yeah.
I do believe that.
And I don't want to go hoop, even though we got Warrior basketball starting tomorrow in L.A., tomorrow night. It's almost a strength in numbers in a sense. Donnie Chase Lucas comes out of nowhere, and he was the same guy that was in on the 4th and 1 bad run call against the Rams a couple Thursday nights ago that helped seal that win. So you just wonder, because I ain't got to tell you, Donnie, confidence, once you feel like you can do it, and then when you know you can do it, then game is on. And right now, Tatum Bethune and the rest of the gang, Donnie, are getting it done. Mykel Williams, Lenore was out there making plays, D. Winters, and the list just goes on and on and on. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it wasn't pretty, but I'm not here for, a beauty contest. The Niner fans sit in to get wins, and with all these injuries, my friend, through 7 games, they won 5 of them.
888-957-9570 is the number. There's a lot of good things to choose from when we talk about yesterday's 20-10 victory for the Niners. You had McCaffrey delivering his signature performance. George Kittle without a catch, but clearly making some kind of difference in that running game. The young guys on defense playing well. What was the best part of that game last night? I guess the other question I have is, how much do you believe in this team right now at 5-2, yet knowing that they're undermanned and they're never really going to get fully healthy? But do you believe in this team, and what does that mean if you say you do believe in this team?
I love the question, Stoney. I'm going to go first. It means that you may take on an opponent, and the opponent might have just a tad bit more talent in certain areas, but because of how the way the Niners are structured and the ability for Kyle Shanahan to call offense and put his guys in positions to win, along with now his counterpart, Robert Saleh, I think from a mental standpoint, chess not checkers, whatever the Niners are lacking in regard to talent on the field, they almost make up for it with what the coaches are calling with their O coordinator and D coordinator. So to answer your question, I think they got hella action.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to our good buddy Telmo. He's on 101.
Got to be happy.
What's up, Telmo?
Well, I'm in the city by now, fellas.
But you're happy.
I'm happy. I actually went to the game yesterday, and first of all, it was a great night for football. Sunday night, the weather couldn't have been more perfect. So just from a fan perspective, the Levi's was rocking. So, great night for football. Coming away with the W is great. I want to talk quickly about a couple things, so I'll just address them really quick. To the caller before that said, it's everybody's injured. The Niners have been the most injured, and not only that, the Niners have had 3 all-pro players. When you're talking about Fred Warner, Bosa, George Kittle, there's not a lot of teams that have injuries, and they happen to be 3 of the best players in their positions in the league, in that combination. So that's always tough. To be 5-2 is fantastic. With all the injuries, the Rams are really good. The Seahawks are looking good. Not only being 5-2, but having 3 division wins and having only, I think, 1 conference loss, it bodes really well for them right now. And I think going into Houston and against the Giants, it's a league's any given Sunday, so you never want to take it for granted. But I don't think those are games where the quarterback is going to make the difference. I think those are the games, if you go in and play sound fundamental football, the Niners should be able to walk out of there with 2 more wins. I think there's that. And in terms of going forward, real quick with the toe injury, you gotta. However the chips may fall, you gotta let him get that right, because I think all of us here have played sports one time or another. Golf, tennis, basketball, baseball. Anytime you do anything, you don't realize it till you actually stub a toe or something. Every pivot, every movement in your body ends up the point of contact through your toes. You think of any motion you do, a baseball swing, a golf swing, shooting a jump shot, doing anything. All your body weight, all the motion, all the inertia, every movement ends up going through your toe planted on the ground. So, playing at that level, you just have to let it get it right. I think, being 5-2, the Niners are going to have to stack these winnable games because, the Rams are good and the Seahawks are good, and it's all going to come down to 1 or 2 games at the end of the season. Next man up. But I do think the Niners do have to do something, get a player, either a linebacker or another edge rusher, because they're not bullying. They have to, I think, find a way to manufacture pressure, get a little bit creative there.
All right, Telmo, you got a lot on your mind.
And they manufactured that pressure to perfect yesterday, Stoney. They bothered Penix.
Yeah, they did. The one thing I'm sensing, and maybe 49er fans can tell me that I'm wrong, but when Brock Purdy was hurt at the beginning of the year, and then Mac Jones played, and he played a couple, then Purdy came back, then Jones played, it felt like we were getting very caught up in, the quarterback situation. It feels like we're starting to get into a situation where
That's not a killer.
No. Well, fans are not. Fans are at the point now where, and maybe even after they heard this report from Melissa Starks, that it's like there's nothing going on here. Our starting quarterback is hurt. He's not close to returning. We got a backup who's playing well. He'll play until Brock Purdy's fully healthy, and then we'll see where we are and decide whether we're bringing Brock Purdy back. But I actually think, kind of the more I hear controversy, the more I'm thinking, actually, there's not one right now.
Yeah, it takes two to tango. Yeah, it takes two to tango, Stoney. I'm with you. He can't. And, again, I don't want him to be hurt, but it just goes back to what I've been saying every week. And I hate to say it, but, again, we wanted a report. We got one on national TV last night, and this is a real bad injury. He's missed the amount of games that he has already, and it seems like that is continuing. And, Stoney, when Brock and Baldy said just how severe this injury could be, and Brock came back after 2 weeks, I'm thinking nothing to see here. Brock's wasn't that bad. But the more we get down the road and that report, it seems like Mac is going to be your quarterback for the foreseeable future. And, I mean, that takes on a whole life of its own. But like you said, right now with the way Mac is playing, nobody is panicked about the 49er quarterback position, I don't believe, right now.
All right, this is Mac Jones on the win.
It was a good team win, and I thought the defense played really well. The offensive line did great. We ran the ball well. George had a great impact in the run game. Obviously want to get him some more footballs here, but we'll get that going, and just glad to have George back out there and all those guys, and thought it was just a good old-fashioned win.
That was Mac Jones. Good old-fashioned win. Gritty, 20-10. Only turned it over once. And that's how you win those kind of games. This from this super chat from Dennis Adams, $5. He says, the 49ers remind me a little of the 2011 New York Giants.
Okay.
No one took them seriously until they hoisted that Lombardi. Thank you, Kyle Williams.
All right. You remember he fumbled. Yeah. I'll tell you what. A quarterback, I'm just hashtag random here. This is right before half, but I don't think I could see a worse. I almost would rather see an interception than a quarterback, Michael Penix, getting called for costing him the field goal before half. Stoddy, help me out. Intentional grounding. How bad was that? You're a starter in the NFL. That is the one thing you cannot do, and you did it. I mean, again, the game wasn't won or lost there, but that was, Stoney, I thought it was embarrassing, one, but to have a feel for your job and to know what to do, you can't do that, and he did it.
Plus, there was a play, I want to say, in the fourth quarter. I'd have to look it up, and maybe I will during the break, but I want to say Mac Jones drops back, he's getting pressured, and he just knows to run outside and just heave it.
Right.
And
live another day.
Exactly.
Man, Penix, that was bad yesterday. Man.
Oh, let's go to one of our favorites, Jan. Jan's in Mountain View.
Girl.
Hey, Jan, how you doing?
She's in a good mood. She has to be.
Oh, I'm doing great. That was a fantastic game, and all around, the coaching made a big difference. But I really want to shout out.
Salah. Fred
Salah,
Warner.
But also Warner for showing up last night, bless his heart, up there in the press box, routing the team on. And then after the game, he's down in the locker room greeting them on his scooter as they were coming off the field. And I think that the defense is playing for Warner and for Bosa, and they want, they're showing up and they're getting stronger, they're getting faster, and I have to hand it to Lynch and Shanahan for in the off season on bringing these players in, and they're getting experience from the coaching that even Warner's given them, and the replacement for Warner, I mean, he's doing great. I mean, I feel like I called in on Saturday at that show, and Loveman said, "Oh dear," he said, "you should be on the sideline, Jan, for shooting, docking this team up and everything. And I said, we got this, relax. And
wow.
By God, they came through last night, and I was with them 100%, and I could see how Warner up in the stands was, giving high fives and everything. And I felt it all the way, and they brought the pressure to Pennis there in that fourth quarter, and even before then, and that running back on the opposite team thinking that he was going to outdo CMC last night. Guess what? He might have trained with you in the off season, but you have a lot more to do. You have a lot further to go before you catch up with him. So take it to him, Niners. Go all the way.
There you go.
Right. Thanks, Jan. Appreciate the call.
Jan called Loveman. Yeah.
Yeah. Who was Loveman working with Saturday? Loveman and Devone?
Yeah.
Was it a all-purpose show?
Now, Loveman's to your left.
No, he's not anymore.
Oh, he left. Okay.
That's why I'm asking
all right.
you.
I just know it was Devone. That's all I can give you.
Okay.
All right, those are my guys.
49ers win 20-10. They're now 5-2. And next week they got the Houston, Texas. But we got to look back at yesterday's game. And it was a game they had it in hand. They never totally put it away, but I never felt like
we were all watching that third down play before he completed it. Hey, you don't get it here and you kick a field goal. Oh, boy, who wants that? But that didn't happen. But, Steiny, let me do this because we kind of talked about it early. Who's getting your game ball for yesterday? Because I got mine, and so many people deserve it, so many players, but I'm going to give you mine after you answer. Who would get Steiny's game ball for yesterday?
First of all, I'm not ready to do that yet.
Okay.
Because I just looked at the clock. We've been on for over 90 minutes. And not one time have I said this today, but it certainly deserves to be said, and that is the Falcons stink. They stink.
But they're 3-3,
yeah,
Bart.
That's fine. They stink. And they stunk yesterday. And Penix stunk yesterday.
The Niners made them look that way.
You know what? And who's the guy who called in earlier today and saying Raheem Morris? He didn't look like a head coach. He's just walking around out there.
And they kept showing him. He had the RCL look.
But took advantage of him. Good for the Niners.
Well, anyway, I asked you that question because I'm giving it to George Kittle, Stoney. No catches. Well, the importance to the run game. Not giving yourself up because he's always done it. But for us to sit up here asking, damn, when is the run game going to improve? And, oh, by the way, 85 returns, and McCaffrey has his best running day since 2023, and no catches, but the team won. I got to put some respect on from a technical component. I can't describe to you what he was doing. I just know he was holding those blocks longer than maybe other guys were doing. And, Stoney, that made it easier. But George Kittle, his first game back since week 1, gets my game ball, Steiny, and I look at the running game, not taking credit away from McCaffrey and the O-line. Trent I thought, were incredible. Did you see him out here on he was leading, looking for guys and got guys. But with that said, Steiny, I believe George Kittle was the biggest difference last night, or one of them.
Interestingly, I was just thinking about you giving him a game ball. He didn't touch the ball at all.
Yeah.
He played a whole game at tight end, didn't touch the ball.
Yeah. But what impact did he have on the running game? I believe a lot, and they kept showing it.
And hopefully now you'll know what I've been talking about for all these years.
I'm not your guy with that. Leave that alone.
Years. I mean, if ever there's a game that you found out really with the Niners, think of Kittle. There it was.
Let's just say if football had a plus minus, Kittle's would have been through the roof. How about that?
As a blocker. Oh, he was.
No, just as a player.
I'm sure he had a better. I bet he had a better blocking game than Trent Williams.
It's crazy that they took off with his first game back. We'll see if it continues.
Let's go to Philmo Mike. Hey, Mike. Philmo, how you doing, man? What's up?
Hey, what's poppin'? I gotta follow
Jan.
Elmo.
Oh.
And Shan. Wow, they were dropping nuggets. I agree. The game ball, that's funny. First of all, I just want to say, Stein, you're hella weird. You're not like a traditional host, and I think, I'm a day one. I remember, I think Nahegan said that. He was like, you're not really a traditional host, but Stein, you're very good. Like, you have your own style and way of kind of like hosting that it's very unique. And it's sort of like you and Vontae. Y'all have strong opinions. Like, you guys leads, right?
Yeah,
Spadoni and you are leads?
Yep.
Yeah. pretty cool. I really respect you, Steiny, for that.
Thanks,
but anyway, and I remember back in the day you said the Warriors stink. I love when you say that. It was like somebody asked a question
stinks,
on NBC
Mike.
Sports.
Mike.
You was like, the Warriors suck. Anyway, I'm sorry. The Niners, this is a fun-ass team.
That I agree with.
They make us very I don't know what it is about this team. Whoever said 2011 Giants is kind of spot on. They're a very fun team. It's enjoyable to watch. It's a different pressure because we don't have a lot of expectations. But if you look around the NFL, there's a lot of teams that's doing better than what people thought. A la the Colts, the Buccaneers. So this is going to be a fun-ass season.
Great word.
And I love this fun-ass team.
Great word, man. And I wonder if the fun, Steiny and Fillmore, if he's still on there, Steiny, comes from not people counted the Niners out, but technically you kind of had the question of, like, how are you going to overcome this or that? Is it because of the unknown that's making it fun? Is it because you don't know damn near anybody on the defense and Robert Saleh has them playing hard and reckless and they're looking for somebody to hit? That was a great word, fun. But I think fun a lot has to do with you don't know what to expect.
Yeah, they don't have they didn't have a lot of expectations coming into this season, and they have even fewer expectations now because they're missing their starting quarterback and their two best defensive players. And so I think that makes an impression on fans who watch if you're the San Francisco 49ers and their fans. And I think the fans are looking at this team saying, man, we don't look like a Super Bowl team, but every week we got a chance and we're hanging in games, and I think it gets more. The lower your expectations are, the more fun it is, because then you don't have the stress of being a favorite every week and knowing that if you don't get to the Super Bowl or the NFC title game, your season was a failure.
Is it kind of house money with that mindset that they're 5-2?
Definitely.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, the only thing that's really preventing them from the whole season being house money is their schedule. Like, their schedule
gives them
the opportunity to get into the postseason, but that the way they're playing right now, that's a cheap shot at the Niners. Like, they're playing well enough to be a team that could challenge for the playoffs. The nice thing is they got a chance to win a lot of games because of who's on their schedule.
No, but I got to say this to that. I mean, the Rams are some people's Super Bowl picks. They beat them in L.A., the Niners did. Seattle, a good team. Big win last week in Jacksonville. Play tonight at home, Stoney. I'm looking at Seattle 4-2. Niners beat them on the road. So the schedule game, I get your drift, but my point is these dudes are also knocking off some of the big dogs early that they faced to kind of put some legitimacy on some of their 5 wins. On the road in L.A., on the road in Seattle. So, and Tampa didn't happen, but I hear what you're saying, but they're also doing it, on the road against good teams as well.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners beat the Atlanta Falcons 20-10. Mac Jones now 4-1 as a starter, but
what happened?
Oh, you can't use quarterback records. Some people don't like them. Some people don't like. They think they're a bogus
This is not the
stat.
Some People Don't Like Him show. It's Steiny and Guru. That's the stat, and I always gave Jimmy his love for it. I mean, it matters.
But for example, I don't think Evan is a big quarterback win-loss record
that's my
stat
brother.
guy.
Okay.
And I know Willard isn't. Yeah, I just want to point out that some people don't say that quarterback wins and losses are the be-all and end-all, but I'm here to tell you that
how would you grade Mac?
In the 5 games that he started, he's gone 4-1. And the Niners have gone 4-1 also.
Dude, wow.
So
I think he's going to get 3 or 4 more starts. What if I just threw that at you this Monday?
You said the Niners have gone 4-1?
When Mac Jones has started.
There you go.
That's what I said.
Yeah. It's not exclusively a quarterback stat.
Not to me.
No, you're the one that's throwing shots early, and that's fine.
No, I said when I said his record, I put in the caveat that some people don't believe in quarterback records. That's all. Fair and balanced. Yeah. Head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Goo by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all our great content at 957 The Game.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn.
Warriors, Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Love Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. After the match, enjoy Ruby Red and fireworks. Get tickets at OaklandRootsSC.com or watch live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report, August 2024.
I found out that one of my players was vaping. And I said, hey, right now's the time to be honest with me. He said almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in. I said, how many of you guys think that your kids are vaping? Not one of them raised their hand. There's a joint fight to make something better. We don't sit back and let it happen.
Coach Sanchez is exposing Big Tobacco's playbook. Learn how he and other Californians are beating Big Tobacco at undo.org.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Natural disasters happen every year.
fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
In Oakland today, fog then sun with a high of 73 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
It through. So there he goes. It's 3rd and 4. Penix in trouble, collapsing pocket, and they get to him. Bryce Huff started it. Sam Okawanu finishes it off for the Niners defense.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call last night. Niners Sunday Night Football. 2010, they're 5-2.
Man.
Are they good? They a good team?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't try to tell me that.
What do you want me to try to tell you?
You can tell me they're 5-2. I'm not convinced how good they are yet.
The Rams, the win over the Rams didn't help?
Oh, no, they beat the Rams.
Seattle?
Well, here's that was the first game of the year. It was a good win for them. I don't like that's and we can have a conversation where you can just say, well, they're 5-2, so that means they're good. I'm trying to make out what this team is, really. They were 4-2. They went into the game yesterday. They had been outscored by their opponents, even though they were 4-2. So their margin for margin of victory's been very close. They've had a ton of one-score games. They've come out on top of 5 of them. My question is, like, how good are they? Like, how good are the 49ers? And my feeling is I don't necessarily think they're a great team, but
yeah, definitely not great. I didn't say great.
At 5-2, they're 5-2, but how good are they is the question.
Now, man, there's so many things there. I guess I need you to respond to me because earlier I said to you the job that you had mentioned, both coordinators are having good years. Do you buy what I'm selling? If I think, Steiny, let's just say the Niners are playing a team that might be a tad bit more talented, but the coaching job that Saleh's doing with this no-name defense and these youngsters and what Kyle's doing with his backup quarterback and the injury situation there, they're going to be in a lot of games and even win some because of how smart and X's and O's they're getting on both those fronts. You say what to that? Do you believe in the NFL that matters that much?
What specifically?
The coaching.
Yes.
Like, I think
it matters,
man,
sure.
Stoney, and that's why I believe they're going to be in damn near every game, and they probably won some games they had no business winning. Back against the wall against the Saints. They pulled that out. Same with Seattle. And what's the other one? Arizona.
Here's the way I kind of look at it.
But I'm not saying great, Steiny, because it's a work in progress. But 5-2 is good.
All right. Here's the way I look at it. I look at the Niners like Tulane right now.
All right. Oh, Greenway.
Their schedule's been pretty friendly. Tulane's 6-1.
Oh boy.
Ask me if I think they're good.
Do you think Tulane is good?
I don't. I think they're going to lose games. I think they're going to lose some games.
But are they good now?
No, they're not.
So you don't like the 6-1?
They benefited from beating a Tulsa team that didn't play well. They squeaked by East Carolina.
I got you.
They didn't play well against Army. The one game they played against a good team, Ole Miss, they kind of got handled.
But the 6-1's got to mean something. that if they shock you and add 4 more to that, they might be playing in for something or a bowl. But
what I'm saying is
it means something.
They got 2 ranked teams coming up in the next 3 or 4 weeks. Right. I don't think they can win 3 in a row because their competition, and I'm not saying the 49ers competition gets better. I'm just saying, you're
skeptical.
Yes, I am.
But like Houston, I mean, they got their own stuff. They play tonight. But the Niners, to me, Steiny, I think with Kyle and Robert, just when you look at it from that prism, I think they got action because they're going to be put in the right places to win. Nobody's perfect. The players are going to mess up at times, and maybe even the coaches. But to say this is how I look at it driving in this morning, even last night after the game, okay, 5-2, what comes next? Well, Daryl, the next game comes. Oh, who is that? Houston at Houston. I just feel like the Niners got the wherewithal. They could lose the game, but Steiny, I feel more often than not they can win it. And that was getting to where I expect them to win it.
I mean, here's the way I look at it. And I don't necessarily take it one game. I don't look at the schedule in one but their next 2 games, Texans, Giants. They can go 1-1.
Right, the Giants are not going to be easy.
They can go 1-1.
33 points given up in the 4th.
The Giants are 2-4.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying.
But my point to that 2-4 is they're playing better than that.
They're 2-4.
Okay.
They're not playing the Eagles.
Okay.
They got the worst team in that division. The Rams, Cardinals. Can you win one of those 2?
Man, 2 hard games.
Panthers, the Cardinals are 2-4.
But what happened last time you played the Cardinals?
You beat them.
You barely beat them.
You beat them.
But it was tough.
The Panthers and the Browns. You can win one out of those 2 games.
All right. That's the NFL, man.
Well, but my point is all I have to do is go 5-5, and they're 10-7. Yeah. And they still have the Titans. They still have the Bears.
Well, the Bears playing good, but I get it.
So you can laugh at the schedule all you want, but the schedule might end up getting them into the playoffs.
But they're taking advantage of that schedule by stacking the wins, you assume.
Yeah, which is what they should be doing.
But nobody
in the 49ers have the 49ers, how many games have they not been favored in this year? They weren't favored at Tampa Bay, were they? And they probably weren't favored against the Rams in L.A., I wouldn't think.
No, the Rams, it was not 8.5. It was minus 8.5.
Yeah.
And they won the game outright.
And Tampa Bay they were getting like 2.5 or 3, something like that. Let's go to Austin in the Bay. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Man. Hey, Steiny, bro, you sound like a hater. The record with the 49ers is as good as they are. They on top of their division. We winning our division, and we 5-2, and we playing with no starters, and we getting healthier. We just need our line to stay healthy. We just lost our center. We're gonna get back. We got the rest of the week to get healthy. And Mac Jones is getting stronger and stronger. You see that pass he threw to Robinson down, and he dropped it. Oh man, what if he would have caught that? He'd have been over 200-something yards.
Yeah, that was a bad drop.
I like what we doing. I like it. We getting more healthier. I can't wait.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call. Yeah, no, okay. I knew it.
You knew what?
No, they're perfect 5-2. I'm a hater.
No,
they're good.
Yeah,
they're good.
And you got to enjoy where you're at, but we know they're not going to rest on their laurels. But the bottom line, man, Steiny, is they put them on any field with any team in the league. This is how I feel. And I'm not saying they should be favored, but that Ram game, and that was a few weeks ago, that just shocked the hell out of me. After they performed that way and escaped that building with that win in overtime, like nothing else will shock me now. And again, Atlanta looked sorry, but you had something to do with that. Now it's just about what you can do and what you can turn this 5-2 into in the coming weeks, man. Because like you said, Stein, if it is truly house money, then, man, Niner fans has to be ecstatic, and Houston is a winnable game, and that thing might just grow.
Yeah, I'm always entertained by, their point differential is 7. They've had 5 or 6 one-score wins. Their schedule has been, average, and now, don't tell me they're a Super Bowl contender. And I won't tell you they stink.
Yeah.
But
you haven't even taken a call or read a message to that, though, Stoddy. No, everybody's in the slow lane.
Let's go to Lou in Lafayette. What's up, Lou? How you doing?
Pretty good. Listen, I'm going to disagree with Austin. I'm sure he's a fine guy, but I agree with Steiny, and but I like Guru's positive attitude. But I got two things I want to say. First of all, been watching the NFL for a long time, and it's evolved, I think, to a point where the defensive offensive coordinators are really almost like the 12th person on the team.
No doubt.
On the field. And, so last night sort of confirmed it for me. I mean, you got a bunch of second stringers in there, and they played the way they did. But it also occurred to me that, Shanahan, he's going to stick around and try to win a Super Bowl. But he needs to keep Saleh around, and I'll give you this as a reason. How many Super Bowls did Andy Reid win before he got Steve Spagnuolo? And I would argue that Andy Reid would still not have won a single Super Bowl had he not gotten Steve Spagnuolo. So I'll end with a kind of a crazy idea. Saleh, if we do well, all right, Saleh's going to be. Someone's going to want to hire him. I say, if there's no salary cap, pay him what we pay Shanahan, and if we need be, make him co-head coach. Anyway, those are my comments.
Good stuff, man.
But I do agree with Scott. I don't know where they are right now. We felt really bad last week. This week we feel good. Who knows how we're going to feel after we play Houston.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. Appreciate the call.
And I don't know how much of the roast you caught this morning, but Shasky made the point of no matter what happens, and if people come calling, I'm paraphrasing, for Saleh, Kyle and John do whatever they can to keep him here. But, I'm one of those guys. I'm not Saleh. If I had a coaching job and I feel like I got wronged and fired or let go and an opportunity comes, it's going to take a lot of chicken. I don't even know if there's enough to keep me from going back to be the head coach. But, man, Saleh's doing a hell of a job.
Hey, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. When we talk about, how far the Niners can go, what they are in the league power rankings, all that kind of stuff. Yes, the reason I am very hesitant about, calling this team real or any of that is because if you watch the Niners, everybody said going into the game, hey, they could be 2-4. Right. That's exactly right. They could be 2-4, but they're not. They're 4-2 now. They're 5-2. But that is the way I look at it. It's like because they're 5-2, I don't say, well, they're a good team. I say they've hung in every game this year, and they've made plays late in games that have given them the win. So they've made most of the big plays that they've had to make this year against the teams that they've been up against. I'm not convinced they're like a great team. And I'm not, here's the other question. Is it, if you make the playoffs, are you a good team? Like, you know what I mean?
Like 99.87% chance, yes, Donnie.
Because, here's my
There's
thing.
32 teams, man.
Like last year, my guy Harry was like, Minnesota's not very good. Minnesota's not very good. How many games did they end up winning? 12?
Like 12 or 13.
And then they lost in the first round, and he goes, see, I told you they weren't very good. But they won 12 games.
And they
you
were
have to be doing something
no
right.
Doubt. Yeah,
so,
I would disagree with Harry.
But I would agree that I think the 49ers could be headed toward that type of season. They may win 10 or 11 games, but once the playoffs start, then we're going to really find out if they're for real or not.
No
I
doubt.
don't think we're going to be able to find out if they're for real in the regular season.
But, Stoney, this is why I feel like they're for real. But to that point, that's the beauty of a season. Mm-hmm. You go through You go through spells. But the bottom line is with everything that's happened to the San Francisco 49ers, if they don't lose another guy, for them to get to a playoffs would be a hell of an accomplishment,
no doubt.
Right? So when you look at it through that prism, there's that. But I believe, and I mean what I'm saying, I watch too much ball to not know coaching matters. And when you got good coaching, that's half the battle, Steiny. I tell you, man, we watch all this talent sometimes be used the wrong way, and it doesn't manifest. Kyle and Robert Saleh are in their quote-unquote bag. I know the offense hasn't scored 30, but you got to believe that's coming. But, man, if this team can keep getting this experience to these youngsters and second-year players, and Bryce Hubb keeps coming off the edge of the way he's doing, I mean, who's to say what this team can accomplish? But I'll say this. If the 2025 Niners make it to the playoffs, you're a good team. Not a Super Bowl winning team. That's what I would rebuttal to Harry. Okay, yeah, Harry, you got it right if you say they weren't winning the Super Bowl. But to say what Minnesota did last year, and let's just say the Niners, that you got to get in the playoffs, 99.9, you're a good team.
888-957-9570 is the number. We are 7 games into the season, and the Niners are 5-2.
Damn.
It's a different kind of 5-2, that's for sure. They've been hit by injury. They've won close games, and now they play Houston next week in Houston. And it looks like, well, I don't know. I wouldn't even sit here today and say it looks like it's going to be Mac Jones, just because of something Melissa Stark said. So we'll see. We'll see who's the quarterback.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dre and Lemoore. Hey, Dre, how you doing?
I'm doing good, fellas. Thanks for taking my call, as always.
What's up, baby?
Hey, you know, Steiny, the Niners actually could have a losing record, but I think they could be 5-1 if they had not started Purdy against Jacksonville.
Mm.
He was limping out there. He was leaving his receivers hung to dry. I know he's the man that the Niners are paying, but you got to look at the overall being of the team. I do not think Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Purdy. But with Purdy's injury right now, Mac Jones is playing better than Purdy could actually play.
Yeah.
And he's just going to hurt the team if he gets out next week. With that being said, I liked Penix in college. I got a lot of friends that are Raider fans, and I told them, hey, you guys should get Penix. He looks, I think he'd be good. But Penix made a lot of mistakes yesterday.
Yes, he did.
And, yeah, I kind of feel, if that would have been, oh, man, what's the name of the guy?
Kirk Cousins?
Tampa Bay last week against us?
Oh, Baker Mayfield?
I kind of think if Mayfield was out there for the Atlanta last night, it wouldn't have been the same ending,
That is...
Penix was a really
Dre,
green.
I had those thoughts, but I got to say this because my partner lives like this. What do you do with that? He wasn't, though, and they got to win, but I am with you. I thought, man, a more experienced quarterback, guys were open at times, but that's part of the learning experience, but they won the game, though, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not taking anything away from our Niners. I'm kind of agreeing with Steiny there. Things could always be this and that, but you know what they always say? If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, every day would be Christmas, and every night would be New Year's Eve. I think our team is doing strong right now. Our 49ers are looking good, and especially, for that hospital squad they have out there. A lot of good coaching. Players are playing hard. But I really, really do feel Jones needs to start until Purdy. Give him 3-4 more weeks. That toe just ain't getting better. And I do not think Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Purdy. But at this juncture, he is.
Thanks, Dre.
I'm with
Appreciate you as always.
Yeah, Steiny, I'm out. I was already running the other way before that report on the telecast last night by NBC's Melissa Stark. But if that guy is feeling that type of pain and there's torn tendons and the flex, when I flex it to put pressure on, oh, my gosh, I'm just buckled up for Mac Jones for the immediate future. And I'm no doctor, and hopefully I'm wrong for the Brock Purdy fans out there, Steiny. He's somehow able to play. But I'm no dummy. I've been around a few blocks. That report was like, wow, this is just – my man Brock might not be close. So we'll see how that goes. But Sonny, I did have that thought, like if that was a more experienced or seasoned quarterback, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but then that takes away from the win that they earned, and you'll have to deal with that. Because, your boy in Houston is not the good C.J. Stroud is not – I mean, my good, he ain't Dan Marino either.
It's okay to beat a quarterback who stinks. That's what you're supposed to do.
But Penix just he was coming in hot. They were coming in hot.
Yeah, and you wouldn't devise the same game plan against Baker Mayfield than you would against Michael Penix. So the 49ers probably did something with Penix that they probably weren't able to do with Baker
his
Mayfield.
Ass and brought pressure.
By the way, okay, so the Niners injuries right now. Like right now.
You got them all up?
Well, I don't need them all up. I'm looking at this from another point of view. Huh. They're not getting Warner back, and they're not getting Bosa back. So who am I forgetting? There's only one guy they're going to get back. And Ayuk, to me, still a question mark.
Pearsall. Yeah. And Purdy. Wow.
But they need, who do they need more right now, Pearsall or Purdy? They need Pearsall. What do you think, Evan? He just rolled his eyes.
No, I didn't. Oh, you talking to Evan?
No, I was talking to everybody.
I needed time.
Yeah, I'm just talking to everybody.
Well, they're clearly winning games without either of them.
Damn.
I'm just saying, like, making the statement you need a wide receiver over a quarterback's just kind of crazy to me.
Yeah.
I know, but it's not the craziest sentiment.
Because you're good at the backup right now with Mac.
Listen,
because I won't dare say he played bad. I'm not saying that. Mac is Mac.
This has nothing to do with Brock Purdy's talent level. He's hurt. He ain't playing. So
I think he's really hurt.
Well, he must be. He's missed 5 of 7 games this year. And my point is he's beginning, like, I can feel it, like he's beginning to drift to the background. Because we're starting to realize he's really hurt.
All right. Well, that's your reasoning.
But I'll tell you what, if I don't want to see him play next week.
Oh, either do I.
It's just not the time.
Yeah,
even though I wanted him to play.
I'm with you. And what would that do to not his psyche? Just I'll go for the fanatics, the fan base out there. If they were to see a bad performance, then that's off of the Jacksonville one, and then it's when you go or Harry or whoever talk about his record in the last umpteen games. We had a caller call in that cited his record. But Stoney, I just want to do this for a quick second here. So you were talking about the schedule and how you don't think there are not too many tough ones on there.
No, they got an easy schedule, but relatively speaking.
But when you go and beat the Rams in L.A.
That's a great win. That's one win.
But that's all it means to you is just one win.
Right. But you know why? Because the Falcons beat the Broncos, or the Falcons beat the Bills last week.
Well, my point of asking is what does it take, and maybe you don't know or it'll come when you see it, what do they got to do for you to say they're a good team when right now early they're 5-2, 3 over, you know the math. You beat L.A. and Seattle.
Maybe win a game convincingly. I mean, what's funny is, and I've heard Evan talk about this stat in baseball, run differential.
No, it's real.
Okay, well, the 49ers don't have any run differential through 7 games. They're scoring 1 more point per game than their opponent. So
It
could improve.
It could, but that shows me that yes, they're 5-2, but they're giving up as many points as they're scoring, and maybe those things sometimes can catch up to you.
No, those are facts.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners beat the Falcons 20-10. They are now 5-2, and Mac Jones, another win. 49ers now 4-1 when he's quarterbacking. And, I get it. We're still only 7 games into the year, but how late does it have to get if Brock Purdy's still not 100% till you say we got to roll with Mac until further notice?
I got something for you on
Or are we still at the point where if Mac can go, he's got to get out there, although it's kind of feeling more and more like he might not be as close as people think. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number once again. Oh, by the way, Warriors regular season starts tomorrow.
Damn. Let's go.
And we'll have all the games here on 95.7 The Game, and they play the Lakers in L.A. tomorrow. That's their season opener. Home opener is on Thursday. But more Niners talk on the other side. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5. Get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food. From their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights, featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at ghostwood.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We have a number of emergency vehicles.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Is still blocking the 3 left lanes.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. It's time to trade up to the best. Get more for your trade and into a new Honda CR-V at your NorCal Honda dealers.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Interception. So Peyton Ellis comes up with it. Mac Jones with the tackle, but the linebacker gets the pick. He had one last year, and the veteran inside, the beneficiary of the bobble, off the hands of Juwan Jennings into the hands of Ellis.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Can anybody else? Listen, hey. We all know Jennings is as tough as he's as tough as they get.
As fresh as he's looked all year.
Oh man, he's as tough as they get. But
where are you going?
It might have been a little for who for what on that.
Alligator arms.
A little bit of a business to say. Go ahead, Evan.
Did anybody think about Deebo Samuel on that catch?
I did not.
You remember last year when Deebo was up in arms about not getting the ball, and they forced it to him quite a few times the week after.
That's what it looked like.
Against the Rams. I think early,
I get you.
Dropped the touchdown. Well, this week, Juwan probably wasn't very happy about his target share last week. Kyle gave him 7-8 targets. Yeah. Dropped one for a pick.
Gosh. Squeaky wheel.
Speaking your mind pays
Gets
off.
The oil.
Yeah, no, he was hot. He wanted to rock. Yeah. But speaking of drops, the biggest one was Robinson dropping that one from Mac. It's like, dude, that was in the breadbasket study. Like, dude, come on, man. That ball, Robinson, I know you knew the man. It was right there.
I know it ended up hitting him right in the breadbasket. I don't think it was a great throw.
You don't think?
The guy was right there. He just did a nice job of sealing him off, but he couldn't.
But it got to the breadbasket, though.
Defensive player. Totally.
I disagree. You got to catch that, Pimp.
Well, that's why he's How about Brian Robinson, though, picking me up 3.6 fantasy points?
Is that what he got you?
Yeah, there was time he was actually in the backfield down near the goal line. I was like, give it to me.
Atlanta moved the ball.
Yeah, sure they did.
Hey, but Steiny, when they got to the 40
they ran the hell
out of the Niners
or
were trying to get in the red zone, that's when the Niners defense just came to play, and Atlanta called stupid stuff, stupid screens at the wrong time. But you see that all day, every day in the NFL. It's like, dude, 4th and 2, you're gashing them, hand the ball off, run up the middle, and you see teams run wide. Oh, hit for loss. TFL, shocker, turnover on downs. But, yeah, Steiny, the one thing you said to me today is I'm not telling you or selling anybody, and that's not my job if this is a good team. if I was on Mars and had watched anything and come and open the standards and there's a team, the third seed in the NFC at 5-2, I got to just give them the respect for right now of being a good team. But I just really feel like for anybody out there, that Ram win in L.A. was so big to me because now you got some people saying the Rams are Super Bowl favorite. You beat an Atlanta team that's capable of beating Buffalo. And I guess it's okay, partner, to not know if this is a Super Bowl team right now. They'll grow into that. But right now, you're 3 over.
Yeah. Let's go to Waterman. Waterman's in Corte Madera. He had a very strange call last week where I think he was rooting for the Niners to lose or somebody to, I forget. What was it, Waterman? Very controversial.
It was. I don't think I was rooting for him to lose. Not in my heart of hearts. I might have said that. But
okay.
But the highs and lows, the roller coaster that is the NFL season. Yeah, I mean, all I have to say is what an absolutely inspirational defensive performance by this group of young guys, and Robert Saleh having to be a huge part of this with the way he is and the way he coaches. I mean, I mean, as somebody who's 44 years old, sitting on my couch, seeing that big smile when the camera shows him with the guys coming off the field and how pumped he is, it pumps me up just being a fan sitting on the couch. So I can only imagine how it feels for those young guys. But one thing also is with the injuries the Niners have had, devastating injuries to say, this actually could turn out to be a great thing. I think we all agree the Niners are not going to the Super Bowl. What their Super Bowl or what their big victory will be this year is getting into the playoffs, and I think winning a playoff game, possibly even a divisional round game. That would be huge. Also for the growth of this young defense, because right now I think we have to view this season as let's see what we have in the rookie class. Play these guys. We're forced to, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a good thing, and the fact, we got a 5-2 record, great. We're not 2-5, which would be, we'd be feeling a lot different, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but with that all said, with these young guys playing so well, I have to say, even though Kyle still does some things that drives me nuts, I feel like Kyle is able to focus his attention more on the offensive side of the game because he has Robert Saleh back as his defensive coordinator. I don't feel he's having to juggle the whole game anymore for himself. I feel like he trusts Robert to be able to handle that where he's not worried about it. So he can just focus on the offensive side of the football. And I mean, look what it's done. Look how Mac has played. Look how the receivers are playing. Look at some of the schemes he's come up with. I feel like we didn't necessarily see that last year because I feel like he was distracted with having to deal with special teams, the defense, the offense, and anything else. So I think it's definitely. I think Filmo said it in his call earlier. This is a fun team, and I think that's the best way to say this. It's a fun team to watch right now. There's a bit of inspiration with it, and we'll have to see how this thing ends up. And I hope they can get into the playoffs. I think that'll be huge for the psyche of this young group of guys. Anytime you get young guys success in their craft, that it can only build for something better in the future.
Thanks, Waterman.
Well,
appreciate it. Appreciate the call. I do agree. So with how Shanahan feels about Saleh, because we had Wilkes here, and there was talk about should he be in the booth, should he be on the sidelines, and I can't remember the specifics, but Kyle called him out saying that can't happen.
Called the timeout in the Super Bowl on a defense he called because he didn't like the. But go ahead.
And then last year, obviously, Sorensen was a first-time coordinator, and I got the sense that Shanahan kind of had to babysit him. But I do agree with Waterman. Like, I don't get the sense Kyle even deals with the defense at all. Doesn't try to impact Saleh's decisions. Doesn't second guess, and that might be a big responsibility lifted from Kyle Shanahan. I mean, if Saleh's there, what can Shanahan tell Saleh that Saleh doesn't already know? and I feel like they're aligned strategy-wise too.
Yeah, it's just move back. I got this, trust me. And, I came in here and I meant it, and I said it a couple of weeks ago, and I think that thing is just continuing to grow, the narrative. And it's everywhere, Stoney, that Kyle's doing one of his best coaching jobs. But on the flip side of that, he's not by himself. And to be honest, Kyle's got more at his disposal, even with some of the injuries on the offense, than Robert Saleh now has defensively. And these are a bunch of first-year, second-year players, and he's coming up with a scheme. And yesterday it was to get the ball out of Penix's hands by any means necessary. They blitzed. They were at the line of scrimmage. They were fast. They were nasty. And, Stoney, I really felt like this is just how I do it. If a team's soft, they don't want you to run. If a team they strike out too much, they don't want you to throw a fastball because they're intimidated. But I felt like the Niners wanted to hit Bijan Robinson. I felt like they were getting fired up every time they had the opportunity to shut his ass down. And normally it doesn't work that way. You don't want that smoke. But this is a team-wide defense to me that's been doubted, and they've heard some of the noise. I'm not saying they're perfect, Stoney. And, again, Atlanta had some wide-open receiver at times, but they didn't break. But I feel like they wanted Bijan Robinson to have the ball so they could try their best to pop him and stop him.
When I look at the 49ers, like, Shanahan and the coaching he's done this year, I mean, last night's game was me saying, that was Saleh. That's kind of what I felt last night. And I'm not taking anything away from Shanahan. They're 5-2. I think he's a great coach.
This one was apparent.
Yeah, this one to me was all about Saleh and winning that game. Now, obviously, Shanahan is the head coach, and this team's 5-0 or 5-2, and they win 10, 11, 12 games. He's going to get most of the credit, and he should. But this is kind of what I mean. I mean, to me, Saleh must have done something yesterday to take the Falcons. The bottom line is we had two of the best running backs in football playing last night. McCaffrey went for 200 yards, and Robinson didn't even get 100 total yards. So I get that Saleh took Robinson out of the game, and the Falcons couldn't take McCaffrey out of the game or didn't want to.
Yeah, and the pressure devised by Saleh to decide to bring it down, he also confused Penix or got him off his groove. So I'm just saying, with the coaching they're getting on both sides of the ball, I just give them a chance to win any game against anybody, and thus far it's kind of held true.
This is Tatum Bethune, who filled in for Fred Warner and came into the stadium with Fred Warner's number 48 that he wore rookie year. This is Bethune.
Yeah, I've been playing in big games since a little kid, man, and the only thing I thought about was just having Fred back and just make sure I play to the standard, man. That was my biggest thought going into this whole week and my preparation. I ain't want to let my brothers down and be the reason why a big play happened like last week against Tampa. So I feel like my preparation and the whole defense preparation going into this week, we were all locked in. I even went to Mustafa House sometimes and we just watched film, and I'm texting him about play calls and route concepts. It's all new to me sometimes, Yeah, I'm just happy the way we played, and all I can think about now is just ways we could get better. We didn't play a perfect game yet, so.
It was Tatum Bethune.
Yeah. And went to his house to watch film. You love to hear that. But I tell you, it's starting to pop. And, Stoney, all I'm saying is there is no law about these youngsters on this Niner defense getting better from the experience that they're going through. So I'm not sitting here to say this is fool's gold, because I'm not. They're coached too good. But I give them a shot. And that's without Brock or with Brock. So there that is. But I just I'm with you. I watched that game last night. Like, this goes to Saleh.
Robert is in San Jose. What's going on, Robert? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me on. Just want to say it was a great game yesterday. A great win by the Niners. I think Shanahan's coaching starting to shine. This is all coaching some of the wins that we've got lately. I think it's not just Saleh. Offense needs to come together as well and have a plan. They had a plan, and they they executed really well. I mean, it's not like they were letting McCaffrey just run wild. With the addition of Kittle, and I think there were a few factors that led to the 49ers doing really good doing good in offense, I should say. Finally hit the 30 mark. We hit the 20 mark. I think you guys, Steiny, especially you talk really bad. You bring really divisive points after a really good win. You should talk more about positive stuff and try to bring the fanhood in instead of dividing it by bringing all this negative energy to the talk. I think we should be positive. Maybe Guru should be the host in the beginning of Mondays after a win, so they can bring everybody together.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate you.
I'm out.
No, I can.
Rob,
Super Bowl bound.
Yeah, no, he didn't say that.
One of the things I was thinking about with the coaching staff is I think Saleh is a great coach for young players, and I think Shanahan is a great coach for veteran players. And I think Shanahan's got veterans on his offense that he loves, and they know exactly how to play for him. And I think that Saleh, it had to be Saleh being the defensive coordinator this year with so many new faces, because I'm starting to think about some of the older coordinators that have been here, and maybe we're seeing the difference between Saleh and the other guys who were the defensive coordinators here.
Yeah. And it just goes to show what I know, because when Warner went down, I was like, after Bosa, obviously, this is Saran. This is, they're going to play hard, the youngsters, but this is just, it's too big of an ask. And right now, it seems like these youngsters are clamoring at the bit. And to that point, I do have to say this about the offense, Donnie. So you got your running game together, 129 yards on the ground. And this last caller ain't going to like this. You averaged 4.5 a pop, McCaffrey 5.4, but you had 9 drives on the night, Stoney. And I'm just asking you this. And you got to the red zone only twice. So I'm just wondering, what's that next step for this offense? A step or part of the gasoline to the step is improving the run game. But yet, you needed a big third down to close this game out. So when's that boom going to come from the offense? Because the defense did it. You guys you and Evan got to leave Raheem Morris alone, man. He looked like he had nothing.
Well,
and I would tell him, though, Evan, you can have nothing in this league, but play to the camera. And he just looked perplexed.
Dude, I wasn't coming down Raheem Morris's road. I was just saying that there's a lot of head coaches that aren't, quote unquote, doing anything on the sideline. Nick Sirianni being one of them.
Oh, man.
Nick Sirianni looks like he's doing a lot more than Raheem Morris. Now, I'm talking about on the sidelines. At least he's talking to somebody.
And then Raheem looked like the halftime thing was confessions. I'm embarrassed. I'm like, man, you saying the wrong stuff, coach. Just cut the mic. But bottom line is, Donnie, when is this offense going to take off to where I think they should have had 30 last night. In a perfect world, maybe 2 more weeks next week, you get to that juncture. But when is that going to happen? Because you ran it and had 9 drives total in the game, but only got to the red zone twice.
Well,
so I'm missing something.
No, you're not. Because for the first 6 games, all anybody's done is complained about the offensive line, that they've said they're not very good. The offensive line has not been good through 6 games. They've been utilizing a backup quarterback for over half the time. They were missing their future Hall of Famer, George Kittle. They're missing Ayuk. Pearsall's out. That's why they're not scoring 30. Right?
Well, half of that got rectified last night. Kittle was back, and he was great. The run game was great.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean,
if you're still not getting that point, enough points to win. It's all win or die. But you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, that Atlanta didn't play bad defensively. I thought they were soft at the wrong times. Neither here nor there. But the bottom line, Stoney, is I want this offense to take off. And you got the running game last night, but you still, got 20 points.
Well, I mean, again, like the offensive line has been not very good through 6 games. And I guess they were good run blocking last night.
They were.
Okay, well, if they can run block like that, then this team will probably score more points.
So the points are coming, you would think.
I don't know if I'd say that, though. Because, I mean, the offensive, you're allowed to have a good game. Even the worst offensive lines have some good games.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't expect McCaffrey to accumulate 200 total yards, a lot more this season, but that's up to how the 49ers call the game and how the defense plays against them. But I mean, their offense is still not at 100%. So the question is, what do you expect? They're not going to have Ayuk for a little while longer. I don't know about Pearsall. They're getting whole, but they still don't have. I mean,
so baby steps. I get you.
I mean, here's the thing: if we said Brock Purdy's coming back tomorrow, would you expect the 49ers offense to tick up like a noticeable amount? I wouldn't.
I'm being honest, and I've been selling Mac Jones and telling you there's not that big of a drop-off, but I got to put some respect on Brock for today to say another game where you scored 20. But, Steiner, I got to say yes to that.
And the other thing we got to talk about is that Mac Jones treats the ball better than Brock Purdy. At least this year he does. One interception yesterday and wasn't his fault. Mac Jones' fault. Purdy's had trouble with turnovers at least through 2 games this year and even a little bit last year. I think that's one of those things where I don't care how much Kyle Shanahan loves Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
He's got to love the way Mac Jones is pretty careful with the ball.
Only 26 pass attempts. It used to be 39-40, but when you're running like that, you ain't got to put it in the air. I mean, that was by far their best running game of the season. Specifically, McCaffrey's best since 2023, so that's saying something. Now it's just about if you get Pearsall back, you can start saying, and Purdy could come back, but I don't think that's going to happen. But if he does, then you could really be like, man, we weathered the storm, and now our offense is able to take the next step up because I'm telling you, Stoney, last night there was not even a doubt in my mind that the defense won them that game. And if I had to give, you didn't ask, if I had to give the whole team a grade, I'd give the whole team a B for last night because I thought the defense was an A, but the offense could have done some stuff more in the first half and to where this game wasn't even close or come down to a 3rd and 13 to where McCaffrey's told by his coach to go back out there.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners beat the Atlanta Falcons 20-10 behind Mac Jones and a defense that really took Atlanta out of what they wanted to do. Christian McCaffrey, best game of the season, no doubt about it. George Kittle returns from injury, and the running game clicks. There's got to be correlation there. The offense scored just 20 points. And they have not really had, the offense, that is, hasn't had a monster game this year, but the offense has been banged up. So, I mean, my question is, how do you view the Mac Jones offense alongside the Brock Purdy offense? And if and when Brock Purdy comes back, do you expect this offense to, quote-unquote, go to another level?
You would hope so.
I would, but I want to see how it gets to another level because I think Mac Jones is playing well. I mean, I do. I get it that Purdy makes different kinds of plays than Mac Jones, but, I mean, if you're telling me this turf toe injury is as serious as you're telling me it is, we got to keep going with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, the other thing, Goo, is it feels like there's just more and more of a, what's the word, more and more of a resignation among 49er fans that Purdy might really be hurt and be out for a little while longer.
No doubt. And I'm not praying for it, Stoney. What if they find out surgery's needed? She said torn ligaments.
Yeah, I don't know if surgery's going to be needed or if it's not going to be needed, but it feels like as long as we know that Purdy's hurt,
You're good.
There's no controversy here. They need Mac Jones. The question becomes, when's Purdy coming back? I'm getting mixed messages because he said it's day to day, but there's also no timetable,
which is cryptic to that's the one that is like, whoa.
Head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru by searching 957, and while you're there, download and subscribe for all of our great content at 957 The Game. That segment also brought to you by Moderna.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn.
Warriors, Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab, or get low APR or up to $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premier rated credit. Cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 11/3/25.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area pit stop of the 2025 season at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. It's the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
3rd and 4. McCaffrey bouncing to the outside. Another good run by McCaffrey to the 33. He is having a night. 9 carries, 76 yards already, even with all the changes up front.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hennessy! We got a center.
Oh, Hennessy. Yeah. What a name.
I was drunk!
Yeah. Now, I do have to put some respect on an athlete's name that performed in that game last night. And as great as Bijan Robinson wasn't last night, Steiny, he did some Barry Sanders jump cuts to die for. Good God!
On his way to 40 yards.
It ain't about the yardage.
Without those jump cuts, he only has 36 yards.
It's the ability to skirt like.
Watch the game again, then, Steiny.
Man, dude, special, man. That's all I'm saying. So is McCaffrey, but Robinson was like,
14
boy,
carries,
they don't make him
yards.
like that all the time. I get that's not what I'm talking about.
You know who he looked like? He looked like Christian McCaffrey last night. 14 for 40.
I would give you a one.
Only McCaffrey. Yeah, he had some catches. He had catches.
We can do it tomorrow. I was going to ask you how the Warrior game was Friday.
It's fine. Yeah. The Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. Is it?
Nothing right now.
Well, when I say that it feels like Mac Jones takes better care of the ball, is that fair?
No. Because if you look at Mac Jones's history, now if you look at him in a Niner uniform.
Well, that's all.
Okay.
Isn't that the only thing that matters? I mean, what the hell could what he did his rookie year in Tampa or in New England mean?
Yeah. Or Carolina. It's all been bad.
Or Tennessee or Jacksonville?
No, I guess the whole point is that he turned the ball over twice last week. He threw a pick yesterday. He threw a pick against Arizona. Could have cost him.
He's got 4 interceptions in 5 games.
And Purdy had 4 in 2 games? Yeah.
So
I'm gonna give you that. Okay. So where are you going with that? That's not enough, though.
Important to Kyle Shanahan. I think I'm trying to wonder, like, what he thinks is more important. Like, he loves a quarterback who can make off-schedule plays.
Yeah.
Well, Purdy can do that. But he hates quarterbacks who turn it over. And Purdy's been doing a little more of that, in the recent past. Not just these 2 games, but into last year a little bit. And now Mac Jones did fumble twice against the Saints in game 2, but he's only had one fumble in the ensuing 4 games. So, I mean, just as it goes to this year, no, Mac Jones is taking pretty darn good care of the ball.
Yeah, I'll say this to what you're saying.
Like, is it worth the risk if you believe Mac Jones is safer with the ball than Brock Purdy? Is playing Brock Purdy worth the risk because he can make plays off schedule, though, that maybe Mac Jones can't?
Yeah, and I think that's why he got the bag and is the starting quarterback for the Niners. But, Stoddy, I'm not going to say you're wrong because the numbers say you're right. But the bottom line is I just don't believe that alone would be enough for Mac Jones you're not asking to jump Brock Purdy in Kyle's mind. So all that the Brock Purdy win healthy experience is why he got the bag and the job. But, Stoddy, I think there's more games coming for Mac. I'm rooting for him. But, like, I don't know why I feel like I don't want to tell you he's pitching a perfect game in regard to the taking care of the ball. Like, last night there were some throws, and I was like, ooh, but it got there or it was incomplete. Ooh, and maybe that's just from, what I've known him to be in different places. But, I mean, the Rat on the Table brought to you by Echo Pest Control for me this morning. And last night was that report on Brock Purdy. And, Stoney, I'm just telling you and Evan and anybody listen, I'm not trying to be Captain Panic, but I often do. That report was, I mean, man, that was an eye-opener. And now I'm thinking if I'm Mac Jones, you might have 4 or 5 more weeks of this. And of this means, what if you went 4-1? What if y'all went 5-0 and you got that late down the road? I could be totally wrong. I allow for that. But I'm just telling you, Mac is done. You're not losing confidence in the Niner quarterback position without Brock Purdy. That's just the time. That's just what it is.
This is Melissa Starks, the sideline reporter from last night's game. She came out of a break and talked about Brock Purdy, and here's what she said.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
So, real quick, Stoddy, my question and fear is any movement. If you're like, you've missed 3 weeks, we should be getting 10 days, 4 days, 3 days, 2 days. But if you're telling me right now, this Monday, that's the case with that toe, 1, how do you practice? And 2, if you don't practice, how the hell are you're rolling the dice whenever you do go step out there, because it's going to go multiple ways for you to realize, man, my stuff still ain't right.
That's what it sounds like.
Man.
Sounds like you got it right.
Thank God Kyle Wynn got Mac Jones. How about that?
Yeah, I get the sense that Brock Purdy might not play for a little while longer.
I'm right behind you.
Why, in a way, why would you?
Because I thought this was his last game, Mac. I thought Brock would be back for Houston. That's just me.
Sometimes Bay Area fans think that I like to stir the pot.
Well, you had a call about it.
And really, it's not about stirring the pot. It's about asking a question and seeing if anybody else, things go through their mind like it goes through mine. And here's one thing that I couldn't help but think, and maybe there's probably, I'm sure there's a logical answer that I don't understand. And it's fine. Just asking a question. You always have the right to ask questions. So I'm watching a game last night, and I see Fred Warner in the suite exhorting his teammates, looking ahead. Then they win the game, and I see Fred Warner greeting his teammates. I'm like, man, you got to – we see Nick Bosa? Where's
I did not have that thought.
Where's Nick Bosa? I'm just asking.
He'll be at the next one.
Okay, but he was hurt weeks ago.
So what are you saying?
That's stern.
I'm just asking.
I'm saying now somebody may say, "Oh no, the injury that Bosa had, he's going to be
well."
Laid,
that's what I wanted to say.
He's going to be laid up for a year and a half.
All right.
You won't hear from him. I'm just saying. My guy Warner was with the scooter.
Yeah.
Had his leg elevated to 8 feet tall.
Now,
I'm just asking.
I didn't have the thoughts, Donnie. I'm being real. I would have told you. But you don't think any different of Bosa.
Yes, I do.
You just had the question. But what if it is because my thing was way more serious than Fred's ankle? I know he dislocated and broke it, but
let me be clear. I don't think any more or any less of Nick Bosa. But I think a lot more of Fred Warner.
I bet if somebody were to
ask. Which I've already known because this guy's all class. Yeah, I'm sure if somebody would have asked, somebody would have made an excuse for Nick Bosa. That's all I'm asking.
And you guys come down my road.
When did he have surgery? A month ago, probably? Hey.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying.
Victory Monday.
You know what? You know my buddy Baltimore Joe.
First time I felt like I heard of him.
Joe. Joe's down.
Oh, yeah. Got you.
He's just a Ravens fan because he's from Baltimore. Yeah. He doesn't like the Bosa family.
Well, he's got bigger problems.
He calls him
okay, Snotty, be careful.
Business decision Bosa.
But I'll say this.
They're great at making business decisions, according to my guy Joey.
Tell Joey he need to get his Ravens in. I mean, they're a mess.
Yeah.
They had a bye.
Yeah, I know they did. Yeah, anybody?
Evan, did you have that thought?
What they used to call him. Somebody put an APB out on Bosa.
No, go ahead, Evan. I just had you had the thought.
Bulletin.
I think Bosa's laid up somewhere. That's truly my answer.
Maybe, but it was funny post-game listening to Shanahan try and figure out why people were asking him about Fred Warner, who didn't play in the game, who was there, as opposed to players who were in the game. He was like, I mean, and stuff. It was great for Fred to and stuff be around and but
that's a 4.
He's not with us.
That's a 4. Only Steiny.
Let's go.
No, I ain't mad at you, Tupac.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, how are you, man?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm doing good, y'all. Man, check it out. I love the way my defense is hidden. I love the way it's like a no-name defense pretty much because I don't even know half the players' names.
I called him that earlier.
In and out.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I got you. And also the center that came in last night, Hennessy, man. I mean, he might get to a lot of jersey sales just with that name, but I'm just saying he came in like a champ and was pulling people over the goal line and like going Hercules, man. And I just like the way that the Niners are the defense. Man, Saleh was the biggest signing off season that we've had in years. Basically, we never should have let him go. You look at Kansas City, you look at all these other teams that have won Super Bowls. They keep their defensive coordinators around. Pay that man. Do not let him escape again and go off, on his own. I mean, people gonna do what they gonna do, but try to do your best to, give them incentive to stay. And the team is just like really, we're winning, and it's like we're playing with house money right now.
Man.
Because when all of our players come back, it's slowly but surely, and then like we'll be a different team and have more weapons, man. And listen, and I just want to say, man, that signing Kendrick Bourne, man, that was huge, man. The man been going off.
Good stuff, Nick. Appreciate it.
And Stoney, I'll say this to Nick's point. You didn't ask, but he got me thinking. Beautiful mind, Russell Crowe. You think about the offseason acquisition of one Robert Saleh and Mac Jones. I got to be careful here, but in my mind on the Guru computer, you talk about when this season's over, they're 5-2. How many wins they're responsible for? Just those two, if we could ever get a breakdown. But my point being, obviously, Mac Jones not here, and let's just say you got a Brandon Allen-like dude, you might be 2-5, and let's just say you had, Sorensen running this defense, the no-name defense with the youngsters, if they took 5 steps back. But just think about the job he's doing and the job Mac is doing. Those were had in the offseason, and they've had impact, Clint Eastwood, sudden impact.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We talked a little bit about Tatum Bethune, and he came to the stadium yesterday wearing 48.
It was dope.
49ers jersey, which is the jersey that Fred Warner wore his rookie year, and Kyle Shanahan showed some of his young defensemen a tape of Fred Warner when he was a rookie, and then had a clip of him today and said, we didn't know he was going to be a Hall of Famer after game one, but you guys have a chance to make the Hall of Fame too. So anyway, it's a long way of getting around to this sound.
Actually, shout out to D. Winters. Before the 2 days before, he told me he got a shirt for me. He wore the 54 jersey, and it was a great idea for me to wear the 48 jersey his rookie year. And I feel like the rest of this season, man, I'm just thinking about Fred, and then everything we do is for him, man. He done a lot for us. He put his body on the line for us, and we just want to show him that it didn't go unnoticed, and we learned from it, and we're going to feed off of it.
Yeah, I can only I don't want to think about the nose. I can just tell you, nobody's doing it for Bosa.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going.
I get it. It's his position.
Actually, shout out to D. Winters. Before the 2 days before, he told me he got a shirt for me. He wore the 54 jersey, and it was a great idea for me to wear the 48 jersey his rookie year. And I feel like the rest of this season, man, I'm just thinking about Fred, and then everything we do is for him, man. He done a lot for us. He put his body on the line for us, and we just want to show him that it didn't go unnoticed, and we learned from it, and we're going to feed off of it.
I mean, Stoney, I'm a sports romantic. I get goosebumps hearing that. You're an honest guy. Had you known that was Warner's, if you seen somebody rocking a number 48 Niner jersey, would you say, oh, that's Fred's jersey from his rookie year? I had no idea.
Yeah, no, I would, because as he was coming into the stadium, they said he's wearing Fred Warner's rookie jersey.
No, I'm saying had you before the game.
No,
okay, yeah, either I just loved that, man. Look what he turned into, man.
Why do the Niners want to do it for Warner, but not Bosa?
The position group. That's all I'm going. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, who's dead?
I mean, Michael Williams has talked about Nick Bosa before.
But did he come in to the stadium with Bosa's rookie jersey?
Well, that would be number 97.
Exactly. No,
he hasn't changed numbers, Steiny.
Well, neither has Bethune. I'm just saying, why didn't Michael Williams walk in with a Bosa jersy?
But I'm sure.
Did?
Okay, if you want to,
I'm sure too of some. I'm sure too of some things. I am too. Yeah, that's all I'm asking. Let's go to Chicago, Jason. He bought us cupcakes. He gets in right away.
CJ,
what's up, Jace? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on, boys?
Hey.
So I'm calling to stir the pot with Steiny, and I believe that
the
team is not as good as everybody thinks they are. So the absence of Kittle, they couldn't run the football at all. He comes back, and they're able to run the football. Having a tight end be that important to your run game is a bad deal. Don't you think you should have a better offensive line? The Robert Saleh defense can't create turnovers, no interceptions. They don't take the ball away. So when you have those two things, when you miss a tight end, you can't run the ball and you can't take away the football, come playoffs, you're going to get smoked if you can't take that ball away.
Hey,
I don't know how good they are yet.
No, that's a valid point, but I can tell you, and I'm not caping.
Thanks, Jace.
Yeah, it's not. They're 5-2, Jay. That's all it is. Nobody's shaking the tree of tell me how good this 5-2 is. That will all show itself. But he did bring up something that's shocking to me, Sonny. The interception thing it's crazy. And I thought last night they could get young Penix. That was a candidate to get that to go the other way. But the bottom line is, forget the interception or turnovers. You held them to 10 points without those. So, say what you want. And right now, barring injury, Kittle's going to be, if the Niners make the playoffs, if he's not hurt, he's going to be in said game. But the way that the Niners built this run game, I got to believe after what I saw last night and why I gave George Kittle my game ball. Not one damn catch, but, man, he was pulling on his blocks, holding his blocks longer when he came up to said defender. So maybe they're on to something.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that as great as Kittle is, they're all of a sudden now going to be able to run the ball as well as they did last night. I could be wrong. I'm sure they're going to be better than they have been through the previous 6 games. I don't know. There's also something. There's something about the way McCaffrey's been used this year, where I'm watching these defenses, and I'm thinking to myself,
what are you doing?
Why aren't they hell bent on taking McCaffrey out of the game? Like it doesn't feel. And listen, if you're telling me that the 49ers had a game plan last night against Bijan Robinson, I'd say I believe you, and he didn't have a great game. It doesn't feel maybe you can't take McCaffrey away for whatever reason.
Hello.
I've just been surprised that every single game he's getting 7 or 8 catches, and they seem to be effortless. He just seems to be wide open in either the flat or over the middle, and it just feels like, I don't know, teams are living with it for whatever reason.
And I love it. Every down is big in a series, but it seems like they're coming on crucial downs too. If you throw it to him on first down, he gets 8 yards. Now your second is short. You can do whatever you want. Then it's third down like we saw last night. But, I mean, let's not act like it's been all easy, and he's been taking a pounding, and he's been getting right back up. But, Stoney, man, I mean, maybe it ain't maybe. Dude is just that electric. But I got to be honest, I like no McCaffrey spy, anybody in the flat just waiting on him if he comes out, and you want to dink it to him and give it to him like Roger Craig. I don't know. But whatever's happening, I mean, he sealed the deal on that third down catch. And I just sat there. I said, you got to be kidding me. And the defense held him to 10 points. What else do you want right now?
This is Christian McCaffrey on the fourth down play that he got sent back in.
But, yeah, I was about to come off the field and then came back in, called that. Mac threw a great ball, perfectly on time. It was big play, so figured it was something. But it was a great call and a great time, based on the defense that they've been playing in the red zone, and then Mac threw it perfectly on time. And we'd rep that a couple times in practice this week, so guys held up. Mac threw a great ball.
All right, that's Christian McCaffrey on the big.
Yeah, Mac's got some darts in the guns, Donnie. Remember I told you that one he threw the ball?
He's got a stronger arm than Purdy.
Yeah, no doubt, and I said that.
Let's go to this is McCaffrey on why they were able to run it yesterday, but not as well in the previous games.
But also, I mean, we had guys go down on the O-line too and step up big. We had guys like, I don't know how many rotations we had today, but just everybody who came in and stepped up did such a great job. Kyle always says it takes a whole team to be able to run the ball. It takes receivers, it takes tight ends, obviously it takes O-line, it takes guys like Juice, it takes the quarterback being able to stay on the field on third down. And then it takes a defense stepping up so that you have opportunities to run. You're not super behind. So I've never heard a coach say that, but that makes so much sense to me. To be able to run the ball is a huge team effort, and our guys allowed that to happen today.
All right, that's Christian McCaffrey talking about his big day and the running game's big day for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, and I'll say this about McCaffrey, Stoney. I meant the MVP thing, 31 combined touches. It's just incredible what he's doing. But the biggest takeaway through this early season for the San Francisco 49ers is his durability, Stoney. I mean, I thought you had to treat him, and I might have been one of those, like fine china. You didn't want to give him too much. They make the trade, and I can remember the reaction from the morning roast when that trade went down. And you look at Robinson's impact, kind of minimal, to be kind. But the bottom line is this dude's popping up from all this pounding he's taking, Stoney, and it's not flag football, but I almost want to double back and give Kyle credit for not giving a rat's ass about that and using Kyle like the weapon he is. And, I look at this offense, Stoney, and I mean it. Where would they be? And we saw it last year, 6-11 without him.
888-957-9570 is the number. What did you make of the 49ers running game? Is George Kittle really that important? Was it or was it just a terrific effort in Week 7 by the 49ers offensive line? And can this continue? Meaning getting Christian McCaffrey yards through the ground, which he hasn't been able to really generate like in years past. But the 49ers keep figuring out ways to win games. They're not the prettiest team in the NFL, but they are the first place team in the NFL, at least in the NFC West right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, don't forget, tomorrow, the Golden State Warriors season opener against the L.A. Lakers in L.A. We'll have it all here for you on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Are you ready to finally make that dream a reality? Maybe it's updating your kitchen, paying down high-interest credit cards, or covering tuition. Your home is more than where you live. It's also your most powerful asset. At Unlock, we make it simple to turn equity into options. With a home equity agreement, you can access cash today without taking on monthly payments. Imagine the freedom to invest in your home, reduce financial stress, or finally start that big project you've been putting off. It's your home. It's your future. Unlock it today. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
From 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Throwing. Penix. Incomplete. Trying to get it to London. Chase Lucas playing the slot tonight for the injured Upton Stout. They continue to make plays, all these young players and reserves for the Niners.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
They keep making play.
Mike Tirico on the call. 49ers win 20-10. You know what? I got to tell you something. I've always questioned line play. I don't believe anybody knows anything about line play except the guys who played it.
Yeah.
A Baldinger, a Tucker. I don't think fans know anything about line play. And Mac Jones was asked a question, though, that I've always wondered about. And now, having gotten to know Mac Jones after 6 weeks, I know he's probably going to answer it in an interesting way.
I made it up.
Hey, Mac, seriously. Is there any difference between centers? I mean, come on, you just hiking the ball.
Stop, man.
Hey, Brendel, Hennessy, does it really matter?
It's not challenging, really. I mean, honestly, I have a lot of trust in Matt, and because we had gotten a lot of reps, it'd be one thing if you maybe hadn't had a lot of reps with somebody. But it was funny, we were talking this week about, I was like, it's your revenge week this week, because he was in Atlanta. And then sure enough, he's like, on like whatever, early in the game, he's like, all right, here we go. And I was like, revenge week. But he did awesome. He was cool as a cucumber and just went out there and did his job.
And not that challenging, man.
No, he meant incorporating a backup center.
Right. It's not a big deal.
Well, come on, Stoney. They're very important.
Did you not hear him?
It's not challenging, really. I mean, honestly, I have a lot of trust in Matt. And
it's not challenging, really.
Well, he said because he'd practice a bunch.
And Evan, help me out, man. This dude just come on.
But he left. He didn't start Hennessy, right?
He then went on to say, "But if you haven't practiced, then it is hard."
So that was a little cooking.
They always do. I'm just saying.
But the whole point is, to Evan's point,
It's not that big a deal.
But you didn't play the whole clip, which would have said
Sure
it's
I
a
did.
big deal. I did not practice.
That is the whole clip. I played the whole clip. Here's Mac Jones on Christian McCaffrey's game.
It was good. He definitely owes me some money. He fell down on those passes at like the 2-yard line, so he wanted to run them in. But no, he did a great job. He's an awesome competitor. Just does his job on every play, and that's what you want. And B-Rob did good too tonight. Thought the 1-2 punch was good, and obviously the offense line did great. You know, having Jake go out's got to be tough, right, early, and they just found the holes, and they just did a great job. I was proud of them.
All right, that was Mac Jones after yesterday's 20-10 win over the Atlanta Falcons.
4.5 a pop, man. They averaged that on the ground, and 5.4 for McCaffrey on 24 totes. Like, I mean, I'm just asking you, it's got to be Kittle, right? There's just not a walking soul that's saying that's just a coincidence.
When did Kittle get hurt?
Week 1, and they averaged 4-point yard against Seattle. When he went out, they averaged 4-point yards a run. So since then, they haven't gotten back to that point. And then yesterday, they kind of blow it out the water. For McCaffrey.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I was watching those replays, Donnie. He's coming. I mean, all right, but if it continues, I mean, but what have we always heard about Kittle? And I get mad. He ain't nothing like getting tight end. So and I believe that to be true. So if that's what they were missing, maybe this is what the doctor ordered, and watch out now.
This is George Kittle. We haven't heard from him today, and he's
not a catch.
One of the best quotes going. This is what he thought before the game.
It really excites me because when our run game is going and we're rushing the ball for more than 30 times, you get close to 40, that means you're owning the time of possession, meaning that you're not letting their explosive players on the other side of the ball get the ball. If we can do our best job to not let number 7, who's a fantastic football player, get a ton of touches, that's good football for us. And so when we just kind of gives you that mindset that we're going to hit people in the face as hard as we possibly can and give Christian McCaffrey and Robinson as many carries as we can give them and just run through a person's face is the polite way I'd say that.
Wow. And you wonder, because that's what they did on defense last night.
Yeah, I mean, it seems obvious afterwards that, like the players were talking about how they absolutely went into that game planning on running the ball, and they were able to do it for 4 quarters. More George Kittle on how rewarding the win was.
I had so much fun playing football. It's Sunday night football in Levi Stadium, so I basically told the team, I was like, if you don't have fun tonight, then you don't have a pulse and you shouldn't be in this locker room. And I definitely felt the pulse tonight from the entire team and just felt the juice the entire way. You know, offense, defense, special teams. I felt it. How fun is Eddie? Goodness gracious, just how fun is he? I absolutely love that guy. Great locker guy. I would love to catch the football once in a while. Hey, when it happens, it happens. When it doesn't, it is what it is. But when you can run the ball 37 plus times, it's a fantastic night. And I think we were moving the heck out of them. We were physical, and we played 49ers football tonight.
George Kittle's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, he is.
And
hopefully the Niners run game is with him too.
Yep, absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers go to 5-2 with a 2010 victory over the Atlanta Falcons at Levi Stadium. I'm trying to look down my list.
And you still haven't given a game ball. I gave mine to Kittle.
Okay, I'll give mine. Oh, I gotta go with Bethune.
Oh, I ain't mad at that.
Well, you can't be because they give away 9 in the real world.
But on this show, it's just 1, right?
They, I would agree with this, Stephen Candelaria on the YouTube chat. George Kittle does love himself some football. There's no doubt about that. George Kittle likes to play football, even if he's not catching the ball.
Yeah, just imagine how crazy he was going just watching because of a hammy.
Yep. They're talking about this game plan, and Kyle Shanahan challenged the team to get to 40 rushes, and they asked they asked Kittle that about that game plan afterwards. Take a listen.
Personally, I thought with the game plan based on the walkthrough yesterday, I thought I was going to have 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. So sorry, fantasy coaches and anybody that bet on me. my bad. Blame Kyle Shanahan, not me. I think the Falcons just did a really good job. We called a bunch of the plays. We called the plays that we thought I was going to be open on, and next thing I know, there's 2 to 3 people standing in the window. And then Mac did a great job of not, forcing anything, and then just, hey, let's get it to a check down, let's get it to another guy that's open, and just keep the ball moving. Like I said, I would love to get the football. I love catching the ball, I love hitting people, and I love running in open space. But like I said, if other guys are taking advantage of the opportunity and they're winning their one-on-ones, I'll take it. I want to win, and I want to just keep winning because that's way more fun than having 100 yards and losing.
What else do you want to say? That's perfect. Damn.
I'd love to hear, why can't wide receivers say that? Why can't a wide receiver say that after a game where they don't have a lot of catches?
You got me flabbergasted. I don't know.
Flabbergasted? Yeah. Why couldn't Juwan Jennings have said, I'd like to have, of course I'd like to catch the ball a little bit here and there, but, there were guys on me, and the other guy took advantage, and it's all about getting the win.
The numbers, though, Stoney, these dudes are programmed different. They watch the other guys. We heard it. They compete, and they see what you're doing or what Evan's doing, and I want to be a part of it. But, Keyshawn Johnson years ago, Stoney, throw me the damn ball, Terrell Owens, all the great ones. And you get a license, you got to want the ball. So, Juwan, he was lightweight out of pocket, but what'd you make of him yesterday? Not too much on the box score, but I thought he was moving well, blocking, along with Kittle.
He's just not going to have the role that he had on this team last year. And I sometimes wonder about kind of players like that. 2 years ago, he wasn't a huge part of the wide receiving core, and they have a great year, and then they get banged up by injury last year, and Juwan Jennings has to be their number one, and he almost gets 1,000 yards, but the team's not successful. And then this year, he's going back to a secondary and tertiary role, and not as big a part of the offense as he was last year, but the team's 5-2.
And he's playing hurt, so I'm sure that
might be part of it too.
But I'll say this.
But he also was, didn't go to training camp.
Yeah, no doubt.
And when 49er players don't go to training camp, they get hurt. Yeah. That seems to be a given.
We started this show off, and I meant it, Stoney, with what I thought, how much of a professional this win was by the Niners. And hearing Kittle talk about, we call plays for me, but Atlanta, they made some changes. And again, I got to give respect. We're having fun at Penix Jr.'s expense. I thought he was bad. I thought the head coach was bad. But the bottom line is the Niners defense had a lot to do with that. So I'll leave that there. And you still, people out there can be like, nah, Goo, that was true, but Penix still stunk. But what the Falcons defense did, Stoney, they weren't getting gashed in the air. All that Bourne 10 for 142, they kept everybody at bay but McCaffrey, and it was enough for the Niners to win the game because their offense couldn't do anything. But as far as Atlanta being a punk or coming in here and it not working, the Niners ran the ball on them. But I will say, their secondary and linebackers, for most of the game, it was a game until the end, and the Niners closed it out with that drive. So, Stoney, all I say to that is this was a quality win, even though you're down on Atlanta. Because coming in, people were told, the Falcons, and rightfully so. But the Niners just snuffed them out, man.
Listen,
I just can't ignore that, part of the game to me.
Right, and I don't necessarily think you're not a good team just because you beat a good team. That's the thing. To me, in the NFL, it's like, okay, they won 2 pretty tough games. Now they got to come cross country. It's like they're not good enough to come cross country and beat a button-up 49er team. And we'll see how they finish, the rest of the year. I don't think they're a great team, but the 49ers won the game. What was I looking at? Time of possession. What was
32 minutes for the Niners.
Okay, so even after that long drive, they still they still won the possession game. So they did what they had to do on Sunday, and they won a Sunday night game. So this is more Mac Jones talking about how he felt. Remember, he came into this game. He'd He limped off the field last Sunday. He was asked how he felt after.
Yeah, I definitely felt better. I still feel like there's some limitations, to be honest, but I'm working through it, and I felt a lot better this week, and just being able to practice meant a lot to my confidence and all that stuff, and that's when you can work on things too and get back in shape and all that. So I just hadn't practiced a lot prior to this week, so I'm glad to be back out there. It's meant a lot. I mean, I think everybody on this team's had my back, and Brock included, and he's just been so fun to work with, Brock and everybody in the quarterback room. So I've been fortunate to have some wins here, and we have been fortunate to have some wins, and that's important. Every win counts early in the year, and all you're trying to do is get to that number so you can get in the playoffs. But got a long way to go there, and we're just taking it 1 week at a time, and my goal is to be prepared, whatever role I'm in, and just looking forward to the challenge next week.
All right, Mac Jones talking about how he's having a lot of fun and everybody's got his back and things are sailing, and the 49ers are 5-2.
Man, incredible. With mostly their backup quarterback, who technically is not your typical backup quarterback. Stoney, I'm not. You didn't ask, but I'm not telling you. I'm not putting any limitations on this team right now. They're growing on defense. I've talked about that. But the bottom line is Kyle can call it up, and right now a good team, or what I deem a good team or average team, the Atlanta Falcons came in and just couldn't get off the field when they needed to. And they died by slow death, and Christian McCaffrey, 200 total yards. I mean, man, you get Kittle back, and all of a sudden you can run the ball. So it'll be interesting to see come Sunday in Houston. Different team, different opponent, I know. But if, man, that Kittle factor is back to where, Stoney, they can start gashing, I mean, you're in trouble playing them.
Yeah, next week's the Houston Texans, and it's in Houston. And I don't know if Brock Purdy's going to play or not, but I've heard people talk about the turf on that field. It is AstroTurf, synthetic grass. I don't know. Does that come into play because it's Brock Purdy? Then they got to go to New York anyway and play the Giants, and we know that's not a great field. So I feel like if you're actually concerned about the surface, then you got a problem with the toe.
And there we go.
More than people think, but we'll find out who's gonna start on Sunday. But I'm starting to think, and I'm starting to think 49er fans are also starting to think that this is going to be Mac Jones for the next couple of weeks at least. That's the way it feels to me.
Give him a mini shutdown, Brock, because Steiny, because that's what I was kind of saying to you last week. Shut him down for 4 weeks, just so you know. But it's starting to become abundantly clear that might not be enough. That, like Lowe told us, this thing might linger to the end.
Yeah, it may. It may. Mac Jones was asked about his demeanor. He always seems to be having fun out there. How important is it to have fun?
Yeah, it's very important. I think that's why you play, right? You play to have fun and win, and when you can do both, it's really awesome. And even when you're losing, like, you still have to go out there and enjoy the week of practice, enjoy the process. That shouldn't change each week, So it's really fun that they allow us to do that here, I guess, and the music's on and everyone's dancing, having a good time. But we're also super intentionally focused when we have to do our jobs and play. So there's a balance, but I don't want it to seem like a bad thing, It's a cool thing that everyone has here, and that's what it's all about.
All right. That was Mac Jones, your starting quarterback. The backup who's playing.
Well, you could call him that for now because it's his show.
Call him that for a while.
Yeah.
How much longer is it going to go? Hey, how's the Cal-UNC game Friday?
I didn't go. Evan went. Remember I told you I was going home to watch it. Evan was at the game. So you could ask Evan. No.
He's not listening.
Oh. But
hey, Evan.
Yeah.
Evan, how's the Cal-UNC game on Friday?
Tell us what you thought.
Oh, boy.
A real barn burner.
It came down to the end, I thought.
Yeah,
right?
Combined 8 points in the second half.
I was in home sleep, Evan, on a Friday night. Like, this is not what I thought, man.
Yeah, I was asleep in row 14.
Dude, wow.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I was at the Warrior game.
How did that go?
Because
I won't dime you out like you do me. And, dude, you know what? I truly owe you. I'm sorry. I asked you a question. You open your mouth. I hear the words about to come out of I heard it. And I jump in. And you had to shut your mouth.
What's new?
So I'm going to ask you how the Warrior game was and back up.
Warriors game was a lot of fun. I sat in an area of the arena that I've never been before, and it was fascinating. It was one row behind the Clippers bench.
I sat in those seats.
So it's kind of like obstructed view, quite frankly.
Dudes are tall, Steiny.
But it also gives you, a first-hand look-see at what goes on during timeouts, and you can see how everybody interacts. And, Draymond Green came over at one point, was barking at the Clippers bench, and you could hear every single thing he said. Chris Paul, let me tell you something.
Did he play?
No, but he coached.
Okay.
He coached. And,
I can see him coaching
Chris
for
Paul II. And Kawhi was obviously there, but didn't say much, or obviously he didn't play. Pat Spencer was pretty solid. I'm trying to think who else.
Pods play?
Curry played a lot. Curry played 30 minutes.
Pods got hurt, right?
I might have. I couldn't really see from where I was sitting.
Yeah, he fell down. So,
oh, no.
Yeah.
Is he okay?
We got back up.
Was he going to play tomorrow?
That I don't know. Now, real quick, ask me about my Saturday night.
What was your Saturday night?
Steiny, it was something I've never seen on the baseball diamond in a performance I'll never forget. Shohei Ohtani hit 3 home runs and pitched 6 scoreless innings in a playoff game and hit a ball where Willie Stargell, I've heard, hit it on the roof at Dodger Stadium. Steiny, I don't care about him slumping. This dude is a unicorn, man. Ohtani. Size, strength, height.
Do you think that's more impressive than what Rick Wise did in I believe it was 1968?
What did he do?
He pitched the no-hitter and hit 2 homers.
There's no way I hadn't heard about that.
Ask our resident baseball experts in the other room.
Well, still, it was better. He hit 3.
But he couldn't even complete the game.
Dude, who cares about that dude? We're talking, Ohtani, did you see the balls he hit?
No, I saw.
It's incredible. Dude is incredible. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I hope we get to see American born.
Now, interestingly, you're right. It was
in the States where they let you pitch and hit.
It was incredible performance, right?
Yeah.
Because he didn't have a great series the last time.
And
right?
I said, let's not mention that.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Because, in 1971, Rick Wise threw a no-hitter and hit 2 home runs. Like, to me,
I wasn't around.
Yeah, but to me, that might have been, that's probably a little more impressive. It's 6 shutouts solid. Don't get me wrong. But this guy went the distance, Rick did.
Was Rick Wise a hitter?
He came to the plate as a pitcher.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. This is
a pretty good game.
You cheesed
That's a real good game.
No, that is a real good game. It's got some lucky home runs, but what I saw Saturday is something Steiny, how do you just what do you go? Do you drink after when you just get with your buddies and say, I pitched 6 scoreless, hit 3 bombs, 1 hadn't even landed. How do you come down off that high?
Was Rick Wise hitting leadoff?
No, he hit 9th.
I mean, that's
come on.
You know what?
It might be the greatest postseason performance, but there's something about striking out the side in the top of the inning and then leading off with a bomb.
It's like you're playing against your little brother or something.
Yeah,
Steiny.
what I would like, that is an
It's like high school, man.
No, you're right. That's impressive. I always like to go back to that one game. Barry Bonds caught a ball in left field, threw the guy out at home, came up in the bottom of the inning, homered. Night. Remember that one, Risotto?
Oh, God.
It might have been like Father's Day or his birthday. It was something really special. Bonds was under, like in the top of the 10th. He made a great play defensive, and he came back in the bottom.
Yeah,
I'm not playing. He knows I'm right.
This was an all-timer, man.
Yeah, no, and Bonds, because we're talking performance.
Yeah,
no.
As you mentioned Reggie in the World Series, I saw that as a kid, but he didn't pitch.
No, and
it was the World Series.
It was the World Series. It was also a closeout game. It was Game 6. That tends to be the most important game in any given season.
So, like the one Ohtani hit 3 in?
Dude, Steiny, one went to the roof. Yeah. I've never, all the big dog hitters. Steiny,
Billy
this ball.
Stargell did that.
Umpteen years ago.
Exactly.
He didn't get on the mound.
He didn't do it in HD either. I was like, where's that ball at? What's that dude eating, man?
Everything.
The Giants are about to get him an Ohtani. They'll find one. Buster will find one. He's coming.
He just found his Mike Montgomery. I know that.
Don't jinx it. It ain't done yet. What are you talking about? People wonder what you're talking about.
There's a source that he's going to hire the University of Tennessee manager.
Dude, I don't know why I like it. I think because it's Buster. He's young, and it's not this old tired retread stuff. Oh, here comes Steiny for his 9th job.
I got to tell you, it is straight out of the Chris Mullen playbook. When he hired Mike Montgomery,
I'm
just telling you. He said, we gotta get smarter around here. We got a lot of young players who've got to learn how to play the game. It was a disaster, quite frankly.
Was Mike ready, or just the
Mike
guy
was ready to?
Was he ready? Do you think he was ready?
Not really. No, in fact, he's the guy who said that the problem with when he went to the pros was that he didn't even know what he didn't know.
Ooh, so you wasn't ready.
No, but I'm sure Vitale will be great. I mean,
dude, I'm excited. If it happens,
sure.
You can't judge a book by its cover, Stoney.
You're right. So
you can't judge a book by its cover.
First of all, I can do whatever I want. I can judge a book by its cover. This is going to be a terrible hire. How about that? Vitello is going to be a terrible hire.
I want to bet.
And Hundley would have been worse on 95.7 The Game.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn.
Warriors, Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5. Get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by Shanco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shanco today.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
Out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
First and goal for the one. McCaffrey inside, into the end zone. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, crossover time. That means we're joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley on 95.7 The Game. What's up, gentlemen? How you doing,
fellas?
Yeah.
George Kittle, huh?
Yeah,
and the
good.
run game is back. Is that a go figure or there's something there? I saw the replays.
We spent our whole Friday on George Kittle. We spent our whole Friday on George Kittle, and I left here with, I hope that he is, because a lot of people who are, like Feliciano kept telling us, he's like, Kittle, wait till you see the run game when Kittle comes back.
He holds those blocks, man.
My God, it changes everything. I don't know, man. The Niners season is weird. Every week it's a new guy where you're like, oh, that's the linchpin to everything, right? It's Bosa, and then it's Fred Warner, and then it's George Kittle. And if George Kittle has that kind of an effect on the run game,
man,
I don't know how he's not the tight end of the generation.
Pretty impressive. Yeah. And you do have to add in part of it where Atlanta's run defense is not good.
Okay.
But, I mean, for the Niners part of it, George Kittle definitely – you okay over there?
Cheers.
George Kittle definitely unlocks certain things that you weren't getting from Jake Tonjes, who is more of a pass catcher, and Luke Farrell, who is, your third tight end. So now you have a tight end who can actually hold his spot. Now Trent Williams doesn't have to do more than he otherwise probably should, and now you've got your run game back to where it should be.
Yeah, and I love a party. I tried to tell Steiny more than anybody. But I can't ignore the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control was during the show, And I know today might not be the day, but I'm just keeping it real being me. The report from Melissa Stark on Brock Purdy's toe is a story to me because I feel like it's the first time I'm getting to. I should have, if I was a pro, had you play it. Huh?
I can still do it.
Can you
finish
do
it? No, go ahead.
Like it's a shocker to me. I don't know. I need help.
Yeah, play it for everybody.
This is Melissa Stark on Brock Purdy when they came back in from a commercial.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
Fascinating.
Is that
it's so? Now listen,
no timeline.
It's not the story of the day because the Niners won on Sunday Night Football. But we were just in the other room talking this out, and I'm fascinated probably for different reasons than most people are fascinated. My mind goes to a very sort of strategic, functional media process thing. Why the hell is that the first time we heard any of that? Why? What has the big mystery been? This happened at halftime of week 1. Yeah. Why now did we decide we're going to go tell the Sunday Night Football team to tell everybody exactly how I'm feeling physically, emotionally?
Wasn't ready for it.
We're going to put a timeline on it, which is not a timeline, and it comes 24 hours after a bunch of national reports that Brock Purdy's definitely playing next week at Houston. Diana Rossini started it. All of the local beat writers grabbed it. I saw it everywhere on Saturday. Brock and Ricky are back for Houston. And then 24 hours later, Melissa Stark makes it sound like Brock's not going to be the same until 2026.
That's what I just was.
So my whole brain is just going, what just happened? And why?
What do you think?
My best guess, because Dib said the same thing.
Hyperextended ligaments?
My best guess is that the Niners are getting very, very uncomfortable with overpromising and underdelivering. And I mean this in terms of health, player health.
Right.
You know, Ricky Pearsall, he might practice this week. 2 weeks later, still not practicing. They don't want to underpromise or overpromise and underdeliver. And so wherever Rossini got that source from,
right,
I think people above whoever that is didn't dig that it went out that way.
Wow.
And so now we got to have a Sunday Night Football sideline report stating there is no timeline.
Man.
I'm in pain. This is super annoying to kind of reverse the process. He might still play at Houston, but they don't want everybody expecting it.
But Dibs to the right, left, the movement, like should he even?
I mean, if he's good to go, yeah, he should. And the idea of him ever being 100% this year, it's not going to happen. So whenever he does play, he's going to be susceptible to a re-injury unless he goes full Joe Burrow and he has surgery and he sits out 3 months, which obviously this is not that bad. And so they didn't want to go that route. But yeah, the turf toe, the ligament, and if it's a ligament that is not only next to the toe, but under the toe and under the foot, now you get into other like major problems with the foot. And, you know, we've talked about Liz Frank injuries and other, you know, carpal tunnel in the hand and other like minor injuries that sound minor. Turf toe sounds very innocent and innocuous, but it's obviously so bad that, you know, he's maybe one bad movement away from getting hurt again.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be, I'm going to assume that when he's healthy, he'll play. But my question is there a point when too much of the season were to have gone by, the success rate is at a point where you really like it, that even if Purdy is healthy, you wouldn't put him right back in there? Like, would that be week 11?
I don't think so.
13?
I don't know. Are they undefeated from now till then? You know what I mean? Like, it's if they're 11-2, then maybe you get to a spot where you're like, it's not.
Just ride this out.
Mess with this, but styles make fights, and so every game is different. And so I know we go, it's a hot hand. I don't know if it's a hot hand. Last night, Christian McCaffrey and the run game were obviously the Stars. But I do think, here's how I'll answer it. We have absolutely arrived at a spot, in my opinion, where if Brock comes back and they lose a football game and he turns it over multiple times, the fan base gets loud, and they don't want that.
But will that noise get loud to Kyle? Though?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't think it affects their decision-making, but it affects players.
Yeah.
They hear things. Like, you don't want a quarterback controversy. I know people think it's fun. It's not fun.
Right now,
you don't want that.
Organically, I told Stotty, you don't have one because Brock, you need two to tango. He really can't go.
Or can he? We don't know that.
So you wouldn't be shocked if he played set.
I would be mildly surprised if he didn't.
And I'm running the other way with that Dibbs. And again, she could have been saying something how he was feeling 2 weeks ago, but the tendons, and if it goes the wrong way, well, you could practice all that, but when you get in the game, anything could happen.
Yeah, for me, it's about 50-50.
Right.
Honestly, if his toe is fine enough to go, he'll go. But it may not be at the point where they want him to go out there and do it. And I look at last night's game and I think about what this team really is. Forget Brock, forget Mac. It's about complementary football. And yesterday was another example of exactly what a winning team, what the Niners want to do. They looked at the game plan, and I think you played the sound earlier, Steiny, from Shanahan about, running it 30 times or 40 times and stuff. You look at that team, and you thought, we get Kittle back. Their run defense is not great. We can run it. And Saleh's thinking, yeah. And you know what? Their quarterback is young, and he's not necessarily sturdy. Right. So we're going to go ahead and try and confuse him. And
they did.
I watched the game again this morning, and if you watch the blitzes that they did, they were a lot of we're bringing these two, and we're going to drop these two. We're going to bring these three and drop these two.
He wasn't ready.
They were confusing him with a lot of zone blitzes and drop blitzes, and so he wasn't ready. They weren't ready, and ultimately, Penix got into too much of a throw mode, and when they needed to stop the defense, they came through big time.
The play before halftime was embarrassing to all quarterbacks. It cost them 3.
It was.
Intentional, Grant. Come on, kid. I'll just say.
Know where your receiver is and just throw it in that area. And I think you mentioned this earlier, Goo, about Mac, and he had one where he rolled right and there was nothing going, and he just threw it right in the ground. And there was a receiver in the area. It was a screen that got busted. And so you just throw it in the ground, and you know that you can fight another day.
The one thing I was thinking about yesterday's game, and we had, did we joke about Finneran, our guest Finneran from Thursday?
Atlanta. Yeah.
But what was I forget what the joke was.
Remember I said
he wasn't high.
I said, Kyle Shanahan, if you'd ask people around the league what he represents, great play caller, schemer, pre-snap notion, really good, understand. What does Raheem Morris hang his hat on?
Right.
And he was like, "Oh God, that's a good question."
Some of us don't know out here. Yeah.
Then he said he's kind of like one of those comfort animals you take on a plane.
That's right.
Anyway,
I remember this now. We did talk about it.
So I'm watching Raheem Morris under that lens.
That's
last night. And here's the thing, and it kind of ties into the schedule. You cannot deny that Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh have gotten the 49ers to play at a level that probably other coaches could not have gotten them to play at.
And
up until this point.
They have an identity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just think it's kind of like when I look at the Warriors and look at their experience, it's like, they're just going to be able to hammer teams that are not that smart. And I feel like that's where Shanahan and Saleh come in. Not that they're going to win every game of these winnable games, but when you have the Giants and the Browns and the Bears, and he's going to be able to win you some of those games, is what I'm saying. And so I fully anticipate that they're going to be in this. They're going to win enough games to stay at least 2 over 500 for most of the year, and then we're going to see what it comes down to.
Your Finneran point's probably a good one, because when you can see that a team has talent but sort of lacks direction.
They just beat Buffalo in front of the world.
Exactly. You get wild swings. Remember, they beat Buffalo. That was coming off of a bye.
Lost to Carolina, looked clueless.
By 30.
By 30.
Didn't score.
And then followed the
Raiders.
Right. And the very next week, they scored 34 against Washington and won a football game. They beat Minnesota by 16 points. They blew them out, but they also
I got you.
Special teams miscues and lost at home against Tampa.
Welcome to the NFL almost.
But to a degree, but the swings are very wild.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I came out of it, nobody asked, but, you know, I've been giving Kyle his flowers for this coaching job at 5-2 because it's his show. But sitting through the debacle with Sorensen and then Wilkes, last night I personally didn't expect this no-name Niner defense led by youngsters and Bryce Huff, his redemption, coming around the corner. And that plan that Dibbs talked about, they were like, Robinson, you're not beating us, even though you talked smack during the week. We're going to make Penix beat us. We came, I blitzed. They had attitude, the defense last night, and I got to just, for the umpteenth time, give Robert Saleh kudos for doing a lot with nothing. I'm not disparaging anybody.
Right.
But youngsters, there was no Bosa or Warner, and I couldn't tell by the energy they were flying around
and
with.
Tatum Bethune could have been wearing 57. He could have been Dre Greenlaw. The way he was running around there and messing people up. And Bryce Huff, he could have wore 97 instead of, I think, 47, 48, whatever it is. And he could have been Nick Bosa because he wrecked the game. And I'm looking at the play right now, and, you know, we all look at the final score. Oh, Niners by 10. Yeah. Atlanta had the ball in Niner territory, 3rd and 1, and they were maybe going to not march down, but they were going to kind of matriculate down and score and put the Niners in a spot where now, Mac, you have to go out there and win it. I
thought it was going to happen.
And then they ran some BS soft serve toss play, which goes for nothing. And then you had the big pass breakup by Chase Lucas.
Almost a pick six.
So if you want to look at the names yesterday on defense, Bryce Huff, Tatum Bethune, Chase Lucas. Who?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Not Frank Lucas. Chase
No,
Lucas.
exactly.
You know, I'd throw one other guy in there.
Yeah.
Luter.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was good.
Right.
He was good.
But, I mean, that's to your point, Goo, about Robert Saleh and the defense. They all showed up with Fred Warner tribute shirts and jerseys, and so they clearly were super motivated to go out there and show the world that this defense is more than just Fred and Nick.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of Falcons coaching, I know it's never sexy. Dog, kick the field goal. Kick the field goal on 4th and 1. What are you doing? That's a 53-yard field goal on 4th and 1. You're down 13-10 in the fourth quarter. Kick the field goal. Stop being so damn sexy. Sometimes the field goal is
greedy.
the right play.
Is it greedy?
Yeah. It's cavalier is what it is. But the other point about Saleh, and you guys are spot on, and for me, what last night did, those kids that all went out there and played, last night for me was I want to see a Bosa-less, Warner-less defense stop another NFL team. And if you can do it, and you can win a football game,
you got some action,
then you deserve reinforcements.
Oh, wow.
And so, last night to me was, above all else, was about the trade deadline.
No, but I hear that.
Yes.
Wow, man.
You have earned more people on the team. I'm still not giving up first-rounders. I'm not giving up second-rounders. Probably not going to give up third-rounders, but and I don't even know who's out there who would call for that kind of a number. But last night, I thought the 49ers bought the idea of being buyers at the trade deadline, and maybe sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
I wonder, and I'd love to ask Shanahan this about Saleh and his relationships with defensive coordinators over the years, because I know what happened with Wilkes, but Wilkes is he has a solid reputation in this league. Wilkes, as a defensive coordinator. Then Sorensen came, and what I'm getting at is that I don't think Kyle Shanahan deals with the defense at all during a game. He's got so much confidence in Saleh that if anything happens, he'll talk to him after the game, hey, why were we in this, or why? And I just feel like with the other guys, he kind of oversaw a little bit and maybe asked more questions, but with Saleh, it's just you do it. They seem to have an alignment too on strategy in terms of the overall game plan about offenses and defensive linking together, whether they're both going to be aggressive or they're, you know what I mean? I just feel like Kyle doesn't really deal with it.
I think philosophically going into a game, they talk about it, and I look at last night. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but felt to me like they blitzed a lot more. And so you look at a quarterback like Michael Penix Jr., very young, and you're thinking, all right, we're not only going to blitz him, but we're going to blitz and confuse him. We're going to blitz a corner and drop a couple of D linemen. We're going to blitz 2 linebackers and drop a D lineman. So it's those sorts of like confusing blitzes where you face Matthew Stafford, you're not going to really blitz him very much because he gets it out early, he gets it out quick, and he's going to see it. He's going to see all of it and more. So I do think what you're saying, Steiny, is part of the game plan where Shanahan and Saleh, they look at the team, and this one coming up is going to be really interesting because it's Shanahan against D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico is the one who calls the defense, and on the other side, you've got a quarterback, C.J. Stroud, he's not Michael Penix, but he's a guy who's shown some inconsistency.
Some regression.
At the very least.
He's got an awful offensive line.
Yeah. Right, and he's got he's got a team that I think that you can, maybe you can get there with 4, maybe you can confuse them. So I think every week the game plan differs based on, who you're going to face.
Yeah, getting another team on a short week, just like this one.
Dude, that's twice.
Second week in a row that they'll play someone who played the previous Monday night.
But you want them to win to help you out. The Niners or Texans fans.
I don't want them to, I've got my own reasons.
Oh,
anyway.
I got you.
I have my own reasons. Anyway, but no, Steiny, to your question, I think that's how Kyle wants it.
Yeah, I do too.
I think Kyle wants the defensive coordinator to just do his thing. But then you have to earn that trust. Go back to the 0 blitz in Minnesota, Steve Wilkes.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Like,
what about the timeout in the Super Bowl?
Kyle's letting the defensive coordinator do their thing until he sees them.
Dude, he called a timeout.
Do the right thing, and then you sort of got to start. I mean, this is why, there's only so much you can think about and govern at once in a football game.
Right.
You can't call the offense, call the defense, call the special teams. That's the whole idea. You want to be able to delegate so that people will do that, but also mirror your decisions and style. And so I think you're right that he trusts Saleh more than he's certainly trusted the other people who've been in there during his era.
Yep, and they actually called a 0 blitz yesterday on the 3rd drive, 3rd and 7, Atlanta at the Niners 48, and they brought 7, if not 8. They brought the Heezy, and Penix, he couldn't get rid of it. He got rid of it. It was incomplete, and defense gets off the field. So I think you're right, Mark, about the trust factor where, if you got Saleh calling a 0 blitz in the right time, and this was not, the way Wilkes did it in a spot where you absolutely can't be rolling those dice. I mean, this was in the second quarter. Go ahead, roll the dice.
Can I tell you about my sports weekend? 2 things that jumped out at me from abroad. I saw an NFL team yesterday score 33 points in 1 quarter. I've never seen that. And I saw a pitcher/hitter toss 6 scoreless innings and hit 3 bombs and 1 on the roof in Dodger Stadium. I don't know what was more impressive.
Oh, God. Impressive? If you use the word impressive, it's
33 and a quarter.
Right. My favorite thing every time someone brings that up is to remind them that there was time for the other team to score 2 touchdowns also.
What world are we living in?
There were 46 points in that quarter.
What if you had the 46, under and you're like, oh, we're good, baby?
46 points in the 4th quarter.
And Dibbs,
golly.
Dibbs, I reminded Darryl the Guru Johnson that while it wasn't a playoff game, who can forget Rick Wise's 1971 throws a no-hitter and hits 2 homers in a 3-0 win. So he knocked in every run and pitched a complete game no-hitter.
Did either of the homers go into the parking lot?
That I don't know.
You know how far that is.
You don't hit the ball there. You do not hit the ball there.
Where did he go?
I used to work there every night for years, and you don't hit the ball there. You don't. That's
all right, dude. I saw it. Said I can't unsee where that went.
That's not thinkable. That's like you would not. Like if you really got a hold of one.
Oh man,
it wouldn't go there. There are people shopping for souvenirs out there.
John's got a new manager. Before we get out of here, I'm trying to get it on.
Sounds like it.
I got no problem with it.
Why would you?
Well, he has no major league experience.
So what?
I thought I wanted Bochy. Then it went to Huntley, but this is a young fiery.
The last guy they had a ton of major league experience, and within weeks, people did I don't know, man. Whenever you hire a manager, I'm like, well, let's see it.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Maybe this is exactly the right guy.
Were you shocked when you heard possibly the name?
Not shocked, but a little surprised. But then I thought, you know what? Do it, Buster. Like, Buster's untouchable. You're a part owner. You are a legend, and this is your first real crack at it. So, yeah, go ahead and think outside the box. I'd much rather him do that as opposed to bring in
another Melvin type. I got
exactly.
you.
Another. I don't want to say retread or cast off. That's not fair. But if you think that this is the dude, then go hire him.
Yeah, retread will be in 2 years.
There you go.
That's when you go back to the retread, like the Warriors going from Musselman to Montgomery, Mike Montgomery, back to Nelly. What do you think?
How'd that work out, though?
Oh, Nelly, we believe.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
And didn't they go back to Nelly one more time?
What's that?
No, they went back to Weber the other time. Yeah.
Oh,
I apologize for my brain always like thinking about it this way, but why? And I know that the news hasn't technically broken yet, but like, why did we hear a soft launch of the Giants manager? And why is it over the weekend?
We talked about it.
Why?
We did?
Oh, God.
I thought he was going to bring up Hundley. But I'm sorry.
Hundley ducked out. But why? Tony Vitello, why a soft
I feel
launch?
like the Mac Jones with the Niners. Let's put it on social. See the backlash and then go the other way.
Like, if you're going to hire him, hire him.
No.
And say it with your chest on a Tuesday at 2 o'clock.
Well, apparently it's up to him. I guess he's a big dude and where he's from, and
It's
they
up
can
to
sway
him?
him. Yeah.
It's up to Vitello?
Yeah, that's what I was hearing.
Well, there's a buyout that has to take place with Tennessee.
Okay.
Not quite James Franklin's buyout.
But why?
My God.
But why soft launch it then over the weekend? It could still be a secret.
That was kind of
because you are tiptoeing your way into the water.
Well, then if that's actually the case,
that's not good.
That's not good. Say it like Draymond Green this thing, dude. If you want to hire a college coach, walk out into the town square on Tuesday at noon.
Stand on it.
We're hiring Tony Vitello.
Stand on what you say.
This is the freaking guy who's going to beat the Dodgers.
Stand on what you do.
Let's see it. And we're signing, and we're going after Kyle Tucker.
Look at you.
Out in Union Square and say it. Dude's been wearing orange for his career. Let's go. Tell me why the dude is awesome. Dude, it sounds like we're
That
moving.
was odd. Like, make up your mind. This ain't giant.
The
Like,
wind is blowing in the direction of Tony Vitello at 4 o'clock on a Saturday while the NFL. What? Let's go.
Gotta let it play out.
You calling out Buster right now?
Gotta let it play out.
I'm calling out the process.
Call out the man. The man who's making the calls.
Saturday.
You're tiptoeing in the water the way he is.
No, I'm not.
Put your name on it over there. If you're this mad, call out Gerald Buster Posey for tiptoeing into his managerial search.
No, I don't know. I don't know that he's the one who broke it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, we got a lot to learn about this situation.
that was great.
Hey, Warriors season opener tomorrow.
We're not
Are y'all ready for
We're
it?
not going to see you guys tomorrow.
You guys are being splashed.
Where are you going?
Kick ass.
We're not going to see you tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to. Yeah,
We'll be listening.
See you on a laptop. It's not as fun.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Put the V's up.
Yep.
They did it. They freaking did it.
Impressive.
I can't believe they did it, but they did it. And that was, for me, that's the only one I needed to see in order to sort of get reactivated with the idea of chasing a playoff spot, trying to make something out of this season, all of these injuries, and now without your heart and soul. And look at Fred up there with his leg up and hanging out with his wife and his kid, screaming into the Jumbotron. Like, dude, what a legend. What a freaking legend. And yes, the entire 49er team inspired by and rallies around, and they win on America's #1 rated television show by double digits and hold somebody to 10 points hold Bijan Robinson to 40 yards rushing. That's all I needed to see. John Lynch, you've been told it's time to re-energize yourself on the phones, go get reinforcements. This team has potential action this year.
Maybe that message that was sent was you don't need reinforcements. You held Bijan Robinson to 40 yards rushing, and you held Atlanta to 10 points, and your defense looked pretty awesome other than not getting an interception. So I'm with you on the surface of, go get reinforcements. But, honestly, the defense, the way they showed up, the way they played, I don't know if they're looking around thinking, man, like, who are we going to take out of this lineup right now? Because the defense yesterday was awesome.
No, but you need reinforcements. Like you
need depth, sure.
Right. It would be silly to think that, so that's it. No more injuries for the rest of the year. Like, no, you're going to need people. And I know sometimes you walk away from a 20-10 game, and it's easy to sort of get swallowed into we dominated Atlanta. No, you didn't. You know what I mean? Like that thing.
No, you had to come through big time in the fourth quarter.
And you have to play a certain style. Everyone's looking. It's funny. Like, Guru's bringing up that Broncos-Giants game where there were 46 points scored in the fourth quarter alone. The Niners are clearly playing a certain style. And the Falcons were too, which is going to move the clock. Like, that was a really fast game last night.
Yep.
That was less than 3 hours, that football game, because there were a lot of run plays, and they're keeping the clock moving, and that's the way the Niners are going to try to beat you. I'd love, as time evolves and goes forward here, I'd love to see the 49ers try to move themselves to being a little bit more dominant on both sides of the ball. Part of that is the young guys learning and getting more experience. Part of that is going to be getting more guys back. And then part of that is going to be at a certain point in the season, can you stand up and just be like, no, we're not going to try to eke out a win over you. We're going to try to dominate you. And in order to do that, I think that they do need they need some more people. And maybe I'm thinking out of the box here. It doesn't have to be what we thought it was going to be. It doesn't have to be a pass rusher. Maybe it's a safety. Because I still don't love what I'm seeing back there.
Yeah.
Certainly not in terms of depth.
Sure.
Mustafa was good.
Yep.
But
he's still getting back into shape.
Yeah, exactly.
Pinnock had a couple of plays that left you kind of wanting. He took a bad angle on a big-time play, and where he went for the pass breakup, didn't get there, and because he took a bad angle, then he was able to give up an extra 10 yards or so in yards after the catch. So, it's not even like, now you don't need a linebacker because Tatum Bethune is that guy, although he looks amazing. And if you watch Nick Martin on special teams, he's flying around there waiting for his chance as well. And the pass rush was better, but I do still look at that spot as an upgrade where I would look for somebody to be more of a presence in the pass rush because you had 2 sacks and you pressured Penix a lot, but you had to go in and blitz a bunch in order to get those pressures. But they did look better. The defense in general was awesome. I didn't see Grandy's grades, but I would bet that defensively, a lot of A's on that board.
You would think.
Yeah.
We'll do that tomorrow, and we'll be at Splash getting ready for the Warriors game in L.A. against the Lakers. You should come see us, be a part of our watch party. What a hell of a week that's about to unfold.
I can't wait.
We got Victory Monday. We got opening night tomorrow in the NBA for the Warriors. We got the home opener on Thursday. Steve Kerr and Greg Cosell will join us on Wednesday. By Friday, we're going to be getting ready for the Niners heading out to Houston. And I think the Warriors play that night too, right? In Portland? Yeah, so we got tons of Warrior basketball. The Niners are rolling at 5-2. And so this is fantastic. But yes, I think that game said a couple things to me. It's not just the 5-2 record, because by the time we go to bed tonight, there's a likelihood, even certainly a possibility, maybe even a likelihood that the NFC West will house 3 5-2 teams. So it's great that you're 5-2. You could be in third place by next Monday, to be honest with you. So it's not so much about the record. It's about what that particular group just showed they do have the ability to do. I had questions going into this weekend of like, can you stop another NFL team consistently without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa? They did it. That says a lot to me. And then let's not make the mistake of thinking because you were able to rush Penix that means you're going to think of the next 3 weeks now. Yes, Houston's offensive line is bad, but C.J. Stroud is a different animal than Michael Penix. That's a different challenge. The following week, you got this kid in New York, and he can run, and he's exciting, and he hasn't lost a home game yet. And the week after that, you got Matt Stafford, who is an old genius at the quarterback position. So you blitz guys like that, you might have a more negative outcome. Again, I think that they do need reinforcements. I'd love the Niners to go get them as quick as possible.
And I think that you're going to have to be patient because even if you look at the overall landscape of the NFL right now, you don't have too many teams that think that they are out of it. And even the Giants that you referenced, they're 2-5, and that was an awful loss where you gave up 33 points to a team that had yet to score, which is an NFL record. No team had ever gone scoreless for 3 quarters and then put up 33 in the fourth. And so, yeah, the way the Giants lost is awful, but they still don't feel like that they're, quote, out of it. And there aren't that many teams that even think that. Maybe New Orleans is already thinking about Tank City and a draft pick. But as you get into the remainder of the season, yeah, a lot of these teams are not going to be looking to deal their players just yet.
Well,
maybe in a week, maybe in 2 weeks, but you're going to have to be a little patient.
Maybe. I think the New York Jets are a target. Robert Saleh used to coach that team. There are a lot of defensive players on that team that he coached. Some of them he had a hand in drafting. And they are 0-7, and they are ready to deal. They are not going anywhere this year. They're not even going to the end zone, let alone the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that season's over, and they'd be stupid not to listen if the 49ers called. I think that's an important connection to remember.
If there are expiring players with the Jets, because as a new head coach...
You don't want expiring players.
No, but if you're the Jets, you don't want to get rid of good defensive players that you might want to have around next year. If you're Aaron Glenn and you're thinking about, well, boy, this year's been bad, but I want to be good next year, you're not going to trade good defensive players.
You are if they're heading toward guys who are going to need payment within, like they were not up, but next year would be sort of the year that you need to pick up an option or have extension talks. And look, I mean, you need draft picks. The Jets are not just bad, they're quarterbackless. So, they're heading
for the first pick in the draft.
Yeah, so right, but great. You need more. Again, I've heard some names already thrown out on the defensive side for the Jets of guys that do have this year and at least one more year of team control. I think that's what the Niners would be after. I'm not big on the idea of rentals, certainly not if they're going to be costly in terms of draft capital. The Niners have their own building of their roster to still do. But to me, that's a team to watch right now because some of these guys, if you're a year 3 or a year 4 player, you were probably drafted by Robert Saleh. And so I know that there are probably some defenders on that team. Remember, Bryce Huff, that was because of his time with Saleh with the Jets before he ended up with the Eagles. That's why they got him, and look at the dividends it's paying right now. So I see maybe a name or two coming off that roster, and you're probably right. It's probably not going to be this week, but might as well try. Might as well try. The Jets are not going anywhere.
I'm sure they're working the phones already and trying to see who out there is looking to sell. And, the Cincinnati situation definitely changed when Joe Flacco came through with that big victory here in Week 7. So I do think outside the Jets, you might look at every other team. Maybe New Orleans is another one that's not quite thinking that they're still in the mix. But, the league this year is full of a lot of parity. So I do think that if you're a team that is looking to buy off a struggling team, you may have to wait a little bit longer than you thought.
Yep, you might. We do wonder, though, how does a night like last night sort of revitalize what you were thinking and seeing about the 49ers season? Because it absolutely felt that way for me. There have been multiple times this year where a big player and a big name goes down, and the first time it happened was already Week 2. And you and I spent a whole week about how you were expecting them to beat New Orleans. And I'm like, maybe, but I don't know how I can use the word expect in any way, shape, or form when Mac Jones was coming in for his first start as a 49er. It went pretty well. They did win that game. I'm like, okay, so you can. Now, it was only the Saints, but you can win football games with Mac Jones as the quarterback of the 49ers. And then that continued. And then for me, it's not just Warner, but Bosa and Warner. That sort of dropped me back down into the doldrums of, I don't know if this defense is ready to truly stop talented NFL offenses. 10 points and 40 yards on the ground for Bijan Robinson and a fourth down stop in a key moment, things like that have completely revitalized my energy for this season.
And it should. And Atlanta's not a bad offense. They're a good offense, but you came through in the tight spots. And honestly, when you look at the way the game swung, it swung on the 3rd and 1 play and then the 4th and 1 play. Yep. Back-to-back defensive plays where if you don't convert either one of those and Atlanta keeps the ball, they might go down and score with 2.5 minutes left, and they might score a touchdown, and you might lose that game. But that's where the year's been this year. It's swung on big-time plays that you've made.
Oh, by the way, circling back to Friday, yes, George Kittle's the best tight end of this era. Fight me on it. I don't care what you want. Come on, Kelsey fan. Let me hear how Travis Kelce, a big wide receiver, is better than George Kittle. Would love to hear your take. We're sponsored by Moderna. It's time for your calls right now on how this may have changed your season outlook. 888-957-9570. Kyle Shanahan talks in an hour. Until then, your calls, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Love Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Listen all week for your chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step in and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
First and goal for the one. McCaffrey inside. Into the end zone. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Tirico touchdown always hits.
Yeah, and with a little nod to a local guy there, which I like.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Yep.
Not one rushing touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns.
Well, 1 rushing touchdown and 1 what I call a swaddle touchdown. And I would love to talk to Connor Colby about whether or not he's ever held another human being so tight as he did when he picked up Christian McCaffrey at the 2. He hugged him at the 1. He nuzzled him at the goal line. Touchdown.
Christian still isn't down. I don't know if you watched the end of that play. He never touched the ground.
Connor Colby picked him up, and he swaddled him. Shout out those of you who have babies.
Great.
And none of my kids ever like to swaddle, but apparently Christian McCaffrey does because he got swaddled to the goal line. And, yeah, you score.
Great.
We all score.
You asked for this, NFL. Hey, Pro Football Talk, take your report and shove it in the trash can.
What report?
So it was about 4 seconds after the game last night. And Florio, who is just built like this. I respect Florio, but there are times where it's like, do you just cruise around places and look for happy people and then whack them in the shin?
He's like Diet Cowherd.
Like, is that
He's like Cowherd Light.
Why?
Nick Wright.
Like the game has just, like they're not even off the field. Tatum Bethune's at the podium. And Florio's Pro Football Talk is 49ers illegally score touchdown in fourth quarter. Shut up, dude.
I didn't even see that.
There is so much going on a football field that You know what I mean? Like, Ephraim and I were watching the game. Ephraim last night's like, he started laughing at illegal contact. Illegal contact. He goes, do you understand? There's never been a play in the history of football where you couldn't call illegal contact if you wanted to. The referee is looking for things that are, I guess, egregious or really affecting the outcome of a certain play. And it's tough, right? That's a moving target that a referee has to hit. But illegal contact. I mean, so are you telling me that there are plays where defensive backs just never touch the receivers? Ever? At any point on these routes?
Well, you get 5 yards.
Yeah, but I'm talking about even after that. Like, that doesn't exist. If you're not touching them, it's because they darted right by you and they're gone. And someone's going to throw it over your head and you lose. You know, so anyway, it just kind of hit in a weird way. It's like, don't be such a troll, please, with regard to this. The NFL, you asked for this. You're the ones that did away with the rule where you can't push people into the end zone. You have a team winning a Super Bowl off of the
human assist,
play that is named the tush push. So, like, if people are helping other people into the end zone, tough cookies. You asked for it. You're the one who opened up this box, not anybody else. So, no issue.
Yeah, I have an issue because I think the play sucks. It's stupid. It's not football. But my issue is not
happening.
Right. My issue is not with the play as it was last night or what Philly does over and over and over. My play is with the rule. Because to me, the rule should go back to what the rule used to be, which is you can't essentially assist another person in this fashion. But they changed the rule, and so them's the rules. And so if Connor Colby wants to literally pick up Christian McCaffrey and back that thing up from the 2 into the end zone, because, I mean, he was mostly stopped, and then all of a sudden, rah, I've got you, and here we go. Boom, boom, boom. We're in the end zone. You score, I score, we all score.
I thought it was stopped. I didn't even see him go in. I think from the TV view, for most of us watching on TV, you didn't know that Christian went in until all the Niners offensive linemen put their arms up. And I'm like, oh, is he in there? I couldn't see him.
I saw Pooney run about 8 yards deep and start doing some wild, like, almost like a Shohei Ohtani
Fat
celebration.
guy dance is always fun. Yeah.
It was a little bit like that. The hands were in the air, and he didn't care.
I know. That's not an Ohtani thing, by the way. That's all the Dodgers.
And just 20 seconds on Ohtani.
Oh,
that performance in terms of, like, athletic history, that's one of the greatest single performances in sports history.
Easily.
That's
easily. While we're on this, and then we're going to go to the phones. So that was Friday night, right?
Must have been, yeah.
Friday night. Okay. Yeah, Steven's giving the nod like he's not over it yet. He's still rubbing his temples.
Man.
So the lovely and I are out for a bite and a drink. And we happen to be at a spot here in the Bay Area where apparently there were a couple of people who were fine with chanting, "Let's go Dodgers."
Oh, boy.
In the middle of a public space.
Yep. I hope you Yelp them 1 star.
Oh, well, it's not the restaurant's fault. Can we Yelp individuals?
Yes.
I would love to Yelp individuals. Can we do that?
You know I have.
Possibly.
I would love if there is a new app where we can Yelp individual people. But anyway, I turn around and I kind of mean mug the dude. But I'm like, we're having a good night. I don't care. The Dodgers, of course, they're going to beat the Brewers. Whatever. And I'm like, you're stupid. You're chanting in a San Francisco bar, but that's fine. But the younger, it was like a dad and his son. The younger one is wearing a Dodger jersey, which is already bold enough. But whatever, do you? And as we get up to leave, apparently this younger one in the Dodger jersey listens to the show.
Oh.
So he walks over and he goes, "Hey, I want to stop you." He goes, "I listen to you two every day. I really like it. I know you're a Dodger hater." And he goes, "I just want to know." And he's feeling himself. He goes, "I want to know what this feels like right now for the Giants. What does this feel like?
How do you feel?"
And I looked at him and I'm like, "Dog, I've had a glass of wine. I'm with my lady. I'm in a good space. I'll play with you. I'll be real with this. Sucks. This sucks. This feels like crap." I go, "But I do want you to know, you steamrolling through baseball, through the playoffs like this, it is going to open up the conversation to a salary cap." And then he started getting all upset about how come when the Yankees had a dynasty and they, quote unquote, bought all of their players, how come nobody was bothered by that? No one was bothered when the Yankees did it. And I was like, all right, I got to go. And so we left, and I started thinking about it later. And do whatever you want with this. That Yankee team, quote unquote, there's always been teams that spend a lot. Think about how many homegrown players were on the Jeter, Posada, Pettit. Everything was, the core was built through the farm system. And the Dodgers have a wonderful farm system. But have you stopped to look at this particular team and realize that none of them came through the system? None. Do whatever you want with that. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't bother me.
I know.
Yeah.
But, like, if you want to know why some people feel the way they do about this team, that's why. Kershaw's no longer a thing, and Will Smith is like, that's your homegrown player. That's it. That's it. Everything else is either from overseas or Blake Snell or Glasnow or Mookie Betts or Freddie Freeman or whatever. And I was like, that's why. That's why people feel the way they do. Anyway, enough. Victory Monday for the Niners. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for letting me on, guys. Happy Victory Monday. Wow. I've just seen it again firsthand. The effect of one George Kittle in the running game. Man, that guy, like you alluded to earlier, Mark, one of the greatest to do it. I mean, the guy could catch you 1,500 yards, but also, man, he could block like a premier guard or tackle. I mean, we saw it, man. For the first time being back from injury, all of a sudden, Christian McCaffrey looked like his old self.
Yep.
No more contact at the line of scrimmage. He's getting through the line nice and clean, and, you know, instead of 1-2 yards, it's 5, 7, and sometimes even more. And also, I want to commend Robert Saleh, one of the best to do it in today's NFL, man. That guy could coach him some defense. He's got his squad ready to rock all game long. I mean, Penix and his guys, they got some pretty big, targets downfield. They did their thing, but Robert and his game plan kept it in check. There wasn't really a lot of negative things last night, except for DeMarcus Robinson. I mean, dude, why are you trying to catch a perfectly placed ball in your bread basket with arms wide open?
Nice.
Welcome to my space. I'll show you drop everything with arms wide open.
That's a 5 right there, Jonathan. Very good. Well done.
Oh my God.
Well scripted. Great tonal quality. And yes, he deserves it. He's had some hits and misses, but he was wide open.
And so were his arms.
Well, and so were two other people underneath. And so I'm watching the play in real time, and I was like, Matt, and then he throws it deep, and I'm thinking, how's this going to end?
One-on-one. He had a one-on-one down
right,
there.
but he had the check down for the first down, which is fine. You do what you want. And he uncorks it, and I'm thinking, this can't end well. And then you look at the ball as it's going in the air, and you look, and you're like, he's kind of covered. And then he fights over the defender, and he gets half a shoulder, and now he's open. And it's like, And then you watch the replay, and you're like, oh, my God, you did all that. You ran all that way. You fought to get inside position. You got it. You got your hands up, and then whoop.
Yep.
Right through your arms.
Yep. Like you're making a hoop for a little kid in the swimming pool. Like,
totally.
Make this
Dude,
shot.
no doubt.
And then they whoop right through the hole.
And then the third replay, they cut to George Kittle's reaction, and Kittle's like, oh! Yeah. And he's like, he throws his head down, and he slaps his hands on his legs, knowing that was the kill shot.
I think it was Hoosh, TJ Houshmandzadeh came on our show one of the times a handful of weeks ago. And I think it was him who was like, I just don't know why DeMarcus Robinson hasn't hit better in the NFL. He's been a good player. He's been a productive player. He's been a champ, right? Chiefs, Rams, like he's been a very good player. But TJ was like, for those of us who work with wide receivers and study the film, DeMarcus is one of those guys that's like, on the level in terms of the raw talent. Like they think, the wide receiver world thinks DeMarcus Robinson should be, I don't know if it's Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, but it's like next level. Like they're like, that guy could be Nico Collins, but for some reason He's not. And I don't know why. And I don't really know. We're still getting to know DeMarcus. He's still coming back. What has he played now? 3 games?
3 or 4, yeah.
Very limited in terms of the opportunities. But when you get those limited opportunities, man, you got to squeeze that thing.
That's right.
That's 2 memorable drops already that he's had this year.
23 snaps last night, 1 target, and that was the target. That was it. And that was on 3rd and 3, early 4th quarter. So it's not the total kill shot. I mean, it's not going to be game over, night. You still have about 13 minutes to go.
Yep.
If you catch that, it's a big play, and instead you end up punting and flipping the field. But that was the one where, all right, here's your shot, and he goes deep, like you said, one-on-one, and Mac Jones put it in a spot where he could make the play, and it just went right through his hands, and you think, oh, man, like, you don't get a lot of chances, especially in a game like that, where you didn't throw the ball a ton anyway, and most of the throws went to CMC. So, like, you're going to go deep one time.
Yeah.
This is it. We're going deep once, and you get the chance,
and
drop. Yeah.
I think this has happened with the wide receiver room, something that's kind of subtle and under the radar. But I very much expected that when this wide receiver group, if and when it is ever at full health, I thought the starting 2 would be Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, with a healthy dose of Demarcus Robinson rotating in as the 3. And that's all to be said without Brandon Ayuk. I don't know. Like, I'm sort of the mind of, like, you let us know when Brandon's going to play football again. Until then, I'm going to just plan for him to not be there. If he's there, it throws a further wrench into it. But, I mean, let's say Ricky is back this week, isn't it now Ricky, Juwan, and Kendrick Bourne?
Yeah.
Not DeMarcus Robinson.
Maybe even Ricky, Kendrick, and Juwan. Like,
maybe.
I don't know.
I mean,
Juwan's a better blocker, so you probably start Juwan for more of the running plays. And as we talk a lot about, they do a lot of either 2 running back or 2 tight end sets, which means 2 receivers only. So you're probably right when you get to that spot. But I'm looking at targets last night, and you had 7 for Jennings, 2 for Kendrick Bourne.
Only 2.
1 for Sky Moore, and 1 for Robinson. Those are your wide receiver targets.
Wow, how many targets did Christian have?
He had 8, caught 7 of them.
Okay.
But, I mean, you only completed 17 passes.
Yep.
Mac Jones was very much like a classic old-school game manager because
they ran the ball. Yeah.
You ran it 39 times, so you didn't really need it. And we'll get more into it with Grandy's grades tomorrow, but I thought Kyle Shanahan was mostly good. I think it was a 3rd down carry to Kyle Juszczyk.
The Juszczyk one is the one that got everybody.
What are we doing?
I know. Those are always like, if they work, you're like, yeah, and then it didn't work. So, yeah, that was a bad call. It didn't work.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, that was a weird one because you thought in real time they already had the first down.
Right.
McCaffrey,
good point,
over on the sideline. It turns out he stepped out of bounds when he made contact with a defender, so you were a yard short. I don't know. I would love to understand why you don't just sneak it every time. Is there a reason? Because it works like 98% of the time. And I don't know if I've ever seen it not work 2 times in a row. So if it doesn't work on 3rd and 1, I would probably just try again on 4th and 1, and you just get a first down. And but next thing you know, Juice actually loses yardage.
Oh, man, he got beat up.
And now you're like, oh, for crying out loud. Now we had a punt.
Yep, you got a punt from your own end.
Felt like that was something that could have given up the game when it happened.
Well, because the momentum had already swung in their direction. The Niners get the field goal to go up 13-3. Atlanta, and, something else for Grandy's grades. I didn't see what he gave special teams, but after you go up 13-3, you give up a 45-yard return. Now Atlanta is in your territory, like automatically off the jump, and then they score a touchdown, so the momentum has swung. And if you could have kept that drive going, it felt like you would have been able to keep them at bay.
888-957-9570. Kyle Shanahan has already gone on his conference call, went a little early, so we go to Grandy for some updates from that call.
Yeah, it's still ongoing right now. We'll hear from him coming up a little bit later on Willard and Dibs. But some updates from the game last night. Jake Brendel, who left the game with a hamstring injury, and Renardo Green, Renardo Green does not have turf toe. That was a possibility.
Oh, that's good.
But Jake Brendel, who left the game with the hamstring strain, is expected to be out for a couple of weeks. And also, this is a surprise, Bryce Huff is also going to be out a couple of weeks, as he also picked up a hamstring strain, according to Kyle Shanahan. Speaking on Brock Purdy, the way that Cam Inman writes this, who's in on the conference call, he says likely a reach to return this week at Houston, with Shanahan saying, quote, he will continue like he did last week. That's the update on Brock Purdy. But Jake Brendel and Bryce Huff out for a couple of weeks. Renardo Green does not have turf toe.
Okay, so there's some good, some bad, and some interesting that's mixed in there. We'll get to the Brock Purdy stuff, but to me, what stands out most out of that is the injury to Bryce Huff and the fact that he is going to miss time. So I'll ask again, anybody want to go get a pass rusher as quickly as possible? I mean,
Shanahan added that Huff hurt his hamstring on one of the last 2 plays of the game.
Yep. Okay, and the quote from Shanahan with regard to trade prospects for a pass rusher, quote, I don't think it changes the urgency of it. It definitely sucks losing Huff, but it is a hamstring, and hopefully it's not longer than 2 weeks. But the front office has been looking into it for a couple of weeks. They're clearly not going to say it's urgent, because that changes trade conversations. Right. You don't call people and you're like, dude, we need someone right now, because then they're going to be like, great, send us your second-round draft pick. So I get it. They're going to play it cool, but I don't think that they're cool. This defense is a bunch of pups and inexperienced players, and they just played inspiring football. You got to help them out. You got to help him out as quickly as you can.
And that's to me, the toughest part of it is that he played inspired football. Huff had his best game of the year, and I'm looking at that final drive, and there's the play where Penix fumbled or didn't fumble, and he threw it, and then they ultimately had to look at it. I didn't think it was a fumble in real time, but it was Huff's helmet that Penix, put the ball back, and it hit Huff's helmet, and the ball kind of semi came out, and he threw it, and Huff was in on that. And then the second to last play on defense, Huff was there pressuring him again. So you wonder, it must have happened on that last play when he pressured Penix, and it was 3rd and 10, and then the 4th down play they didn't convert, and so it's just another loss to a defense that can't afford it.
Such a bummer. A bummer. One other little note here from Cam Inman, who was putting these reports out, is that while he said Brock Purdy is likely, and these are Cam's words, Brock Purdy likely a reach to return at Houston, the quote was, he will continue like he did last week. Kyle also noted the turf in Houston is not a factor in their decision-making process. I say that also to keep in mind what's looming after Houston. And I don't even know if the league sees this as the sort of alarming place that it used to, because they did replace the turf just a few years ago at MetLife Stadium, but that's what's looming. The MetLife turf, which had a reputation for years as being the worst in the league when it comes to tissue, lower body injuries. So I don't know how that factors in, but Kyle said at least this week with Houston, that's not a part of their decision-making process.
And we talked to somebody last week who said that the turf is actually better than it used to be, maybe because it got a little bit more worn in.
That was Jordan Reed.
Yeah, thank you.
Jordan Reed, who got hurt there week 2, the same game that Nick Bosa and Solomon Thomas tore their ACLs.
Right. And he played there, obviously, every year when he was with Washington.
Correct.
And so over time, the turf gets a little bit more worn in, and the turf can be better. So I don't think that you look at the Mac Jones return from injury and think about the field at all, because then you're getting into a real dicey sort of a slippery slope where, well, this field is better than that field, and that field, well, we don't want you to play on that field. Ultimately, he has to go out there and play football, and if he's healthy enough to do it, then you got to go play wherever you play.
I fall back on the way that you've said it. If he's ready, he's ready.
Right.
And if he's not, he's not. And if you're bringing turf into account, then he's not ready.
Good call. Yeah.
If you're worried about the turf, then he's not ready. And it sounds like maybe they're thinking he won't be. So Mac Jones, who this year is 4-1, is go ahead and pencil him in for maybe another week this week against the Houston Texans, who we will watch tonight.
Yep, maybe more than a week, and maybe it's 2 weeks, and who knows how long it'll be. And we can get into the report from Melissa Stark about
we'll play that next.
Yeah, it's truly day to day and all the rest of it. And as we get closer to 4:00, I got a couple of picks to make.
I was going to say, what time you want to do them?
Let's do it at
3:50.
That sounds good. And the picks are in. And I'm looking for a bounce back.
Lions -6, 6.5. We'll see where it is at the time of the pick.
Yep.
And the Seahawks, I think, are -3.
That sounds right.
Against the Houston Texans in the Great Northwest this evening. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I got more to say on George Kittle, too. Wait till you hear these numbers. Wait till you hear these numbers with regard to George Kittle and his presence on the field. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and they're deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community all around us. I've been a client now for more than 6 years, coming up on 7 years, and I'm proud to be a part of Fremont Bank because they've been celebrating now 61 years in business. And when they set out to build this institution, they didn't want to just build a bank. They wanted to build a local ecosystem that is created around relationships that benefit Bay Area communities that they serve. They are a big-time player in the nonprofit and the philanthropy world, and they keep the money local. When you deposit it, it gets reinvested into the businesses and the organizations and the activities, all the things that make the Bay Area better. And you want to do that because you want to be a part of your community, not a part of a big box bank where the money gets sent God knows where, but here you deposit your money with Fremont Bank and the money stays right here in the Bay Area. They support nonprofits and they make many meaningful grants for the betterment of our Bay Area communities. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Their sack leader off the edge, forcing the turnover and giving the Niners great field position.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Bryce Huff, their sack leader, injured.
Yeah.
Will miss, hopefully, only 2 weeks. That's the report from Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I mean...
Isn't this fun?
Well, super fun. And as I love to play radio doctor, I showed you the play during the break on which he got hurt.
You're probably right.
And it's a hamstring, and I'm afraid that it's going to be more than 2 weeks. And just the way it happened, he beats the offensive lineman who tries to double back and save the day. And as Huff is hitting Penix, the lineman kind of dives at his legs, and he kind of collapses onto Huff as Huff is extending his upper body into the quarterback. And you could just see that the leg probably got stretched and caught underneath the offensive lineman in such a way. So, as we know, these hamstrings are tricky. And so, man, you think about 2 weeks, that'd be great. But if it feels like more, it even makes it more important, like you've been talking about, like, let's get some help in here.
Yeah, I gotta go get someone. We'll play the Melissa Stark thing for you in a second. Kyle Shanahan has already had his conference call. We'll have that for you coming up around the bend. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 510. Let me get this straight. Willard is bashing Florio for ruining his fun, but now Willard is ruining Dodgers fans' fun? Okay, this is not a fair matchup, and let me explain why. First of all, I am on this earth to mess with Dodger fans. That's why whoever put me here. Mike Florio's not a fan. He's running Pro Football Talk. So that's totally different. Second thing, I'm not really ruining anyone's fun. I was answering a question of a Dodger fan. Dodger fan wanted to know, why do people look at this checkbook championship, if it is one, differently than previous checkbook championships? Same as the Warriors, who were once called a checkbook championship. Same reason. People like teams that have some homegrown talent. And this Dodger team doesn't have any. But anyway, I don't want to get too sidetracked on baseball today.
Yeah. I mean,
unless the Giants break news with their new manager,
sure.
who apparently was out at practice today for Tennessee.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Break the news, hire a manager, and we'll all get to meet him at some point, and then, we'll all go back to doing what we're doing in October and November, and when we get to March and April, all right, new manager, let's go ahead and see if you're any good. See if your team can be, I don't know, anything other than 81-81. That'd be nice.
We need to play 2 pieces of quarterback sound from last night, not one.
Okay.
You referenced Melissa Stark on NBC, and this report about Brock's injury. There's a Mac Jones piece of commentary, though, that we need to go through as well. First of all, here's Stark on Brock and the toe.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
Okay, so I just want to kind of go look backward for a second with regard to kind of how we got to this point, because Diana Rossini, who is very respected for The Athletic, reported over the weekend that both Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall are expected back next week against Houston. That has been backed by some of the local beat writers of the 49ers as well over the last 48 hours. But then you got this Melissa Stark report, and then you got Kyle Shanahan, who just spoke to the media and said this week's kind of the same as last week for Brock. And at least one person on the call, who we have on all the time, Cam Inman, he sort of translated that as it's a long shot. It's a long shot for Brock Purdy to play this week. And I have arrived at the spot of confusion. That's where I've arrived. And this has nothing to do with who's playing better or what the right thing is to do, because you love to be a radio doctor.
Yep.
And I very much push as hard as I can to not do that, because I'm not smart when it comes to items related to health. I've had three surgeries in my life, and 2 of them were hernias.
Yeah.
And 2 of them happened before I was 10 years old. Like, I have no clue what the hell is going on at the hospital. I have no idea.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
I've had, I think, 6 or 7, and I'm looking at 3 or 4 next year alone.
You actually lead America in all non-football players in surgery.
Sure.
That's a stat.
No,
so
that's a stat.
It's a stat. No, I don't know. So I don't want to pretend, this means that. So whenever I hear people, and Steiny could do this every week, and then he come in here on Monday, and I drive to the show, and they're going, I don't think he can play. And I'm like,
he's 74%, Mark.
How do we know? How do we know? We can't do the whole, if it hurts, then you can't play, because it's football.
And they all hurt.
They're all hurt.
I do think that all the reports can be taken together in the same bucket, and they can all be true. And, Diana Rossini and company can think he's expected to play, and they're right. And Melissa Stark and her report about talking to Brock, and Brock's like, yeah, it's day to day. She's also right. And I do put all of this against the backdrop of them being 5-2. And if they were 4-3 or 3-4, there might be different ways that they look at it. I do think that if this was week 17 and week 18 and it's a win and get in scenario, well, all of a sudden my toe feels a little bit better. I think at 5-2, you can be a little bit more cautious with a quarterback who's 4-1 as your backup and a team that is still winning without him.
Well, and you already pushed it once. You already tried to return once, and it didn't work. So I get all of that. What's sort of confusing to me, there's 2 pieces of it. You just kind of were talking about one of them, and that's the conflicting reports. The other thing is the secrecy. I don't get what happened last night. And I get that it's Sunday Night Football, and maybe that's the simple answer. It's Sunday Night Football. This is the big, big thing.
Yep.
This is the NFL's feature moment of the week. So maybe that's why. But why the hell did Brock sit down with Melissa Stark and just start explaining everything that he's been feeling emotionally? mentally, physically. Why did he sit down with Melissa Stark for Sunday Night Football and explain to her exactly where he's at? And quite frankly, he put a cloud over this that is going to make fans feel like, dude, you shouldn't come back till Thanksgiving. The way that report sounded, it's truly day-to-day. Any bad movement makes me sit back, and it's really annoying. Well, I mean, like, now nobody wants to see you play because it's going to feel like you're really pushing it. So what, like, and if you were going to be that forthcoming with Melissa Stark last night, I don't know, Niners, where has that been for the last 6 weeks? We didn't even know what foot it was until last night.
Right, and it's ultimately up to him to share whatever he wants to share with Melissa Stark. If she goes up to him and asks him, how you feeling, he can say whatever he wants to say. It's his toe. And if the team wants to take a different tack, they absolutely can, and they have. And Shanahan, talking about, I'm not even sure if it's turf toe. If you guys want to call it that and stuff, we can call it that, but it's a variant and all the rest of it. And we never knew which toe and all the rest of it. And so, yeah, they can be as secret as they want, but at the end of the day, it's his toe. And if she wants to ask him, he's allowed to tell her what he wants to tell her. And I do think that what he said is probably the closest thing to the truth that we've seen.
But these are not always actually individual decisions. I'm not like refuting what you're saying. Brock is allowed to speak as an adult.
Right, he's a grown-up, sure.
But make no mistake, teams absolutely muzzle their players when it comes to injuries.
They do at times,
100%.
But he's been out he's missed 5 of the 7 games, and so it's pretty apparent that it's more than just an owie.
Right, but this is why, for example, we suddenly did an about face week 1 when Christian McCaffrey had everybody over at his locker. Remember after he left practice with the calf and everyone's like, oh my God, he's going to miss the whole year. And then 24 hours later, he's at his locker talking to everybody. And it was a clue. It was like, oh, wait, they're actually not that worried about it. Because if you're hurt, they don't let you go to the locker. They don't let you dive deep with the player so that the player, and the main reason for that is managing expectations of the fan base. You don't want to tell people or make them think you're going to play and then not play because it makes you look weak.
Yes, so and I think this is actually managing expectations. This is him saying it's not as easy as, my toe hurts. I'm day to day. I don't know how I'll feel on Tuesday, let alone next Sunday when I'm expected to play.
I don't know how the hell you could listen to this, though, then if we take it at face value and think, well, when, maybe it is 2 more months. I mean, when is that not going to be the case anymore? No timeline?
Right.
Okay. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will absolutely take your calls. And, oh, by the way, something came up on the broadcast last night about Mac Jones, too, that you'll find interesting. So we'll play that for you next on Willard and Dibs.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open 3. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Love Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
It through. So The review and the saved yardage significantly benefits San Francisco here as Pinheiro has hit his fifth 50-plus yard field goal, and the turnover turns it to 3 points.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I'm old enough to remember when Eddie Pinheiro couldn't hit long ones.
Right,
That's
right.
what I was told when he came here. I was told that's why he was sitting there on the couch.
Yeah, didn't have the big leg. Kaboo.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
All right, 888-957-9570. Victory Monday, y'all. Victory Monday is what starts off this week. The Niners win on Sunday Night Football, 20-10. A couple things we wanted to pass along, and then let's keep talking it out. I promised you those George Kittle numbers. Listen to this, and then please, I will allow for Gronk. That's it. The best tight end of this generation is George Kittle or Rob Gronkowski. I don't find any other answer suitable.
And you're talking about a full-service, two-way blocker, catcher, the whole deal.
Have an effect on the game. George Kittle and Rob Gronkowski have an effect on every single offensive play.
Well, think about last night. Kittle didn't have any effect on the game. He didn't have a catch. And you told me I should start him, and I did.
Yep.
And
of course.
I was mother jumping you all night long.
Did you win your game?
Looks like I'm probably going to.
And that's because you gave your guys. You went with your guys.
You
go with your guys.
I got no points for all those blocks.
It doesn't matter. You got good juju.
It's not a PPP league, point per pancake. Be a lot cooler if it was.
Take a listen to this, okay?
Okay.
Because this is not like, oh, that's kind of those numbers are numbers.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Fight this one.
I missed that drop.
Fight this one.
Okay.
Listen to this.
Grandy's looking for it.
Trying to find it. I can't find it.
It's been a minute.
Just listen to this.
Numbers are numbers. It's just the way the guy says
Did Christian
it.
McCaffrey run for $129 last night? Is that the accurate number?
That sounds about right.
Did it finish at 129?
That sounds right.
Okay.
You got to Google it.
All right, I could Google it, but why would I do that?
129.
129.
Yeah.
All right. Ready?
5.4 per carry.
Okay. When George Kittle was on the
numbers,
thank you.
And numbers are numbers.
Not these. These are everybody's numbers. Christian McCaffrey had 20 rushes with George Kittle on the field. He had 4 rushes when George Kittle was not on the field. In the 20 rushes that he had with George Kittle on the field, Christian ran for 126 yards. In the 4 rushes he had when George Kittle was not on the field, he had 3. That's my tight end. And that's for you, Grandy. That's our tight end. That's the people's tight end. That's the best tight end in the National Football League as we approach Tight Ends Day this weekend. I have been waiting for a moment like this. So
it's like a Foreigner song. Thank you.
So that we could get through all of the Kelsey Warriors on Twitter. Yes, he is a wonderful, potentially the best receiver we've ever seen at the position. And I know we could go back in time and we could do a lot of different people. Kellen Winslow, blah, blah, blah.
Tony Gonzalez, for sure.
Tony Gonzalez.
Jason Witten. Don't sleep on him.
And Witten was pretty good at blocking. Really good receiver. Gonzalez, great receiver. Not as good of a blocker. Antonio Gates never blocked anyone. Ephraim last night got upset with me when I gave Shannon Sharp credit for blocking.
Yeah, it's on me.
Well, he's like, then account for this. I was Shannon's teammate in Denver, and he would tell me in the huddle, I'm not going to block this guy. I'm just going to go out and run, so you're going to need to block my guy when he comes through. You got to get your guy and my guy because I'm going out.
So, I'm going out tonight.
Anyway, there are very few George Kittles and Rob Gronkowskis, man, and that's an army of 2 that can be that good, an elite receiver at the tight end position who also has this kind of an effect on the run game. It is no coincidence that what happened last night. I know Atlanta's not a great run defense, so that, sure, you can throw that into the bucket too. But George Kittle is back. John Feliciano told us they need George Kittle back. They need Juwan Jennings healthy. If they get those two things, you watch, they're going to start running the ball. Those guys were both on the field last night, and they started running the ball.
They did run it well, and a lot of it is circumstantial as far as when George is out there. And I'm looking at the biggest negative run play of the night, which was on that last drive when the Niners converted on 3rd and 13. It was the previous play where they ran that bull Casey Schmidt, like, fake to the right, and I'm just going to pitch it out. I'm going to pitch it out to you, Christian. You go over there. And it got blown up, and it wasn't because of any lack of a tight end block. Atlanta just saw it, and they burst through, and they blew it up, and it was a -5. And that was one of those carries where George was not on the field. If he was on the field, that play still goes for -5 because the tight ends were actually going the other way. It was one of those cute little Shanahan misdirection, okie-dokie plays, and yeah, it didn't work, and they don't always work. So some of what you're saying is circumstantial, but the one thing that you have to look at is McCaffrey had his first really big game, and if you watch all his runs last night, there were many runs where he was able to get to the second level. Imagine that.
Yes.
You get by the line of scrimmage, you make a guy miss, or even if you don't make him miss, you like barrel into him and you get 7 or 8.
You got a chart over there? How many times did Christian go for like north of 7 yards on a carry?
I'm just glancing here. I don't have a chart. I don't have it charted that way, but the opening drive, he had an 8 and he had a 6. Drive 2, he had a 15 and a 7. Drive 3, he had a 12 and he had a 14.
Incredible.
Drive 3, they go 12, 5, 14, and then on 3rd and 4, they ran it and he got 10 more, and that was one where I noted Kittle block on that one. So, yeah, there was a bunch of them, Mark, as I'm just looking at the first half. The second half, you've got a 7, you've got another 7, and another 7. These are ones where those normally would be 2s and 3s.
Yeah,
like Christian McCaffrey's whole year has been 2s, 3s, and 4s.
It felt like there were more 7+ yard Christian McCaffrey runs in this game than all the other games combined.
You're probably not wrong. And on the drive I just was mentioning, the drive where they got it at their own 35, they went down, they scored the touchdown, they basically put the game away. He goes for 9 off a Pooney block. Max sneaks it for 3, and then he goes for 11. And then even B-Rob comes in and gets 7.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just
good.
McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Like, the run game was opened up. And give Mac Jones some love for the scramble, little 8-yard scramble. And something about watching him scramble, and you know how it's going to end. And it ends with him diving, like the way you and I dive into a swimming pool.
Totally.
He just like belly flops forward for 3 yards. It's hilarious.
No, he looks like a dad who is trying to get down on the ground to play with his young kids. Like, that's the way he moves. That's the way he moves out there on the football field, and that's partially because that's who he is.
Yeah.
And it's partially because he's even hurt more than he normally is. So he looks even more awkward. Like, he's not a Manning brother yet, but he's pretty close. Like, that's how, like, Brady and Manning that was the elite level of when I run, I look like I have to go to the bathroom. Mac is not quite that, but he's the next level down. Next level down for sure.
Right. Next level down, and can I hurry up and get down?
Jeez.
Because he runs, and it's like a waddle, and then when he sees somebody coming, he just dives. Because you know that if you slide, you're down immediately. But if you dive, you're not down till your knee hits.
Correct. But you are down.
You're down immediately.
If you're a quarterback.
Right. So
yes.
If you dive, but you like dive forward like a swan dive into a swimming pool, you get that extra 1 or 2 yards.
Yeah, you get a little bit extra for sure. Hey, speaking of Big Mac, Chris Collinsworth last night talking about Kyle Shanahan opening up about that whole mystery of who did you move up to draft the year that you took Trey Lance. And I guess Shanahan did tell Collinsworth some things. This is, again, from NBC.
We asked Kyle about it, and he said, I probably had too long to think about it. We made the trade. I knew who I was going to take. I was going to, we're looking at Mac, and you have longer and longer to think about it. Then you're watching Trey Lance, and you see all the different things he could do athletically, running the football, and I kind of just talked myself out of it. And so we're happy to have him back here, despite the fact that it was 2 more stops in between before he got to San Francisco.
Can we just imagine for a second? Let's go through this, because for me, I don't know about you, we're obviously aware of the reports have been out there since before the draft even happened that year. But for me, this is the most confirmation, this is the most open that Kyle Shanahan has ever been publicly with regard to what he was planning to go do in that draft. And the story he tells is, we made the trade, and I think people have said there's a lean to a heavy lean. The way he puts it is kind of like, no, we made the trade, and that's who I'm thinking. But then, okay, a lot of time to think about it, and you see all the other stuff. But to use the sentence that I talked myself out of Mac Jones is the most confirming thing to the story that I've ever heard. I don't know what the hell Sunday Night Football is bringing, what potion they give everybody.
The truth serum.
What the hell? Everybody's just telling them everything.
Right.
All the things that they've been asked a million times and they wouldn't say. There's Collinsworth and Stark walk into the room and they're just like, what do you want to know?
Yep.
I'll tell you about my first kiss when I was in 6th grade. Like they just told them everything, which is, I mean, it's great. It's great that they were that open. I've never heard that before.
Never.
Not from the horse's mouth.
No, and you can be more open now that Mac is back here and Mac is playing great. So it almost affirms what you initially thought. So now if you come out and say, yeah, I kind of talked myself out of it, what you're signaling is that I liked Mac more than Trey all along. And all that time I had to think about it, I got wooed by the athleticism. And you know what? This just proved to me that what I thought first was right. Here's Mac. He's great. I love him. I was right the first time. Forget those draft picks that I shoveled into the fire. Let's go ahead and disregard that part of the story. But for now, let's talk about how, I talked myself out of it. I do like the fact that he takes full ownership of it. There's no sense of like, we got together as a group and there was a split vote and ultimately, other people kind of, won me over and stuff. He takes full ownership of, I talked myself out of it.
Well, it's his call. You have to take ownership.
Well, I mean, you don't because you're not the GM, and you could you know what I mean, Mark? You could you could shuffle around and you could soft pedal it and be like, well, all of us in the group, we got together and it was a group think, and ultimately it came down to a tight vote and stuff, and I should have been firmer in my stance.
Yeah, but you know the dynamic in the Niners organization, and when it comes to an offensive player, there is one person who has the card. That's it. He has the card, and he gets to make that call. I mean, honestly, if there were a quarterback debate in the Niner room, and everybody in the room liked one guy, and Kyle liked the other guy, if Kyle wanted to stand on the table, that's it. His guy's the guy.
He wouldn't even have to stand on the table.
No.
To your point, it's like, this is who I think we should take.
This is what we're doing.
Well, that's probably the way this happened, where you got all the way up to the point of the selection, and you're going to trade up to get your guy, and Kyle decides at the last minute or whenever he decided, Trey Lance. I'm wooed by the athleticism. I'm wooed by the upside. And as much as I love Mac Jones, I think Trey Lance is a guy who maybe has a higher ceiling, and so you make that pick, and it doesn't work out and stuff. And so now you have the ability to be honest, now that you have Mac, and Mac is every bit as good as you thought he'd be.
You want to go down that road for a second?
Let's do it.
What if? What's the world look like?
If they would have taken Mac Jones, then you probably don't have Brock Purdy. And
or you have him but he's not playing. Because remember, they drafted Brock Purdy a year after Trey Lance with the full idea that they already had their starting quarterback of the future. So it's not like they drafted Brock in order to play him as their starter. So I think we can go on the premise that you still draft Brock, but at the same time, I think the first thing that actually probably happens is Jimmy doesn't get signed back. I think that's number one. Number one is Jimmy Garoppolo never gets signed back. That year where they said they were going to trade him and then they never did, I've always thought that was a hedge because they didn't like what they were seeing from Trey Lance in camp. So in other words, I think Jimmy Garoppolo never comes back. Mac Jones is the starter. Brock Purdy is the backup. And then would we have ever seen Brock play? I mean, there are injuries in the NFL, so probably. Yep. However, if you think about how Trey Lance got hurt, Mac Jones not getting hurt that way most likely.
No.
Because he's not going to run the ball.
Well, Mac Jones would be, and he is in year 5 right now, so you would have had to, at this point, you would have had to make a decision on Mac Jones to either give him the Brock Purdy contract or some sort of a contract. And so now you've got Brock Purdy in year 3 or year 4 as your backup. He's probably not your backup anymore. If you would have invested in Mac Jones, if Mac would have come on and been good enough, then you would have kept Mac Jones and extended him, and Brock Purdy just would have been a backup who never got to play.
Well, it's just so, I mean, what I find, because there's no answer to this, right? There's no way. I don't know what would have happened.
With injury, you never know, right?
With injury, I don't know if Mac would have been a rookie as opposed to like you're getting him now, but you're getting him as a 5-year veteran in this league. So he would have had to go through those bumps and bruises with Kyle. Would it have looked really good? I don't know. Maybe. Remember, at that time, you're coming into a team that's really ready to win. You're ready to ride. You've just, in fact, actually, you're starting. Christian McCaffrey's not on the team yet, but he's going to get acquired basically later in the year. You're going to acquire Christian McCaffrey. And so where does Mac take that? I mean, someone just texted in Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line and goes, if they had drafted Mac, then there's no Brock Purdy, and we probably would have won a Super Bowl by now. Well, now you're assuming that Mac would have been, A, so good right out of the gate that he would have replicated multiple deep trips into the playoffs. I don't know that would have happened. And B, I think that you're also, I don't know, maybe are we falling a little bit too much in love with what you're watching right now?
Somewhat, but
he looks really good. The Niners don't look dominant. They're not dominating teams.
But if you draft him in 2021, you still have Jimmy. Jimmy leads you to the playoffs. You go 10-7 that year, and
right.
Mac Jones is your Trey Lance. He's your backup. And so then you get to the next year, and Garoppolo again is your starting quarterback, and then he gets hurt, and so you had Brock Purdy, right, in 2022?
No, I believe that year. So after Jimmy takes them to the playoffs, they lose the Rams in the NFC title game. Remember, it was right after that game that he did the see ya.
Right.
So he was supposed to go. He did not come back as the starting quarterback. Trey was the starter.
Right, but Jimmy came
was
back.
signed in camp to be the backup.
Right.
Which, we all debated, I thought, was a hedge because they weren't loving what they were seeing from Trey.
Right. They weren't liking it early.
And they were not liking it early. But Trey's the starter. He gets hurt. Hell, that was week 1, right?
Week 2, yep.
Week 2? Yes. The Bear
Trey
game was week
2
1.
games, yep.
The Seahawks game was week 2. That's when Trey gets hurt. Jimmy comes in. He's your starter. He goes for what, 6 games?
7-3.
Okay.
And then Brock goes 5-0.
Yep.
So, I don't know. It's all so wildly hypothetical, and it's kind of fun to just play that game. But if Mac was in the Trey Lance role, maybe he comes in and he starts and he doesn't get hurt and he plays well.
Right.
And, he goes out there and he's the dude.
Total.
And then Brock Purdy becomes a guy who's just QB2.
Right.
And then, Mac comes back again as a starter and Brock never sees the light of day.
Maybe he gets a shot. Maybe he doesn't.
Yep.
Or maybe there's an injury to Mac somewhere there. Brock goes in. Does he elevate? Does he not? Obviously, this is just kind of for fun.
Yeah.
There's no way to know, but it's really a wild story to think about how interwoven this all is and how it would have gone if Kyle had done something that gets suggested to me every year of my life. I bet the same for you. Trust your gut.
Yeah.
Trust your initial gut. And Kyle did not in this case.
There's a book by Malcolm Gladwell, think what you want about him as a person or as an author, but the book is called Blink.
Okay.
And I read this book, and it's about that very thing. Sometimes, and a lot of times, your first instinct when you come to make a decision is the right one. And I actually was reading that book when I chose to change jobs in 2011.
Oh.
I had a job with another radio station, and a job popped open, and I was going through, I don't know if you ever do this where you list the pros on one side and you list the cons on the other.
I've done
and you
it.
go through and you're like, pro, con, whatever.
It usually just leads to a migraine headache. But anyway.
Completely.
Yeah.
And so I looked at that and I thought, what's my instinct? What does my gut tell me? And my gut told me to leave Station A and come to Station B. And so I did it.
Yeah.
And part of it was because I got goaded by my then wife who called me some names. She's like, what are you afraid of? I said, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of my career imploding right before my eyes. And then she hit me with a meow. And
She did not. She meowed you?
She meowed me.
She did not.
She said,
you're trying to take care of a family and the person who's being provided for meowed you?
She meowed me. And I was like, did you just meow me? And she said, yeah, I meowed you. And I said, you know what? I'll take the job. Meow me? You gonna meow me? You gonna meow me?
Oh, my God.
Meow, 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 meow.
I remember that commercial.
Thank you, Meow Mix. Anyway, I took the job.
Oh, my God. Well, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Although, how many times has this place fired you?
Only once, Mark.
Okay.
Let's go to the phones. How dare you?
Well, I mean, you know.
No longer a victory Monday.
Well, I guess not. All right, let's go to Scott and Marin. Hi, Scott. Thanks for the call.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, look, there's a couple things here. There was always this narrative about Kyle of not having the decision, that somebody talked him into or all this BS. He's the decision maker, period. I mean, he hired the GM from what I recall, and so this is his team. And then the other thing is, Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Mac Jones. It all turned out just fine. And then as far as Trey Lance, at that time, everybody was looking for another Mahomes. And that's what they thought they had in Trey Lance.
Yep.
Obviously, it was a big mistake. I mean, they burned those, it cost them. But that last pick is the best quarterback on this team, and the best quarterback on this team in a very freaking long time. So Mac's done a great job, but I mean, you that mobility and the ability to make off-schedule plays and all. I mean, he knows how to play the position. He was born to play the position. He's going to be a great quarterback. It's just I'm just happy they have Mac Jones as the backup and not what they've had the last couple of other seasons, because it was a disaster. So anyway, I just think Kyle's the boss. Let's just, he may have changed his mind, but he's the one that made the decision, and that was that. I've never believed any of the other stuff.
Yeah, Scott, thanks very much. Yeah. I appreciate. I see it the same way Scott does, but you learn every year of your life, especially as you get older, that two rational people can look at a blue piece of paper and think, and one of them thinks it's blue and the other one thinks it's yellow. I mean, Scott, you can tell, is almost a little bit emotional about it. He's like, Brock Purdy's like, are you all nuts? And I'm here to tell you, Scott, with all the engagement we get, yeah, there are a lot of people who think right now that Mac Jones quarterbacks this team better than Brock Purdy. A lot of people think that. I don't, but I'm able to handle the fact that a lot of people do.
Yeah, and when Brock is cleared to play, we'll put up the poll again, who should start on Sunday, and it'll run about 60-40. And I'm not sure which way the 60 will be.
All right. We'll keep talking this out. And Antonio, Bob, the rest of you, 888-957-9570. We're coming. Plus, Fade the Dippers is moments away because Monday Night Football is less than 20 minutes away. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard with this message that when life hits you hard, it can be an accident, an injury, whatever it is that knocks you down. You got to hit back harder, so you need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down, and that team is the Habas team. It's why I trust Omar Habas and his entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com, Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
And you know how much I love Bruce Springsteen? I definitely recommend you go see the new movie in theaters, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, starring Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen. The film chronicles the making of Springsteen's 1982 Nebraska album when he was a young musician on the cusp of global superstardom. There will never be anybody like the boss. For your chance to see for yourself, enter at 957thegame.com to win $100 in movie passes to see Springsteen. Deliver Me From Nowhere, now only in theaters.
Dubs fans, it's time to score big at Cordelia RV Center. Every new 2025 RV must go before year's end with deals you won't see again. Don't wait. Hit the road in style and save thousands. Located at 680 and I-80 in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Tonight for the injured Upton Stout. They continue to make plays, all these young players and reserves for the Niners.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Victory Monday. The Niners are 5-2. We're talking it out. 888-957-9570. The three things that I came in really wanting to say, number one, 49ers have bought themselves some acquisitions. That defensive performance last night, to me, tells the front office, you got to help us, especially with the news that now Bryce Huff is injured. Hamstring injury. He's out at least a couple of weeks. No firm timetable on that one. Second thing, George Kittle next to Rob Gronkowski is the best tight end of this generation. He affects every single play. Look at the way they ran the ball once he returned. And then the third thing is the QB. And it sounds like it's probably trending toward Mac Jones again this week against Houston. I just think we've arrived at a spot where now there's a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy whenever he returns, because the more wins that Mac gets, the less patience people are going to have for any wobbly stuff when Brock gets back. If he comes back, they lose a game, and he turns the ball over more than once, you're going to have a drumbeat of like turn right around and go back to Mac immediately.
Somewhat of that, and Mac has done a great job of continually saying, I'm the backup, it's his team, and that's great, and he doesn't have to be that humble and demure, but it's cool that he is, and yeah, you're 5-2, and you've done it with your backup quarterback in 5 of those 7 games. Your backup is 4-1. Your starter is 1-1. I think the pressure will be there regardless because he's about to make $53 million a year. But for this year, where it's a little bit of found money, you earned that game yesterday. There was nothing fluky about that, but your offense was just okay. I mean, you ran the ball and you didn't throw it a ton, and you needed your defense to come through, and they did. And I'm glad Grandy played that highlight as a rejoiner on the 4th down play. Chase Lucas playing for another guy who's injured, Upton Stout, who is the starter. Chase Lucas had a great game.
It's possible that Upton Stout is, what did Buddy Hield call it? 2 fingers? Injured?
Sure. I mean,
I don't know how injured Upton Stout is.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I mean, you're replacing him with Chase Lucas, who is, a journeyman. It's not like you're, replacing a rookie with somebody who's highly touted.
Yeah,
Batman. Yeah, you're kind of doing it. I saved the day. You're kind of doing it in piecemeal fashion a little bit defensively.
I saved the day.
Mac Jones did not have some sort of sparkling line if you're just a box score baby. Yeah, he went 17-26, 152 yards, no touchdowns. He had the pick. The pick was not his fault at all. Threw it right to Juwan Jennings, bounced off of his hands. But I thought Mac was everything, again, that you needed him to be. And he made some big throws when the moments were big. Obviously, the one on 3rd and 13 to Christian McCaffrey down inside the 5, I thought was the throw of the game. All right, so we'll get back to the calls in a second. 888-957-9570. But we have arrived at that time because it's another Monday night doubleheader, and the first game starts very early. We got a 4 o'clocker and a 7 o'clocker. That means in about 10 minutes they're going to kick off in Detroit against the Tampa Bay Bucks. For those of you who weren't here on Friday, Dibs picked the Falcons. And then there was a lot of clapping going on.
Fate.
And so my man took the L. Still a super sparkly 20-9 record. However, he has lost 4 of 5.
And I'm still 20-9.
And you're
That's
still
crazy.
20-9.
There was a time I was 16-4.
But you can't yell, Zot, because he's not. But he lives to fight another day. All right, game 1, we go to the Motor City with the Detroit Lions, who are coming off of a loss against the Kansas City Chiefs. So they're licking some wounds, and we know exactly what the Bucs are doing. They're coming off of a victory.
Yeah.
I can't remember who they beat, but anyway, they're coming off of a victory, and they right now sit atop the entire NFC standings. So that is on the line tonight, but the Bucs find themselves as significant underdogs on the road against the Lions. It is Lions -6. We will lock in that number, -6 for the Lions. Dibs.
Detroit has gone 50 games without back-to-back losses. That is the longest current streak in the National Football League, and they are home, and they're a very good team on the carpet at home up there. The Motor City Kitties playing at Ford Field. Tampa Bay, very good offense. If you look at the analytics on both of these teams, both have elite offenses and quietly better than average defenses. I do think that Emeka Egbuka is going to play. I haven't confirmed that. He was questionable. He was trending toward playing.
Yeah, Mike Evans playing too.
That's a thumbs up.
And that's kind of a big deal. Bucky Irving not yet back. My guy, Cade Otton, you love Cade Otton. In my starting lineup, I think that Detroit probably wins the game, but 6 points is a lot of points in a game that I think is going to be high scoring. So I'm going to go ahead and take that 6. I'm going to take Tampa Bay in the 6.
I got to do it extra loud because Lucas is out sick today. Lucas, I know somewhere where the stuff he knows is home fading. He fading right now because that's what Lucas does.
I want y'all to fade with me.
I want you to fade with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You like the Lions in this one.
I like the Lions, but Lucas is right. Yeah. Yeah,
6 is a lot.
It is.
Yep.
And I think it's 6 for a reason.
Covering is hard.
We're going to put that over here to the side because we're not done yet. Tonight, in the great Pacific Northwest, the 49ers would love their old defensive coordinator to bring that wood. And they might. They are a very good defense. However, they've also reportedly brought their offensive line to Seattle. And it is bad. It is very, very bad. So C.J. Stroud, will he be running for his life? We'll find out because tonight it's the stock home team gets 3. The Seahawks host the Texans. Seattle -3, dibs.
And this will be the first switcheroo for me. I make all these picks on Wednesday in the pool in which I participate. I'm not having a good week this week. This is probably looking at my first losing week of the year, which is to say I've been quite dominant across the board. But looking at this one this morning, 5 days after I picked it initially, I thought, you know what? I don't like it. I don't yike the pick. And the more I looked at this game and talking to you about Houston and Seattle and just the spot right here for the Seahawks at home against the Houston defense, very good defense, one of the 2 best in football analytically. Seattle no slouch on defense, and I do think that they've got the number 1 difference maker in this game, Jackson Smith-Njigba. So I went against my own pick from earlier in the week, and I decided I'm taking Seattle and laying the 3.
I picked the picks. I'm holding them up for the YouTube audience right now. I picked the picks. I told you, or I thought you would go Detroit -6. You kind of have a little bit of a crush on Detroit. I know your friend who used to coach for them doesn't coach there anymore.
No, and Jared Goff, I famously inspired him into the prominence that he now enjoys.
Well, I don't know if people know that when they hear you say, hang in there, big guy, there are brighter days ahead, you were talking to him, and you were right.
I was absolutely hammered at a Warrior game, and we were in, this is back in Oakland, we were in one of those like underground bars, and a former coworker, JT the Brick, had his credit card out.
Dibs, half in the bag?
Fully in the bag, and I saw Jared, and I went up to him, and I said, hey, you Marine Catholic, hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Yep.
And there have been brighter days ahead.
And ladies, did you hear that? He went to Jared. So anyway, we're going to go back to the calls here in just a sec. The picks are in. Dibs goes Bucks +6, Seahawks -3.
Yep.
Lock them in. I'm fading one of them. So I hope y'all fade with me. But I'm not fading both of them. I like the Seahawks and the Lions. I like the favorites in both the games tonight. I have a real quick, stupid fantasy question, and this is time-sensitive because the game's about to start.
Okay.
I have a flex spot where I currently have Jamison Williams of the Lions, and I had Egbuka on the shelf because he was hurt. But I could swap him. All of my receivers in this league have not played yet. My receivers are Nico Collins, Smith-Njigba, Jamison Williams, and Egbuka. So it's a good group. Do I take Williams out and put Egbuka in? Grandy, what do you think? Dibs? Jamison Williams and Emeka Egbuka not at a hundo.
It's hard because Jamison Williams might beat Egbuka on one play if he catches a 70-yard touchdown.
Yeah, he could.
But I would probably lean Egbuka.
Dibs?
I'd stick with Jamison Williams.
Yeah, well, I'm sticking with my partner because I've gone against him every week and I'm wrong every time.
I mean,
well, not last week.
Egbuka is phenomenal, but I just don't know how.
He might get re-injured.
And if Mike Evans is like more healthier.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets more of the target share.
Okay.
And I mean, I like what Grandy said about Jameson Williams. He might go 1 for 68 and a touchdown.
And that's enough.
That's an instant 15-pointer right there.
And the game is in the balance. This is a close game. I got work to do in this league tonight.
Yeah.
Not our league. I'm down by 1,000 in that league, but it doesn't matter.
I have been able to shake off a George Kittle Blutarski, as I call it, for those of you who partake.
Good for you.
0.00.
I have, as Grandy knows, I have Ibuka in our league, but there's nowhere to put him. I would need to bench Nico Collins tonight, and I'm down, like I said, by 100, so it don't matter.
Yeah.
I'm going for the skunk, dude.
You're trying to go 0-14?
I'm doing it. We're halfway home. We're halfway there.
I wish I could play you again.
Living on a prayer.
I play him in week 14, and if he's 0-13, he's going to pull out all the stops to beat me.
I'm going to lay down. No, I'm going to lay down.
You not lay down.
Yeah,
you don't do lay down.
I'm going to pick up Sky Moore and start him. I'll do it.
You're only down by 73.5, by the way.
But I have 2 players.
Yeah. Oh, and he's got one.
Yeah, man, the week just went. We went from bad to worse. It doesn't matter. All right.
Just 10 seconds on Sky Moore.
Go for it.
Welcome to the Niners.
No, that was a good play. That was a good play out there.
I mean, he had a great kick return.
Yeah.
He had a great catch and a little wiggle. Little wiggle on the edge.
He was fired up, too, after it.
And I almost texted you again, Grandy, because you tell him, get your feet to the 10-yard line on a punt and don't move. Well, he did that. And then he ran away, and the ball landed on the 10-yard line.
And then down at the 1.
Down to the 4, yeah. I thought it was inside I thought it was deeper, but I saw that play, and I was like, I can't text Grandy.
Yeah.
But
that's better than catching it inside the 5.
It's improvement.
You're right.
They probably just told him, you know what? Don't catch any punts.
Yeah. It's improvement.
The way he ran away, though, I was like, oh, my God. It's like watching somebody run away from when you open up your door and you see a rat in the kitchen, and you run away. That's kind of what Sky Moore did. That man sprinted away.
I thought it was more kind of like when I tell Jude to get in the shower at about 8:45, and then he just like, whatever, Dad. And then I'm like, dude, and the voice goes up, and then the voice goes up a third time, and then if he sees me start to walk toward him, then he looks like Sky Moore. Like, God, come on, I'm going to run away from that punt. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, Monday Night Football about to start. Someone just actually texted in. Did I miss the pick with 4 exclamation points or question marks? Yes, you did. But that's okay. Your radio hosts will tell you again. Dan Dibley selects the Buccaneers +6 and the Seahawks -3. And then your other radio host, Mark Willard, he is fading the Buccaneer selection.
Right.
But not the Seahawks.
Okay.
I am all in on D-Town in this game that's about to start.
Yeah.
Bucks are going 5-2 at the end of tonight.
I could see that, but 6 is a boatload.
Yes,
so
it is.
I'm going to go ahead and take the boat.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland as we pivot back to Sunday Night Football at a huge 49er win last night. Hey, Antonio, thanks for the call.
Oh, yeah, man, that was a wonderful game, man. You know, I was a bit worried, because, like, Michael Penix, that left hand, he was just throwing darts everywhere. And Robinson, he's a great player, man, great talent, but he only had 40 yards rushing. That's very surprising. Got to give credit to Tatum Bethune. He played pretty damn good in Kurt Warner's absence and all that. But they got a combination of Penix, they got Bijan Robinson, and Kyle Pitts. I wanted us to draft Kyle Pitts instead of Trey Lance in 2021, but he's a good player. He gets open. But shout out to the team, man. They rallied yesterday, 5-2. At some point, they're going to get Brock back or Ayuk back, and Ricky Pearsall going to get healthy. And it's like, man, Bryce Huff had to go down, man. I don't like that at all whatsoever. But I think we're going to be good, man. But I was told Bijan Robinson, he was called an alien by his teammates or whatnot. That's what Chris Collinsworth, the hater, was saying on a telecast last night. But, hey, we abducted that alien yesterday, so shout out to the Niners, baby. 5-2. Let's go.
Yeah,
right
Antonio, love it. Yeah, Bijan's just a phenomenal player. And yes, they held him down on the run game. If you look at his numbers, what did he have? 40 yards on 14 carries, I think.
Right.
But obviously he did some things in the pass game, scored a touchdown. Bijan is a wonderful, wonderful player and really hard to stop. And but all in all, I thought you take it. You take the effort that the Niners had against Bijan last night.
20 touches, 92 yards, and 1 touchdown. You absolutely would take that every time. And I was just going through my notes, Mark, earlier in the show, and the 49ers defense allowed one explosive play. And the explosive is a pass 20 yards or more and a run 10 yards or more. And the only explosive was a pass to Mooney for 38 yards, which preceded the intentional grounding.
Correct.
By Penix, I think is how you say it.
Yes. We'll go with Penix.
Michael Penix Jr.
That's don't they call that that's a soft, is it a soft E or a hard E?
It's one of those E's.
It's one of those, yeah. Anyway.
That's soft.
Yeah.
So
that was, thank you.
Let's move on.
That was, man, wow. Just chew it and do it. 38 yards to Mooney was the only explosive that they allowed, according to my notes. They did have one to London the previous play that went for 19 yards, but yeah, you kept Bijan Robinson in check, and I'm going to stretch this take out as long as I can, as long as I need to, before my partner comes back.
We're good.
All right.
We're good. Yeah. Michael Penix.
Yep, Junior.
They got to him. He's a young quarterback. Has he even started a full season of games yet in his career?
I think last night was his 9th career start.
Is that it?
Maybe 10th.
Did he only start 2 last year? Okay. Yeah, this is a young player. I like Michael Penix. I really do. But I don't know if he's ever going to be great in this league. But, when we look at other quarterbacks, let's keep this in mind, because I've seen a lot of people today kind of taking shots at Michael Penix because that was a disappointing performance, and I get it. It's kind of
11th start.
Okay, This is a little bit of a high-profile deal. You've got a big name as your sort of just tossed to the side backup quarterback in Atlanta. They've done it in a very odd way. They pay a bunch of money to get Kirk Cousins and then immediately draft his replacement in the top 10. It's just kind of been it's a weird thing. But at the same time, I want everybody to remember what we have all said with regard to Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. What do we say about the production from Brock Purdy and Mac Jones? These two guys are in a wonderful system, and they have wonderful coaches, and they have everything that is needed around them to try to be at their best. That doesn't mean that they're not important players or good players. You have to still be a good player. We've watched the Kyle Shanahan system get run by players who don't do it very well. So I think that they still get their credit. But to me, it's the story of the NFL this year, the story of the whole league. Like, let's go from 10,000 feet. Forget the Niners for a second. The story of the whole league is quarterbacks who somebody else didn't want now producing at a very high level somewhere else. Think of all the names. Daniel Jones being the one that's in neon lights right now.
Baker Mayfield, yeah,
Baker
for sure.
Mayfield is but he's been doing it there now for a couple years. But
right.
He's in the MVP conversation. Daniel Jones and the Colts are for real. Sam Darnold is now at yet another stop and playing well. They are, what are they? They're 4-2.
Yep.
What Mac Jones is doing. And then you can extend it even further to, there's a few other guys around the league who somebody didn't want, and now you're seeing them start to succeed a little bit because they were in really good situations. I don't think Michael Penix is in the greatest situation. I don't think that coaching staff knows how to best use its weapons, because, oh my God, I don't know that any team out there has the weapons that this team has. They're stacked at every skill position. And every week, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And to me, that's a coaching thing.
And they're trying to figure it out. And their offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson, is from the McVay tree. He's not even 40. He's in his second year there as the offensive coordinator. And Raheem Morris, the head coach, is a defensive guy. Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator, we know him well, former 49er. But you look at what this team is right now, they're 8th in points against. They're 28th in points for. So offensively, they're still trying to figure it out. And I do think that at times last night they were getting a little bit too predictable. It's kind of like the McCaffrey approach with Atlanta, where if Bijan Robinson's out there, he's going to get the ball. But you're right. They've got London, and they've got Pitts, and they've got Mooney. They've got all these fancy offensive weapons, but you've got a quarterback who is still trying to figure it out. And Grandy was right the first time. 9 starts, 11 games played. So he's basically a rookie, and he's still trying to figure out how to play at this level. And I do want to credit Robert Saleh, especially last night, and the Niners defense for making it really hard on him, confusing him with different pass rushes, different blitz packages, different coverages. And so I don't think Penix ever was able to get comfortable back there.
Here's Kyle Shanahan on the defense and limiting Bijan Robinson.
I mean, he's as good as there is. Everyone knows that. You need 11 guys swarming to the ball. If that guy gets too much space, I mean, it's just hard to touch him. I thought we limited the space he got. You try to limit his opportunities by doing good on third down, getting him off the field, and you try to limit how much they can do with it by keeping the ball away from him.
Other things that we talked about right there, Tatum, Bethune, here's Shanahan on him.
Yeah, I mean, I got to watch in detail once I see the tape, but I mean, Tatum's a real good linebacker. We were excited to get him out of college. We were excited having him all last year when he made the team, and we've been excited about this offseason. So you never know when your op's going to come, and unfortunately his came with a bad injury to Fred, but he's been ready for this moment for a while, and I mean, no one doubted Tatum at all.
And then here's what Kyle said about having George back on the field.
Yeah, I think it always helps having Kittle back. Kittle's as good of a blocker as there is. You know, other guys have been doing good too, though, so not to take anything away from them in terms of the run game and stuff. Kittle would have liked to get him some more passes tonight, but it was awesome having George back.
There it is. I mean, Kyle needs a hat. The run game and stuff.
Right.
That's, yeah. Or maybe it just says the run game on the front, and then on the back of his head, it could be and stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
Every hat would be and stuff. And all you need to know about how he feels about George Kittle is look at the snap count for Jake Tonjes. Jake Tonjes, who's been an unbelievable surprise this year, he got 8 snaps last night.
Yeah, you're back to being a backup.
So Kittle's healthy enough to be out there for 81% of the game. So you get to play, George, and we're going to go ahead and run it, and we'll try to throw it to you and stuff, but we'll try to get you more targets next week.
We should have mentioned also, great to hear that George Kittle came through this game, and Kyle Shanahan did not mention his name today on any sort of an injury report. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? I love this question that just came through on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Let's answer this next, but let's also throw it out to our callers. 888-957-9570. That is the number. We'll take your calls right now on this. 650 texted in, can I get y'all's realistic, in all caps, realistic theory or predictions for the Niners the rest of the season? Based on information like last night, can we get a realistic prediction now for the rest of the season? I would love to answer that. Dibs will, you will. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open 3. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Anthony from San Leandro. Lupe and Daniel were the greatest. They tested my fire door. Everything is working great. I'll refer them to anybody. Thanks, RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. or visit rsstores.com. R&S Stores. Look for the red truck.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Warm weather, plenty of sunshine, and more on the way for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
The best running back here, probably McCaffrey, to get the gifts. They close it out. And here he is on the run. Inside. Pushing the pile to the
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. That is the dang number. I'd love to answer that. Like, we're sort of in the what-if space.
Sure.
We did it already with the, what if the Niners had drafted Mac Jones? Okay, let's answer this text from a listener from the 650. Thank you for listening and texting in. Can I get a realistic theory or prediction for the Niners for the rest of the season? A realistic... It's so tough because I feel like Niner fans especially have learned that the roster changes every single week. Every Monday we come in, oh, this guy's out. This guy might come back. I would foresee, let's see, what are we at here? 5-2, so you got 10 games left.
Yep. 6 and then a bye, and then 4 after that.
I'm going to foresee Brock playing, let's say, at least 7 of the remaining 10 football games. If you look at the schedule that is that's there for those remaining 10 games, and already 5 wins in the back pocket, with 3 of them being in the division. I gotta think that. This is at minimum a 10-win team, I believe, at this point.
You'll be favored in 8 of the 10, glancing at it.
And you need to be, all you need to be is 5-5 the rest of the way to be a 10-win team. So I do think, if you look at the framework of the NFC, I don't know if they're going to win the West, but if you look at the framework of the NFC, there's a lot of teams that are very, very much still in it, but the Niners are doing a really good job of banking a lot of tiebreaker wins against those teams, including what they did last night. Realistically, I'm going to say that the 49ers are a wild card team. I think Brock Purdy starts 7, maybe 8 of the remaining 10 games. I'm going to say that they make a couple of mid-range deadline moves, and they start the playoffs on the road. And at this point, I think that they would probably look at a successful season if they can win a playoff game.
Yeah, that's kind of where I always have set the bar. So for me, none of my expectations have really changed, and that's partly because of Shanahan and Robert Saleh. And I'm not sure about how many games Brock will start. He may come back in a week or 2 and re-injure the toe and be gone for the year. I don't really know about that as far as predictions, but I look at where they are at 5-2, and you use the phrase banking wins. They have banked wins, and I look at other games that are ahead that I think are highly, highly winnable games. You've got Carolina at home. To me, would be a very winnable game. You've got Chicago at home. Very winnable. You've got Tennessee at home. Those are 3 games that I would look at and say, okay, no Fred, no Nick, no Brock, let's just say, no Brandon Ayuk, let's just, play worst case scenario. Those are 3 games that you should win regardless of how many other people you're missing. And if you have Christian and you got George and you got Trent, we're just going to assume that you don't have a complete collapse of your team. So those, to me, are 3 bankable wins of the remaining 10. Now, you got games that I think are going to be tough, and maybe you could even slot them as losses. At Cleveland, week 13, your 13th game in a row. That, to me, is going to be a tough one. I would slot that as a loss. At Indy, December 22nd. Indy's probably the best team in football right now.
Been really, really good.
I would slot that as a loss. You got 5 remaining games.
Yeah, can I jump in on one of your picks, though?
Of course.
I totally get where you're coming from in terms of an ebb and flow of the schedule, health, weather, and a very solid defense. I think it's tough to, quote, slot Cleveland as a loss, though. Well, they can't get a first down. I know they won the game yesterday. You realize...
Just say those 2 sentences again.
Go look at Dylan Gabriel and watch him play football.
But just say that again. They can't get a first down, yet they won the game.
The Dolphins...
that's the epitome of Cleveland, though.
No, but the Miami Dolphins yesterday, that was one of the most pitiful efforts I've watched an NFL team put forth.
It wasn't
all
even
year.
the most pitiful performance yesterday.
Oh, yes, it was.
The Raiders' performance was far more pitiful.
Disagree.
The Raiders couldn't get 100 yards.
The Raiders were playing a good team.
Cleveland has a very good defense.
That's not what was going on yesterday. Tua was throwing balls where there was no receiver in the area. It was only defenders.
And I can't believe that they came out and said, yeah, no changes at this point.
I mean, it's
nothing to see here.
It's shocking that Mike McDaniel still had a press conference to go to today, to be honest with you. It's shocking. His players are trying to get him fired.
Well, they're terrible.
They're actively trying to get him fired. And the quarterback and head coach are going back and forth with a war of words. I mean, it's laughable. So, look, yes, Cleveland can win. I think the way I pitch that is I get what you're saying, but to I don't know, it sounds like you're assuming. I mean, that's still a winnable game.
Sure.
It's Cleveland.
I mean, the pick is in, Mark.
Okay.
The pick is in.
Okay.
It's Cleveland, but let's just pretend that the 49ers don't go 10-0 from here to the end of the year.
Yeah,
if we can just,
I'm willing.
Can we pretend?
I'm open-minded to it.
Okay, so if we look at the remaining 10 and we think, you know what, 6-4. I think 6-4 is very reasonable. You wind up 11-6. I had them with 11 wins to start the year. That means you have to look at the remaining schedule and figure out which 4 games they're going to lose. And I look at the Rams in a revenge spot, even though it's at home.
The Rams are good.
The Rams are, I think the Rams are probably better than the 49ers. And
right now,
they're going to have revenge on their mind. And that's a game that, they probably can't believe they lost the first time. And I mentioned Cleveland. It's just a schedule spot. The Niners will be on a short week. They play the Monday night before. And then you go from a Monday to a Sunday. It's game 13 of 13 weeks. I just think schedule-wise, that's brutal. You go to Indy. That's going to be tough. And then you can pick whatever other rando loss you're going to get. If I gave you 6-4 right now, if I called Kyle Shanahan and said, I'm going to give you 6-4 and stuff, and you can have 11-6 right now and stuff, and would you take it? He'd be like, yeah, I'll take 11-6 right now.
You have to. Yeah,
You'd love 12-5 or better, but you also want to avoid the 8-9 type of thing.
You have to. I mean, in the NFL, you have to take 11 wins if you can get it. You have to. And that's 11-6, it's certainly possible that it doesn't get you into the playoffs, but I would be pretty surprised. That almost always gets you in. And I just think back to the way Kyle Shanahan talked about this off of the top of the year. And that was the way he talked about it. He's like, look, this is going to be a process of trying to get a lot of people up to speed and get them better each week. And so we think we're going to take some bruises early, but we want to try to, by the end of the year, be a pretty good team, and hopefully we can work our way into the tournament in order to see where we're at that time. Now, he said all that without realizing that it would be 5 games with no George Kittle, and already now 5 games with no Brock Purdy, and the rest of the year with no Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and then varying degrees of other things like Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, and now the news of Bryce Huff, and 2 of his offensive linemen are going to be out, and all of those things that are sort of baked into this cake, and he sits here at 5-2. There's no doubt in my mind that if you had sat Kyle down before the year started and goes, here are the things that are going to happen to you guys the first 7 weeks of the season, he'd have been thrilled with 2 wins, and he's got 5. So, yes, I do think the Niners are set up to be a playoff team this year. What is still very much to be determined is what kind of a team can they be, how healthy can they be, and how effective can they be when they get there in order to actually do some things against the best teams in the league, and whether or not they're at home or on the road and all of that.
That's fair, and I look right now, and if they are 11-6, and let's just say they come in second in the NFC West, which means you're a wild card, and you have to go to the worst of the 4 division winners. It's either at Philly, at Green Bay, potentially at Detroit, or at Tampa Bay. Those are going to be games in which you're going to be the underdog, not heavy dogs.
I'll take Tampa right now.
If you could have your pick.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's
100%.
I think that's the sensible one. Yeah. Green Bay in January.
Weather.
Detroit indoor, where they tend to put up 30. Yep. Philadelphia, bit of a house of horrors against the team. It's pretty dynamic.
And weather again.
Right. And then, Tampa. Tampa might be, right now Tampa's sitting as the 1 seed, pending tonight's outcome, but that's what you'd be looking at. And honestly, for me, that is realistic. 11-6 is a very realistic result, even through all the injuries. And you're right. If you would have told them at the beginning of the year, you're going to get, you're going to have 7 games and you're going to get a game and 2 drives of George Kittle. You're going to get 2 games of Bosa, and you're not going to have your starting quarterback for 5 of the first 7. How you feeling about that, Kyle?
Well, the beautiful thing about this is, and I think we've undersold this, because even this 11-6 or 12-5, if things go well, or who knows where this is all headed, I don't want to start assuming that it's going to be a double-digit win season. It's getting hard to imagine that it wouldn't be. It's getting there, but you don't know what injuries are going to happen next and all of that. But the 3-0 in the division thing is very significant, well beyond the obvious part of it. We haven't talked enough about what the rest of the teams have done with their division records. We know that all 3 teams have lost to the Niners. But for the most part, the teams have not really embarked yet on their division schedule. The only other division game that has even happened, the Niners have 3 of them. They've won them all. The only other division game that has even happened was that Thursday night game where Seattle went to Arizona, and Seattle came up with a late victory there. So Seattle has a division win. The Cardinals and Rams have no division wins yet, and you've already got 3, which means I know you could look at the Rams coming in with a revenge game, and maybe the Rams will win that game, but the Niners are basically going to have 3 more shots to take on these division teams, and if they can get any of them, they move really close to being the tiebreaker team. Like, what if they do beat the Rams next time out? Then you can start thinking of not just a wild card. You can think about winning the division and hosting a playoff game and having it have a very, very different feel. You're not far off from that right now. We're only 7 weeks in, but when you look at that schedule and the division opportunities that have been created by those first 3 wins, I agree with you. Put it this way. I think right now the Rams are better than the Niners, but the Niners can win the NFC West because of what's happened in those head-to-head games.
They can, but a lot of it's going to be determined based on how the Rams do against Arizona. The Rams have Arizona twice. Arizona's lost 5 in a row. They're heading into their bye, and they look like, not that they're going to go into full tank mode, but Kyler Murray's got a real touchy mid-foot sprain. I don't know how quickly he's going to be able to come back from that. They already lost their starting running back and their backup running back, and their second-round wide receiver is not yet emerging as a real legit player. Trey McBride is great. Jacoby Brissett, he's a good backup. He's fine.
He's played really nice football the last 2 weeks.
So, yeah. And the Rams have 2 more cracks at Arizona. The Niners have 1. And Seattle quietly is lurking as a still very viable good team. We'll see what they do tonight. So, yeah, I think that of the remaining 10 games that the Niners have, your 3 divisional games, 2 of them are going to be 2 of your 4 toughest games remaining.
The Cardinals the last 2 weeks, I actually think, if you want to go on this tangent for a sec, the big story out of them is not the having lost 5 in a row. The story out of them is similar to what some people are talking about here, which is that you've got a backup quarterback that went in there and, I don't know, kind of makes you wonder if the offense isn't moving the ball better. Like, Kyler Murray is making not $50 million a year, but damn near it. He's making, I think, 46 or 47. And Jacoby Brissett has lost the last 2 games, but both of them were narrow last-second losses to really good opponents. You went to Indy and gave the Colts everything they could handle. And then yesterday, you led for most of the way against Green Bay, and you got beat with a minute to go. But in these 2 games, you've averaged 25 points a game. Like, they didn't lose anything when they went from Kyler Murray to Jacoby Brissett.
Other than more games.
Well, but Kyler Murray was losing
exactly.
games.
I'm more concerned about the James Conner effect and, not having really much of a pass game outside of Trey McBride. But this is not Arizona Cardinal radio. I do think that they are a team that, if you're the Rams, you're happy that you're going to have a chance to play them later in the year, and they play him.
They give you a game now.
Yeah, you would figure they'll give you some sort of a game, and they have the Niners still. They got the Rams twice over the course of a month.
The Cardinals are 2-5. Their scoring differential is -1.
Yeah,
they're not out there getting punked. And remember, their loss 2 weeks ago was that absolute Keystone Cops thing against the Tennessee Titans. So, I'm looking at this division, and right now, I'll still give the Niners less than 50-50 shot to be the NFC West crown, but I give them a shot. I give them a shot because of the 3-0 record in the division. They're going to have a puncher's chance to win this thing. I give them about a 40% chance right now to win the division.
Yeah, and I'm looking at playoffstatus.com and their current odds. The Niners are 79% to make the playoffs. The Rams are at 65. So this one website puts the odds for the Niners at, 79%. They've got a 50-50 shot almost to make it to round 2, which would mean
that's interesting.
You win the division, it's a 45% chance. You win the division, you get a home game, you win that one, you get to round 2, and then the conference championship is 23%. Super Bowl winner, 7%. That's tied for the 4th highest odds on the board right now.
Yeah, the Rams are absolutely one to watch. And again, they will be here in 3 weeks. They've got their bye. When they come off the bye, they host New Orleans. The Rams are going to keep winning football games. After the Niners, then there's their Seattle game. Then they get Tampa, Carolina, Arizona. They do have to face Detroit. But their schedule, they've got a couple tough ones on there. But right now, sitting at 5-2 and looking at the Rams' schedule and their situation and whatnot, I see them as at least an 11-win team as well. If you're going to beat the Rams with 11 wins in the division, you're going to have to win both games against the Rams.
Yeah, you're going to have to beat the Rams.
Yeah.
I like the way you put that.
Well, you already beat them once. You're going to have to beat them again.
Yes, absolutely. As you mentioned, they do have New Orleans and Carolina remaining, and they go to Atlanta, which is interesting, the team that is so Jekyll and Hyde. We saw it last night where I thought the Falcons were going to be better than that based on what they did to Buffalo the week before, and then they come out and the 49ers defense, which is, beleaguered and a little bit injured, they went out there and they took it to Atlanta and Atlanta's offense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Atlanta is one of those teams, maybe similar to Detroit. Atlanta's one of those teams that looks a little bit different depending on what building they're in. I think you put Bijan and these guys on a fast track in Atlanta, they're a little bit of a tougher play than they were in a situation like they were last night. But so maybe that helps that the Rams have to go there. But that's getting way ahead. But that's kind of in this moment, that's how I feel about the Niners' chances the rest of the way. So, yeah, I would predict 11 wins, a wild card berth, and if things go well and you're healthy and playing well at that time, an opportunity to play in those games. I wouldn't predict 3 playoff wins all on the road and finding your way into the Super Bowl at Santa Clara. But I could wrap my head around 1 playoff win probably for the. That's probably what I feel right now. Again, this is assuming some form of high-level health the rest of the way.
Assuming the health that they have right now. And
at least.
Well, yeah, the health you have now, assuming that you're going to get Ricky Pearsall back at some point, however much he can play. You get Brock Purdy back at some point, however much he can play. We'll put Brandon Ayuk to the side because, he's coming off major ligament surgery and we haven't seen him at all. So I wouldn't count on him in any way. I'm counting on Ricky Pearsall to play. I'm counting on Brock Purdy to play at some point. And then if you don't lose anybody else, knock on wood, then yeah, that's the level of health that I'm kind of basing all of this on. But if you get to January and you are a playoff team and you look at the NFC, I'm not seeing any one team out there that is so scary. No. Like even at the top, if you go Philly, Green Bay, Detroit, the Rams, and Tampa, you put the Niners out of that group just for the sake of argument. If you take it all those teams, well, you beat the Rams with a backup in inexplicable fashion. Tampa got you. Philly's always tough. Green Bay, you won't play. Detroit's scary, but if that game happens to be out here, it's a different ballgame like you're talking about. So a lot of this really gets predicated on where you play them and who you match up with.
I'm also assuming acquisitions.
Right.
I don't know who, but I am assuming acquisitions. I'm assuming some NFL talent who can do some things on the defensive side of the football are going to be on this team in 2.5 weeks that aren't on the team right now. So that's absolutely part of the assumption. But you come out of a win like last night, you win a game without Fred Warner. How does that affect the expectations and the predictions you would have for the rest of the way? So we would love to take your phone calls into the 5 o'clock hour on that exact idea. How did last night change your prediction, your expectation, your hopes for the rest of the year? 888-957-9570. that is the number. But for me, that was always, as I told you last week, the number one thing. I wanted to see if this defense was going to still be able to function, not just missing a good player, missing their captain, their heartbeat, their leader, their everything. Could this defense function and actually put together an NFL-level performance? And if they can, then it's a message to the front office that they need to go get some more reinforcements and help. And my gosh, they sent that message.
Yeah, they were awesome last night. And, you look at so many different people who stepped up and contributed, and it was, D. Winters who stepped into the main linebacker role, but Tatum Bethune was a guy who, when you watched it again, as I did this morning, he popped on almost every defensive play. He was flying around the field. Chase Lucas with a couple of huge big-time plays. Diamondor Lenore, who seems to pick up a couple of penalties per game. One of them might have been pretty ticky-tack, but the way that goes. But he's out there playing great on the back end. I thought the secondary was mostly very good. They didn't have a lot of blown coverages. They didn't give up a lot of big plays. And on the ground, you kept Bijan Robinson mostly in front of you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Also, coming up in just a few minutes, we'll let you hear the full conference call from Kyle Shanahan today. And it did have, as always, some bummer news to go with some good news. Like, I think the good news is that you didn't hear George Kittle's name come up. The good news is that Renardo Green does not have turf toe. The bad news is there still wasn't anything definitive on Brock Purdy. Some of you won't look at that as bad news. And then the other bad news is that Bryce Huff, who looked so good as a pass rusher last night, he ended up on the injury report with a hamstring injury and is going to miss some time. It sounds like at least the road trips, which are coming up starting this weekend. You go to Houston and then you go to New York to take on the Giants. And those are games that I think back at the beginning of the year, you looked at them on the schedule and you went, I like the Niners' chances in both of those games. They found a way to actually look tough, not just because of the Niners' injuries. This Jackson Dart kid, boy, he'll make a bad mistake, but then he'll make some pretty brilliant plays as well. These next 2 weeks, both on the road, are going to be difficult wins for the 49ers. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah, and the look-ahead line, look.
Yeah, what's we got?
Niners minus 1.5.
At Houston.
Yes.
Does it go as far as the Giants game in 2 weeks?
I didn't look at a Week 10 look ahead. I just took a quick look at the Week 9, and it's, according to Yahoo, Niners minus 1.5. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, you know what? I stand corrected. It's the Texans minus 1.5.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now that I look at this correctly.
Well, and that's obviously you're going to get another game and so of them tonight, and so some more information. We'll see how that one sort of affects the line. All right. If you're also just joining us, the Monday night picks are in. Nothing you could do about the first game because it's already underway. But Dibs has the Bucks +6, and then later tonight, Seahawks -3. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Last night's win does what for your season prediction? We'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business.
It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Looking for something spooky to do with the whole family this harvest season? Come to Children's Halloween Haunt at History Park on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy hay rides, carnival games, a mini pumpkin patch, cultural fall crafts, and of course, trick-or-treating at History San Jose's House Museums. History Park is located at the corner of Phelan Avenue and Center Road. Tickets available at the door or online at historysanjose.org. See you at the park.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
We're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan in just a sec. We'll play the whole conference call for you. I don't know how Shasky knew I was wearing a hat. How'd he know?
He played the percentages.
Oh.
You're about 90% of a hat guy, I'd say. I'd say 9 of every 10.
It's a little hot.
I was gonna chart it, but I have other things that I deep dive upon. But it's usually if you have something to do with the lovely Christy in town, on town, or if you're fresh off a haircut. Those are the only non-hat days.
Anyway, nobody cares.
I actually care very deeply.
You do?
So does Shasky. He did a whole rejoin on it.
You're right, brother.
That's right. The best hat wearer on town.
Well,
what was that, sir?
Before we get to the Kyle Shanahan conference call, I just want to take a minute to let everybody know what we're doing tomorrow, and invite you, because it's a public place, so you're allowed to come. We're going to go to Splash, and the nachos are enough of a reason. But there's a second reason, Dibs.
Second reason?
Yes. We got a game tomorrow night.
We got a game?
We got a game.
Let's go.
We got a game. And it's not just a game. We got the Lakers tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm already triggered.
LeBron James?
No, not him. He's not playing in this game.
No.
Luka, that annoying Austin Reeves guy.
He is pretty annoying.
Skinny Luka.
Yeah, skinny Luka. He's been working out. Anyway, how nice would it be to come home for Denver on Thursday, already 1-0, with a little Laker in the hip pocket?
Be pretty sweet. Especially that, like you said, that one, the Lakers in the opener. It'd be better if you beat LeBron on the court, but I guess he's not planning on playing a lot of basketball here early in the year.
No, he's not liking it early, yeah.
He's a little banged up.
Yeah, so anyway, Splash tomorrow for the whole show. And we got all kinds of great stuff planned for you. We'll let you know right now. John Feliciano with his Tuesday appearance. We're actually going to move it a little bit earlier into the show, in the 3 o'clock hour, so that we can start to focus more on basketball toward the end of the show. And Nick Friedel.
She's choking him out.
Yeah, well, actually I texted him. I'm like, we need you earlier. And he's like, I'll have the wife. We'll kick everybody out because they'll still be awake. I'm like, will you please do that live on the air? And he's like, no problem.
Shut up!
Yeah, so he's actually going to. Shut up! He will. John Feliciano kicks his family out of the house live on Willard and Dibs at 3:15 tomorrow. Speaking of deep voice laughter, Nick Friedel will have his first of every Tuesday. Thank you. This NBA season. Cousin Nick's going to be on every single Tuesday on Willard and Dibs, starting tomorrow.
Love it.
Must be Halloween, dude. It's like we're going through a haunted house on Tuesdays.
Yeah, a couple of the biggest and best laughs. Yeah, and we'll save the Cosell maybe for a different season. Yeah, it's not nearly spooky enough to fit with the bit, but you got to always keep that close.
How'd you feel if you were walking through a haunted house and then you got one of those from Greg Cosell? You're like, wait,
okay,
am I at the circus or
you go through one part and you get hit with a Feliciano and you're scared, and then mommy, and then you get hit with a Friedel and you're thinking, oh my God, I don't know if I'm going to make it out of here, and then. Okay.
Like, hey, Mom, look, a clown.
Exactly.
Some people are terrified of clowns, though.
No doubt.
A clown inside of a haunted house, that's nauseating.
What if it was a Greg Cosell, face-painted clown? Ha-ha.
Just sitting
what kind of material?
Sitting in a corner looking at film.
Totally.
Just over there with face paint on.
As you walk up, his head's the only thing that turns. His body stays, and his head turns 180 degrees around. Get me out of here!
It's like wearing a torn up Fred Warner jersey.
He has a bromance with Fred Warner.
I've got a major bromance with Fred Warner.
Oh,
a major bromance.
I like it. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Totally.
From all of us here at 95.7 The Game. All right, Kyle Shanahan spoke earlier, his weekly conference call on Mondays, injury updates and more. Let's take a listen to the whole thing. Here it is.
All right, guys, injuries from yesterday. Renardo Green with his toe. We'll just continue evaluating this week. Did a clear and turf toe, though. Jake Brindle has a hamstring. He's expected to miss a couple of weeks. And also, we found out that Huff also has a hamstring. He'll also be in that same boat with possibly a couple of weeks. Updates on players who missed the game. Stout evaluating this week. Ricky, same thing. We'll evaluate him more on Wednesday. Brock will continue like he did last week. And Nietzsche's got to continue with his rehab. Also got a chance to possibly open up Spencer Burford's window for his knee this week. All right, go ahead.
Kyle, is it a reach to say that Brock is on track to start this week?
Yeah, I would say that is. I don't know. No one said that.
Okay.
What kind of the next two games are not on natural grass? Does that factor at all into when you bring Brock back?
No, not that I've been told.
Anything jump out at you from watching the film that maybe you didn't notice last night, or that you got a chance to take a second look at?
I just think it kind of confirmed the feeling that I think that we all had out there. I mean, guys played really hard. It was a really physical game. Loved how physical we played on teams. Loved how physical we played on offense, and I loved how the guys were running and hitting on defense. It was the type of game we wanted.
Kyle, what happened on the with the green dot with Curtis Robinson?
Oh, it just happened so fast, just in the middle of that series. So he just went out quick, and they didn't change the helmets. So, I mean, the defense isn't that wordy of a deal, so we were able to get it done there. And then when they were going to change the helmets, that Tatum was good and was able to come back.
Kyle, how big of a deal is it to just have Tatum, unlike the week previous, to have all the reps in practice as far as just being sound with the assignments? And how do you feel that he carried out those assignments and what Robert asked him to do?
Oh, I think it's a huge deal. I mean, you definitely get reps in the week as a backup, but not like the starter. And when it comes to someone like the Mike position or a center or a quarterback, I mean, there's just so much that goes into play there that no matter how much you study, you'd like to get live reps and thinking in the heat of battle. And, him getting all those this week, I think helped him a ton. He was good in practice and carried over to the game.
And speaking of center, how did Hennessy do as far as knowing his assignments and keeping everybody on the same page?
I think similar to how Tatum was. I mean, he wasn't perfect, but he works really hard at it. We definitely mix him in with reps, and for him to get thrown in that situation, especially versus defense that stunts a lot and changes their fronts and definitely pressures at a high rate, I thought he did very well, and I think he'll only do better with more reps this week.
Kyle, how did you feel your safety combination did with Jair Brown being in there for all the snaps and Malik kind of getting in there a little bit more this week?
I thought they did. I thought they played real well. It was nice to double Malik's double his reps. I think he ended up getting 40, maybe 41, which is twice as much as the week before. So I like how that's played out, and hopefully we'll be done with that, and he'll get all of them going forward. But Tiggs played real good in these two games in that role, and also I really liked what Siegel did when he was in there, and I loved Jason getting those reps at big nickel, unlike he did versus Tampa. I thought he did well too. I think he ended up getting about, I'm not sure, around 15 to 20 plays.
You have injuries to 3 defensive ends. Does that increase the urgency to make a trade? And is that something that you would try to do ahead of this week's game at Houston?
I don't think it changes the urgency of it. I mean, it's definitely sucks losing Huff, but it is a hamstring, and hopefully it won't be longer than 2 weeks. So you know that he's coming back, and sooner than later. But those guys have been looking into that stuff all the time for the last few weeks, and I'm sure they'll continue over the next couple of weeks.
How did Bryce get hurt on a specific player, or was it kind of an accumulation thing? And do you have any idea on that? And how did you think?
Yeah, I was told it was right at the end. I was told he felt it on the last 2 plays.
What did you think of Matt Hennessy and Connor Colby, if you got to look back, of course, at the Christian McCaffrey touchdown, and just how much they assisted in the run game? After the game, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey both gave him a lot of credit.
Yeah, both of them did a good job. I mean, you can't run the ball like that unless everyone's doing a good job. They definitely had their plays they missed. By no means was it perfect, but I liked how they battled throughout the game. Thought Connor improved from the week prior, and I thought it was a good start for Matt.
Kyle, do you think you guys got back to your personality, so to speak, in terms of the way you ran the ball and the way you played physically? Or is it a game-by-game thing? You do whatever you do it takes to win that week? Or do you want to play a certain way as much as possible?
I mean, I always love just being able to physically run the ball and control the game like that. I think most people prefer to do it that way, but I mean, each team has a different identity, and you got to do whatever you think gives you the best chance to win. And we did think that would give us the best chance to win specifically in this game, but we haven't been able to do that yet this year. So that maybe it probably has been our identity more in the past, especially going back a few years ago, maybe 4 years ago. I mean, it was huge with us. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, and it doesn't mean we're going to do it all the time. But it was really cool yesterday because we believe that was the smarter way to do it. We felt that was the way that would give us the best chance to win, and I was glad that the whole team allowed us to pull that off.
Kyle, on the subject of the trade deadline, would you find it imperative that if you were to acquire a player, you wouldn't just want him for the rest of this season, you'd want him for this season and potentially next year as well?
I don't like to say imperative at all, just because I don't like to put an absolute on anything. But yeah, I think that's something that we definitely would prefer. I mean, just of course we want someone to help us out this year, but I'd love it not to be at the expense of our team next year also. I know we all feel that way, and hopefully we can find a situation that does both. And if not, you don't do something like that just to do it. And I'm really excited about the guys we have in our building right now also.
Okay, there's Kyle Shanahan today on his weekly conference call. There's a lot to chew on and react to. We'll do it in a sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm glad that I heard that now with my own ears. I don't believe that we heard what we thought we heard the first time that came out. And I know a lot of things are ending up on Twitter, and now we've got all of this sort of competing information with regard to the quarterback position. But now that I hear the tone about it, I want to go back to the spot, and Grandy, maybe you're able to spotlight this. When Kyle is asked, would it be a reach? He didn't say, would it be a reach to say that Brock Purdy is going to start this week? He said, would it be a reach to say that Brock Purdy is on track to start? And I thought Kyle just kind of went flat-footed and went, no, I didn't say that. In other words, he goes, yes, and then he followed up with, I didn't say that. I didn't say he's on track to start. But I think that the world, and maybe I'm wrong, I might be reading this wrong, but it feels to me that starting last night on Sunday Night Football, the Niners are actively attempting to create mystery around the quarterback position. I don't think that they liked that reports went out early Saturday, nationally all over the place. Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall, they are expected back next week at Houston. Those reports went out. I don't think the Niners like that. And that's why you're getting Melissa Stark on NBC with a deep dive on the toe and how much pain Brock is in. And then when someone says, is it a reach to say that he's on track to start? Kyle says yes, because he's like, I have no idea if he's on track to start. It's Monday.
Right.
We don't do that until Wednesday. Kyle is very robotic with the way that he answers this purposefully.
You guys want to hear it again?
I do.
Is it a reach to say that Brock is on track to start this week?
Yeah, I would say that is. I don't know. No one said that.
No one said that. In other words, I don't think he's answering it as, yes, it's a reach to think he'll play. I think he's saying it's Monday, and I have no idea what we're going to encounter on Wednesday at practice.
Is it a reach to say that he's on track to start on Sunday? Well, a reach to say that he's on track, I don't know what track he's on. It's Monday, like you're saying. And when we get to Wednesday, Tuesday's an off day, we get to Wednesday, how's your toe, Brock? Oh, it feels pretty good.
Yep.
I think I'm ready to go out there and run around and be a football player. Okay. And at that point, he's on a certain track, or on Wednesday, it's, man, it still hurts. I'll be limited today, coach. I don't know if I can, be out there with the ones taking snaps. So it's not a reach to say he would be on track to start Sunday. It's a guess is what it is. So I guess it would be a reach to say that Fred Warner will be out there on Sunday. So that would be a reach,
It'd
right?
be a reach to say that Bryce Huff is going to be out there.
It would be a reach to say, yeah, absolutely, all that. And, even the reports that came out, Fred Warner is working to be ready for the playoffs. I think that's a reach. But, again, we don't even We don't even know what
No.
that's going to be like in January or if they're even going to make it.
I just think that we have to try to do this in a way that's not the way we all do it, because we're just people. We're just football fans. And so, especially if we play fantasy, everybody wants to know what's everyone's status. Coach, what do you give us? And then we start to track the whole thing. Well, missing Wednesday means one thing. Are you limited? Are you out? Missing Thursday means something different. Friday is when we get the report. We know the whole sort of the track that the thing gets put on. But let's try to put ourselves in the mind of a coach. A coach is going to tell you only what he needs to tell you, number one. And number two, they do not want to overpromise.
Right, and underdeliver. You're right.
Underdeliver. And so they're actively trying, it feels to me, and I could be so off on this, but Diana Rossini was the first one I read. She's a very tapped-in reporter on The Athletic, and I want to try to remember, when did I text you guys? Because I sent this to the thread right away when I saw it, and I feel like it was Saturday. Was it Saturday that I sent this?
Sounds about right.
Hang on, let me look at it. Where's the link? Where's the link? Where's the link? I can't find it. We all text each other way too much. Anyway, I think it came out on Saturday.
The story she put out was tweeted on Saturday just after noon.
There you go. Saturday afternoon. Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall expected back next week against Houston. I think the Niners went, who the hell said that?
Right.
We haven't even played yet. We haven't even played our game this week yet. And everything that has happened from that moment has been the Niners trying to get back to center, which is the same place they usually operate, which is we're not talking about next week. We haven't even done this week. So we're going to now have Melissa Stark do her thing on Sunday Night Football, which was this.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
Okay, and I've now found it. Yeah, it was at 1:37 on Saturday afternoon that I texted you guys, hey, this report's out there. Brock's back against Houston. Then you get this from Melissa Stark, and now you get this Q&A with Kyle Shanahan that we're talking about. And again, if you put me in a corner, I guess I would guess that Mac Jones is going to play at Houston. I'm not trying to say otherwise. I'm just telling you that when I hear him say it, I don't think I hear the same thing that apparently the internet hears. Cam Inman tweeted it out. Tom Pelissero is quote tweeting it, and everyone's like, looks like Mac again this week. And I'm like, what I heard Kyle say is, I haven't told you anything about this week, and I have no idea, and I'm not telling you on Monday.
And that's how he always is. He's so matter of fact, and we always make fun of his answer a couple of years ago when he's like, I don't even know if we'll all be here on Sunday or not.
Possibly.
Yeah, and that is honestly the way he looks at it. And so today, you look at the film from last night, and you have a victory Monday, and then tomorrow's an off day, not for Kyle, but for the players, and then you come in Wednesday, and you ask around, hey, guys, how are you feeling? How are you doing? Hey, Ricky, how's the knee? Hey, Brock, how's the toe? Hey, Huff, how's the hammy? Oh, that's right. You're out for a couple of weeks. And you go all the way through everybody and you check in. And it's good that George and his hamstring don't appear to be a thing because he wasn't even mentioned in any fashion other than, boy, it'd be nice to get him the ball a little bit more often. But other than that, yeah, it's Wednesday. When you get to Wednesday, and I believe he speaks again on Wednesday, then we'll be able to get a feel for, practice report, who's limited, who's going to be a full go, who's going to be out, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, exactly right. And so, look, they could be, and you hear them at times get definitive, and then at times they don't. When you're dealing with something that has been dogging guys for a number of weeks, and Brock and Ricky both fall into this category, why would Kyle Shanahan on a Monday be like, yep, they're in? They haven't even seen him. They didn't see him today. They may have come in for treatment. Sure, they've got a plan, but coaches are very mindful of this. I actually watched the opposite happen one time. I think it was with Mike McCoy in San Diego when the Chargers were still in San Diego.
There's a throwback name.
Mike McCoy was the head coach, and this became a real problem, and it actually was one of the bricks on the wall to Mike losing his job there. And, what's his name? He came, Jason Verrett, who then played for the Niners years later. But Verrett was still in San Diego, and he had like a partially torn ACL, and there was a problem with the knee. And Mike McCoy kind of did the whole there's an injury there, but, we think maybe he could play, but the player kind of feels maybe differently. And he went public with that. And you can't do that. You cannot, no matter how you're feeling and how ticked off you are as the coach of a football team, you cannot sell your players out like that. Because if you tell the public they're ready to go and then they're not ready to go, it makes the player look weak.
Yeah.
And that is Kyle's job to not tell all of us. Yes, Brock and his toe will be ready this week. Ricky and his knee will be ready this week. And then you show up on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and they're not ready. And now you've ticked everybody off, and you've put the player in a position to be criticized. He can't do that. So I get it. Maybe it will be Mac this week, but I'm glad we listened to that because I actually feel a little bit differently about this situation now.
I think it will be Mac, but none of us really know. And that's where we can all get into the debate of will he or won't he, and what percent is he at, and all the rest of the nonsensical stuff that we do. You're right about where we are. It's Monday, and Brock hasn't played in a while, and he didn't play yesterday. And, Mac looked pretty good as far as all his various maladies.
He was strong.
Mac was fine. And, the knee that's been a problem, and there was no cramping. He didn't have to eat 3 bananas. He made it through the game pretty unscathed. I mean, I think he got sacked once, and he got hit a couple of times, but by and large, he was good enough and he looked healthy enough, so that doesn't seem to be a problem. And we don't know about Brock. So, yeah, you get into the week, and I understand where a lot of these coaches, I'm sure, get frustrated by these, quote, reports that come out.
No
and
doubt
that's
they
probably
do.
why they, allowed Brock to talk to Melissa Stark and say, look, this is the straight business from the guy who actually has the injury. Brock told her, look, these things are tricky and it's frustrating, and I'm really frustrated at it, and you just never know. I'm day to day. So for everybody who's reporting and tweeting on a Saturday that I'm going to be good to go next Sunday, you don't know because he doesn't know. So I think that was intentional that, he sent that message to Melissa Stark, and then she came out with that report.
It's just an interesting way that the question came out, and it's an interesting way it got answered, and now it's being reported all over the place that it is going to be a reach for Brock to play this week. And I'm like, ooh, that's not what I heard. I'm with you. It's probably going to be Mac, but I don't think it's a reach for Brock to play this week. Kyle said it's a reach for you to say that Brock is on track to play.
Right.
Because that's like the question is moot. That's not an answerable question right now for someone who thinks the way Kyle Shanahan does, at least in this situation. For 2 soft tissue situations that have been dogging guys for multiple weeks, you manage expectations. So I don't know, but I'm gonna go swing back to the middle a little bit, because here's the other really funny. I've actually grown to this point. I would love if we get a chance to interview Mac Jones. You want to know what I want to ask him? Hey, how does it feel that nobody ever cares about your injuries?
Yeah.
Do you notice that? Every week, Brock. Meantime, Mac's got oblique, knee, I don't know what else the hell. We're dry heaving on the sideline.
He's fine.
And nobody even goes, hey, is he okay? Nobody. Everyone's just like, well, Mac will be out. Mac will be there if you need him. I wonder if that has struck him or occurred to him. It's Victory Monday on 95.7 The Game, and it's presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. And indeed, it is. It is Victory Monday. The Niners have found their way to 5-2. I'll tell you something else that strikes me about yesterday's game. You know how often we've gone, dude, how are they 3-1? How are they 4-2? How are they winning all these games? because for most of the wins, you walk out of there going like, ooh, they kind of stole one. I thought it was really nice. Not that it wasn't a close game. It was. There were key plays. It could have gone either way. But that one didn't feel like that. The Niners led for most of the way. They eventually won by double digits. It felt like a game where you could walk home and walk out to the car if you went to the game going, the Niners outplayed the other team.
Right.
That was just a straight win.
It wasn't a steal. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, because you got into even the spots in the second half where it was starting to get not a little bit dicey, but you're up 13-10 and you needed to get the kill shot, and you had the deep throw to Demarcus Robinson that he dropped, and then you had to punt it, and you're thinking, okay, that's less than ideal. A lot of time left in the fourth, but here comes Atlanta, and they get across the 50. They get down to the 35. It's 3rd and 1. They're at your 35 with about 9 minutes left, and that was the key sequence where you got the big toss to Bijan for nothing, and then you had the pass breakup by Lucas, which was equally big, and
huge.
That was on 4th down, and that was where the game pivoted. You had the long drive for the touchdown, and then it was over.
You want to do 3 heroes?
Let's do 3 heroes.
Let's do 3 heroes. Let's get to this. This is kind of becoming one of our Monday things, at least a Victory Monday thing. Let's dive in to 3 players, maybe beyond the obvious, who kind of stood out as making a name for themselves on this particular game. The Niners win 20-10 and go to 5-2. There's a lot to choose from here. You want to lead us off?
Yeah, I'll lead us off with my hero number 3, and this is definitely an off-the-radar one, but I'm giving hero status to Matt Hennessy, who came in as the center, and the only time that we've talked about him before was during, I think, the Jake Moody blocked field goal, where Hennessy missed a block, and outside of that, you probably didn't even know he was on the team. He's been a special teamer, and anytime the center goes down and you got to throw a different guy in there with a different cadence and all the rest of the assignments, it's not easy, but this Niner offense did not miss a beat. Matt Hennessy, you get my hero, number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that one. For my first one, and it's a name who's come up a lot, but I actually think there are a lot of Niner fans who still at this hour, they don't even really know who this guy is, and that's Chase Lucas. They're trying to figure out who is Chase Lucas? Why has he not gotten more reps? Why is he not more part of the conversation? What exactly does he do out there? And with Upton Stout out, Renardo Green gets knocked out of the football game. Chase Lucas moves into a defensive back role that was key in this game last night, and it wasn't just the 4th down pass breakup, and I love he gets a stat for a pass breakup. It was a pass that went right through your hands.
Both their hands. 4 hands.
But thankfully it disrupted the receiver enough so that he didn't catch it either. But it was a phenomenal break on the ball. He had a couple of nice blitzes. I thought Chase played a very smart football game. You could tell that was someone who's been coached up, and when you get your opportunity, you're ready for your moment, and it had a huge impact on the game. So great job by Chase Lucas last night.
Yeah, fantastic breakdown there. The pass breakup and the blitz where they forced an incompletion. He was definitely someone who was impactful. I'm going to go to the same side of the ball for my hero number 2 and go to number 47. 47 in your program.
Yeah, bud.
48 was everywhere, but 47 is a guy who you love to see, and unfortunately you're going to miss him because Bryce Huff had his best game as a 49er. Pressures on the quarterback, forcing fumbles, wreaking havoc up there. And, we all were looking forward to him playing opposite of Nick Bosa. No Bosa. Didn't have a great game last week, but last night he was an absolute menace for Atlanta's offense. And the sack that Sam Okawanu was credited for, Huff was the one who I thought should have gotten at least a half a sack. Samo got that one. Huff forced the fumble and the key turnover late in that first half. He was just fantastic. And the Niners, I don't know how they're going to replace another guy.
Yet another one.
For a couple of weeks, but he gets my hero number 2.
Okay, I'm going to bring this name up because I happened upon a little something on the World Wide Web today that kind of opened my eyes. I'm like all of you, man. And in this particular case, on a Sunday night, I'm actually hosting a radio show in the midst of the football game. So it's kind of hard to really get the opportunity to focus on what each player is doing on the football field. I get it. We turn the TV on. Let's get some unhealthy food. Let's sit back and let's just yell at it. Yell at electronics. That's what we mostly do when the Niners are playing. I bet most of us don't realize what Kyle Juszczyk did last night. Kyle Juszczyk is only going to be remembered for what most people think was a stupid play call by Kyle Shanahan. He got a ball. On 3rd and 1, he went -2 yards. The Niners punted, and that was it. Thanks for being here, Kyle Juszczyk. Go watch, if you get an opportunity, the battering ram that continued to open up holes for Christian McCaffrey on a night where he rushed for 129 yards, and the team rushed for $174 at 4.5 per carry. All of the things that we're used to with a Kyle Shanahan offense. It doesn't happen without Kyle Juszczyk. He was phenomenal in his role last night, and I want to make sure he gets called out.
Yeah, 39 snaps, and when he's out there with George Kittle, as you know, I love to talk about 21 personnel, and you've got Juszczyk lining up outside the numbers as a receiver. He motions in the backfield. He can get the ball thrown to him. He is an unbelievable Swiss Army knife, and I'm glad you called him out because he was fantastic. And my third hero is another guy who was very key in the run game, and somebody we normally praise for his hair and his pass catching, but I'm going to give George Kittle hero status. Hero number 3, George Kittle. Even though he didn't kill my fantasy team because I'm having a decent Monday night, but for fantasy players, you're probably furious because he had 2 targets, no catches, no points, but George Kittle was phenomenal in the run game. And you go back and you watch all of McCaffrey's explosives, many of them, your guy Juice and my guy Kittle were out there making key blocks to let McCaffrey, get to full speed for a change. So I love what Kittle did. He's an unsung hero. He's happy to do it, but I'm giving him hero number 3 status, even though he did nothing for my fantasy team.
Yeah, it happens, buddy.
Yeah, it does.
It happens. You're talking to somebody over here who's 0-7 here.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
Technically 0-6, but I'm going to make a prediction that I don't make a 70-point comeback tonight. We'll see what happens. All right. I want you to brace yourselves now for pick number 3.
Okay.
Hero number 3 in this football game.
Don't say Brock Purdy. I was bracing myself, Grandy. I'll tell you what.
Possibly.
To have the courage to give a sideline interview like that.
Brock Purdy.
Thank you.
I mean, I thought about saying Fred Warner. I did think about saying Fred Warner because my man went to the game. My man brought his kid to the game. My man brought his wife to the game. And he brought his energy to the game. And a scooter. Why not? You know what I mean? He's old enough to ride one. So that was awesome, and that was a great moment. But no, it's funny that you made your little quip. The opposite is what I was about to say.
Oh.
On a night when the Niners run for $174, on a night where there were no passing touchdowns, please make sure you understand and do not underestimate what Mac Jones did again for this football team. He is making great decisions. And the most important thing is he continues to take care of the football. No fumbles last night. 1 interception, not an interception. Don't care. You can tell me how stats work all you want. Mac Jones did not throw that interception. He threw a dart right between the numbers, the 1 and the 5 for Juwan Jennings. Juwan didn't catch it, so it goes down as an interception. They didn't ask for him to do a lot statistically. But he did exactly what they asked him to do repeatedly. He made great decisions. He delivered when he needed to. The ball security was there. And don't forget, he's hurt too. I thought it was yet another very confidence-inspiring performance by McCorkle Jones.
Yeah, and it's a great point. He just was steady. You didn't ask him to do a lot. Kyle Shanahan in his conference call today talked about how, they wanted to kind of do what they did, which is run it 39 times and control the game. When you do that, you don't need your quarterback to throw it all over the place. And if Shanahan's teams can run the ball 30 or more times, They're 49-7 all-time, Mark.
Yeah.
49-7, including 3-0 this year when they get 30 rushes.
Right. It's always a chicken or the egg thing because it's like you're allowed to do that because things are going well and you're winning the football game.
But things go well because you're allowed to do that.
Exactly.
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 And that's total chicken and the egg. And I think more so for Shanahan than most other teams is they need the chicken to produce the egg. If they're not running it early and getting the lead, well, then they're going to have to throw it. And if you end up throwing it a lot, it's going to be hard to get the 30 carries.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you're right. I mean, Mac Jones, he did just about everything right. The interception, not his fault.
Not his fault.
John Feliciano tomorrow on the Not Our Fault podcast. And the deep shot to Demarcus Robinson, which should have been a 60-yard play, was a dime. So, yeah, shout him out. Mac Jones, hero.
Yep. I loved it. Like, we've arrived. I always watch football this way when, through the years when you're a Niner fan, when the quarterback, like, think about it from a perspective of watching on TV, which is what most of us do. When the quarterback drops back and releases the ball, what is your confidence level that that ball is going somewhere that you want it to go? That feeling when the ball is released by the quarterback. Because for somebody who grew up watching Joe Montana and Steve Young, I spent close to damn near the first 20 years of my life watching a quarterback release a ball, and I was like, I bet you $1,000 right now that gets completed before the camera even panned to where it was going. That's what I grew up watching. And then you watch a lot of other stuff, and you realize it doesn't always work that way. And got to a real good spot with Brock Purdy over the last few years, and starting to feel it with Mac Jones. When he releases the ball, I got a good feeling about where it's going. And the fact that whether it's complete or not, it's not a bad decision, and it's not something that's going to put your team in harm's way.
Yeah, for the most part. And you and I both would, I think, want to acknowledge Tatum Bethune as maybe the MVP of the game, and he probably should have been one of the three heroes, but we were looking for somebody a little bit more off the beaten path, I think.
Yeah, the names that haven't been talked about all day.
Yeah, that's a great way to go about it.
Exactly. Like Christian McCaffrey is my number one hero. Well, yeah, obviously.
Yep, no doubt.
It was his night. Grandy, I think both of us thought the music was going to trail off, and then it came back. So you can probably turn it off now.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
I definitely do kind of get you
going.
going.
Do the whole show under that if you want. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, on a Monday night,
Yeah.
The bet has 25 minutes left, so.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, never mind. Go with it. Let's do it. Let's do it. You could do it during your 6 o'clock hour too if you want.
There you have it. Yeah,
it's fine. I like it. Anyway,
Tatum Bethune.
Oh, there's others. Look, the text
like
line.
McCaffrey and
text line wants Eddie Money to be listed.
Yeah.
Boy, that banged that extra point off the upright.
Yeah.
Bong.
It counts. They all count the same. And when you've made all the kicks, it's a little bit less nerve-wracking than when their former kicker would kind of do the same thing. And so he's built up equity to where when Eddie Pinheiro hits it off the upright and it goes through, it's like, that's wacky. That wacky Eddie. When Moody does it, it's like, oh, my God, can you kick it straight?
Seriously.
So it's a little bit of earned equity. And it hasn't been that much time,
no
but
question.
He's definitely earned it.
Plus, when he glances it off the upright, this is really good characteristic he has. It goes in.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you bang it off the upright, it doesn't go in. But he keeps nicking that thing, and it goes in so who cares?
Yep.
You get the points for that.
Yeah.
So
and
anyway.
Good job with the kickoffs. I don't think he had any touchbacks, Grandy.
I don't think he did.
You're looking at the notes. I think he kept it in play, and he kicked a couple of them down to the 1 or the 2 yard line, which is what you really want to do. So. Yeah, the special teams, a little shaky at some spots, but in general, they also had themselves a pretty good game.
You want to know one other person I was thinking about throwing into the list is Brian Robinson. Brian came in and averaged 4 yards a carry, and this was super, super important because Christian McCaffrey last night again had a massive touch night, 31 touches. Sure, at some point this season, we're going to have to get in to the whole conversation about whether or not this can just continue. Can you just keep doing 30, 35 touches a game for Christian McCaffrey? But on a 31-touch night, he obviously, if you're going to run the ball 39 times, it was finally time to be like, we've got to mix somebody else in. And they did, and he kept the chains moving. And that was absolutely vital. So 9 carries for 36 yards for Brian Robinson. Some chunk plays. He had a 10-yard run at one point. Those were huge. And they were absolutely needed for the 49ers to do what they did last night.
McCaffrey now on pace for 449 touches. Which is a lot. It's not the record, as we talked about.
Was that DeMarco Murray? Was that who you said it was?
That's the last guy to go over 430.
Okay.
The record is almost 500 touches, and that was in a 16-game season. So he's not going to get to the record, but 449 would be a personal greatest number of touches. I don't think you don't necessarily want to see him get there, but I mean it's working. And for all the people who want to talk about a step lost or this and that, you could see it last night when he is able to get up to full speed. He hasn't lost a thing, and he still has a little bit of the wiggle, the ha-ha, so to speak. And so I wouldn't worry about how much he's lost. But, yeah, there will be a little wear and tear if you keep getting him the ball as much as they have.
I tell you what, I'm doing my best this year. I hope y'all do it with me. I'm doing my best this year to understand at a little bit of a higher level the complementary nature of the sport of football. I mean, here we go. Christian McCaffrey has not lost a step. Well, Christian McCaffrey never lost a step. Christian McCaffrey lost George Kittle. And Christian McCaffrey lost the Hall of Fame level of Trent Williams, who now is just sort of like the Hall of Very Good. And Christian McCaffrey lost Brock Purdy and wide receivers who threaten the defense. And so the defense is focused solely on him and all of these things. It's no different than the quarterback point we were making earlier, where Daniel Jones and Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold and Mac Jones all now look good. Well, what changed? They didn't just become great players all of a sudden. It's complementary. They're now on stable teams with good coaches, with good teammates, and they're able to function and do their thing. It's no different with Christian. Right? I know Debo is dealing with some injuries now in Washington, but same thing last year when we're like, oh, Debo's lost a step. And then he got to Washington, and he looked great the first few weeks of the season. That's too easy of a fallback for us, I believe. When we see somebody and like struggling, oh, they're washed. And it's like, dude, probably not. Like Debo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey are players in their 20s. They're not washed. They're not washed. They're just like the quarterbacks that you all criticize who, quote unquote, need everything right to be going on around them. Everybody does. Everybody does.
Right.
You and me too.
No doubt. I mean,
if you sucked, what the hell would I do?
It would be a little bit harder
There
for
you
you.
go.
And, same thing if we didn't have two great producers and technical directors and great equipment and the great tech people and all the rest of it, we wouldn't be nearly as successful as we are. And I think about tomorrow when we're going to be live at Splash, and we happen to have the single best remote engineer that I've ever encountered in Tim
100%.
Jordan. So we'll go live tomorrow with the most professional, easily done setup for us. It's not easy for Tim to do. It's a lot of work, but by the time you and I saunter in, it is the best possible setup. And for those of you who want to see it, come on out to Splash tomorrow and you'll
Watch the
see.
game. Yeah.
Let's watch the game, and you can see how somebody can make you and I like really sound great and
Right.
succeed.
And like, what if the nachos weren't that good?
And man,
What would we do?
I'd have to bring lunch from home.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine that? The sacrifice? Have to pack a lunch?
I mean, you could DoorDash.
Good, or I could go to Dumpling Time 2 doors over, but
Gots.
yeah, also very good. But we'll be at Splash now, and the food there is delicious. And what a great place to take in the first of 82 Warrior games at the best sports bar on town.
I don't want to get it. This is sort of like, it's too cliched for sports radio. So I'm not going to be like the whole, I think this is the best time of year. But I like, it's kind of my favorite when you have multiple sports that fill up most of the nights.
Yeah.
It's the way I look at it. Like when baseball starts, I get excited because I'm like, that means most nights we're going to get done with the show and we're going to go watch the game. And I love that. But then baseball quickly gets to this spot where A, at least in recent years, the Giants have been more frustrating than good. But B, they're the only game in town. Like this is the only sport going for a lot of those summer months. I love the Warriors start tomorrow night. There's football now 4 nights a week. The Warriors are going to be 3 or 4 nights a week. The World Series, if the Dodgers weren't in it, would actually be something that I would watch. I won't. I'll repress it. I'll act like it doesn't exist. I don't want to watch that stupid dance when someone gets to second base.
Even first.
You know what I mean? I had a buddy, good buddy. Oh, and you know him, Lauren. Lauren Gold texted the other day. And just a great, great Giants fan. And he's all ticked off at the Dodgers. And he's like, I'm not watching the World Series. And I always think that that's fun when somebody's like, that's my protest. As if like the Dodgers and the Mariners, the Blue Jays are like, oh no, did you hear? Like Lauren Gold's not going to watch or Mark Willard's not going to watch. What are we going to do? They don't care. But my response to him was, what do you mean you're not going to watch the World Series? Does that mean you've been watching the previous series? Like, don't watch. I'm not watching the Dodgers play playoff games. That's just asking for aggravation. Why would I do that? If they lose, great. Tell me about it. I can read about it on the internet. I'm not watching the Dodgers dance at second base and have maybe the greatest player I've ever seen run around and hit balls 500 feet off of somebody's Chevy in the right field. But like what?
And strike out everybody as a pitcher? Are you kidding me?
Like, I get it. They're really, really good.
He's really, really good.
He's great.
Maybe the best player ever.
They are really good. And they are all the things that I don't want on my TV set. So they won't be.
No, and you're allowed to watch whatever you want to watch. And I think we got a baseball game going on right now. Game 6 in the ALCS, if I'm not mistaken.
Game 7.
Oh, Game 7?
It's Game 7, my man.
It's the big
1-0 Mariners.
1-0 Mariners, bottom of the first.
There you go.
Blue Jays threatening.
I slept on Game 6, slept right through that, baby. But you mentioned the summer months. Last year, the Warriors season ended on May 14th. That was when it all came crashing down, despite Jonathan Kuminga having the 4th of 4 consecutive awesome games. He was out there cooking, but they still lost, and that was it. The next day, the Giants were off, and then they played on the Friday against the A's, and they were 25-19. So the Giants had a nice little start, and then they got center stage. And so if you're the Giants, you're not that you're rooting against the Warriors, but you get to that same spot in the calendar again. You know that April, May, or June, when the Warriors end, boom, you get 3 months of it's you, baby. So hopefully the Giants can be a little bit more exciting and a little bit more consistently successful this upcoming summer.
Yeah. I love it. I love that the NBA did this, set it up, and this is not an accident, but, open this thing on a Tuesday, let the NFL get the hell out of the way, and own the night tomorrow night. And I am legitimately counting the minutes till we can get to Splash tomorrow, do a show, talk it out, have some fun. John Feliciano, Nick Friedel, eat some food, lay back, relax, sit there, and watch the Warrior game late into the night. I cannot wait. I'm so excited that it's here.
And we can get into a little bit of the season predictions and the look ahead and all the other things that are a part of the first day of a season. It's so exciting, and maybe we'll go through and we'll play the schedule game, and I'll give you my official all 82. Okay. I'll give you all 82.
In March they play Washington, and
I got that as a win, Mark.
I like them to win. Yeah.
I got that one down as a win. Now, I will look, though, at some of the unique schedule aspects. I know that they've got a couple of hellacious road trips where
they
have
always do.
8 games and 12 nights or something. So we'll look at some of the spots, and we can also highlight some of the really exciting games that'll be right there at Chase Center.
With the early start, we get an opportunity to do something that we don't normally do, and that is check in with the great Dan Dibley to see how he's feeling about his pick. Monday night game number 1, you have the Bucks +6. They trail by 11 at the half. They just kicked a field goal at the buzzer of the half. 14-3, the Lions lead the Bucks at half, and Mike Evans ended up on a cart.
Yeah.
So I believe he is out for the rest of the game.
And I'm not sure what the injury was. I thought he just landed on the ball. It was a deep shot, and he had it, and then he went to the turf, and he landed on the ball. I thought he might have just had the wind knocked out, so I'm not sure what his status is to return, but I actually feel pretty good about the pick because it looked early like Detroit might put up 100. And then since then, the game's gotten into a little bit more of a rock fight, which I think is what Tampa Bay wants.
Yeah, that is. I agree with you. I think that the Mike Evans thing is a potential concussion.
Okay.
It's a potential concussion, and because there were immediately on the field signs, like visible signs of concussion, you don't need blue tent or any of that. It is straight to the locker room, and by rule, you are not allowed back in the game that night. But, in theory, the protocol starts. He could be back as early as next week, possibly. With it being Monday night game, it's less than likely, but that's possible. But I do believe that's okay. That's what.
I'm doing a radio show, so I didn't get a clean look at the injury. But this game's been a little weird.
It's been very weird. Lots of turnovers,
funky turnovers too.
Yeah.
So I feel pretty good about it, and I think that the Bucs get the ball to start the third quarter.
I believe you're right.
And it's not like they haven't been able to move the ball. They've just made some ghastly mistakes, and then got the second game coming up where Seattle tries to get to 5-2 and join the party atop the NFC West.
All right, so any more reactions on last night's game? The victory, playing without Fred Warner, it changes your season prediction, if at all. How? We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. And, we suggest you do call now, because starting tomorrow on 95.7 The Game, we're going to do 6 months of Jonathan Kuminga only. We're not I looked at the deal. I looked at the script. I looked at the contracts. Nobody's allowed, even Feliciano. I'll text him and let him know, you better brush up on Kuminga now, because the season is starting, and we're not going to be asking you about Connor Colby anymore. It's all Kuminga all the time. Countdown to does he stay or does he go? 888-957-9570 starting tomorrow.
And we're changing the call letters from KGMZ to KMNG. K-Ming.
Okay, all right.
All right.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast while you're there. Make sure to check out Steiny and Goo and also the Morning Roast and how they reacted to what was one to remember. The Niners getting a 20-10 victory on Sunday Night Football. This is Willard and Dibs.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
It all starts tomorrow. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tomorrow.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
From 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any offer or combo meal.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Blue and Gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply. Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of
bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
This is it, your last call clearance event at Lazy Boy. Save up to 50% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Don't miss unbeatable savings on an American icon. The last call clearance event happening now at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Dubs fans, it's time to score big at Cordelia RV Center. Every new 2025 RV must go before year's end with deals you won't see again. Don't wait. Hit the road in style and save thousands. Located at 680 and I-80 in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Curry! Yeah, boy.
The chef!
Just saw the Doc Pandia tweet just went out.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not about Mike Evans. Pandia 3 minutes ago. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Al Horford play basketball tomorrow night.
Okay.
The fact that he couldn't even wait till tomorrow to tweet that they play tonight tells you that the doc is locked in. He's locked Pandia.
The doc is locked. I like it. It's a 2, but, you know.
It's a 3.
Grandy?
It made you laugh. You're not allowed to laugh and then give something a 2. That's my rule. That's my rule.
When you set up your own line, it gets downgraded automatically.
I didn't set it up. I just thought of it, and I said it. What do you want from me?
I think it's a 3.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go. Mark with a C.
Threw the red hanky, and I won.
That's right. I'll allow it. And I would ask Rice to weigh in, but I don't know if he knows the bit. So.
Yep, he said 3.
All right.
Yeah.
I can't see him.
He's just doing the mute thing. He's like, I don't
His
talk.
nickname's
but-
Pasta.
Yeah, he held up.
Again, you're trying to piss me off. Okay.
Is it working?
I'm kind of over this one. It's a battle that I have chosen not to fight any longer. The man's last name is Risotto.
Risotto, right.
And
is
these
risotto,
morons.
is it a rice or a pasta?
It's a rice. Now, you can make rice pasta, but it's not pasta. Pasta is made with a certain flour. Risotto is made with rice. Now, all of these morons who went to public schools and are
Just one
basically
moron and then it's stuck. That's all.
they're basically hacks.
Hang on. I've learned when you do this to look it up.
You got to Google it.
Because you and AI don't always get along. I'm just saying.
You got to Google it.
Okay. It's an Italian rice dish.
Kaboom.
But it's Italian.
Right.
Dibs, no one is saying that you're wrong. It's just a nickname and it's stuck.
It hasn't stuck because I call the man Rice. And I'm going to start calling him Jerry.
No, you can't. Wait, why Jerry?
Jerry Rice? You ever heard of him?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I got it.
And yeah, you guys.
What is going on here?
I'll tell you what. Schmitz. Oh, wait. It's Bob Fitzgerald, so we call him Fitz. Maybe we should call him Schmitz. Schmitzgerald.
Some people do have weird nicknames. You just learned something about Mac Jones.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this. I thought his first name was McCorkle, so they called him Mac. McCorkle's his middle name.
His name is Michael.
So why the hell they call him Mac?
Because Mike Jones is already taken. Who? Mike Jones.
No,
I don't know the phone number anymore. I used to know Mike Jones' number.
So his name is actually Mike Mac.
Mike Jones. Mac. And you,
we didn't realize that that's what Greg Cosell was actually talking about. Thank you,
Mac.
He's just trying to talk about Mac Jones. Mac. Yeah.
Anyway, you would be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know everything. That's
you'd be wrong.
I didn't know that his middle name is McCorkle.
Yeah, but anyway, Pasta back there. Apparently, Pasta gave you a 3.
He did.
Rice. That's fine. It's a battle I've lost.
I do think the nickname has stuck. Like, you're not the arbiter of that. Like, if everybody calls him that, then it's stuck.
Right, but what people call other people doesn't mean that is their nickname. Like, we have a coworker who calls you Will.
Yeah. People call you Dibs, but your last name's not plural. I can make a whole thing about it. You're just Dib. You're not Dibs. You're one person.
My father was Dib, so that's why I could never just be Dib.
You can to me.
Well,
I can call you Dib.
I could call you a lot of things, and I do behind your back, but that's not a nickname.
It's true.
I'm ready on the dump button. You can say it if you want.
I won't. You got me once to swear.
What is your favorite?
I didn't get you to swear.
What is your favorite kind of pasta?
I'd probably say ravioli.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh. That was
I
me.
didn't get you to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was you.
Yeah, I guess what I meant to say is you got me. You dumped it when I did.
I saved you
swear.
is what I did.
Yeah,
he
he saved your ass.
Sure.
He did. I'm glad that they saved the lead into that, too. It's not like I baited you.
No.
All I did was say we're going to do this in alphabetical order, and then you cussed.
Oh, Schmidt.
No reason. Casey Schmidt wasn't even on the Giants
That's
yet
right.
when he did that.
And this is where, and I don't want to go too deep down this rabbit hole,
Why
but
not? The show's over.
The
What
whole
the
idea
hell?
of profanity. So the word that I said, you're not allowed to say, but we can say a word like Schmidt, and everybody in the world can know what I'm really intending to say, but if you say the actual word, you get in trouble. But if you say the word that actually means that word, it's okay. Language. It just is.
I mean.
And the whole idea of FCC violations and stuff, it's baffling to me. It's baffling. It's just a word. Like, all these words you're not allowed to say, they're just words.
Yeah.
And you could say other words that mean the exact same thing.
Well, we could have an entire conversation about how the world has allowed words to be so, like, you know what I mean? We're the ones who put the teeth into all of them.
Almost said a bad word there.
Yeah, they're just words.
Exactly.
Take the teeth out of them. It's fine.
Well, I mean, I have taken the teeth out of many words, but in this business, and you've got regulations.
There's a whole thing.
Right. Then you can't take the teeth out of words. And there are some words that mean different things in different parts of the world.
I'm really excited that we've gotten all the way to this moment, and we haven't really done the deep dive yet on what we think is going to happen with the Warriors this year. I give our audience a little bit of a preview. Mark Grandy is beside himself. He's so excited about this team, like of all of the people in the building, and he will be, as always, in the rotation for all of the work, both before and after games. I think you might be the most optimistic dude of everyone that I've talked to around here with regard to where this season is going.
The over is free money.
Did you hear that? The over is free money.
47.5, right, is the season win total?
It's bounced around a little bit, but yeah, it's around there.
In the stacked West, Grandy says that's candy from a baby.
Yeah, it's easy money. So I assume you've already laid the lumber on that number.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I know that Guru is probably the most excited, and you remember during their show.
Yeah, Guru's always
52.
Right.
I got the Warriors going 52 and 25.
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
That's still. When we get to July and we do the tournament of drops, can you, Grandy, just try to remember some of these gems?
That's clearly going to win. I'm like, just have me sit out. I pick that one.
We're going to do a 64 drop bracket.
I don't care.
One of the regions will just be the Guru region. We'll have a 16 drop Guru region.
And that one's going to the Final Four.
But there'll be a guaranteed goo in the Final Four.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah. So. Yep.
Anyway, we'll get into it more tomorrow, but I'm not so sold on the slam dunk nature when you're dealing with this old of a roster. And we'll talk more about, like, if everything goes right and you don't have any real injuries, more than, a handful of games here and there, yeah, I'm with you, Grandy. This team is talented enough to win more than 50, but the potholes and the pratfalls that could be lurking, I think couldn't affect this team more than other teams.
I'll tell you what, just to give you one more kind of look ahead for the week, obviously today was today. There's, that's just about wrapped up. The butter is hard and the jello's jiggling and all that stuff. But tomorrow, we're at Splash. Come see us. We're all going to watch the game together if you want to hang out. The food's delicious. The atmosphere is going to be all lit up. Warriors and Lakers tomorrow night. Both John Feliciano and Nick Friedel will be on the show. Wednesday, we will get to start working on the Niners in Houston with Greg Cosell, but it'll also be sandwiched between the Warriors and Lakers and the home opener against the Nuggets on Thursday. Steve Kerr will be on the show with us on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, we're right back to Splash. So if you've got tickets to the home opener, same assignment. Come see us, come hang, come get a high five, get something to eat or drink, and then make your way into the arena for the home opener with Jokic in town. And then by the time we get to Friday, boom, Football Friday, Niners and Texans. And by then, obviously, we'll have a better idea of who the quarterback is going to be. But right now, looks like Mac Jones has a little bit of a head start to be the starter this Sunday. It is one hell of a week, and I cannot believe that our football team is 5-2.
It's hard to believe,
it's just awesome. Just awesome.
You said it earlier. For the first time, it didn't feel like they stole one. And New Orleans was another one, but
yeah, those two.
Last night was a game that you deserved to win, and you won. Good on you.
Yeah, great stuff. Grandy, what's coming up? What you about to do?
We got the crossover coming up next. Okay. You two, along with Steiny and Goo, reacting to that hell of a Niner win last night.
So good. So good. All right. Yeah, get to relive all of that again if you want. It's coming up here on The Game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Not here.
You want to do it at Splash?
Why not?
Okay.
It'd be fun.
Then we're doing it. That's what we're doing. We'll talk to you then. For Dibs, for Grandy, and for Pasta, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
We're Warriors!
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there